He traveled through a fantasy world and became the leader of the Shensha sect. He originally just wanted to live peacefully until the end, but he was misunderstood as a scumbag by his own senior sister. This scumbag villain who was fickle and committed all kinds of evil did not wait to live to the end. He was dug out his heart and skinned by the female senior sister, live a new life. He was punished by heaven again and deserted by everyone. Since you were destined to be a villain, then just be bad. From now on, he accepted the evil demon girl as his apprentice and refined her spirit with the demon queen, resurrect the ancient corpse fox and snatch the beauty of the lord of Songming Palace. As a villain, he secretly planned the forces of the heavens, playing with both good and evil in his hands, until the day of overthrowing the immortal palace. Lin Xiao suddenly discovered that the villainous heroines around him who had been used by him seemed to look at him with different eyes. Yi Zissou, the corpse demon queen, I will give you the entire demon world, I only want one thing from you. Lin Xiao, what do you want? I want to dig your heart open and see what it's made of. The empress's senior sister Lin Qingyi, Lin Xiao, for me there is no breakup, only widowhood. The demon queen, come to my chambers tonight, or I'll lock you up in the dungeon. Even the little disciple whom he had always loved the most had changed his style. Master, do you know what is written in the forbidden books in the library? Lin Xiao, disciple doesn't know either, let's watch it together tonight. Chapter 1, the villain uncle takes the demon as his disciple. Shensha sect, the first peak, Tiandao peak, bang, the bell rang 3 times, and the sound waves rolled. This is the bell of heaven. It rings 3 times as punishment. Now at the top of the first peak, inside a magnificent building filled with fairy air, the expressions of the many disciples varied, and they all looked at the girl in red at the bottom of the hall. The girl looked young, only about 15 or 16 years old, but she was extremely beautiful, with a pair of peach blossom eyes and a teardrop mole at the corner of her eyes, which made her, despite her young age, full of a bewitching charm. She was filled with demonic energy, and seemed out of place among everyone else in the hall. At this moment, she was standing below with her head lowered, feeling somewhat uneasy. This is Shensha sect, one of the 6 major immortal sects in Yunzhou, the central region of Zhouyun continent. It is also a forbidden place for demons. Normally, no demon can get close to here. Therefore, when they saw the girl in red, all the disciples were stunned. They looked at each other, and then almost at the same time, one person came to their mind. Could it be that guy from Jianfang causing trouble again? The disciples all had this thought at the same time. After a while, spiritual energy overflowed and white clothes fluttered. Sect leader Lin Qingyi arrived. She sat high up in the hall. Her pretty face, as cool and ethereal as an immortal, was covered with frost. Her icy beautiful eyes stared directly at the girl in red below. It's not good. The sect leader's face doesn't look right. It seems we were right. Seeing this, many disciples hurriedly looked at their noses and hearts. Without saying a word, you could hear a pin drop throughout the hall. After a while, Lin Qingyi opened her red lips slightly, and a cold voice came out slowly. Put your head up. These words were said to the girl in red. Upon hearing this, the girl in red trembled slightly. She slowly raised her head, and her beautiful watery eyes looked forward with some trembling. This pitiful and heartwarming look made Lin Qingyi laugh a little. Oh, he is so tempting, he really knows how to enjoy himself. The words fell. The girl in red was a little frightened, her body trembling slightly, and she dared not speak. Lin Qingyi suddenly raised her head and looked outside the hall, gritting her teeth and saying, Lin Xiao, get out here and see what you've done. The words fell. All the disciples were shocked. Was it really him? Jianfang's infamous uncle. Then they turned their heads and looked over. Sure enough, a clear and playful laughter was heard from outside the hall. Sister, don't be so angry. Didn't you just go to the demon tribe to find a little demon girl? My Jianfang has lost its talent, so it's not too much to accept a young disciple. As the sound came, a figure slowly walked in from outside the hall. When the disciples in the hall saw the figure clearly, their eyes suddenly jumped and they became silent. The person who walked in was a young man who was not very old. He was dressed in black, with long jet black hair tied up casually. He had a handsome face, an upright figure, and eyes as deep as a deep pool. However, he was obviously a disciple of an immortal sect, but he exuded an extremely evil aura, especially the arc of his mouth that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, which made him look a little unruly and evil, making all the disciples dare not look at him directly. Lin Xiao, the direct disciple adopted by the previous sect master, is also the junior brother of the current sect master Lin Qingyi. He is now the master of Jianfang Peak. Many disciples under the command of Shoufeng call him uncle. However, this uncle-in-law does not have a good reputation in the entire sect or even in the central region. First of all, when he was still a disciple of Shensha sect, he was ignorant and made friends with evil cultivators everywhere. He was obviously a disciple of the righteous path, but he allowed himself to degenerate and became friends with those evil cultivators outside. When the previous sect leader was still around, he was a little more restrained, but ever since the old sect leader suddenly passed away and Lin Qingyi, Lin Zhao's senior sister, took over the sect, Lin Xiao stopped acting completely. He was the 4th disciple of the previous sect master and held a prominent position in the sect. After the old sect master passed away, it was natural for him to take over Jianfang and become the master of Jianfang. Lin Xiao was adopted by the old sect master since he was a child. After being brought to the sect, the old sect master secluded himself in cultivation all year round. Most of the time, it was the old sect master's eldest disciple, Lin Qingyi, who taught him how to cultivate. Lin Qingyi is more than 10 years older than Lin Xiao. She raised Lin Xiao since he was a child and is more like half a master to him, but Lin Qingyi herself didn't know when it started, but the personality of the gentle junior brother who used to practice behind her had changed drastically at first. He disregarded his status and made friends with evil cultivators from outside. After becoming the master of Jianfang Peak, he became even worse. From time to time, he would bring those female cultivators from the demon tribe back to Jianfang, causing panic among the disciples of the sect. Not only that, he subsequently committed various evil deeds. Countless young female elders and female disciples in the sect, as long as he took a fancy to them, regardless of whether they were single or not, would be harassed by him under various excuses. Relying on his status as the master of Jianfang Peak, countless female elders and female disciples dared not speak out against him. Not he even secretly placed shadow-stealing beads in the rooms of female elders and some female disciples, doing such peeping things, which made countless female elders and female disciples hate him to the core. Such evil deeds shocked the entire sect. Therefore, within a few short years, fewer and fewer disciples joined his sword peak, and no one was even willing to join. As a result, after a few years, the once strongest sword peak in the sect became the last peak with the fewest disciples and the weakest strength, but no one expected it. In this situation, not only did the peak master not reflect on his own reasons, but he went directly to the 10,000 Demons Mountain and snatched a demon girl back. You have to know that their Shensha sect is a righteous sect. If they tell others that a witch came to their righteous sect to practice, they would probably be ridiculed by those outside. The entire hall fell into a brief silence. Lin Qingyi gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xiao, scolding him. Look at you now. Didn't the punishment you received for your mistakes back then be enough? Master has only dug out 7 of your 9 spiritual roots. Do you think I'll destroy the rest too? Lin Xiao, born with 9 spiritual roots, is extremely talented. However, because of his numerous evil deeds in the sect, he once even relied on his prominent position in Xianshao sect to do something indecent to a female disciple who had just joined the sect. As a result, the old sect master, who was also his master, destroyed her 7th level spiritual roots, and that female disciple is a female emperor that only appears once in 10,000 years. Now she is the chief disciple of Tiandao Peak and Lin Qingyi's chief disciple. She is also favored by the upper domain Immortal Palace and has a bright future. She hates Lin Xiao even more. After hearing Lin Qingyi's words, Lin Xiao came to the red-dressed girl in the center of the hall. In the girl's trembling eyes, he put his arms around her slender and soft waist and said with a playful smile, "Be good. Do you see the person sitting up there? Call him sect master." Hearing this, the red-dressed girl's eyes lit up, and she knelt down in the direction of Lin Qingyi and spoke weakly, "Disciple Fengyu, greetings to the sect master." All the disciples opened their eyes wide, their faces filled with shock. Lin Qingyi was so angry that she was speechless. She stared straight at the girl and read in Lin Xiao, her chest heaving violently. Her eyes were filled with anger and disappointment towards this junior brother. "Without my permission, I wonder who dares to keep her here today." Hearing this, and seeing the cold anger in Lin Qingyi's eyes, Lin Xiao curled his lips and smiled, saying indifferently, "Senior sister, she is my disciple, not yours. If there is nothing else, I will take her back to Jianfang." After hearing this, Lin Qingyi was obviously angry again, her fingertips clenched tightly, her breath was floating, and she was obviously on the verge of exploding. According to the sect rules, if she didn't punish Lin Xiao today, she didn't know how people would laugh at their Xianshao sect in the future. But just as she was about to explode, a woman in white stepped out from beside her and said coldly, "Master, Jianfang has been in decline for many years. Although your uncle's actions are inappropriate, I think they are also for the sake of Jianfang's inheritance." Seeing the woman in white speaking, many disciples looked strange. The woman who spoke was none other than the female disciple who had almost been subjected to indecent acts by Lin Xiao, now the chief female disciple of Tiandao Peak, Jiang Yingxue. Hearing Jiang Yingshue's voice, Lin Qingyi calmed down a little. Jiang Yingxue glanced at Lin Xiao below, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust and indifference. She said calmly, "As the master of Sword Peak, it is his freedom to recruit disciples. But the sect already has a rule. If we want to recruit someone from the demon clan or demon sect, we must first test their character and personality to ensure they are no longer demons. They must also endure the punishment of spiritual nails. If their spirit survives, they can be accepted into the sect." As soon as the words fell, the elders and disciples suddenly realized what was going on, and then they showed an expression of gloating. Yes, they almost forgot about this rule. Not only did Lin Xiao use his status in the sect to rob the disciples of their cultivation resources, he also toyed with the female elders and female disciples. If the old sect master had not favored him, he would have been crippled and kicked out of the sect. Now you still want to accept this witch as your disciple? Hundreds of spiritual nails would kill even the elders of the sect, and for that weak little witch, the least she could do would be to have her soul torn to pieces. Chapter 2, The Demon Queen and Her Yandere Apprentice. It can be said that Lin Xiao's past actions have led to the fact that there is no disciple in the Xianshao sect who does not hate this uncle. However, because Lin Xiao has an extremely evil character and is vindictive, and as the disciple of Elder Xianshao, he has received the true teachings of the old sect master. Although he only has 3 spiritual roots left, his cultivation is still powerful and terrifying. He can even be said to be one of the strongest fighters in the sect, especially when he attacked. He was ruthless, which made many disciples and elders a little afraid of him. When he became the master of Jianfang Peak, in addition to being the disciple of the old sect master, He also broke through the sect's formation composed of the 3 law enforcement elders and hundreds of law enforcement disciples of the Elder Pavilion with just a sword, that is the sect's grand formation. Commanded by 3 spirit emperors, moreover, he even dared to tease the nominal fiancé of the Lord of Tsangming Palace in Yunzhou. Who is the Lord of Tsangming Palace? He is a heavyweight figure in their Zhongyu Yunzhou. Among the 3 major halls in Yunzhou, Tsangming Hall is the chief one. The status of the master of Tsangming Hall is even higher than that of many sects, and is only lower than the masters of the Immortal Palace and the 9 major sects. However, when his fiancée was molested, the Lord of Tsangming Palace came to the Sword Peak of Shensha sect in anger. After returning, he went into seclusion to practice for unknown reasons, and very few people saw him. It was said that a disciple of Tsangming Palace had once seen him. This palace master was missing an arm. After this incident, Lin Xiao acted even more unscrupulously in Xianshao sect in Yunzhou in the central region. Hearing Jiang Yingshua's cold voice, the girl in red kneeling on the ground seemed to instantly feel a terrifying oppressive force coming towards her, causing her delicate body to tremble uncontrollably. But the next second, the surging pressure disappeared quietly. The girl raised her head and looked at Lin Xiao with her watery eyes. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and cast a wicked look at Jiang Yingshua's delicate and pretty body. He looked her up and down, and said with a click of his tongue, "I haven't seen junior martial nephew Yingxue for a long time. You've developed very well and are much more mature than when you first arrived. It's a pity that junior martial nephew couldn't join my Jianfang, otherwise I would definitely take good care of you." Wow, in front of everyone, Lin Xiao said such words to a junior nephew, and the whole audience was in an uproar again. At this time, a string of words appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Frowny face, tease your nephew in public. Jiang Yingshua's resentment value plus 500. Host's behavior is consistent with the villain setting. Evil value plus 500. Evil value system. Lin Xiao's awakened villain golden finger in this life. This is his second life in this fantasy novel world, and it is also a repeated second life. In his previous life, he was a scumbag villain in the original book. He seduced the female disciples of the Immortal sect and cheated on his senior sister Lin Qingyi. He had a shitty villain identity, and he didn't have an awakened golden finger or an awakening system, so he died miserably before the finale. Originally, Lin Xiao tried to change the ending, but unfortunately, everything he did was in vain under the influence of the way of heaven. No matter what he did, he was always seen as a complete villain in the eyes of others. If he was kind to others, he would be considered to have ulterior motives. If he taught his disciples to practice, he would be considered to be coveting their talents. If he gave away his skills to others to practice, he would be misunderstood as wanting to harm others. I originally wanted to be a respected and admired uncle from the Immortal sect. In the end, he became a notorious devil in the entire fairyland who abandoned his own senior sister. The ending was that he was killed under the Zhuxian cauldron by his own senior sister, countless powerful people in the fairyland, and those destined heroines who had been cheated by him. Not only were their bodies completely destroyed, not even a trace of them was left. After coming back to life, the system was awakened the moment he opened his eyes. Lin Xiao said, "I don't want to act anymore, I am the villain, retract your thoughts." Everyone in the hall was shocked by Lin Xiao's words. After the shock, they all looked incredulous. They didn't expect that in front of Lin Qingyi, Lin Xiao, as an elder, would dare to tease his nephew Jiang Yingxue like this. This is no longer arrogance, it is simply lawlessness. He hasn't dealt with the little vixen he brought back yet, and now he's doing such a shameless thing of teasing the younger generation. Isn't he afraid that the sect leader will be furious and expel him from the sect? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lin Qingyi was also very angry, and the cold aura in her body couldn't help but riot. She looked coldly at the girl in red below, especially when she saw Lin Xiao hugging the girl so blatantly, which made her feel an inexplicable anger in her heart. She really couldn't understand. For so many years, she had been teaching Lin Xiao on behalf of her master. She had tried her best to teach Lin Xiao well, so why did she end up teaching such a bad person? What made her even more sad was Lin Xiao had done all those things to the other female elders and female disciples, and recently, when he looked at her disciple Jiang Yingxue, his eyes had become as frivolous as before. Wasn't he punished enough before? That was her disciple, Lin Xiao's nephew. The other side, Jiang Yingxue looked at Lin Xiao with even more disgust. In her opinion, this uncle-in-law was already beyond saving. He was full of evil spirits and committed countless evil deeds. He would definitely not have a good end in the future. People like him deserve it no matter what the outcome is. Lin Qingyi took a deep breath and sighed in her heart, remembering that her master had asked her to take good care of this junior brother before he died. She also thought of how warm and sunny Lin Xiao was when he was a child, and how he always stuck by her side. In the end, she softened her heart, but this is the last time. After this incident, if Lin Xiao still doesn't change, then next time, she will not show any mercy to this junior brother. After a long moment, Lin Qingyi's beautiful, cold eyes turned back to Lin Xiao, and she sternly said, "Taking a demon as a disciple is against the sect's rules. If you had done that before, your cultivation would be abolished and you would be expelled from the sect. But Master instructed me before his death, and considering that you have managed Jianfang Peak for the past few years, even if you have no merits, you have worked hard, I can spare you from expulsion from the sect. However, I will personally carry out the punishment of the demon girl's spiritual nails." Boom, the words fell. Lin Qingyi waved her jade hand in the air, and in an instant, spiritual power surged and gathered in her palm like a surging tide. The next second, hundreds of spiritual nails slowly emerged in the air, emitting a cold and sharp light. Each of the spiritual nails was engraved with a powerful spiritual rune. Buzz, she flicked her fingers lightly, and the spiritual nail suspended in the air instantly shot out like an arrow from a bow, carrying with it a cold and terrifying powerful spiritual power, and shot towards the red-clothed girl next to Lin Xiao at lightning speed. However, in the girl's wide-open eyes, a hint of dark spiritual power quietly emerged before her eyes, and the next second all those spiritual nails were suspended in mid-air, unable to move forward even a single step. Lin Xiao looked up with an indifferent expression and glanced at Lin Qingyi. Senior sister, it's not someone else's turn to teach my disciple a lesson. Looking at Lin Xiao's somewhat indifferent eyes, Lin Qingyi suddenly felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart. Even she could not fathom Lin Xiao's cultivation level, and he was still one of the top fighters in Shensha sect against the demons. If she pushed him into betraying the sect, it would be a truly huge loss for Shensha sect. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyi took a deep breath, her expression serious, and gritted her teeth and said, "Well, if you insist on taking her back to Jianfang, I will not allow her to leave Jianfang from now on. Otherwise, I will kill her without mercy. And if you violate the sect rules again, I will show no mercy." She wanted to remind Lin Xiao that next time, she would not protect him anymore. At this time, Jiang Yingshui hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but say, "Uncle Master, turning over a new leaf is the right path. If you still insist on doing it your own way, even Master won't be able to save you in the end." Hearing this, Lin Xiao glanced at her and suddenly grinned. "Junior brother, what you said makes a lot of sense. When you have time, come to Jianfang again and have a good and in-depth discussion with Uncle." His eyes were evil and his words were disrespectful. Jiang Yingshui's face suddenly turned dark, her eyes suddenly became cold and fierce, and she looked more and more disgusted. This uncle-in-law is truly beyond help. The elders and disciples were speechless, and even Lin Qingyi's pretty face turned dark. I was just about to yell. Lin Xiao turned around first, put his arm around the slender waist of the girl in red, and slowly walked out of the hall. Watching Lin Xiao leave, Lin Qingyi fell silent. And then her nose felt inexplicably sore. It was her responsibility as a senior sister to not teach Lin Xiao well. She was unworthy of her master's teachings. The night is filled with darkness. Under the bright moony Jianfang, the master's pavilion, several maids were guarding outside the door. In the room, Lin Xiao was wearing a black robe and sitting lazily. His angular profile outlined cold lines in the moonlight. Beside a faint fragrance wafted to the girl, who had just finished bathing, knelt beside him in a light red skirt, holding a wine pot in her bare hands, and carefully filled a glass of wine for Lin Xiao. Then her soft and sticky voice came softly, "Master, you've already drunk a lot today, you should drink less." Lin Xiao picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Then he glanced at the girl's delicate and tender face and lifted her snow-white chin with his fingers. "Come here, give Master a massage." The girl's voice was soft and she hummed very obediently. She stood up and walked behind Lin Xiao, knelt down, stretched out her slender hands, and gently placed them on Lin Xiao's shoulders. Although her technique was immature, she was extremely serious and needed him again and again. From time to time, she would secretly glance at Lin Xiao. Seeing Lin Xiao close his eyes slightly, she dared to stare openly at her master's stern profile, and her thoughts suddenly drifted away. As a descendant of the demon clan, her mother is a demon and her father is a human. Because of her half-demon blood, she has been regarded as a shame by the demon clan since she was a child and has been bullied. After being abandoned by her parents, her childhood was spent in endless escape and fear. At that time, hunger and cold were always around her, and she never had a day when she could have enough food and warm clothes. The first time she saw Lin Xiao, she was covered in blood and her clothes were tattered. She was bullied by other monsters for stealing food, resulting in deep wounds on her body that could be seen to the bone. She was even almost beaten to death on the cold ground. Lin Xiao did not despise her. Instead, he killed the monsters who bullied her, picked her up from the cold ground, and rubbed her head with his hand. At that moment, a light seemed to light up in her dark world. "What are you thinking about so intently?" Lin Xiao's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. The girl came back to her senses and shook her head hurriedly. Lin Xiao looked over. The girl asked with concern, "Master, are you tired?" Her voice was soft, and the kneading movements of her hands became even more gentle. Lin Xiao turned his head and looked at the little face in front of him that was full of concern. The rosy cheeks and the bright light flashing in the eyes were also pure and beautiful at this moment. Unfortunately, no one knows. The girl looks innocent and well-behaved, but deep down she is extremely fragile and sensitive. Because of her childhood experiences, she even hides some indelible cold hatred and pain in her heart. The hatred and pain accumulated in her heart will eventually consume her completely, causing her to turn evil step by step, and finally become the terrifying demon queen in the entire fantasy world, with her hands stained with blood, slaughtering hundreds of millions of races. In her previous life, she was the villain empress who became a demon through killing. At the end of the story, however, in her previous life, she had no interactions with Lin Xiao. Instead, she had the most interactions with the male protagonist of Destiny, and was considered a major enemy on the male protagonist of Destiny's path to enlightenment. So if he were to live again, Lin Xiao would naturally not let go of such combat power. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly reached out his hand, gently put his arm around the girl's waist, and said softly, "Come, sit over here." Hearing this, the girl's cheeks flushed instantly, and a hint of shyness and panic flashed in her eyes, but she still sat down obediently, hugged her master's arms with both hands, and snuggled in her master's arms like a docile kitten. At this moment, the girl had no extra thoughts in her mind. She only knew that her master was the only person in the world who cared about her and loved her, so she had to be good to her master for the rest of her life. Chapter 3, Sword Immortal Sister. When will you understand something? Half an hour later, the steaming heat filled the room, making the surroundings hazy. Lin Xiao leaned comfortably on the edge of the spirit pool with his eyes slightly closed. Next to the pool in front of me, the young girl Feng Yu lowered her eyes, blushing as she concentrated on adding hot water to her master. She didn't dare to look directly at him, but the next second her eyes uncontrollably swept towards her master. Seeing her master slightly closing his eyes, she couldn't help but secretly glance at her master. His eyes were fixed on the gentle and handsome face of his master. Just one look and the girl's cheeks turned slightly red. Her mind was filled with wild thoughts and her hands became a little flustered. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his flustered little apprentice. He reached out and pinched his smooth, tender face, smiling lazily. Pay attention. Xiao Fengyu nodded hurriedly, blushing and not daring to look anymore, concentrating on adding hot water to her master. A while passed like this. Outside the master's pavilion of Jianfang, spiritual power surges. A graceful figure in plain white clothes with mature grace slowly floated down. When Lin Qingyi quietly approached the room in front, she saw the scene inside the house through the half-open window. Lin Xiao lazily bathed, his hands resting on the edge of the tub, while the little vixen from the daytime was obediently picking up his dirty clothes by the pool. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingyi's pretty face instantly turned cold and blushed, and her hands tightened involuntarily, her knuckles turning slightly white, as if she was suppressing the inexplicable anger in her heart. She had been unhappy with Lin Xiao because of what happened today, so she wanted to come and comfort her junior brother. However, she saw such a glaring scene as soon as she arrived. He seems quite comfortable. Next second, a cold snort was heard, sounding particularly abrupt in the quiet outside the house, as if it was wrapped in the winter frost, making the temperature around it become icy cold. In the room, Xiao Fengyou's palm trembled, and she shivered all over as she felt the extremely cold air outside the house. Lin Xiao raised his eyes, curled his lips and smiled. Sister, just come now. There's no need to scare my little disciple. She's timid. If she gets scared, who will compensate me? After a long time, a cold voice with obviously suppressed anger came from outside the house. Get out here. Lin Xiao clicked his tongue and shook his head. Then I soaked for a while before getting up lazily. Jianfang, training platform by in the biting cold wind. Lin Qingyi's beautiful cheeks were now covered with frost. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao in front of her, like a volcano about to erupt. You still don't know your mistake? She shouted angrily. It's fine if you accept a demon as your disciple, but look at what you're doing today. Do you still have the consciousness of a righteous disciple? Her whole body exudes a cold and surging aura, which belongs to the cultivation level of the Spirit Emperor. The central domain is different from the upper domain. Here, the Spirit Emperor is the ceiling for everyone and stands at the pinnacle. In the entire central region, those who can cultivate to the level of Spirit Emperor are all the top-notch powerful people cultivated by various sects and forces with all their resources. They are also the masters of a region. If Lin Qingyi didn't have this strength, how could she be in charge of the huge Shensha sect? She, the fairy Qingyi, is known as the strongest female swordsman in the central region. Lin Xiao was wearing a black robe, with an upright posture but revealing a sense of cynicism. Looking at Lin Qingyi, whose face was cold and angry, he raised his head slightly, looking at the night sky with a distracted look, as if he was unaware of his senior sister's anger. I thought it was a small matter. He chuckled nonchalantly, glancing at Lin Qingyi. His senior sister had such an impressive figure, and there weren't many women in the world who could compare to her. Did you come all the way here to see me? To be honest, he cheated on this senior sister in his previous life. Lin Qingyi pinched her jade hands and said angrily, how dare you say that? If Master were still here and saw you like this today, he would definitely slap you to death. Unless he crawls out of the ground. Lin Xiao shrugged. When will you become mature and steady? Master entrusted you to me before he died. I tried my best to teach you, but you acted so recklessly. Are you worthy of Master and my teachings? Lin Qingyi said angrily. Hearing this, Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows nonchalantly and looked at Lin Qingyi, his black eyes becoming exceptionally deep and calm. Lin Xiao's look made Lin Qingyi's heart tremble slightly, as if she thought of something. Finally, she took a deep breath, calmed down her emotions, gritted her teeth, and said with a hint of fatigue in her voice, I don't want to care about you anymore. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. So? Lin Qingyi said calmly, Ching Ming Valley will send someone to our sect tomorrow. Ching Ming Valley? Lin Xiao's expression was strange. Could it be because of that incident? Lin Xiao's master, the 18th generation leader of the Shensha sect, the old man Shensha who adopted him since childhood, arranged a marriage for Lin Xiao before his death. The target is a female disciple of Ching Ming Valley. It was said that the female disciple was a very talented young prodigy from the previous class of Ching Ming Valley. Unfortunately, due to a great battle against demons a few years ago, her face was disfigured and she became gloomy and withdrawn in the sect and was rarely seen. Elder Shensha and the master of Ching Ming Valley were old friends. After learning about this, he actually made a marriage contract with the master of Ching Ming Valley, and his youngest disciple, Lin Xiao, would marry this female disciple in the future. No one knew why Elder Shensha did this, nor did anyone know why he wanted Lin Xiao to marry such a woman, but since the engagement was personally arranged by the two big bosses, Lin Xiao naturally had no way to refute it. Lin Qingyi didn't want to say anything more, so she just warned him coldly, I'm warning you. Control your temper. Lin Xiao laughed jokingly, are you still afraid that I will break off the engagement with that woman? In his previous life, Lin Qingyi personally helped him to break off the engagement. Others might not know what Lin Qingyi was thinking, but how could Lin Xiao not know? To put it bluntly, Lin Qingyi, who appears to be as cool and aloof as a fairy in front of outsiders, actually has a strong desire to control him since childhood. Lin Xiao even suspects that Lin Qingyi is most likely a yandere, and the kind of yandere with a particularly strong desire for control and possessiveness. Otherwise, why did she completely destroy him when she couldn't get him in her previous life? Before he was killed by the Zhuxian cauldron, Lin Qingyi personally severed his 5 limbs, dug out his heart, and questioned him with a morbid and paranoid face. Whenever Lin Xiao thinks of that scene, he still has some psychological trauma. Lin Qingyi gritted her teeth and turned to leave. At the same time, a cold voice came from the distance. This matter concerns 2 sects and is of great importance. Master must have his reasons for doing this. If you dare to act recklessly again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Also, it's best not to let the people in Ching Ming Valley see that little demon girl beside you, and it's also best not to let me see her again, otherwise, she was afraid that she would not be able to suppress the jealousy and murderous intent in her heart. Chapter 4 Shen He is different. Shensha sect, located in the central area of Lingshu, is one of the 9 major sects in Yunzhou. The Lingshu continent is divided into 3 regions, upper, middle, and lower. The lower is the mortal region, the middle is the fairyland, and the upper is the divine region. The fairyland is divided into 3,000 spiritual states, where fairies, demons, humans, and monsters each occupy a certain area. Tens of thousands of races gather there and have been fighting for hegemony over the fairyland for thousands of years. Yunzhou is one of them. Yunzhou is the territory of the human race, jointly ruled by the Yunzhou Immortal Palace, the 9 major sects and the 3 major halls. Yunzhou Immortal Palace is the most powerful and the only superpower in Yunzhou. It openly controls the 9 major sects and 3 major halls. To the north of Yunzhou is Sangming Palace, the palace master's temporary residence. At this moment, a middle-aged man in black brocade clothes and with an expressionless face was sitting on the palace master's throne, tightly grasping a jade slip with his only remaining left hand. Cold sweat continued to break out on his forehead. His face became ugly and panicked, and he muttered to himself, "Failed? Why did I fail? I spent so much money, but those bastards of the Demon Clan, who claimed to be the Demon Clan's #1 killer, couldn't even take down Lin Xiao. Waste." Boom. The man threw away the jade slip in his hand, then smashed it to pieces with a palm, his face turning visibly pale. He colluded with the demons to attack Lin Xiao while he was away from Shensha sect. If he succeeded, it would be fine. But if he failed, with Lin Xiao's vengeful character, Jianfang couldn't imagine what that bastard would do. However, Lin Xiao returned to Shensha sect from the demon realm unharmed yesterday, which also means that he failed. Even if the 3 demon kings work together, they still can't kill that bastard. Touching his empty right arm, Jianfang's heart trembled violently. He now only hoped that Lin Xiao didn't know that he did it. Otherwise, once the collusion with the demon clan was exposed, their Sangming Palace would be in danger. When he thought about what would happen to him, and how that beast Lin Xiao would definitely not let his fiancée go after he died, such an unbearable scene once again stimulated Jianfang, making him tremble with fear in his heart, and his eyes turned red again. "I haven't even touched my fiancée yet, that bastard." He stood up angrily and left the palace. Not long after, Jianfang came to an attic deep in another hall and suddenly pushed open the attic door. Snap! Seeing the young woman in the room sitting in front of the bronze mirror, her figure barely concealed by her dark purple skirt, Jianfang suddenly gritted his teeth and asked with blazing eyes, "What are you doing?" In front of the bronze mirror, the woman's captivating phoenix eyes glanced at him lightly, then retracted her gaze and elegantly drew her eyebrows as Jianfang was no longer calm. It is said that women dress up to please themselves, but when has his fiancée ever dressed up like this for him? There is only one reason: she was doing it for another man. Jianfang felt very aggrieved. Lin Xiao had just returned to Shensha sect yesterday, and his fiancée was dressed up like this today. Perhaps they had been hiding something from him, but Lin Xiao is a junior in front of them. "You!" Jianfang gritted his teeth, trying hard to suppress the anger erupting in his heart, staring at the woman in the room with a gloomy face. Although the engagement with this woman was made by the old palace master himself and there was no affection between the two, he had long regarded this woman as his wife and no one else could interfere. His fiancée was a female elder of a foreign race in Sangming Palace. Although she was a foreigner, she was extremely beautiful, with a curvy figure. Her every move was full of charm, like a ripe peach, extremely alluring. "My room, when were you allowed to come in?" In front of the bronze mirror, the woman was drawing her eyebrows and exhaled softly. Jianfang was so angry that he laughed. "You are my fiancé, why can't I come?" The woman glanced at him, her eyes sweeping across his empty right arm, without saying a word. Although she didn't say anything, the cold and disgusted look in her eyes still penetrated deeply into Jianfang's heart. However, even though he was extremely angry and aggrieved, Jianfang gritted his teeth, suppressed the humiliation in his heart, and asked unwillingly, "You want to go out?" Shenshuan smiled lightly, raised her eyebrows and said, "Why do you care about me? In name, I am still your fiancé." Jianfang said calmly. "Oh." Shenshuan nodded, ignored him, and concentrated on dressing up. It was this kind of indifferent attitude that made Jianfang's anger grow stronger and stronger. Although his fiancée looked beautiful and charming, he had never even touched her hand. Looking at the increasingly alluring and delicate body, Jianfang gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Everyone outside knows that Lin Xiao relies on his status as a Shensha sect member to bully men and women and commit all kinds of evil. If you associate with someone like him, aren't you afraid of what others will think of you?" Upon hearing this, Shen Shuan fell silent for a moment. She licked her lipstick and looked at her fiery red lips in the bronze mirror. Her eyes lit up slightly. The figure of that man came to her mind, and she inexplicably felt a little more expectant. She turned back calmly and looked at Jianfang with a cold gaze. How could those people outside understand him? Jianfang, he was angry, really angry this time. The frustration that had accumulated for several years was completely ignited by the anger in his heart at this moment, and he locked the door with a backhand. His eyes were blazing with fire as he stared at the beautiful, seductive face not far away. Then he lowered his gaze to look at the pair of slender, attractive, white, and tender legs. It's no exaggeration to say that just by sitting there, his fiancée looked like a natural beauty. Shen Shuan, you forced me to do this. Jianfang gnashed his teeth. Why couldn't he touch his woman? Today, he had to press this woman under him. Boom. However, just as Jianfang was about to rush forward, something unexpected happened. In the void behind Shen Shuan, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying aura spreading out, and layers of spiritual power intertwined to condense into an extremely eerie and charming purple phoenix shadow. Zihuan looked lazy, but her pair of purple gold phoenix eyes were filled with indifference and arrogance. She just stared at him indifferently, spiritual power surging throughout her body, and the void trembled. The source of these spiritual powers comes from the purple gold phoenix hairpin on Shen Shuan's head. Jianfang's heart trembled. That purple gold phoenix hairpin was given to his fiancée by that bastard Lin Xiao. Boom. Before Jianfang could think about it, a terrifying spiritual power spewed out from the mouth of the purple gold phoenix and hit him hard on the chest. As blood spurted out of his mouth, Jianfang's body uncontrollably smashed the door and fell outside the palace gate. Then a fragrant breeze blew over, and Shen Shuan's extremely seductive figure slowly walked past him. When she approached, she lowered her head and looked down at him with a cold and disdainful look. Jianfang coughed up blood and his face was extremely gloomy. Looking at Shen Shuan's indifferent back as she left, Jianfang suddenly felt as if his heart was bleeding. This woman must be going to find Lin Xiao. The thought of his fiancée being held in the arms of that bastard Lin Xiao, and even doing something even more unbearable, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Lin Xiao, I will never forgive you. Chapter 5. Which refining soul? Shensha City is a human city located at the foot of Shensha Sect Mountain. Early morning, the morning light penetrated the clouds, and the whole city became bustling with activity. In the east of Shensha City, in a quiet courtyard, the entire courtyard was blocked by a spiritual formation that looked like colored glass. Even if the spirit emperor descended, he would not be able to see anything inside. In the middle of the courtyard, in a quiet room, the handsome young man leaned on the bed, holding a book and reading quietly. Ancient Emperor's Forbidden Book, The 10 Evils of the Demonic Realm. This is a forbidden book of the demon clan, recording the deeds of the 10 evils of the demon realm. It tells the story of the 10 ancient emperors of the demon realm who led hundreds of millions of people to attack the gods, but were killed by the gods themselves. The ancient emperor of the demon clan, Mo Taishu. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. At the same time, he spread out his palms and saw an ancient bronze coffin about 10 feet in size emerging out of thin air. This ancient coffin exudes a strong evil aura. Beneath the coffin, a scarlet human-shaped scroll suddenly appears. Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 points of evil and successfully exchanging for the demon emperor's corpse. The previously silent ancient bronze coffin suddenly emitted a ray of red light, and within the light, several messages appeared. Demon Emperor, Demon Taishu. Identity, the 6th demon emperor of the ancient demon clan. Previous cultivation, Demon Emperor 9th Heaven, buried in the ancient divine abyss 3,962 trillion years ago. Current corpse status, unlocked, uncontrollable. Seeing the words unlocked, uncontrollable, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. 10,000 evil deeds points could be exchanged for a demon emperor's corpse, which was already a good deal. As for how to unlock this demon corpse, Lin Xiao turned his head to look at the snow-white figure sleeping curled up in his arms. The woman had long silver-purple hair that meandered like a waterfall, her long eyelashes trembled gently with her breathing, her face was charming and beautiful, and her warm breath brought some soft warmth. He put away the ancient bronze coffin with his backhand. The woman in his arms seemed to have had a good sleep. She slowly opened her eyes, and her charming silver pupils stared straight at the man on her body. Awake? Lin Xiao looked into her eyes. The woman stretched lazily, and her thin gauze dress slipped off her shoulders, revealing her delicate collarbone. You sneaked out to meet me last night. If that woman Lin Qingyi knew, she wouldn't break your legs, right? The woman's voice was hoarse and charming, and the ending tone trembled slightly, as if carrying a hook to seduce. As she spoke, her slender fingers climbed up Lin Xiao's collar, her silver eyes covered with a layer of lazy mist. What do you think would happen if we went to Shensha Sect for a tryst? Lin Xiao looked down, and before he could say anything, her delicate and tempting lips quickly pressed against his. After a long time, Lin Xiao coughed lightly and pried open her head. The woman narrowed her eyes, a fierce glint in her eyes. You won't let me kiss you? As she spoke, she grabbed Lin Xiao's wrist with her two delicate hands, came forward and bit Lin Xiao hard. Hiss, as expected of the demon queen who controls the demon emperor palace, her strength is simply astonishing. However, feeling the incomparably pure demon emperor bloodline in her body, Lin Xiao withdrew his thoughts and quietly activated the magic formula in his body, guiding a strand of her demon emperor bloodline into his body. The woman's eyes wrinkled slightly, as if she had noticed something. Her crystal pink lips curled up slightly, and she subconsciously stared at Lin Xiao. Then, she stroked Lin Xiao's face with her cold fingertips and said quietly, I really want to lead people to attack Shensha Sect and take you back to the demon realm. She had long regarded this man as her forbidden love, and of course she was worried about letting him stay in Xianshao sect. Lin Xiao drew a wisp of the demon emperor's blood into his body, and suddenly a system prompt sounded in his mind: unlock the demon emperor's corpse successfully. Demon Emperor, Demon Taishu. Current corpse status, unlocked, controllable, current corpse cultivation, peak spiritual venerable. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. This woman was indeed a descendant of the ancient demon emperor. After some planning, she finally unlocked the corpse of the ancient demon emperor through her demonic bloodline. Although the demon emperor's corpse only has the cultivation level of the peak spirit lord, it is enough at this stage. But then Lin Xiao felt a little headache. The bloodline of the demon emperor is obtained. But what should be done with this, which, if she were an ordinary woman, it would be nothing. But this woman is in charge of the demon emperor palace and has absolute power in the demon realm. If she knew that I was just using her, she would probably go crazy on the spot. Moreover, the demon realm and the human realm are now at odds with each other. As a disciple of Elder Xianshao, if people knew about his relationship with this woman, those people in Yunshu Immortal Palace would probably not easily reveal this matter. Lu Yueli stared at Lin Xiao in confusion. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't say anything, she narrowed her silver eyes and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Lin Xiao smiled faintly and put his arms around her delicate body. "With a beautiful woman in my arms, what else can I think of besides you?" Lu Yueli raised her snow-white chin and hummed softly, "Lin Xiao, you know that if I like something, I will do whatever it takes to get it. Similarly, I won't let anyone get their hands on the things I care about. I'm not at all relieved that you're in Xianshao sect. So, you have to come with me today." Lin Xiao laughed, "You know my identity. If I leave Xianshao sect with you now, Yunshu Immortal Palace will take action." Lin Xingyi would definitely not let him leave. Hearing about Yunshu Immortal Palace, Lu Yueli fell silent for a moment. Even though the feeling of having a secret meeting with Lin Xiao under the noses of those righteous forces was indeed a little exciting, what she wanted was not these, what she wanted was this man. A cold and slender jade hand suddenly grabbed Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao was shocked. "You still?" Lu Yueli stared at him with her phoenix eyes and bit her lip lightly. "Not enough." Lin Xiao, until 2 hours passed. A ray of spiritual light descended from the sky, landed outside the courtyard, and shouted inside, "The Lord of Peaks, the Lord of Peaks." The courtyard gate opened, and Lin Xiao came out casually wearing a coat. His hair was messy and his face looked a little tired. He said to the newcomer in a bad mood, "What are you howling about? Is there something wrong with Jianfang?" The visitor was a 15 or 16-year-old boy in white. Seeing Lin Xiao's exhausted face, he was a little frightened and asked, "Master Peak Master, what's wrong with you?" In the past, the Peak Master often came here to cultivate without telling the sect. He was the only one who knew a little bit of the inside story, but he had never seen the Peak Master become like this. Lin Xiao pressed his lower back and said, "I've been practicing too hard recently and it's consumed a lot of my energy. I'll go back and find some pills to replenish my energy." "Didn't I tell you not to come here to see me unless it's urgent?" The boy came to his senses and remembered his purpose. "The sect master sent someone to invite you to the first peak. I heard something happened in Ching Ming Valley. Elder Shen from Sangming Palace has also come to our sword peak, Ching Ming Valley, Shenshuan." Lin Xiao glanced back at the extremely lazy curve in the room and found that Lu Yueli's watery eyes were staring straight at him, with a bewitching and mysterious light flashing in her eyes, extremely tempting. According to the estimated time, something happened in Ching Ming Valley and the plot is about to officially begin. Chapter 6. Lin Xiao, I see with my eyes. As Lin Xiao and the young man in white left eye in the room, Lu Yueli stepped barefoot on the cold ground, and the silver bells on her ankles rang crisply with her movements. She came to the window and leaned lazily against the eaves, her silver eyes looking towards the distant horizon, in which the gate of Xianshao Peak, faintly visible in the clouds, was reflected. 3 dark figures emerged from behind him and transformed into maids clad in black veil. The leader knelt on the ground, his voice slightly hoarse beneath his veil. "Forgive me for being frank, but if the demon lord couldn't bear to let you go, why did he let Master Lin Xiao go?" They couldn't understand why the demon lord came all the way from the demon realm to the human territory, even risking being discovered by the Yunshu Immortal Palace, to come here to see Lord Lin Xiao. Why didn't he just tie the person back to the demon realm? Lu Yueli raised her hand to gently gather the scattered hair. She glanced at the few people with her phoenix eyes and said coldly, "How is the task I asked you to do?" "Reporting to the demon lord, we have already investigated clearly. Some time ago, 3 demon emperors of the Flame Demon clan colluded with the Sangming Palace of the human race and secretly attacked Master Lin Xiao. Master Lin Xiao counterattacked and killed 2 of the emperors and seriously injured 1. Boom. As the waitress finished her words, she suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill rising from the soles of her feet. She saw the demon lord in front of her. Although his expression was still cold and indifferent, the dark red magic patterns in his eyes exuded a terrifying murderous intent that made people's heart palpitate. The 3 women looked at each other. Everyone was shocked. After today, the Flame Demon clan, one of the 9 major clans in the demon realm, will probably cease to exist. No one knew better than them how important Lord Lin Xiao was in the eyes of their demon lord. Lu Yueli turned around and stared at Xianshao Mountain in the distance. The laziness in her eyes disappeared and her expression became extremely cold. Of course, she wanted more than anyone else to tie that man back to the demon realm. She was the only one who could touch her man. The people from Ching Ming Valley were involved in an incident in the demonic city. It had been a dead city for 100 years, with no life within a radius of dozens of miles. The demon lord of Ghost Cave, who had once founded the demon city, was killed by a powerful warrior from Yunshu Immortal Palace 100 years ago. His body fell into the demon city, plunging the entire demon city into a strange eternal night. No one dared to enter. The person who got into trouble in Ching Ming Valley was the Supreme Elder, who was about to break through the Spirit Emperor realm and advance to the Spirit Lord realm. He was a strong man from the same era as Elder Shensha of Shensha sect, and was also the foundation of Ching Ming Valley. It is said that in order to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough, he discovered that there were ancient relics unearthed in the Ghost City. After going to the Ghost City, he was trapped inside and was seriously injured and dying. As soon as he got into trouble, the entire Ching Ming Valley fell into chaos, and even organized countless powerful people to attack the Ghost Demon City and rescue their Supreme Elder. But each time there were heavy casualties, and the news from Ching Ming Valley also mentioned the resurrection of the corpse of the Ghost Demon Lord. A corpse that fell hundreds of years ago now appeared intact in the Demon City. It was seen by the disciples of Ching Ming Valley, which made everyone shudder. The Demon Lord of Ghost Cave was a genuine spiritual lord when he was alive. But now in Yunzhou, spiritual lords have long disappeared. Except for Yunshu Immortal Palace, all other forces combined cannot produce a single spiritual lord. Otherwise, the Grand Elder of Ching Ming Valley would not have rushed into the demonic city just because he saw a slight opportunity for a breakthrough. With the temptation to advance to the spiritual master level is really too great. Among the 9 major sects in Yunzhou, no matter which sect is the first to have a powerful spiritual venerable, it will be able to surpass all other sects and become the leader of the 9 major sections. The disciples under the sect will also have the qualifications to be the first to enter the Yunshu Immortal Palace to practice. Yunshu Immortal Palace is a super dominant force that has stood in Yunzhou for thousands of years. For thousands of years, they have suppressed the demons and are famous for their might. It is also a holy place for cultivation that all the geniuses and evildoers in Yunzhou flock to, because only by joining the Yunshu Immortal Palace can they have the only channel to advance to the divine realm. Therefore, the message sent by Ching Ming Valley this time was to ask for help from Shensha sect.as for the engagement between Lin Xiao and the female disciple of their Ching Ming Valley. It was naturally put on hold. In the main hall of Shofeng, countless elders were worried. Ching Ming Valley and their Shensha sect are allies. Now that Ching Ming Valley is in trouble and has asked them for help, if they do not take action, outsiders will inevitably gossip. Moreover, the people of Ching Ming Valley also mentioned that their Jianfang peak master Lin Xiao was engaged to a disciple of Ching Ming Valley, so Lin Xiao could be considered half a Ching Ming Valley person. They hoped that Shensha sect would allow Lin Xiao to lead people to take action, but the place of ghostly demon city would be fine if it were any other time. But now the corpse of the ghostly demon lord is likely to have revived. That was a powerful spiritual venerable. Even after 100 years, the power of the spiritual venerable was still there. To put it bluntly, Lin Xiao's cultivation was indeed unfathomable, but he would probably be seeking his death if he went there. The great elder Ming Yuan did not dare to make a decision on his own, so he reported the news to Lin Qingyi. Lin Qingyi naturally didn't want Lin Xiao to take risks, so she asked someone to call Lin Xiao to the main hall on the top of the mountain. So when Lin Xiao slowly stepped into the main hall of the summit, he saw Lin Qingyi, who was sitting in the first seat, staring at him with a complicated expression. The other elders glanced at him. Some of the elders had calm expressions, but most of them had a hint of disgust and aversion in their eyes, especially the female elders, whose disgust was even stronger. There's no way around it. It's word of mouth. Lin Xiao's numerous evil deeds have long been deeply rooted in people's minds. An elder accused Lin Xiao of being late. Lin Xiao ignored him and walked to a seat aside. As the master of Jianfang Peak and one of the top fighters in the sect, there was still a place for him in the meeting hall of the Shofeng Hall. He also needed to attend the sect's meetings. The accusing elder's face instantly turned gloomy and ugly. Next to Lin Xiao was the head of Prison Peak, a rugged middle-aged man with a dragon tattoo. He tilted his head to glance at Lin Xiao, nodded, and then looked away. Lin Xiao yawned, sat in his seat, propped up his head and stared at Lin Qingyi in front of him. Today the senior sister's outfit is no different from usual, the same cool and mature white dress, but it is rare to see this senior sister with her long hair tied up today, which gives her a unique flavor. The elders' deliberations continued. The great elder Ming Yuan tends to support Ching Ming Valley, but the other elders have different opinions. When the old sect leader was in power, Shensha sect and Ching Ming Valley were allies. Now that Ching Ming Valley is in trouble, how will outsiders view us if we sit back and do nothing? Besides, supporting Ching Ming Valley and saving people are secondary. Don't forget why the old man from Ching Ming Valley entered the ghost city alone. He entered the ghostly demon city just to find an opportunity to ascend to the spiritual venerable. If he gets the opportunity from the ancient ruins first and ascends to the spiritual venerable, then our Shensha sect will probably have to respect Ching Ming Valley as its lord in the future. The words of great elder Ming Yuan made everyone fall into deep thought. Lin Xiao glanced at Jiang Yingxue, who was standing not far away. This niece of his hadn't said a word and had been standing there quietly since just now. Thinking of this, he hooked his finger at Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue glared at him with disgust, then looked at her master, and finally walked over with a sense of humiliation. Lin Xiao glanced at the empty teacup next to him, his eyes pointed meaningfully. Jiang Yingxue gritted her teeth, snorted inwardly, and reluctantly poured Lin Xiao more tea. Lin Xiao raised his teacup and took a sip, sniffing the unique fragrance of the girl. He stared at her delicate body unscrupulously, admiring her and looking her up and down. Jiang Yingxue stood by, looking embarrassed and angry. The faces of the elders who saw this scene turned a little ugly. Everyone was here discussing the important matters of the sect, but you were there teasing your junior nephew. You are truly a complete scum and absolutely hopeless. Lin Xiao, what do you think about the things in Ching Ming Valley? Lin Qingyi frowned and asked. Seeing the way Lin Xiao stared at his disciple, she felt a little uncomfortable for some reason. Hearing this, Lin Xiao raised his head and smiled, then asked, "What do I think?" Lin Qingyi nodded. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and replied calmly, "I see with my eyes." Lin Qingyi, Jiang Yingxue, many elders, P.S., the realm of cultivation in this book. Body tempering, mysterious veins, soul transformation, nirvana, divine elixir, spirit emperor, spirit lord, holy realm, emperor realm, divine lord, divine emperor, immortality. Chapter 7. The Demon Lord's Corpse. Lin Qingyi was speechless. She knew she shouldn't count on this guy. Many elders also glared at Lin Xiao with disgust. They couldn't understand why Lin Xiao, who was all disciples of Master Shensha, had become such a jerk regarding such an important matter for the sect. He still has the mind to make up stories. Lin Xiao, however, looked indifferent. He looked at Jiang Yingxue and smiled faintly. "Junior brother Yingxue, have you experienced any abnormalities in your recent training?" Jiang Yingxue's face was cold, and she curled her lips and said lightly, "No." Lin Xiao glanced at the position of her heart inconspicuously, and could see a wisp of black spiritual power invisible to others, entwining around her heart. According to the plot, Jiang Yingxue's inner demon poison is about to erupt. After she follows the sect elders to participate in the ghostly demon city incident, the inner demon poison will erupt completely when she returns to I in the previous life. Because she was Lin Qingyi's favorite disciple, Lin Xiao at that time spent almost half of his cultivation to save her in order not to make his senior sister sad. As a result, after Jiang Yingxue returned to the sect, she believed the words of the holy son of Yunqiu, the male protagonist of destiny, and actually thought that the heart demon goo was deliberately given to her by Lin Xiao, causing everyone in the sect to regard Lin Xiao as a completely despicable villain. Lin Qingyi also began to doubt him from that time. Lin Xiao withdrew his thoughts and smiled. "That's good." He drank his tea and ignored Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue snorted coldly and turned her head away from looking at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao estimated the time. There were indeed ancient relics of the spirit lord that appeared in the ghostly demon city, because they were created by him. The supreme elder of Ching Ming Valley had reached the peak of the spirit emperor level and was only one step away from being promoted to the spirit lord. That was why he rashly broke into the ghostly demon city, hoping to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. But this old guy didn't think about it carefully. Why has no spiritual master been born in Yunzhou for thousands of years? Is it true that no one can cultivate to the level of a spirit master? Of course not. It's simply because the Yunqiu Immortal Palace has occupied Yunzhou for thousands of years and does not allow other forces to give birth to spirit masters. Everyone knows that Lin Zhao's master, old man Shensha, passed away on Xianshao Mountain because his time was up. In fact, the real reason was that old man Xianshao had reached the realm of spiritual venerable. However, when he was undergoing the tribulation, the people from Yunqiu Immortal Palace secretly attacked him, causing him to fall under the heavenly venerable tribulation. There is also the previous master of Ching Ming Valley. Although he was said to be missing, he had actually been secretly wiped out by the powerful people of Yunqiu Immortal Palace long ago. I am afraid that no trace of his body is left now. Even Lin Qingyi didn't know about these things. Lin Xiao learned the truth when he was about to die in his previous life. Yunqiu Immortal Palace, although called the Immortal Palace, is actually the biggest cancer in the entire Yunzhou. 10,000 years ago, they were driven out of the divine realm by the powerful gods because they violated taboos, and then came to the central domain Yunzhou. From then on, he controlled most of Yunzhou's cultivation resources, played all the forces in Yunzhou at his fingertips, and secretly asked many forces to continuously provide them with fresh cultivation furnaces. It can be said that the Yunqiu Immortal Palace has become as powerful as it is today because it has grown step by step by sucking the blood of all the forces in Yunzhou. The ghostly demon lord who fell from Ghostly Demon City was a monstrous genius who had never appeared in Yunzhou 100 years before. He led his people in rebellion against the rule of the Immortal Palace, and was subsequently killed by the powerful men of the Yunqiu Immortal Palace. His family was also brutally slaughtered. His pregnant wife was transformed alive into a human puppet cauldron by an elder of the Yunqiu Immortal Palace, used to cultivate his magic skills daily. His sister was chopped off her limbs by several disciples of the Yunqiu Immortal Palace, toyed with, and then brutally murdered. None of his clansmen escaped the fate of being slaughtered. The entire ghostly demon city was actually the burial place for him and all his clansmen. The trouble in Ghost City now happened because the resentment of the ghost demon king could no longer be suppressed after 100 years, which led to all kinds of strange things happening. 100 years ago, the ghostly demon lord was the one who truly broke through the calamity of the heavenly venerable and reached the realm of the spirit venerable, so he naturally has the opportunity to advance to the spirit venerable. Unfortunately, with just that trace of resentment, he was easily suppressed by the people sent by Yunqiu Immortal Palace in his previous life. The person sent by Yunqiu Immortal Palace to suppress the resentment of the ghostly demon lord is none other than the current holy son of the Immortal Palace, the destined male protagonist of this fantasy novel world, Xiao Zhuluo. The ghostly demon city incident is also the beginning of the plot of this fantasy novel world. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky outside the hall. In his previous life, Xiao Zhuluo was the holy son of the Immortal Palace. He was invincible and had a smooth path of cultivation. Any villain in front of him would be crushed by him easily. Originally, Lin Xiao had no intention of provoking him. Unfortunately, things went against his wishes. Because of his relationship with the female protagonists such as Jiang Yingxue and Lin Qingyi, he became a thorn in Xiao Zhuluo's side. As the holy son of the immortal palace, Xiao Zhuluo never looked down on him as a villain. With just a little trick, he was driven out of the Shensha sect like a stray dog. In his previous life, Xiao Zhuluo, as the holy son of the immortal palace, easily suppressed the resentment of the ghost demon lord and won the favor of heroines such as Jiang Yingxue. However, that was because the body of the ghostly demon lord had decayed, leaving only a wisp of resentment. How could he be a match for him, the holy son of the immortal palace? But this time, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Lin Xiao stretched lazily and smiled faintly. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the ghost city, an old man in black was sitting cross-legged on the ground, staring in shock at a pitch-black bronze coffin rising from the darkness behind him. The copper coffin was extremely huge. The next moment, a terrifying pressure seemed to emanate from the copper coffin. The air was filled with a powerful sense of oppression, making the old man almost unable to breathe. The demon lord's corpse coffin? The old man's face changed drastically. Even though he was the Grand Elder of Ching Ming Valley, he had never seen such a weird scene before. 100 years had passed, and the coffin of the ghostly demon lord could still emit such a terrifying evil spirit. At this moment, he was somewhat regretting rushing into the demon city alone. Even though the opportunity to advance to the spiritual lord was extremely rare, he still had to survive first. Then, the huge coffin slowly opened, an extremely burly demon corpse, its body caked with black blood, its scaly skin a bluish-gray hue, its nails pitch black like blades, and a terrifying aura swirling around it, appeared before the old man's eyes, the demon lord. The old man was horrified. Suddenly, two clusters of dim light lit up in the sunken eye sockets of the demon corpse. The dark and deep pupils had no irises and no whites, as if emitting a strange dead silence, and just stared straight at the old man. Ding, spend 5,000 evil points to activate the demon lord's corpse. Character, Demon Lord of the Ghost Cave. Identity, Chief of the Mystic Clan. Cultivation level during his lifetime, Spiritual Venerable. Current corpse status, Controllable. With a dark light flashing in his eyes, the next second Lin Xiao was able to share the sight of the demon lord's corpse thousands of miles away. He controlled the demon lord's corpse to walk out of the bronze coffin and clenched his fist casually under the shocked gaze of the old man beside him. He threw a punch. Boom, this punch not only shattered space, but also caused the ground behind the old man to collapse, creating an enormous, pitch-black pit. It turns out that he has the cultivation level of a spiritual venerable. The power of this punch is such that even a peak spiritual emperor would kneel down in an instant. Lin Xiao. At this time, a cold voice was heard. Lin Xiao came back to his senses, and his gaze instantly shifted from the corpse of the demon lord he was controlling to the main body of Shensha sect. He frowned and looked over. Lin Qingyi stared at him unhappily. Why are you daydreaming? You don't need to go to support Ching Ming Valley this time. Elder Ming Yuan can lead the disciples. Oh. Lin Xiao nodded indifferently and prepared to get up and leave. Lin Qingyi frowned. I don't let you go, it's for your own good. She thought Lin Xiao was angry. Lin Xiao shrugged. Whatever you want. After saying that, he stood up and left. Lin Qingyi was angry again. This bastard always made her angry like this. The elders were also dissatisfied with Lin Xiao's attitude. Great Elder Mingyuan snorted coldly. Ever since Lin Xiao took over as the leader of Jianfang Peak, he has always treated important matters of the sect in this way. It's a good thing that he was not allowed to leave this time, otherwise who knows how he would ruin the reputation of our Shensha sect. The elders echoed one after another. Jiang Yingxue also stared at Lin Xiao with disgust as he left. In her opinion, this uncle Jianfang was not only a scum of the sect, but also had no dignity in his behavior. Couldn't he see that the master didn't let him go because it was for his own good? Lin Qingyi frowned and glanced at Ming Yuan and the other elders before saying calmly, Great Elder, I've already sent someone to report this to Yunshu Immortal Palace. They'll send an envoy as soon as possible. When the time comes, you will simply follow the orders of the envoys and follow them to provide support. Do not act on your own. Great Elder Ming Yuan nodded, I understand. Lin Qingyi then warned Jiang Yingxue, follow the Great Elder and never act on your own. Follow his orders. Jiang Yingxue quickly said, disciple obeys. Chapter 8 Then you have to compensate me with a fiancé. Back at Jianfang, the numerous disciples guarding outside the Peak Master's pavilion hurriedly called out respectfully, Master Peak Master. In the entire Xianxiao sect, only the disciples of Jianfang are respectful to Lin Xiao, the Peak Master. Because most of these people are orphans who have been stranded in the secular world and have some talent, they are looked down upon by the sects and forces outside and are not liked by outsiders. However, Lin Xiao made an exception and accepted them into Jianfang. Moreover, the cultivation resources that Lin Xiao gave them were treatment that none of the disciples at the Shensha sect's main peak had ever enjoyed: heaven-level skills, heaven-level martial arts, Shengshan Lingdan, Tian Sui Lingjin, the cultivation resources that are enough to make all the disciples in other peaks fight for them with blood and nails. But here in Lin Xiao's place, all of them have the opportunity to obtain them. All the disciples of Jianfang are completely devoted to this Peak Master and obey his orders without hesitation. The young man in white who had gone to Shensha City to report the news to Lin Xiao that morning was also among them. He couldn't help but speak out, Master Peak Master, Elder Shin of Sungming Palace. As he spoke, he looked towards the Peak Master pavilion in front of him, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Xiao nodded, patted his shoulder as he passed by, and waved to the other disciples, I understand. Let's go practice. Lin Xiao has quite strict requirements when it comes to cultivation. Moreover, the sect assessment is coming soon. The last assessment was 3 years ago. At that time, Lin Xiao had just taken over as the leader of Jianfang Peak. Jianfang was losing talent and ranked last in the assessment. As a result, all the disciples of Jianfang were looked down upon, and now supporting Ching Ming Valley has nothing to do with Jianfang, and the disciples of Jianfang do not need to participate, so they naturally have to seize the time to practice. Yes, sir. The disciples clasped their fists respectfully and retreated. In the Peak Master's pavilion, Shen Shuan came as expected. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at the charming and mature beauty not far away. She was wearing a moon-purple long dress and had a plump and proud figure. Obviously she had been dressed up carefully. At this moment, being served by Jianfang's maid, her 2 white and tender legs were elegantly raised, and a pair of peach blossom eyes were staring at him playfully as he walked in from outside. Why, didn't you expect me to come to you? The voice was gentle and intoxicating. Lin Xiao's heart moved. He calmly sat down on a seat beside him. The waitress came over quickly to add more tea for him, and then stood respectfully beside him. Lin Xiao glanced at Shen Shuan's gently swaying snow-white legs and said with a faint smile, Elder Shen is from Sangming Palace. If he came to my Shensha sect on behalf of Sangming Palace, he should go to the Shofeng. Shen Shuan raised her eyes gleaming fiercely. Lin Xiao, do you know why I came to you? She gritted her teeth and emphasized the word. Lin Xiao knew this would happen. In fact, he had only had the mentality of playing with this woman. After all, teasing her could increase his evil deeds' value and make the Lord of Sangming Palace take action against him. Otherwise, how could he earn evil deeds' value quickly? In the end, this woman got addicted to it, right? In the plot of the previous life, Shen Shuan seemed to be deceived by her fiancé Jianfang to Xianshao Mountain. As a result, because of her alien identity, she was killed by a spiritual master from Yunshu Immortal Palace. Lin Zhao's expression remained cold. It's just a deal between you and me. Shen Shuan remained silent, but her gaze on Lin Xiao gradually grew colder. She slowly stood up and walked in front of Lin Xiao. The woman's faint fragrance wafted into the air, but Lin Xiao saw Shen Shuan waving her hand to let the waitress beside her leave. The 2 waitresses didn't dare to make a decision on their own, so they looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded and said, you can leave first. Wait for the maid to leave. He smiled at Shen Shuan. You really don't consider yourself an outsider. Before she finished speaking, Shen Shuan raised her hand to remove the hairpin on her head, letting her long hair fall down like a waterfall. Then she placed her hands on Lin Zhao's shoulders and sat on him with her legs crossed. The soft and delicate body in his arms, especially the unique fragrance of the woman, made Lin Xiao stun for a moment, and then reminded him, I am not a gentleman. Of course, I won't be responsible. Shen Shuan pressed the tip of the hairpin against Lin Zhao's neck, stared at him with gritted teeth, and cursed aggressively, you are a bastard. When he was coaxing her, he said all kinds of beautiful things, but in the end he took away her virginity. But he didn't come to see her for such a long time, and the first words he said when they met again were to make her so angry. What kind of bastard is he if not a bastard? Lin Xiao, I have something else to do now. The people from Yunshu Immortal Palace should be here soon, and Xiao Zhuliuo will be here soon too. The incident in the ghostly demon city is just the beginning of the plot, and Lin Xiao really doesn't have much time to waste on a woman who knew that the words had just come out of his mouth. Shen Shuan's beautiful red lips pressed directly against him, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she hugged Lin Xiao's neck tightly to prevent him from moving. You can kiss me, but don't bite me, don't talk. Are you born in the year of the dog, Lin Xiao? If you keep talking I'll bite your tongue off. Although Shen Shuan looks mature, her movements are actually very immature, and you could say she has no experience at all. Liangqi's lips parted, she panted slightly, her plump and proud chest rose and fell gently, her hair was messy, and her face was slightly flushed as she looked at Lin Xiao. Let's stay here. Lin Xiao was shocked. What did you say? Shen Shuan pouted, why, you don't dare? Lin Xiao was afraid of her and said speechlessly, do you know what you are doing? So what if I know? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows, are you sure? In the eyes of outsiders, she is still the fiancée of the Lord of Sangming Palace. Shen Shuan came up again and bit Lin Zhao's lips, exhaling like orchid and said, anyway, I am yours. If you don't mind me marrying another man, I will leave now. Lin Xiao, how can this be tolerated? He put his hands on Shen Shuan's snow-white thighs, turned around and hugged her to sit on the chair. Not long after, Lin Xiao tidied up his somewhat messy clothes, picked up the shoes and socks on the ground and put them on Shen Shuan. There was still an inexplicable blush on Shen Shuan's face. She stared at Lin Xiao with a smile, her eyes full of tenderness and love. Lin Xiao said, you go back first. Hearing this, Shen Shuan couldn't help but kick him lightly and cursed him, you are such a bastard. Lin Xiao smiled, you only know this now? Her hair was still a little messy. Shen Shuan smoothed her hair, rolled her eyes at him, and refused to let Lin Xiao put on shoes and socks for her. She pulled her 2 snow-white bare feet out of Lin Xiao's hands. Lin Xiao stood up and said seriously, I really have something to do today and don't have time to accompany you. I don't want you to accompany me. Shen Shuan curled her lips. She stepped barefoot on the ground, straightened her messy dress, and then said lightly, I came to see you because I have something to tell you. Lin Xiao guessed, it might be related to the Flame Demon clan.
Shen Shuan frowned, you know? The two bodies of the Flame Demon Emperor are still with me.
Upon hearing this, Shen Shuan's eyes turned cold. It must have been done by that bastard Jianfang.
I won't let him off. It doesn't matter.
Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled slightly. Anyway, Sangming Palace will soon have a new owner.
You are not hurt, are you?
Shen Shuan suddenly stretched out her hand to check if Lin Xiao had any wounds, but her little hand fumbled around for a while. Lin Xiao directly pushed her little hand away. It's not like you didn't see it just now, don't move. This attitude made Shen Shuan feel a little angry.
You never treated me like this before. Lately, you don't like to get close to me. She said she wanted
to hug Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao refused to let her. Shen Shuan felt a little aggrieved. I feel like you are a liar. He was fine just now, but now he is so cold to her. Lin Xiao disagreed with this statement and corrected him. We should call this, each taking what they need. An embroidered shoe was thrown towards Lin Xiao. Shen Shuan glared at him, bastard Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao picked up the shoes, stretched out his broad hands to hold her cold bare feet, and then patiently put the shoes on her soles. A blush appeared on Shen Shuan's cheeks. In fact, this bastard is still very charming when he is gentle.
Your fiancé probably doesn't know you're here, right?
Shen Shuan suddenly wanted to strangle him to death. When he acts like a jerk, he's really a jerk. Why mention that person? It increased her sense of guilt, right? Although Jianfang was her fiancé, she had never let that guy touch her at all. After giving Lin Xiao a cold glare, Shen Shuan stood up and snorted. Since you're fine, I'll leave first.
I have something to do today. Do you think I really want to come to you?
Lin Xiao knew that Shen Shuan came here today mainly because she was worried about him and afraid that he would get hurt. In fact, he still felt a little reluctant about taking advantage of this woman. Before Shen Shuan left, Lin Xiao said, I mean, if you don't mind, I can help you kill him. Jianfang will definitely not survive. Moreover, if it weren't for Jianfang's deception in her previous life, Shen Shuan might not have died so miserably.
Then you'll compensate me with a fiancé?
Shen Shuan turned around and stared at him.
Let's talk about it later.
Lin Xiao waved his hand. In fact, it's good to maintain this kind of relationship. Why do you have to get involved in all that love stuff? Shen Shuan spat at him lightly, turned around and left. Not long after Shen Shuan left, Lin Xiao came to the window pavilion with his hands behind his back and looked at the gloomy sky outside the hall. Suddenly, he could feel a powerful spiritual power spreading down from the air. The people from Yunshu Immortal Palace have arrived. Chapter 9 The Sinful Clan, the Netherworld Corpse Fox. Lin Xiao came to the backyard of the Peak Master's Pavilion, where the little girl Feng Yu practiced. Sit in the pavilion outside and drink tea leisurely. The little girl not far away was practicing intently, and Lin Xiao did not disturb her. In my mind, ding, do you want to spend 5,000 evil points to exchange for the ancient corpse fox? Lin Xiao looked up into the air, stretched himself, and said with a faint smile, since they have come from afar, we must at least prepare a generous gift for them. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient corpse fox. Creature, Netherworld Corpse Fox King. Current cultivation level, Demon Lord. Status, died 10,000 years ago, can be controlled by the host. Spend 5,000 evil points, currently remaining 65,000 evil points. This is an evil demon that was killed by the Yunshu Immortal Palace 10,000 years ago. Now the evil demon has revived and is suddenly controlled by a mysterious and powerful unknown force. It is causing trouble to the world again and destroying more than half of the Shensha sect. This should be reasonable, right? The evil points have been depleting quite quickly lately. It's time to earn some. In the sky, as a ray of green light bloomed, the spiritual power of space surged violently, and then 5 figures emerged from the light. The young man in the front was wearing a gilded cloud robe, with a white jade flute hanging from his waist. There was an ancient dragon pattern engraved between his eyebrows. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes casually scanning downwards. This person is none other than one of the 3 holy sons of the Yunshu Immortal Palace, Yunshu Holy Son Xiao Zhiliuo. Master Qingyi, long time no see. Xiao Zhiliuo smiled at Lin Qingyi, who was dressed in white below. He was very polite and showed the demeanor of a holy son. When Elder Shensha passed away, he had come to Shensha sect once on behalf of Yunshu Immortal Palace. However, because of something else, he came and left in a hurry, and did not seriously appreciate the beauty of the sect. Master Qingyi. Now looking carefully, Xiao Zhiliuo was very satisfied. Not only was he satisfied with Lin Qingyi, he was also quite satisfied with the pretty girl behind her who was staring at him with curiosity. If nothing unexpected happens, that girl should be Lin Qingyi's eldest disciple, Jiang Yingxue, the bloodline of the ancient emperor of the Jiang family. It's interesting that they are a beautiful master and apprentice. At this time, a woman in a moonwhite gauze dress slowly walked out from behind Xiao Zhiliuo. The woman's eyes were as bright and shining as stars. She lowered her eyes and looked towards the distant sky, and said coldly, it really is the murderous aura of the ghost clan. It seems that the information from Ching Ming Valley is not false. This woman is none other than Li Chouan, the young master of destiny in the Immortal Palace. 3 white-haired elders of the Immortal Palace stood on both sides, with the Dao rhyme flowing around them. The invisible pressure made the knees of the elders of the Shensha sect feel heavy. Even if these 3 people are not spirit lords, they are still transcendent and powerful people who have 1 foot halfway into the spirit lord realm. Master, is this the holy son of the Immortal Palace? Jiang Yingxue asked curiously behind Lin Qingyi.
The last time Xiao Zhiluo came to Shensha sect, she was in seclusion for a breakthrough and didn't see him. Now, after seeing him, he realized how dim and insignificant those so-called geniuses and evildoers around him were in front of the holy son of the immortal palace. Lin Qingyi nodded and spoke calmly to Xiao Zhiluo and the others in midair. Thank you for coming, Saint Sun, Xiao Siming, and all the elders. Our sect will also send elders and disciples to assist with the matter of ghostly demon city. After saying this, Great Elder Mingyuan and the others stepped out, clasped their fists towards Xiao Zhiluo and the others, and said, Elders of the Shensha sect, we await the orders of the Holy Sun. Jiang Yingxue quickly followed suit. Suddenly, she noticed that the Yunshu saint seemed to be glancing at her among the crowd. She hurriedly said in a crisp voice, I am a disciple of the Shensha sect's head peak, and I await the saint's orders. Xiao Zhiluo held his palms lightly and said with a friendly smile, the Shensha sect and the Immortal Palace have always been allies. Your behavior is a bit embarrassing for me. Jiang Yingxue stared at the Holy Sun with shining eyes. Despite being in a high position, this saint of the Celestial Palace possessed a unique charm that was simply incomparable to those around him, especially that Lin Xiao. Compared to him, this saint was simply one in heaven and one on earth. No, why would he compare Lin Xiao with the Holy Sun? That bastard Uncle Master, he's not even worthy of that. At this moment, Li Qiuan, the young Sima of the Celestial Palace, suddenly frowned. She raised her hand and summoned a mysterious star disk. Tiny points of light gathered in her palm, finally condensing into an extremely ferocious fox shadow within the disk. Ancient phantom fox? How could it be? Li Qiuan muttered to herself, and then her pretty face suddenly changed. Her cold eyes suddenly stared at a certain position below, and she said coldly, How dare you play tricks in front of my fairy palace? Get out here, boom, she pinched her fingers together, and two terrifying starry sky spiritual seals appeared out of thin air, directly smashing a mountain below into pieces. Xiao Zhiluo frowned and looked over. Remnants of the demon clan? Lin Qingyi and others' expressions changed slightly when they heard this. How could there be remnants of the demon clan in their Xianxiao sect? As everyone watched, the dust on the mountain below dissipated, and a strange black fog suddenly surged out. In the blink of an eye, the black fog condensed on the only remaining piece of rock on the mountain. As the black fog dissipated, a strange figure wearing an ancient black robe, holding a bone banner, with three vertical pupils on his forehead but whose face could not be seen clearly, appeared in front of everyone. He sat lazily on the gravel, his bony hands gently stroking the bone banner, and his three vertical pupils slowly swept over the people in the sky. Lin Qingyi's pretty face was icy cold. What evildoer dares to hide in my Xianxiao sect? With a wave of her jade sleeve, the long sword was unsheathed, the sword edge was condensed with frost, and the vast and terrifying sword energy swept towards the bottom. The sword energy swept through, leaving no grass growing wherever it passed. However, the black-robed figure was unharmed. Instead, he stretched lazily. Then, the vertical pupil in the middle glanced at Lin Qingyi, then withdrew his gaze lightly and stared at the people in Yunshu Immortal Palace. From under the black robe came his hoarse voice, back when my clan was conquering the world, your Yunshu Immortal Palace was a sinful clan exiled from the divine realm. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the three elders of Yunshu Immortal Palace suddenly changed drastically. Xiao Zhiluo and Li Qiuan frowned deeply. Even they knew little about the ancient secrets of Yunshu Immortal Palace. How could this person know? Lin Qingyi and the others were a little confused. They knew even less about the Yunshu Immortal Palace. Could it be that the black-robed figure in front of them was a person from that ancient times? You are spreading evil words to confuse the people. Look, I will take care of you. An elder of the Immortal Palace suddenly attacked. The powerful spiritual power covered his old body. Almost in an instant, he was in front of the black-robed figure and slapped him with a terrifying palm. Boom, the rubble crumbled and the earth trembled. It was so terrifying. However, after the move, the elder's face did not look very good. Instead, it was gloomy. He suddenly turned his head to look behind him and shouted coldly, Who are you and what do you want to do? On the mountaintop, black fog condensed and transformed into that strange black-robed figure. Then, his playful, hoarse voice was heard, Don't worry, our clan is here to bury your Yunshu Immortal Palace. Over the past tens of millions of years, your Yunshu Immortal Palace has slaughtered countless races, and someone has recorded every one of them for you. Today, let's start with the races you once slaughtered. As he spoke, the black-robed figure gently folded a finger and smiled strangely. 12,000 years ago, the Nether Fox clan, are you familiar with it? Hearing this, Li Qiuan's pupils suddenly shrank. The three elders of the Immortal Palace were so angry that they laughed. The Nether Fox clan had been buried by the Immortal Palace 10,000 years ago, and the Nether Fox King and tens of thousands of foxes were wiped out by the powerful people of the Immortal Palace. In today's world, even the corpse of the Fox King has probably been turned into dust. How ridiculous. The three elders were planning to attack at the same time to capture this beast, but the next second the black-robed figure gently waved the bone flag in his hand, and the sky was suddenly covered by an endless aura of hostility. Boom, beneath that murderous aura, an extremely violent aura erupted from the air like a volcano.
The terrifying murderous aura swept across the heavens and the earth, and the entire sky became dark, feeling the oppressive feeling in the air. Almost everyone in Xianshao sect's knees trembled, and they almost knelt down without breathing. It was not until then that everyone looked up and discovered that behind the black-robed figure, the sky suddenly shattered. A huge scarlet eye, filled with endless death and tyranny, stared at them resentfully through the hole in the sky. Chapter 10, The Immortal Palace Spirit Master. How terrifying it is to have a creature that can shatter the sky. A terrifying claw filled with dark murderous aura directly tore the sky apart, and then the dark creature with a huge body of thousands of feet appeared in front of everyone. It was a dark fox that seemed to come from ancient times. Only 1/10 of its flesh and blood remained on its body, and most of it was eerie white bones filled with dark spiritual energy. Its huge eyes were bloody and brutal, and it stood in the air, emitting a terrifying aura. The black-robed figure put away the bone banner, leaped over, and landed on top of the corpse fox's huge head. He raised his hand and patted the corpse fox's head. This world, are you familiar with it? The corpse fox stared at everyone in the immortal palace with eyes full of resentment. In that case, then go ahead and kill as much as you want. The voice gradually fell. The black-robed figure gradually became illusory, and finally disappeared bit by bit. Before he disappeared, his hoarse laughter frightened everyone below. Let this place also feel the pain you once endured. Who are you? An elder of the immortal palace wanted to stop the black-robed figure from leaving. Roar. As a result, the corpse fox roared to the sky, and a dark beam of light suddenly spurted out of its mouth. The beam of light carried an earth-shattering offensive force and blasted directly towards everyone in the Yunshu Immortal Palace. The elder of the Immortal Palace looked unhappy and quickly dodged. However, he dodged it, and the dark beam of light hit the gate of Xianshao sect below. Boom. The sect's protective spiritual formation trembled violently, and countless Xianshao sect disciples and elders were directly blasted to the point of spitting blood and died tragically on the spot. Xiao Zhiliuo mobilized his spiritual energy and dodged the attack range of the spiritual energy with Li Qiuwan. Then he was surprised and said, "How can this beast's cultivation be so powerful?" Li Qiuwan said in a serious tone, "This monster seems to have no consciousness, like an ancient corpse that has been resurrected. Could it be that the black-robed man just now, his clan, has some means to resurrect ancient corpses? I have never heard of such a method in the Immortal Palace. I am afraid that even Master doesn't know much about it." Xiao Zhiliuo stared at Li Qiuwan. "Senior sister, I suspect that the incident in the ghostly demon city was also caused by that guy just now. The demon lord of Ghost Caves has been dead for over 100 years. Even if his resentment cannot be suppressed, there is no reason why the Grand Elder of Ching Ming Valley would be helpless." Li Qiuwan reacted, "So, the strange movements of the ghostly demon lord's corpse were probably caused by that guy just now using some mysterious means." Thinking of this, Li Qiuwan couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Hundreds of years ago, the demon lord of Ghost Cave was a ruthless man who had brought tragic losses to their immortal palace. Combined with what the black-robed man just said, could it be that this guy is really a member of an ancient race and has the means to resurrect the corpses of ancient strongmen, from ancient times to the present? Besides the demon lord of Ghost Cave, countless other brilliant and talented geniuses have perished in the long river of history, including some great emperors and gods. If he could resurrect the corpses of those powerful ones, that scene was so horrifying that I couldn't even imagine it. Moreover, now the man in black robes claims that he wants to be the enemy of their Yunshu Immortal Palace. Li Qiuwan's pretty face was cold and looked very unhappy. As a result, in the moment she was stunned, a foxclaw full of brutality and violence came towards her at a speed so fast that she could not dodge at all. She was directly slapped away by the claw of the corpse fox and crashed into the mountain below in a mess of fuel. Li Qiuwan vomited blood and her blood and energy surged in her body. After just one contact, she knew she was no match for this corpse fox. After all, tens of thousands of years ago, their Yunshu Immortal Palace also paid an extremely painful price to completely kill the former ghost fox king. Now that the fox king has been resurrected, even if he is just a corpse, they cannot deal with him. "Junior brother, this beast is dangerous. Let's kill it together with the elders." Li Qiuwan escaped from the mountain, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said coldly. Xiao Zhiliuo nodded. At this time, the corpse fox stared at them with its scarlet pupils. The extremely brutal aura made Xiao Zhiliuo's brain confused. "Junior brother!" Li Qiuwan shouted coldly. Boom. Next second, the corpse fox swung its huge claws directly at them. Xiao Zhiliuo and two elders of the Immortal Palace turned into spiritual light and shot into the sky to avoid it. However, one elder of the Immortal Palace was unable to dodge and was directly pinched by the fox's claws. "How dare you, you evil creature!" the Immortal Palace elder shouted angrily. Idiot! The corpse fox stared at him coldly, then unleashed its claws. The Immortal Palace elder's teeth bared, his bones crushed. He uttered an agonizing wail, his body a bloody mist beneath the claws, his death irreversible. An elder of the Immortal Palace who was half a step away from becoming a spiritual lord died. The entire sky seemed to be plunged into silence. Lin Qingyi was unable to move forward to protect the Shenshao sect below, and Zhang Yingxue, standing nearby, was also filled with shock. When had she ever seen such a scene? That was the elder of the Yunshu Immortal Palace, and he had died tragically right before her. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Roar. After crushing an elder of the Yunshu Immortal Palace, the corpse fox turned its head and stared at Xiao Zhiliuo and others in mid-air. At this moment, Xiao Zhiliuo's face looked ugly. He came here with the mission of assessing the Son of God. Now he just arrived at Shensha sect and has not even been to the Ghost Demon City. Could it be that he has to ask for help from the Immortal Palace? He is the Holy Son of the Immortal Palace. If he allows this corpse fox to wreak havoc today, or even destroy the Shensha sect, I am afraid that their Yunshu Immortal Palace will have no place to put their reputation in the future. Boom, the terrifying murderous aura swept over again. Xiao Zhuluo snorted coldly, took out the jade flute from his waist and placed it across his lips. A clear sound suddenly rose, and wherever the sound waves passed, the murderous aura was repelled. Lichuan took out the star plate in her hand, and the star plate burst out with dazzling light. The light condensed and turned into countless star chains, which wrapped around the corpse fox below. Star God binding, boom, as the cold voice fell, the chains wrapped around the corpse fox, even faintly suppressing the terrifying murderous aura of the corpse fox. The other two elders of the Immortal Palace hurriedly joined forces with the Shensha sect's great elder Mingyuan to take action. The spiritual techniques intertwined into a net, covering the entire battlefield. Xiao Zhuluo was surrounded by golden light, and his aura suddenly surged. Then the jade flute in his hand turned into a 100-foot-long light blade, and he slashed down with a sword. Buddha flute, 1,000 spirit slash. Buzz, the entire world seemed to be bathed in light. The 100-foot-long blade of light slashed at the corpse fox, leaving only a faint mark on one of its bones. What? Xiao Zhuluo widened his eyes. This was the Immortal Palace's top-level divine spiritual technique, roar. The corpse fox roared towards the sky, and its scarlet pupils suddenly became more violent. With one claw, it directly knocked several people from Mingyuan away, and then its body turned into a bloody afterimage and rushed towards Xiao Zhuluo. Xiao Zhuluo's eyes changed, and he hurriedly cast a jade-green mysterious light to protect his body, but the huge fox claw afterimage passed by, and the mysterious light protecting his body was directly torn into pieces. Crack, with a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking, the corpse fox's right claw directly tore the light blade in his hand into pieces, and the tip of the claw deeply embedded in his left shoulder, breaking his ribs. The next second, Xiao Zhuluo vomited blood and flew backwards. His clothes were torn, and there were 3 bloody wounds on his shoulders that were so deep that the bones were visible, and large pieces of flesh and blood were carried with them. The severe pain made his vision go black, his black hair was stained with blood, and he looked a little disheveled. A hint of mockery flashed in the corpse fox's scarlet vertical pupils, and its sharp claws crushed him mercilessly again, ready to wipe him out completely. Xiao Zhuluo was startled and suddenly crushed a jade token in his hand. He buzzed. The next moment, the spiritual power in the space in front of him surged, and a burly middle-aged man in green clothes emerged from the space. Then his body flashed, and he slapped down with a palm carrying terrifying spiritual power, directly hitting the corpse fox's head. Boom, the huge body of the corpse fox was knocked back several steps by this palm strike, and then it turned its head back, staring at the middle-aged man in green with its scarlet pupils, its eyes still full of brutality. Hiss, what a hard head! The middle-aged man in green clothes exclaimed in surprise. He did not hold back the power of his palm strike, but this guy managed to take it. The middle-aged man in green looked at Xiao Zhuluo, who smiled bitterly. Uncle Ching, this thing was made by a man in black robes. We don't know who he is, but he seems to have some opinions about our Yunshu Immortal Palace. Hearing this, the middle-aged man in green nodded and said, "You guys step aside, I'll deal with this guy first." His spiritual power surged, and he punched the corpse fox again, pouring down with earth-shattering power. However, the corpse fox resisted his attack and rushed towards him. The scarlet spiritual power and the cyan spiritual power collided violently, and the heaven and earth seemed to be shaking. The calm expression of the middle-aged man in green clothes changed slightly. Wow, so fierce. He is a genuine spiritual venerable. Apart from the Yunshu Immortal Palace, when has anyone in Yunzhou who can match the spiritual venerable's cultivation level appeared? No, this guy can't even be called a human. Thinking of this, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man in green. The Phantom Fox clan had been wiped out by them long ago, and now that black-robed man had come up with such a thing. Who was he? What was his intention in coming here? At this moment, he truly felt the power of the corpse fox, and even he couldn't help but feel a little frightened. That mysterious man in black robe was too dangerous for their Yunshu Immortal Palace. This person must be found and eliminated. Chapter 11, Immortal can't do that. The battle in the air continues. The middle-aged man in green clothes has a burly build. He is a spiritual master of Yunshu Immortal Palace. He is extremely powerful and is particularly good at physical strength. His clothes rustled, and his veins bulged with every punch he threw. His muscles were like a coiled dragon, full of earth-shattering power. The corpse fox's claws tore through the void, and were just as strong as the green-clothed middle-aged man's fists. Wherever the claws reached, the space collapsed inch by inch. The spiritual power around the middle-aged man burst out as green light. He pressed forward, and each punch carried a terrifying force that could tear the void apart, forcing the corpse fox to retreat. Roar. However, the corpse fox roared, and its claws tore through the void again, directly tearing a half-foot-long bloody wound on the middle-aged man's shoulder. The strange dark spiritual power spread wildly along his wound like a corrupt poison. Middle-aged people withdraw and step back. The rest of the people, including all the disciples and elders of Shensha sect, were all stunned by this scene. He is the powerful spiritual master of Yunshu Immortal Palace. The transcendent existence that is above all forces in Yunzhou has now been forced to such a point by this corpse fox. The middle-aged man in green clothes movements gradually slowed down, but his eyes gradually became sharper. Xiao Zhuluo, Li Qiuan, and others were extremely shocked at this moment. Uncle Ching is a well-known spiritual master in the Immortal Palace, but now he can't even deal with this corpse fox. This thing that the man in black robe made is really a monster. However, the middle-aged man in green also gained something from the fight just now. With his experience, he could of course see that every time the corpse fox launched an attack, the dark spiritual power lingering on its body would dim a little. This shows that the spiritual power of this corpse fox cannot be replenished from the heaven and earth. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man suddenly formed seals with his hands. The heaven-binding demon trapping formation, activate. Buzz, a huge green dragon disc appeared above his head. As he quickly formed seals in his palms, the green dragon disc pressed down directly, turning into an extremely huge cage of heaven and earth, covering the corpse fox and half of the Shensha sect. Then the middle-aged man in green retreated to a high altitude and looked down with indifferent eyes. The corpse fox roared in the cage, but was unable to break out. Xiao Zhuluo, Li Qiuan, and others also retreated to high altitude. Seeing the scene below, they guessed Uncle Ching's purpose: use the lives of half of the elders and disciples of Shensha sect to consume the power of the corpse fox for them. When it is almost consumed, Uncle Ching will take action. Xiao Zhuluo breathed a sigh of relief. If sacrificing the lives of those disciples of Shensha sect can resolve this corpse fox crisis, those people can be said to have died for a good cause. The middle-aged man in green waved his hand, and all the people from Yunqiu Immortal Palace retreated into the air and stopped fighting. The faces of the disciples and elders of Shensha sect below turned extremely pale in an instant. What do you mean, Immortal Master? The elders and disciples of Shensha sect stared at the middle-aged man in green in panic. Hearing this, the middle-aged man in green shook his head and smiled. This beast started because of your Shensha sect. I will be a good person and give your Shensha sect a chance to redeem themselves. Master Immortal, you can't do that. We are no match for this monster. Everyone in Shensha sect was shocked. The middle-aged man in blue stopped talking and just looked at him indifferently. Below, Lin Qingyi gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with her jade hand, looking at the people of Shensha sect who were fleeing in shock, panic, and despair. A complex look flashed in her eyes. She suddenly recalled what her master had said to her before his last retreat. The master once said, "The Yunqiu Immortal Palace looks bright and beautiful, and is respected and feared by all the forces in Yunzhou. But who knows how dirty it is in reality? Qingyi, I'm in seclusion this time to break through, and I don't know if I'll survive. From now on, you must take good care of your junior brother and don't let him go astray." Junior brother, Lin Xiao. Lin Qingyi suddenly came back to her senses. The cage barrier created by the middle-aged man in green clothes had also enveloped Jianfang. Although Lin Zhao's cultivation is strong, he is definitely no match for this monster. Without thinking, Lin Qingyi's delicate body turned into spiritual light and rushed towards the sword peak below. Master! Jiang Yingshui shouted in shock. She didn't understand why her master would rush into Jianfang, which was the target of the monster's attacks. Even if it's for the sect's disciples, you shouldn't rush in like this, right? Could it be that master is doing this for that guy Lin Xiao? How is that possible? Hasn't master always hated that uncle? Roar. Inside the cage barrier, the corpse fox looked at the Shensha sect disciples who were fleeing everywhere with dusty and desperate faces, but calmed down and did not attack. Instead, it stared at those people with an indifferent expression. Then the huge fox body rushed to the top of a mountain and looked down indifferently. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a breath rushing into the barrier and standing in front of the sword peak below, holding the sword in his jade hand, with the tip of the sword pointing at it in the distance, his beautiful eyes extremely cold. When the corpse fox saw the woman in white, there was some surprise in his eyes. It never thought that under such circumstances, Lin Qingyi would rush to Jianfang regardless of life and death. Among the sword peaks. This moment, Lin Zhao's eyes were inexplicably surprised, but then the system's voice came from my mind. Control the ancient corpse fox to kill the celestial palace elder and gain 5,000 evil points. Control the ancient corpse fox to severely injure the child of destiny, gaining 20,000 evil points. Control the ancient corpse fox to injure the celestial palace spirit master and gain 8,000 evil points. Control the ancient corpse fox to kill Shensha sect disciples and gain 500 evil points. It turns out that this child of destiny is the tool for quickly brushing up the evil points. It usually takes him half a year to brush up 20,000 evil points. Today's evil deeds were almost earned, and it was time to proceed with the next plan. Lin Xiao stretched and rubbed Feng Yu's head beside him. Then he stood up and looked at the chaotic scene outside Jianfang. He smiled and asked her, "Are you scared?" Xiao Feng Yu shook her head. With her master around, she was not afraid of anything. Outside Jianfang, countless Jianfang disciples stood in the air, staring at the corpse fox monster with vigilance. Unlike the other Shensha sect disciples who fled in panic, although the Jianfang disciples were also afraid, they did not lose their composure. Instead, they formed a large formation to resist the monster. Mid-air, seeing that the corpse fox didn't attack randomly to consume its spiritual power, the middle-aged man in green clothes looked surprised. Is this monster intelligent? Xiao Zhuluo and Li Qiuan were also stunned. If the resurrected monster still retained its intelligence and life, that would be too scary. Feeling their gazes, the corpse fox below slowly raised its head and glanced at them with a playful look in its scarlet pupils. The middle-aged man in blue suddenly fell silent. Xiao Zhuluo and the others also fell silent. They suddenly felt like they were being mocked by this corpse fox. Xiao Zhuluo gritted his teeth. This guy knows what we are thinking.
In the barrier, the corpse fox retracted its gaze and swept its violent eyes over the people from Shensha sect in front of the sword peak, then slowly stopped at the master and disciple pair who were slowly walking out from under the sword peaky buzz. The next second, the giant mouth opened casually, and a terrifying beam of spiritual power condensed in the mouth and spewed out at the people from Shensha sect below. Boom. The extremely terrifying dark beam of light made everyone feel a breath of death looming over them. Lin Xingyi's pretty face changed slightly, but her body flashed and appeared directly in front of Lin Xiao. A death-like beam of light enveloped them that was almost equivalent to a full-strength attack from a powerful spiritual venerable. If it hit, everyone, including Lin Xiao, would probably be killed without a burial place. Xiao Zhuliuo couldn't help but sigh in midair. Lin Xingyi was the woman he had his eyes on and could be used for his cultivation. It would be a pity if she died like this, but then he looked at Jiang Yingxue, who had a dazed look on her face not far away. His master was dead, so it was okay to have only one disciple left. The blood of the ancient emperor of the Jiang family was also very suitable for his cultivation. In his opinion, if he and others did not take action, those people from Shensha sect below would surely die. Even he might not be able to withstand this attack. Boom, a dark beam of light enveloped them, and almost all the disciples of Shensha sect were in despair. Lin Xiao gently let go of Fengyi's little hand. The moment when the dark beam exploded, everyone could only see a ray of light rising, and then a figure in black clothes appeared in front of the beam of light. He punched down, and the dark red spiritual power mixed with the surging blood in his body forcibly blasted the dark beam of light off its direction. Boom, the terrifying dark beam of light shifted its direction and blasted towards Xiao Zhuliuo and others in midair, but was immediately cut in half by a sharp white sword light and exploded in midair. The entire space shook and everyone was trembling with fear. Lin Xiao, the person who blasted the light beam away, was actually Uncle Lin Xiao, who was hated by everyone in the sect. All the disciples who escaped death were stunned, and their looks towards Lin Xiao became inexplicably complicated. In midair, Jiang Yingxue and other Shensha sect's top disciples and elders also had their eyes dazed. Although the light beam was finally shattered by their sect leader Lin Xingyi's sword, the person who blasted away the light beam was Lin Xiao, right? Li Qiuwan glanced at Lin Xiao below with surprise in her beautiful eyes. Even her junior brother Xiao Zhuliuo might not be able to withstand that attack just now. How could that disciple of Shensha sect actually rely on his flesh and blood body to blast through that attack? But then Li Qiuwan sensed Lin Zhao's restrained aura, and she was able to accept it a little. This person must have exhausted all the spiritual power in his body to blast away the corpse fox's attack, but it is enough to show the strength of his physical body. If there is a chance, this person can be brought into the immortal palace. Chapter 12. He is suitable to be refined into a human puppet. In midair, the middle-aged man in green looked at Lin Xiao and said calmly, "Not bad physical strength." He specialized in cultivating his physical body, so he could naturally sense the energy and blood that surged through Lin Xiao's body when he threw that punch just now. This person's spiritual power is not very strong. If he didn't have this physical strength, he would have definitely died if he had just faced the attack of the corpse fox. Below, Lin Xingyi retracted her sword and flashed to Lin Xiao's side. She glanced at Fengyu on the other side and hurriedly stretched out her jade hand, wanting to support her junior brother. She couldn't help but shouted angrily, "Lin Xiao, are you looking for death?" She was still afraid. What if something happened to Lin Xiao? When she thought of this, she couldn't help but hug Lin Xiao's arm even tighter. The extremely soft touch on his arm made Lin Xiao look at her strangely. "What are you looking at? If you do this again, I'll collect your body." Lin Xingyi couldn't help scolding him. Lin Xiao said calmly, "I'm fine." His arm slipped out of her arms without a trace. Lin Xiao naturally had his own purpose for doing this. This is just the first step of the plan, and with today's corpse fox rebellion, I can use my villain identity to openly reap the evil points in the future. Lin Xingyi gritted her teeth and felt a little lost in her heart, but then she calmed down and looked at the corpse fox in the distance with cold eyes. This time, the corpse fox stopped attacking. Its scarlet pupils stared at the people in front of it, and the next second, in everyone's surprised eyes, it looked at the people in the fairy palace in the air with a playful look, and then its huge body actually became transparent little by little. Finally, it turned into a point of light and dissipated in the air, as if it had never appeared. But the devastation on the ground and the tragic deaths of Shensha sect disciples all bear witness to the brutal battle that took place here. "Is it dead?" a disciple of Shensha sect asked in surprise. "He should be, not dead," a disciple answered him. "Will it come back?" another voice came, but more people are silent, because they remembered what the mysterious black-robed man said. He said that today's incident was just the beginning. The news of the corpse fox rebellion that occurred in the Shensha sect spread rapidly throughout the surrounding areas of the Shensha mountains. Whether it was the top forces or the smaller factions, the first reaction they had upon hearing the news was the same: shock. No one could believe that in this day and age, there were still people who dared to challenge the majesty of the Yunshu Immortal Palace, and even ignored the powerful spiritual venerables of the Immortal Palace. The most surprising thing is that in the end, the Immortal Palace Spirit Lord took action but was unable to capture the monster. To all of them, a powerful spiritual venerable is like a god high above them. Apart from the Yunshu Immortal Palace, no other forces in Yunzhou have had a powerful spiritual venerable for thousands of years.
But the corpse fox that appeared in the mortal world now actually dared to provoke the Yunshu Immortal Palace, and even destroyed more than half of the Shensha sect in front of the Immortal Palace Spirit Master, brutally killing countless disciples and then leaving safely. I heard that the corpse fox also crushed an elder of the Immortal Palace to death. How arrogant this is. Now everyone knows that the corpse fox was said to have been created by a mysterious man in black robe. Therefore, in this corpse fox rebellion, the mysterious man in black robe is the real culprit behind the scenes. However, even the Immortal Palace is not clear about the identity of the man in black robe, and now no one knows what kind of mysterious force exists behind the man in black robe. Anyway, after this incident, the identity of the mysterious man in black robe instantly attracted the attention and vigilance of all surrounding forces. Shensha sect. After the corpse fox disappeared, Xiao Zhuliuo and others from the Yunshu Immortal Palace stayed here for the time being. Even the middle-aged spiritual master in green clothes was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he asked Xiao Zhuliuo and others to search the entire Xianshao sect and the surrounding area within hundreds of miles from inside and out. In the end, no trace of the mysterious man in black was found. It was as if that guy appeared out of nowhere and then just disappeared out of nowhere. This moment, what happened here has already spread to the outside world. Ching Ming Valley has even sent many people to Shensha sect to urge them, saying that the life plate of their supreme elder is getting dimmer and dimmer, and he is probably going to die soon and die in the ghost demon city. They also organized several waves of people to enter the ghost city to rescue people, but no one returned. The middle-aged man in blue clothes didn't look too good. The Yunshu Immortal Palace has dominated Yunzhou for such a long time. There are forces that dare to oppose their rule, but in their eyes, those forces are like ants and can hardly cause any waves. But today's mysterious man in black robes and his ability to revive the corpses of ancient monsters are truly shocking. This man and the forces behind him may really pose a threat to the rule of the Immortal Palace. We must investigate who that guy is and what the mysterious force he mentioned is. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man in green clothes ordered Xiao Zhuliuo, Li Qiuan, and the others, "You should go and deal with the matter of Ghost City as soon as possible. I will return to the Holy Land first and report the matter of the corpse fox to the clan." He must report today's incident in person, otherwise those people in the clan might not take it seriously. Only after actually fighting that corpse fox did he know how terrifyingly powerful that monster was. If hundreds or even thousands of such monsters were resurrected in the future and attacked the Yunshu Immortal Palace, the scene he would encounter would be beyond his imagination. Uncle Qing, is the situation serious? Xiao Zhuliuo asked with a frown. At this moment, he had taken the healing medicine from the Immortal Palace, and most of his injuries had healed. Li Qiuan also felt that today's incident was particularly strange. The mysterious man in black robe was obviously coming for them. Otherwise, why would the man in black robe choose to take action as soon as they arrived at Xianshao sect? Uncle Qing, I suspect that the incident in the Demon City is also related to that person. Li Qiuan said. Mu Qing nodded and reminded them, take your men to investigate the situation. Don't rush in. If you have any questions, please send me a message. I will report the situation to the clan and then I will take people to deal with it. He knew that Xiao Zhuliuo had a mission as a holy son and he had to go to the Demon City. Otherwise, if the mission failed, his prestige in the clan would be greatly reduced. There were two other holy sons in the clan who were competing with Xiao Zhuliuo for the position of the next young master of the temple. Don't worry, Uncle Qing, I know what I'm doing. Xiao Zhuliuo agreed. Mu Qing looked at Li Qiuan who was standing beside him. The man who attacked Xianshao sect today can be tried and won over. He has good physical strength. If he comes to my martial palace, he would be a good choice. We at Yunshu Immortal Palace must also replenish fresh blood as soon as possible. Li Qiuan was surprised. Could that person be so worthy of the attention of the palace master of their fairy palace martial hall, Uncle Qing? Uncle Qing has always had very high standards for refining human puppets. Could it be that he has set his eyes on Lin Xiao? She agreed. After Mu Qing entered the space channel and left, Xiao Zhuliuo looked at Li Qiuan, its senior sister. The person Uncle Qing asked you to pay attention to was the former apprentice of old man Shensha, right? Li Qiuan looked at him. He is Lin Qingyi's junior brother, and the current master of Xianshao sect's sword peak. Xiao Zhuliuo was curious. He really is the disciple of old man Xianshao. His physical strength is very strange. His physical strength is indeed quite strong. Li Qiuan shook her head, but his spiritual power is a little lacking. If he wants to be transformed into a human puppet, he needs to practice more. Indeed, it would be a shame not to refine such a strong body into a human puppet. Li Qiuan rolled her eyes at him when she heard that. How dare you covet the human puppet Uncle Qing has set his sights on? Xiao Zhuliuo smiled awkwardly, purely out of curiosity. But he didn't mind. It would be best if that guy didn't have any ambiguous relationship with Lin Qingyi. Lin Qingyi and Jiang Yingxue, the beautiful master and disciple, were his chosen cultivation cauldrons long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind turning that guy into a human puppet in advance. Chapter 13 Xianshao Sword. There was still a thick layer of haze in the sky. The attack by the corpse fox caused the deaths of hundreds of disciples of the Xianshao sect. The third and fourth peaks were mostly destroyed, and the peak master pavilions of the two peaks were almost collapsed. The masters of the third and fourth peaks were directing people to carry the bodies of their disciples out of the ruins to end this corpse fox rebellion. The highest number of disciples who died came from the third and fourth peaks in the entire sect. Among the other peaks, only the first peak was affected a little. The third peak master Li Wu and the fourth peak master Zhao Qianan both had sullen faces as they directed their disciples to clean up the battlefield. Zhao Qianan picked up a broken spiritual weapon scattered on the ground with both hands. It was the personal spiritual weapon of his fourth peak senior disciple, but at this moment, the senior disciple had become a cold corpse. Even though the senior disciple had some bad deeds in the past, he still felt a little sad at this moment. If we talk about bad deeds, then Lin Xiao is the one with the most bad deeds. Why weren't his disciples from Jianfang the ones who died? Li Wu landed and shook his head and sighed. You saw how partial the sect master is to Lin Xiao and Jianfang, didn't you? Zhao Qianan gritted his teeth and said, why is it that the sect master still can't see the true face of that bastard Lin Xiao? In that situation, she is still biased towards Jianfang. If the sect leader had taken action in time, his disciples from the third and fourth peaks would not have suffered so many casualties. Li Wu shook his head and smiled. You've forgotten the last incident with the blood Ganoderma. We worked together to frame Lin Xiao for stealing the blood Ganoderma. Even though the evidence was almost irrefutable, the sect master didn't expel Lin Xiao, but only gave him a slight punishment. After all, they are fellow disciples. Zhao Qianan spat coldly, feeling his heart bleed. This time, the eldest disciple he had worked so hard to cultivate had died. Cultivating such a disciple must have cost him countless efforts and resources. How could he not feel the pain? The situation of Li Wu's three peaks was similar. Although his eldest disciple was fine, more than a dozen core disciples died, and the peak master's pavilion was destroyed even worse than the four peaks. So at this moment, the two of them couldn't help but resent Lin Xiao. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's Jianfang, Lin Qingyi might have taken the initiative to protect the disciples of their two peaks. If Lin Qingyi had acted in time, the two peaks would not have been so miserable. At this time, the elders of the first peak were not idle either. They were patrolling around the sect with serious expressions. Some elders chanted something at the damaged parts of the sect's formation, pouring their spiritual energy into the formation to repair the rune restrictions that were destroyed by the corpse fox. There were also elders with furrowed brows, running between the peaks, counting the number of casualties among the disciples. Outside the Shoufeng Hall, Xiao Zhiliu slowly landed, looking at Lin Qingyi, who had a bad expression on her face in the hall ahead. The latter was arranging various post-war matters in the sect with a cold face. Xiao Zhiliu looked at the woman's cool, mature and proud figure with admiration in his eyes. His mind recalled the stunning sword stroke when she had just chopped off the corpse fox's attack. He felt that his mood had improved a lot because of the influence of the corpse fox. Holy Sun Xiao! The elders and disciples in the hall hurriedly saluted respectfully when they saw Xiao Zhiliu walking in. Even though the spiritual master of the immortal palace had treated their Shensha sect like that just now, and even used most of the disciples of Shensha sect as cannon fodder, they only dared to complain in their hearts and did not dare to show any disrespect on their faces. To the people of Shensha sect, the corpse fox is indeed terrifying, but they dare not offend the Yunshu immortal palace, not to mention that they have offended the immortal palace. Their Shensha sect will definitely not be able to take a single step forward in Yunzhou in the future. Let's say the next time a corpse fox attacks again, if Yunshu immortal palace lets it do nothing, their Shensha sect will probably cease to exist. They had personally experienced the horror of the corpse fox. It could be said that in the entire Yunzhou, apart from the Yunshu immortal palace, there was absolutely no other force that could deal with it. Although the methods of the mysterious black-robed man were indeed shocking, the immortal palace had occupied Yunzhou for tens of thousands of years and was the undisputed overlord. It would probably not be so easy for the black-robed man and the mysterious force he mentioned to threaten the rule of the immortal palace for thousands of years. It's not that there haven't been forces that have opposed the rule of Asgard, however, those forces were either brutally suppressed or slaughtered. Master Qingyi, before we go to the demonic city, I have something I want to talk to you about in private. Xiao Zhiliu said with a faint smile. Lin Qingyi frowned, not understanding what the Holy Sun wanted to talk to her about alone, but she still waved to the elders and disciples in the hall. The elders and disciples immediately left the hall tactfully. Xiao Zhiliu slowly approached Lin Qingyi, then gently spread out his palm. Spiritual power flashed in his palm, and he summoned an ancient long sword. Master Qingyi, are you familiar with this sword? Lin Qingyi's beautiful eyes were slightly startled. She stared at the sword and frowned. How come this sword is here with you? Xiao Zhiliu stared into her eyes and said softly, this sword is called Xianshao. It was sent to me by Elder Xianshao. Lin Qingyi was puzzled. Why would Master give you his sword? When Elder Xianshao passed away and the sect's treasure, the Xianshao sword, disappeared, she thought her master was afraid of attracting other people's covetousness, so he deliberately hid the sword from being discovered. She never expected that this sword would appear in the hands of Xiao Zhiliu, the holy son of the immortal palace. He had no idea when his master gave him the sword. Xiao Zhiliu slowly stroked the sword with his palm and chuckled as he spoke. Old man Xianshao and I have known each other for a long time. We can be considered close friends regardless of age. I've often heard him mention you. In fact, this sword should be more suitable for you. This was of course nonsense. He and Elder Xianshao had met a few times at most, and they were not familiar with each other. This Shensha sword was taken away by him after Elder Xuanxiao's soul was wiped out by a powerful person from the immortal palace when he was undergoing the calamity of the spirit lord. When it comes to his own cultivation furnace, Xiao Zhuliuo always likes to conquer their bodies and minds first. To conquer a woman with a personality like Lin Xingyi, you have to get closer to her step by step. The best way to get close to her is naturally to make her grateful to you first. Since this is the Xianshao sect's most precious treasure, it should be returned to its original owner. I will offer this sword to the sect Master Qingyi. Lin Xingyi reached out to catch it, feeling the familiar sword energy surging from the long sword. Her pretty face was complicated as she looked up at Xiao Zhuliuo. After Master passed away, I thought this sword had disappeared without a trace. Xiao Zhuliuo shrugged. Although I practice swordsmanship, my spiritual power is different from that of ordinary people. I don't know why Elder Xianshao gave me this sword. Having said that, he looked at Lin Xingyi with a smile and said half-jokingly, perhaps he had anticipated this day and wanted to accomplish something perfect. Hearing this, Lin Xingyi frowned and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Xiao Zhuliuo observed the expression but did not explain. Given his status and position, he always liked to be straightforward in doing things. He believed that Lin Xingyi could understand the meaning of his words. The survival of the entire Xianshao sect depended on just one word from him. How could he not conquer a woman? After the matter of Ghostly Demon City is over, Xiao would like to find an opportunity to discuss the way of sword cultivation with the leader of the Qingyi sect. Having said that, Xiao Zhuliuo smiled and turned away, looking at his back as he left. Lin Xingyi looked down at the Xianshao sword in her hand, and suddenly a bold idea popped up in her mind. Maybe there is something strange about the death of Master Xianshao. Chapter 14, The Great Master of the Palace, the back peak of Xianshao sect, next to the lake. When Xiao Zhuliuo went to the main hall of Shofeng to find Lin Xingyi, Li Qiuwan came to the lake alone and took out the star plate with her bare hands. The star disk flew over the lake, casting rays of colorful light. The spiritual light projected down and condensed into an illusory projection on the lake surface. She was a stunning woman wearing a green gauze fairy dress and exuding an ethereal aura. Her skin was as white as snow, and her facial features were exquisite and flawless, as if they were carved by gods themselves. Her 3,000 black hair flowed down to her waist, and her temperament was even more cold and aloof than Li Qiuwan's. She exuded a powerful and mysterious aura of Taoism. She just stood there quietly, without saying a word or moving, but it seemed as if she made the surrounding world pale in comparison. Li Qiuwan was stunned for a moment. The projection of this breathtakingly beautiful woman was none other than the current great Sima of Yunshu Fairy Palace, the person who had taught her cultivation since she was a child. Li Qiuwan reacted quickly and respectfully said, Master. The woman's cold and beautiful eyes slowly rested on Li Qiuwan. I followed Master's instructions and used the Star God Disc to search as soon as I arrived here, but I didn't find the aura Master mentioned, nor did I find the person. The reason why Li Qiuwan and Xiao Zhuliuo came to Xianshao sect was not to accompany Xiao Zhuliuo to complete the task, but because her master asked her to do something and find someone for her master. Her master didn't tell her who they were looking for, but she knew her master's temperament very well. Even in the immortal palace, no one and nothing could affect her emotions. But once that person was mentioned, even her master, who was as cold and aloof as an immortal, would unconsciously have a fluctuating look in his eyes. This means that the person is not Master's enemy, that is someone very important to Master. The woman nodded, her beautiful eyes glancing at the sky, her eyes a little lost, and then she sighed. So many years. After a brief silence, Li Qiuwan said in a serious tone, Master, after we arrived at Xianshao sect today, something happened. Li Qiuwan recounted the entire story of the mysterious black-robed man and the guy who resurrected the corpse fox. Her pretty face became solemn at the end. There's a mysterious force hiding behind that black-robed man, and he seems to know a lot about our immortal palace. Hearing this, the woman looked at Li Qiuwan quietly and said calmly, I rarely interfere in the affairs of the immortal palace anymore. Let the holy temple handle these matters on its own. I understand, Master. Li Qiuwan agreed. She knew her master's temperament very well. She was so indifferent that she didn't care about anything. As long as it didn't really threaten the status of the immortal palace, she would definitely not take action. Oh, Master, I found a strange person in Xianshao sect today. Li Qiuwan suddenly remembered something and said, that person's spiritual power is not high, but his physical strength is very strong. Out of curiosity, I used the Star God Disc to investigate him. Hearing Li Qiuwan mention others, the woman was obviously not very interested. She waved her hand, then slowly turned around and looked around the world again. The next second, a cold voice came, as for matters in the mortal realm, you can handle them on your own. Don't forget what I have entrusted to you. Complete them as soon as possible and come back soon. Li Qiuwan hesitated to speak. Seeing her master's projection gradually disappear, she couldn't help but say, I used the Star God Disc to investigate, but I couldn't find out the man's spiritual cultivation level at all. The Star God Disc that my master gave me has never made any mistakes before. The air seemed to become quiet for a moment. At this moment, the woman turned around, and for a moment, Li Qiuwan seemed to see a rare slight fluctuation in her master's cold eyes. The woman stared at her without saying a word. Li Qiuwan asked tentatively, Master, could it be the Star God Disc? She wondered if there was something wrong with the Star God plate, but then she thought, the Star God plate given to her by Her master could even detect the cultivation level of the current Grand Hall Master of their temple, so how could it not detect the cultivation level of someone from the Shensha sect? Sure enough, the next second the woman shook her head lightly and said coldly, "No. The star god disc can't go wrong." "What's that person's name?" Hearing Master's question, Li Chuan replied, "His name is Lin Xiao, and he's the head of the Sword Peak of Shensha sect. I later learned more about him, and people here say he has a rather bad personality and is even suspected of associating with demonic cultivators. Uncle Ching from the Martial Palace is impressed by his physical strength and wants me to recruit him into the Martial Palace." The woman also knew something about what the Fairy Palace was doing now, but she ignored everything else and just silently said the name, "Lin Xiao, Master, is there something wrong with this person?" Li Chuan asked, but received no response. She looked up hastily, only to find that a breeze blew past her, leaving only the slightly rippling surface of the lake. There was no trace of her master anywhere. "Master?" Li Chuan was quite surprised. Master is going back now. After taking back the star god disc, Xiao Zhuluo and the elders of the immortal palace appeared in midair, along with several elders including the great elder Mingyuan of the Shensha sect and disciples of the first peak such as Jiang Yingxue. This is preparing to go to the demonic city. Xiao Zhuluo was still very confident. If he just wanted to suppress the resentment of the ghostly demon lord, he could do it easily by himself. By now he had realized what was happening. He really couldn't believe how powerful the man in black robe could be. What that guy said was probably just alarmist talk. The status of the immortal palace is such that it is not something those guys can challenge. If he was really powerful, why did he act like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw them today, not even daring to confront them head on, but instead just created a corpse fox to cause trouble and escape silently? "Senior sister, what instructions does the great god of destiny have?" Xiao Zhuluo asked. "I in the Yinshu Immortal Palace, even the current Grand Master of the Holy Temple and the Master of the Martial Palace like Uncle Ching had to bow respectfully when they saw the great Sima Ming, let alone him, the Holy Son of the Immortal Palace." Xiao Zhuluo had only caught a glimpse of the great God of Destiny when he was promoted to the position of the Holy Son of the Immortal Palace. At that time, his heart trembled and his heart beat wildly. The goddesses in the world were probably no more than this. De Siming was the most beautiful woman Xiao Zhuluo had ever seen. All the beauties in the world pale in comparison to her, although he is several thousand years older, but Xiao Zhuluo was a man, and when facing such a goddess, he naturally has some thoughts in his mind. However, he also knows himself well, and he will only express them when his strength matches this thought. Li Chuan shook her head. "Master just told us to return as soon as possible after completing our mission." "Then do it as soon as possible." Xiao Zhuluo smiled confidently. Li Chuan looked at the Shensha sect disciples and elders behind her and frowned, saying, "This trip to the ghost cave is extremely dangerous. I understand that your sect master needs to guard the sect and cannot take action. But why don't you come, Jianfang Peak Master Lin Xiao? Although that person's spiritual power is a little weak, his physical strength is strong. I'm afraid none of the people from Shensha sect in front of him can be his opponent. He is considered a good fighting force." Upon hearing this, great elder Mingyuan and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Given Lin Xiao's style of doing things and his unruly personality, the sect leader naturally didn't dare to let him go with them. Otherwise, if he did something to offend the people in the Immortal Palace, especially this Xiao Siming, then the Shensha sect would be doomed. After all, the number of women he had teased was too numerous to count. He might even have dared to tease the Immortal Palace's Xiao Siming. Jiang Yingxue explained in a crisp voice, "Master Lin Xiao violated the sect's ban and was confined to Sword Peak by my master. He can't leave the peak for half a month," and, at this point, Jiang Yingxue gritted her teeth, hesitated for a moment, and then continued, "Master Lin's behavior is quite unruly. Master is afraid that he will offend the immortals, so he has been confined." Everyone in Shensha sect looked a little embarrassed. After all, Lin Zhao's reputation is hard to describe in a few words. Li Chuan was stunned for a moment. Xiao Zhuluo shook his head and smiled. "In that case, this person is like a scum of the sect. Sect Master Chingy is already being merciful to him by not expelling him from the sect. Well, if something really happens in the ghost cave, I can summon the people from the Immortal Palace Martial Hall as well." While speaking, Xiao Zhuluo smiled gently at Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue immediately looked at him with gratitude. As expected, the Holy Son is magnanimous. Chapter 15 Lin Qingyi's thoughts. Xiao Zhuluo led his men to leave Shensha sect and head to the ghostly demon city in Ching Ming Mountain until their breath leaves the sect. On the west side of Jianfang, in a small attic, Lin Xiao sat by the window, looking at the figures disappearing in the distance among the mountains in the sky. He twirled the teacup lightly with his fingertips and withdrew his gaze indifferently. Behind him, Xiao Fengyu walked over lightly, carrying a freshly brewed teapot. "Master," she called softly, her voice filled with cautious tenderness, "this is the residence arranged for her by Master. Master rarely comes here." Lin Xiao turned around and motioned her to come over. Fengyu sat down beside Lin Xiao, and with her fair little hands she gently lifted the teapot and filled it with freshly brewed tea for her master. Lin Xiao picked up the teacup and took a sip. The faint fragrance of tea spread between his lips and teeth. It seemed that his little apprentice's skills had been honed by him. A gentle breeze blew by, and Lin Xiao's eyes softened as he looked at the girl in front of him with her brows lowered. He whispered, "What are you thinking about?" Fengyu hurriedly raised her head, the tips of her ears slightly red. "No, nothing." I just feel that it's really nice to be able to stay with Master like this. Her voice was very soft, and carried a hint of indescribable nostalgia. Lin Xiao raised his hand to tuck the scattered hair behind her ear. His palm touched her soft hair and he smiled softly. You weren't scared today, were you? Feng Yu shook her head and looked at her master's soft and charming face, a ripple in her heart. Your cultivation is almost reaching a breakthrough. I will teach you a new technique in a few days. Feng Yu's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. Since being with Master, she has learned many things that she never dared to think about before, whether it is cultivation, reading, or making tea. Each one of them feels new to her, but what she liked most was to quietly accompany her master and watch him drink tea, which made her feel extremely peaceful. Looking at the little disciple's extremely well-behaved appearance, Lin Xiao smiled. Only he knew that the more well-behaved this little disciple was now, the more ferocious she would be in the future. He picked up the teapot and poured her a cup. Try your own cooking skills. Feng Yu held the teacup and took small sips. 2 cute dimples appeared on her little face. She looked up at Lin Xiao, her eyes full of joy. Master, it's really delicious. Lin Xiao was amused by her and raised his hand to wipe the tea stains from her lips. You really know how to praise yourself. Feng Yu's face flushed, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. She really hoped that her master could be so gentle to her all her life. Looking at the sky today, Feng Yu held her cheek with her small hand, looked at Lin Xiao with sparkling almond eyes, and suddenly asked, Master, are you going back tonight? Lin Xiao, he couldn't help but raise his hand and tap the girl's forehead. The little thing had become bolder unexpectedly. Feng Yu suddenly grasped his hand, and gently brushed his palm with her fingertips. The smile on her face faded, and she said in a soft voice, Master, I'm afraid you'll get hurt. The monster today was so terrifying, she was really afraid that it would hurt her master. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then rubbed the top of her head with his backhand and said with a smile, You still have some conscience. Feng Yu naturally hugged her master's arm and said as a matter of course, Master loves me so much, so of course I want to be nice to you. The best option is to let me stay and sleep on the floor? Lin Xiao teased. Feng Yu blushed and shook her head. Master, you can sleep in my bed. What about you? I am with Master, Feng Yu quickly changed the subject. I sleep on the floor. Lin Xiao smiled. This little girl was really interesting. She didn't look like the cold-blooded and ruthless demon queen in her previous life who was murderous. Lin Xiao stopped teasing her, and the smile on his face faded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly looked out the window. Just at that moment, he seemed to sense an extremely illusory yet mysterious aura appearing outside, but in just a moment, the aura disappeared without a trace. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. That shouldn't be the case. He felt a faint sense of familiarity with that breath. It was very similar to a woman in the plot of his previous life, very similar, Great Sengu Commander. The Empress of the Gods who suppressed an era thousands of years ago, but that woman should still be in the Yunshu restricted area. How could her presence appear in Xianshao sect? Lin Xiao, who lived to the pseudo-finale in his previous life, knew better than anyone that the woman was an out-and-out lunatic. In order to resurrect her husband, she even helped to bring about the dark chaos, causing all living beings in the world to suffer the calamity of war. She also buried countless races with her own hands, becoming the bloodthirster feared by everyone in the world, but until the finale, no one knew who her husband was. All they knew was that she failed to be resurrected, and was thus possessed by a demon, turning half of the central region into a forbidden zone for life. This woman was someone that even the male protagonist of Destiny couldn't afford to offend in his previous life, so Lin Xiao naturally didn't want to provoke her now. Fortunately, that aura only appeared for a moment. I hope I was sensing it wrong. Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze. Feng Yu jumped off the stool, stood up and walked to the window to close the half-open window. Lin Xiao glanced at her. She muttered, It's windy here, I'm afraid Master will catch a cold. After saying that, he ran over again, pulled his master, and sat down next to Lin Xiao. After a moment of silence, he suddenly leaned close to Lin Xiao's ear and whispered, Master, you smell quite nice. Lin Xiao paused, and saw the little girl quickly rushed into his arms, hugged him with her arms, rested her head on his chest, sniffed his scent, and looked very satisfied. Although the girl was not very old, she had developed much more than other girls of the same age. Lin Xiao lowered his head and gently stroked her cheek with his hand. Although at the beginning Lin Xiao only wanted to use her, however, after spending some time with him, Lin Xiao felt a little bit reluctant to have such a gentle, cute, and capable little disciple around him. Feng Yu raised her head in Lin Xiao's arms and met her master's extremely gentle gaze. She was instantly captivated by it. Wait for Lin Xiao to return to his residence. He ordered 2 disciples to guard outside and began to practice in seclusion. His soul was silent, his sight turned, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already controlling the corpse of the demon lord of Ghost, sitting high in the demon city. The other side, not long after Lin Xiao left, Lin Qingyi came to Jianfang. She did not go to the Peak Master's pavilion, but instead went straight to Feng Yu's residence with a cold-faced eye in the room. The moment he saw Lin Qingyi appear, Feng Yu felt nervous and hurriedly saluted, Disciple Feng Yu, greetings to the sect master. Lin Qingyi's pretty face darkened slightly. She had never admitted that this little witch was a disciple of her Shenshao sect. Looking at her coldly, the little witch had a pair of charming peach blossom eyes and a delicate and petite figure. She was extremely attractive. No wonder that bastard Lin Xiao brought her back to the sect. Lin Qingyi had no expression on her face. She just said to her indifferently, Do you know that if you stay with Lin Xiao, he will only be despised by everyone? In this day and age, the demon race is despised by everyone, not to mention Feng Yu, who is a half-demon. After she came to Shensha sect, except for the people from Jianfang, all the other disciples of Shensha sect despised her. Feng Yu's body trembled slightly when he heard this. Lin Xingyi looked down at her condescendingly. I came here today just to give you a task. If you complete it, I will no longer care whether you stay in Shensha sect or stay with Lin Xiao. If you dare to refuse or fail to complete it. Lin Xingyi's eyes turned cold. Then I will strip you of your blood and throw you into the devil's cave, so that you will never see Lin Xiao again in your life. Feng Yu suddenly gritted her teeth, her face turning pale. Master had long been her world. If she couldn't see her again, she might as well kill her. Don't worry, this is a very simple matter. You just need to go to the Demon City. Chapter 16 The Demonic City, Ching Ming Mountain, the Ghost City. This place is a restricted area. 100 years ago, it was the home of the Ghost Clan. Ever since the Ghost Clan demon lord fell there, it has turned into a blood-cursed city, and almost no life dares to set foot in it. The outline of the huge demon city was faintly visible in the black demonic energy, and the area within dozens of miles outside the city was a charred wasteland with no grass growing, as well as mottled traces left after countless brutal battles. 100 years ago, the Yunshu Immortal Palace dispatched several powerful spiritual lords to suppress and kill the Guehu clan. In that battle, the entire Guehu clan was brutally slaughtered, shocking the entire Yunzhou. At this moment, outside the demon city. On a barren mountain, countless elite disciples of Ching Ming Valley gathered here, with dozens of elders and the new master of Ching Ming Valley at the core. The man in the black robe at the head was the new valley master, Chen Mu. He was the eldest disciple of the previous valley master. After the previous valley master passed away, he took over the power in the valley, and not far behind Chen Mu was a woman in purple clothes covered with a veil. She had a plump and proud figure, and a pair of eyes under the veil that were like purple amber, but the look in her eyes was quite cold. Many elders and disciples of Ching Ming Valley around her were intentionally or unintentionally distancing themselves from her. This woman is the fiancée that Elder Shen Xiao arranged for Lin Xiao, the disfigured female disciple of Ching Ming Valley. Yizisu. Chen Mu looked at the extremely strange demon city in front of him, his eyes full of fear and anxiety. He had already sent no less than 3 groups of people into the city to search for the Supreme Elder. They were all elite disciples of the sect. However, without exception, after entering the demon city, all of them lost contact instantly, and even the communication jade slips could not contact them. Ching Ming Valley has already lost an old valley master, and now the Grand Elder is the backbone of their entire sect. Chen Mu can allow his disciples to sacrifice, but the Grand Elder must not be in any danger. He also regretted in his heart that he should have tried his best to stop the old man from entering. What use was the opportunity to advance to the spirit master if he even lost his life? He is simply senile and confused. Chen Mu sighed inwardly and turned around to look. The countless barren hills around him were already filled with densely packed figures. Now, the incident of the ghostly demon city has been spread by some bastard, saying that the ancient treasure of the spiritual lord has appeared here, and Ching Ming Valley wants to occupy the ancient treasure alone, attracting all the large and small forces within a radius of thousands of miles to covet it. In this day and age, no one can resist the temptation of the ancient treasures of the spiritual lord. It represents an unparalleled opportunity. Didn't you see that the most senior supreme elder of Ching Ming Valley couldn't resist the temptation and rushed in? Therefore, everyone who came here firmly believed that there must be an ancient treasure of the spiritual lord in the demon city. Therefore, this news spread like wildfire throughout the area within 1,000 miles of Ching Ming Mountain in a short period of time. Now, on the wasteland, powerful figures from various forces with various costumes and auras were scattered all over the place, all looking at the people from Ching Ming Valley on the wasteland mountain ahead and the huge demon city shrouded in black air in the distance. Knowing that it is difficult to enter the demon city, these people are not stupid. They are all watching quietly. No force is stupid enough to be used as a gun by Ching Ming Valley. Almost all the strong people from various forces keep a safe distance. They will only choose to take action when the spiritual master ancient treasure actually appears. Chen Mu looked at these people with a dark face, a bunch of bastards who only care about watching the fun and stirring up trouble. If the ancient spiritual treasure really appeared in the world, it would be your turn. He turned his head and looked at the distant sky, where people from 3 major forces gathered. They were the 3 major halls, second only to the 9 major sects in Yunzhou. Chen Mu really didn't expect that the 3 major halls would also send people. Although they were not the highest ranking combatants like the supreme elders in the hall masters came in person and even brought dozens of core elders, fearing that others would not know that they also coveted the so-called ancient treasure of the spiritual master. In the air in the distance, spiritual energy was flowing around the leading group of people, and the badge on their chests symbolizing the Lingsha temple attracted the attention of countless people below. The first of the 3 major halls is the Lingsha Hall. The master of Lingsha Palace was a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back, surrounded by a group of elders, looking down calmly elsewhere in the air. There was a group of figures emitting a faint evil aura. Jianfang, the master of Tsangming Palace, who had only one arm, was at the head of the group of these people naturally came from Tsangming Palace, one of the 3 major palaces. It is worth mentioning that not far behind Jianfang, there was a lazy figure with an enchanting and charming aura, which attracted the attention of many people below. As everyone knows, although Jianfang is the master of Tsangming Palace on the surface, everyone knows that Jianfang is afraid of women. Many important matters of Tsangming Palace are almost always decided by his fiancée Shensha. A funny thing happened some time ago. It turned out that Jianfang did not have a broken arm. At a certain power gathering, Lin Xiao, the head of the sword peak of Xianshao sect, molested Zhao Fan's fiancée in public. As a result, Zhao Fan took up his sword and went to the sword peak of Xianshao sect to kill him that day. However, when he came out of Jianfang, he was not only covered in dust and looked extremely embarrassed, but also became one-armed. After that, Zhao Fan stayed in Sangming Palace and rarely showed up. He also did not mention the fact that his fiancée was molested by Lin Xiao, and was laughed at by countless people. The Shenshao sect is one of the 9 major sects after all, and Lin Xiao is the direct disciple of Elder Shenshao. Even though he has a bad reputation, his cultivation is powerful, and coupled with his status in the Shenshao sect, not many people dare to mess with him. So when this matter came out, it naturally attracted a lot of ridicule towards Zhao Fan. I didn't expect that Zhao Fan would dare to show up today. It seems that the temptation of the ancient treasures of the spiritual master is really great. Not far from the Sangming Palace, there was another group of figures carrying long swords. They were the people from the Tianjian Palace. The palace master of the Tianjian Palace was named Yin Tianjian, nicknamed the Tianjian King. He looked at Zhao Fan with a strange look on his face. At this moment, facing the strange looks of the crowd, Zhao Fan's face darkened slightly. He turned his head to look at Shen Shuan behind him, gritting his teeth and asking, "Did you go to Shenshao sect this morning?" Shen Shuan glanced at him sideways, playing with her nails lazily, without saying a word, but the disdain in her eyes almost drove Zhao Fan crazy. "You really went to find him, you bitch." Zhao Fan had sharp eyes and saw at a glance the suspicious marks on Shen Shuan's neck that she had deliberately covered up most of. This made him feel that his dignity as a man had been severely trampled upon. "Lin Xiao, if I don't kill you, I'm not a man." Zhao Fan roared in his heart. "How dare you play with his fiancée?" After he grabs the Lingzuan ancient treasure and improves his cultivation, the first thing he will do is to go to Shenshao sect and kill that bastard Lin Xiao. At this time, Shen Shuan's cold voice came, instantly extinguishing some of the anger in Zhao Fan's heart. "If you want to die, you can try." Zhao Fan gritted his teeth, turned his head with a dark face and looked towards the demon city in front of him. He would get the ancient treasure of Lingzuan even if he died. Chapter 17 Girl Sacrifice, Spiritual Master. This is a realm that countless powerful people flock to. Since ancient times, countless powerful people have done crazy things in order to become a spiritual master. 3,000 years ago, a martial god sect member, determined to ascend to the spiritual venerable realm, personally slaughtered tens of thousands of disciples from the entire sect, not even sparing his wife and children. He then took all their blood and essence and poured it into the blood demon furnace, refining the ultimate blood demon body. He was thus known as the ultimate blood demon venerable. 1500 years ago, a cultivator used the 1,000-soul sacrifice cauldron to trap all living beings within 100 miles in an ancient forbidden formation. He captured thousands of children and forcibly extracted their essence and spirit. The wailing within the forbidden formation shook the heavens as the souls of thousands of children were crushed alive, becoming sacrifices for his ascension. 800 years ago, a monstrous genius from the human race, willingly destroying his own spiritual roots, carved 99 demonic patterns into his spiritual veins. Using the hearts of his own flesh and blood as guides, he immersed himself in a pool of blood for 100 days, allowing the boiling demonic blood to flush his meridians. Eventually, he became a demon lord. These people who have advanced in extreme ways are all the best in every era, but even they find it so difficult to advance to the spiritual lord realm. You can imagine how harsh it is to advance to the spiritual lord realm. 100 years ago, the ghostly demon lord used some unknown method to be promoted to the spirit lord, but he immediately attracted the powerful men from the immortal palace to kill him after his promotion, which means that he probably used some extreme method. Because those who used extreme methods to advance to the spirit master level were all killed by the Yunqiu immortal palace without exception. This is how people know the importance of the ancient collection of the spiritual lord. It is a treasure of heaven and earth that can help people not go to extremes and has a high probability of being promoted to the spiritual lord. It is the essence of spiritual energy condensed by powerful spiritual lords when they fell in the long river of history. Looking across the entire Yunzhou, no one is not jealous. The strong men from all forces were now quietly watching the demon city ahead, their eyes full of undisguised greed and desire for Lingzu and Guzan. The people in Ching Ming Valley ahead all looked unhappy. They knew that as soon as there was any news about Lingzu and Guzan, these people would probably swarm over like locusts, but the information about the Lingzuan ancient treasure was discovered by their supreme elder at the cost of his life. Now the supreme elder is still trapped in the demon city and his life or death is uncertain. These guys, on the other hand, have already thought about dividing and robbing the ancient treasure. Chen Mu's face was gloomy. After sending another group of disciples in and still getting no news, he suddenly spread out his palms and took out the life tablet of the Supreme Elder. I saw that the light flashing on the fate card became dimmer and dimmer. Chen Mu's breathing stagnated. He could not delay any longer. He took a deep breath and then suddenly turned his head to look at the veiled woman in purple not far to the left. For now, this is the only solution. Chen Mu sighed, for the sake of the sect, Zisu, please don't blame me. When the woman met Chen Mu's gaze, she was stunned and her face under the veil turned pale instantly. She certainly knew why Chen Mu brought her here. The next second, the spiritual power in her body burst out and she flew backwards without hesitation. Chen Mu's face darkened. This is all for the sect. How dare you disobey? Boom! While speaking, several elders beside him suddenly turned into spiritual light and shot out. In an instant, they caught up with the woman in purple. They formed forbidden spells in their hands and forced the woman in purple to stop. Several elders looked at each other with indifference. Surrounding the woman in purple in midair, Chen Mu waved his hand, and a life token suddenly flew out from the purple-clothed woman's body and fell into his palm. An elder snorted coldly, "Yi Zisu, being able to be the Grand Elder's sacrifice and exchange his life for his is a blessing you could never achieve in several lifetimes. You should feel honored. If you didn't have a special physique that allowed you to withstand the blood seal of the life curse, do you think you could have the honor you have today?" Another elder said. "It's an honor?" The purple-clothed woman was furious when she heard this. These people couldn't save the Grand Elder, and they actually wanted to use her life in exchange. The smile under her veil turned cold and miserable. "Last time you told me you were honored, but you ruined half of my face and made me suffer the cold shoulder in the sect. Now you want to kill me again. You are truly great." Buzz, the moment she finished speaking, her eyes turned ice cold, and she suddenly raised her palms to form seals. The spiritual power condensed in her palms was bitingly cold, and countless spiritual powers turned into ice blades and rushed straight towards the nearest elder, but the other party just shook his head nonchalantly, drew a circle in front of him with his skinny fingers, and a light golden spiritual barrier appeared out of thin air. The ice blade didn't even cause a ripple when it hit, and instantly shattered into light spots all over the sky. The elder on the left snorted coldly, flicked his fingertips, and an irresistible spiritual power burst out, directly shattering the woman's subsequent spiritual power. The woman felt a sweet taste in her throat, and a trace of blood slid down the corner of her lips, but she was unwilling to be used as a sacrifice like this. A spiritual light flashed in her hand, and her natal spirit sword was unsheathed. The sword light was like a stream of light, pointing directly at the eyebrows of the leading elder. Buzz, however, the opponent didn't even raise his eyelids, but just flicked his hand casually, and an invisible spiritual power hit the sword blade, and the long sword was instantly shaken out of his hand. The elder on the right raised his hand and waved. A light golden rope wrapped around her ankle and pulled gently. She was instantly pulled like a kite with a broken string and crashed into an icy barrier behind her. She felt a sharp pain in her back like a needle. That was the soul-trapping formation condensed by Chen Mu. Chen Mu sighed softly. "Ching Ming Valley has already lost an old valley master, and now we cannot afford to lose the Grand Elder. If you can exchange your life for the Grand Elders, it will be considered your contribution to the sect." The woman's spiritual power was blocked by the spiritual formation. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, glanced at the elders standing quietly in front of her, then looked at the group of Ching Ming Valley disciples who were watching coldly not far away, and finally smiled sadly. Last time, it was the same. Because of her special physique, she was used as a life curse sacrifice by the sect. Last time, in order to save the eldest elder's son who was seriously injured in the battlefield of suppressing demons, she was cast under a blood curse, and suffered the backlash of the blood curse, destroying half of her face and being looked down upon by the sect. Now he wants her life. This is the sect that claims to be the righteous path. It's ridiculous. The woman looked down at her trembling hands. The spiritual power in her palms was rapidly dissipating, while the spiritual light surrounding her was getting brighter and brighter. Her life plate was in Chen Mu's hand, and on the plate, blood-red spiritual light was interweaving and emerging. Chen Mu formed seals with his hands, and the woman's life plate and the Supreme Elder's life plate slowly floated in the air, and a blood-red spiritual light intertwined the two life plates together. Cast a blood curse. Chen Mu spoke coldly to the elders. This spell of exchanging one's body for one's life is a forbidden spell of Ching Ming Valley. Only people with a physique that can withstand the spell can withstand it. Yi Zisu happens to be the only person with a physique that can withstand the spell in Ching Ming Valley in the past 100 years. Originally, Chen Mu wanted to keep her to prolong the life of the old Valley Master, but the old Valley Master died too quickly. Now using her to rescue the Supreme Elder can be considered a worthy death for her. The woman's eyes gradually turned into despair. The loss of her spiritual power forced her to reluctantly give up resistance, but the hatred in her eyes burned more and more fiercely. The people from the three major halls in the air and the strong men from countless forces ignored this scene. The law of the jungle is the rule of this era. What's more, it is an internal matter of Ching Ming Valley, and no one would think of interfering. Below, the 5 elders of Ching Ming Valley formed seals with their hands, but just as countless blood-colored rays were about to wrap around the woman in purple, skied out a bone banner carrying a thick evil aura suddenly tore through the clouds. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, it shot down directly, smashing the blood-colored rays wrapped around the purple-clothed woman into pieces. Then, in front of everyone, a bony hand easily snatched the 2 suspended life cards from Chen Mu's hand, and a sneer echoed throughout the world. Hee hee. So your righteous sects also like to use living people as sacrifices? This really opens my eyes. Chapter 18. Which Yi Zisu, the figure, wearing a black robe as dark as ink, stood in midair with an evil look on his face, surrounded by a thick evil aura, playing with 2 life cards in his hands. No one could see his face clearly. They could only see his 3 strange, dark vertical pupils under the black robe. What evil demon is this? Seeing that the life token of the Supreme Elder was taken away, Chen Mu's face changed drastically, and the elders of Ching Ming Valley shouted in anger. The elder on the far left attacked boldly, and the palm wind carried violent spiritual power to slap forward. The black-robed figure didn't move, but just glanced down indifferently with his vertical pupils just to look. The elder's face changed drastically, and the spiritual energy in his body began to surge wildly and uncontrollably. Then his body trembled and stopped, his eyes terrified. Boom, the next second, his heart exploded without any warning. The whole person instantly lost all life and fell from midair. Gurgle. Everyone widened their eyes and swallowed. Suddenly, that elder has reached the early stage of Spirit Emperor cultivation. The Spirit Emperor, considered Yunzhou's top fighter, was killed instantly by just a single glance from him. Shenmu's face was full of disbelief. At this time, the black-robed figure raised his hand and gently grabbed, pulling the purple-clothed woman out of Shenmu's soul-trapping formation. Yizisa felt an extremely strange breath lingering around her nose. When she looked up, she happened to meet the three vertical pupils of the man in black robe. However, she did not feel any fear in her heart, but was surprisingly calm. A bold and crazy idea suddenly popped up in my mind. It turned out that the aura of evil could be so reassuring. No one dared to speak below, and the air seemed to freeze under everyone's gaze. The black-robed man casually waved his hand, and the bone banner flew back into his hand. He opened his other palm, and in his palm floated the life tablets of the woman and the Ching Ming Valley's Grand Elder. He then sneered hoarsely, "Life for life? It's just a low-end life curse once abandoned by the ancient vampires." Rubbish. You. The face of an elder next to Shenmu suddenly turned dark, and Shenmu's face was full of fear, signaling the elder not to act rashly. TSK, am I wrong? The black-robed man looked over jokingly, "A sect's worth of trash." This ridicule is quite accurate. The people from other forces around had strange expressions on their faces. The faces of everyone in Ching Ming Valley below turned black. The disciples were filled with humiliation, while the elders gnashed their teeth. It was indeed humiliating to be scolded in the face and not dare to talk back. Shenmu took a deep breath to calm himself, then said coldly, "You don't look like someone from Yunzhou. I wonder what you want to do here. I, Ching Ming Valley, shouldn't have done anything to offend you, right? This person's identity is strange, and his strength is unfathomable. Even if the Supreme Elder is here, he may not be able to defeat him. Could it be that he is also here for the Lingzuan ancient treasure?" Shenmu still didn't understand the situation and didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. The man in black robe ignored Shenmu's words and threw a life card to the woman in purple. Yizisa took her life card, looked at the black-robed man with amber eyes, and asked in a daze, "Can you take me away?" Ching Ming Valley used to be her home, but now this home has become her purgatory. Instead, the black-robed man in front of her is the only ray of light in her purgatory. The black-robed man stared at her with his pupils raised, beneath Yizisa's veil. Her pretty face was full of stubbornness. Suddenly the man in black robe reached out and lifted a corner of her veil. Yizisa's face darkened. "My face doesn't look good." The sect she trusted the most had destroyed her reputation, and everyone was mocking her. Now they wanted to take her life, and all the disciples were still watching coldly. How ridiculous! The man in black robe ignored her and gently lifted a corner of her veil with his fingers, revealing her smooth jawline. As he moved upwards, several crisscrossing bloodstains suddenly appeared. These bloodstains were like winding ravines attached to her face, destroying the original soft outline and making her look somewhat hideous and terrifying. Another female villain. Yizisa's eyelashes trembled, and she subconsciously wanted to turn her head away, but the black-robed man's hand gently touched her cheek through the veil. The hand was wrapped in a black robe, and only the slender knuckles could be vaguely seen. Wisps of black air emanated from the fingertips, winding up along her skin and climbing up the scar. Black energy swirled and condensed around the scar, gradually outlining an intricate line, like an invisible brush painting on her skin. The black energy gradually filled the scar, and then grew outward in layers of curls, which at first glance looked like poisoned purple petals. But in a moment, those hideous scars were covered by a complex and strange purple flower, shaped like a mandala. The extremely strange pattern on Yizisa's face made her originally beautiful eyes and eyebrows look even more charming and enchanting. Looking closely, it was even more breathtakingly beautiful than when she was intact. The black-robed man withdrew his hand, the warmth of Yizisa's skin still lingering on his fingertips. He gently pulled down her veil, his eyes filled with admiration as he spoke hoarsely, "Your face is very beautiful." The cold touch on her skin had not yet dissipated, but Yizisa froze in place, forgetting even to breathe. The scar on her face was the aftereffect of the sect's forced life curse on her in order to save someone. When the old valley master learned about this, he comforted her and said that it was all for the sect. But what happened later? The younger brothers and sisters would deliberately avoid her during sword practice, and the younger sisters and sisters would show a hint of disdain and deliberate distance in their eyes when chatting. Gradually, she became an alien that everyone in the sect despised and hated. The elders disdained to guide her cultivation, and the disciples became enemies and alienated her. But at this moment, the skin that once made her feel extremely inferior, even disgusted by herself, seemed to have new life under the strange patterns of the black-robed man. Even though it was the mark of evil, something that all righteous people avoided, for her, it was her rebirth. Warm moisture condensed on her eyelashes without her knowing when. Yizisu lowered her head suddenly, afraid that the person in front of her would see the moisture in her eyes. At this moment, she could even hear the thumping of her own heartbeat. She gently raised her hand and touched the lines on her cheek with her fingertips. For the first time, she didn't feel that half of her face was heavy. "Thank you." Her voice was a little choked and hoarse. So what if the black-robed man in front of me is an evil demon? This evil demon is countless times more dazzling than those who claim to be righteous but are actually hypocritical. Chapter 19. I admire her. The sudden change in midair caught everyone off guard. In fact, sacrifices happen in every sect to a greater or lesser extent. For example, when the ancestors of some sects are nearing their end, they will select young disciples with special physiques and use life spells to exchange the lives of the young disciples for their own. Everyone knows this kind of thing tacitly. Sacrificing a few young disciples can extend the life of the sect's ancestor and continue to protect the sect. This is also a great honor for those young disciples. Yizisu was originally the sacrifice chosen by Ching Ming Valley for the former Valley Master, but the former Valley Master died too quickly and was gone before he could be revived. Chen Mu was still hoping to use Yizisu's life to exchange for the Grand Elder. His face darkened, and he spoke coldly to the black-robed figure in midair. Your Excellency is overreaching. This woman is a disciple of my Ching Ming Valley. Her fate should be decided by me, Ching Ming Valley. The elders' faces turned pale as they looked at the elder who was killed by the black-robed man below. Their expressions were filled with fear and anger. The spiritual power surged in the elders' bodies and they rushed up one after another, forming a spiritual seal formation, blocking all four positions of the black-robed man and Yizisu. Although Chen Mu was unsure, he didn't believe that this guy would not panic at all when so many people were attacking one person, and they were all elders of the sect who were at the spirit emperor level. And there was also the sect's big formation as a trump card. Chen Mu's body floated up. He looked at Yizisu coldly and shouted coldly, exchange your life for the Grand Elder. It is an honor you will never get in your lifetime. Even if this incident didn't happen today, you will still be sent to Shensha sect by the sect. Get back here now. Yizisu clenched her palms tightly and lowered her head slightly so as not to look at the people below, but her trembling palms still made it clear that she was feeling uneasy. Finally, the moment she raised her head, the charming face with the mandala tattoo on it became extremely cold, and her cold amber pupils were filled with suppressed murderous intent. Why? Her cold voice echoed through the air, filled with anger and resentment. You're just a bunch of hypocrites who only use morality to cover up their filth. Why should I give you my life? As soon as the words came out, the expressions of everyone below changed, and many Ching Ming Valley disciples even blushed. At this moment, the forbearance in Yizisu's eyes was completely shrouded in murderous intent. She seemed like a different person, making the disciples of Ching Ming Valley below feel a deep chill. Furthermore, her words completely exposed the unbearable things hidden under the cover of the righteous forces of Ching Ming Valley. Many elders also flushed red in the face, especially when they saw the black-robed man with a playful expression. Anger surged in their hearts. The chief elder of Ching Ming Valley pointed at Yizisu angrily and said, You bastard, do you want to betray the sect? Yizisu tore off the badge on his chest that represented his status as a Ching Ming Valley disciple and crushed it casually. Only filthy people like you can stay in this sect. You. Many of the scolded disciples had dark faces and eyes full of anger. The great elder waved his hand and suddenly ordered the surrounding elders, Capture her for me. I will personally buy her life. Boom, the spiritual power of the four elders surged, and they attacked directly to capture Yizisu. A fierce gust of wind was blowing, but Yizisu felt calm instead. On his cheek, which was engraved with a dark purple devil flower, the devil flower, which was originally like a bud, was now slowly blooming. Along with it, a fierce aura that had been sealed in his body came along, as if the seal had been released. Swish, the long sword in his hand was unsheathed, and the cold sword tip pointed directly at the elder of Ching Ming Valley below, and the spiritual power in his body began to surge wildly. Burning the life body, she's crazy. The elder's eyelids jumped. Burning the life body to activate spiritual power is a sign of being possessed by a demon. Once possessed by a demon, she will become a madman who has lost her mind and only knows how to kill. Capture her, the great elder shouted. Swish, the body rushed forward first. The four elders also surrounded Yizisu and attacked one after another. The other side, the black-robed man was still playing with the bone banner in his hand. He glanced at Yizisu, who was about to be possessed by the devil. His scarlet pupils flickered slightly, and then he licked his tongue and said hoarsely, I admire her. As he said this, he snapped his fingers. A ray of spiritual light burst out and swept into Yizisu's body. Boom, at the moment when Yizisu was about to become possessed by the devil, a terrifying demonic power that seemed to come from ancient times surged through her body like a river bursting its banks, instantly breaking through the shackles of her meridians. An illusory and terrifying corpse fox demon appeared behind her, and the spiritual power in her body surged wildly, breaking through the realm of Spirit Emperor. In just a moment, a strange purple flame burned on his body, emitting an extreme temperature, as if it could burn the air. Just when the four elders of Ching Ming Valley were about to touch her, they were touched by the purple devil flame, and the spiritual power in their bodies directly cracked inch by inch. The eldest elder, who was the first to be hit, was directly burned and melted by the flame, and his protective spiritual power shattered like paper. The other three elders were also twisting and burning in the purple flames, and their tragic wails made countless people shudder. But within a few breaths, the four of them didn't even have the strength to struggle. Only the sound of their bones being burned by the devil's flames could be heard. Half a minute later, the flesh and blood of the four people were completely burned by the devil flame, and the spiritual power in their bodies gradually condensed into 4 blood pills under the burning of the devil flame. Yi Zisu swept them away and held them in his hand. Blood sacrifice elixir, using living people to make elixirs. Everyone below was dead silent. The disciples of Ching Ming Valley had pale faces as they looked at the cold and ruthless purple figure in the air. Their pupils shrank violently, and some of those who were locked in Yi Zisu's eyes felt a chill in their hearts. Yi Zisu, the sect treats you well. An older disciple trembled softly, but before he could finish his words, a purple flame pierced his heart, cutting his voice short. With a wave of his hand, he instantly killed a disciple at the peak of the divine pill stage. Yi Zisu looked indifferent as he looked towards Chen Mu. Murdering a fellow disciple. Yi Zisu, you should think carefully about the consequences. Chen Mu quickly formed seals with his palms while speaking, using his trump card, and the surging spiritual power turned into a long dragon and swept towards the ladder. Boom, the spiritual power hit, but it couldn't even break the layer of purple flames. Chen Mu's eyes jumped, and he turned and ran without thinking, his body turning into a long rainbow and rushing across the sky. However, the next second, a breath passed behind him, and he felt a cold touch on his neck. Yi Zisu, holding a long sword in her jade hand, had caught up with him at some point. The sharp sword blade burning with demonic flames was across his neck, and the blade had even cut into the flesh, causing blood to flow down. The intense pain made Chen Mu look terrified and he stopped in a hurry. I know who cast the curse on you. It was Yunshu. Clang, a cold light flashed, and before Chen Mu could even finish his words, his head separated from his body, and his soul turned into a ball of spirit that tried to escape in panic, but was caught up by the purple devil flame and burned to ashes. A blood dripped from the sword blade, making a crisp sound. The next second, Yi Zisu raised his eyes indifferently, and then his body disappeared again. This time, the screams came from the group of disciples from Ching Ming Valley. Just 2.5 minutes later, more than half of the Ching Ming Valley disciples present were killed tragically by Yi Zisu's sword. People from countless forces around looked at this scene with trembling eyes. This woman is so cruel. TSK. The man in black robes watched the show with clicks of the tongue, looking at the extremely ferocious body below, and then listening to the system prompts coming from his mind. Ding, the villain Yi Zisu has killed a fellow disciple, and her blackening progress is 80%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 evil points. Ding, the villain Yi Zisu killed a fellow disciple, and her blackening progress reached 85%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 evil points. In addition to gaining evil points by performing villainous acts, the evil value system also allows you to gain corresponding evil points by taking advantage of these villainous female protagonists and making them become increasingly evil, especially the heroine Feng Yu, who was the most fortunate villain in the previous life, and also his own little apprentice. If she turns evil in the end, the evil value she will get will probably be a huge number. Chapter 20. The first evil female villain. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. There was only a purple-clothed figure standing on the barren mountain. Beneath her were the corpses of Ching Ming Valley disciples scattered all over the mountains. After releasing his evil nature, Yi Zisu had obviously gotten used to this kind of killing. This time, the masters of the three main halls in the air and the leaders of various forces around were all staring at this scene in amazement, and Jianfang's scalp was tingling even more. The leaders of all forces looked serious and stared at Yi Zisu with vigilance. This moment, in front of Yi Zisu, a long sword stuck in the ground was still bleeding. Under the sword, a disciple of Ching Ming Valley had his heart pierced, his face filled with fear as he died. Yi Zisu slowly raised her hand to tuck a strand of messy hair behind her ear, making the bloodstained purple magic flower on her cheek appear even more enchanting and charming. The next second, she gently stretched out her jade hand, grasped the hilt, and drew out the sword. Then he turned around, his cold eyes staring at the tragedy he had caused with a bit of loss and disappointment. She personally slaughtered nearly 1/3 of the disciples in Ching Ming Valley. All of this was done by her. Her chest rose and fell slightly. Yi Zisu suddenly gritted her teeth, and her beautiful cold eyes turned completely blood red and paranoid the next moment. They want to kill me. Why can't I kill them? These people deserve to die. At this moment, the evil in the body once again defeated reason. Yi Zisu laughed crazily, and his dangerous eyes suddenly raised, and his gaze swept towards Jianfang and others in the air. Jianfang, he was stunned for a moment, then his face turned anxious. Oh no, this woman is completely possessed. Being completely possessed by a demon means that the demonic nature in the body has completely replaced rationality, and the desire to kill in the heart can no longer be suppressed. Wang Yan, the head of the Lingsha palace nearby, gritted his teeth and looked at the black-robed man in the air. That guy's magic seal will arouse the devil in this woman's heart. It's all his fault. At this moment, everyone seemed to sense something. When they looked up, they saw the black-robed man looking at them with a playful and amusing gaze. It turned out to be this guy who was behind this. He used the magic seal to stimulate the devil in Yi Zisu's heart. It was he who turned Yi Zisu into a murderous female devil. The faces of the leaders of many forces changed. Before they could come to their senses, they saw the black-robed man wave the bone banner in his hand, and suddenly an extremely dark black spiritual power swept across the world. Everyone felt that the spiritual power in their bodies began to become uncontrollably restless. Swish, the incident happened within a small force. A male disciple from the small faction was the first to lose control of the surging spiritual energy. He suddenly roared, his eyes turning blood red. With a terrifying roar, he turned and pounced on a senior sister behind him, biting her madly, severing her neck alive. Blood splattered, everyone was stunned. As one disciple fell into madness, more and more disciples from smaller factions began to go crazy. One disciple from a smaller faction even went crazy and killed more than a dozen people in his sect. In the end, he looked like a bloody man walking out of a sea of blood. In just 1 minute, countless forces around them became chaotic, and all the crazy disciples killed each other. The miserable screams accompanied by the terrifying wailing and roaring made everyone tremble with fear. The disciples in the 3 main halls were relatively better off, but some of the disciples in the Lingsha hall had their eyes turning red and were trembling all over, almost unable to suppress the restless demonic nature in their bodies. Seeing this, Wang Yan slapped out with his palm, and the terrifying spiritual power swept over, wiping out the disciple out of thin air. Seeing this, the other disciples swallowed in fear but didn't dare to say anything. Yin Tianjian, the master of the Heavenly Sword Hall, looked at the black-robed man in midair and suddenly shouted, "Stop it!" In midair, a smile slowly appeared on the corner of the black-robed man's mouth. He scratched his ear and said with a playful smile, "What? You told me not to stop?" Yin Tianjian was furious. "Bastard." The black-robed man nodded, "I will satisfy you." As he spoke, he waved the bone banner in his hand again. Buzz, as another dark spiritual power swept past. This time, the disciples from the 3 main halls were completely unable to suppress the evil nature in their bodies. As the first disciple fell into madness, then 2, 3, at the beginning, Jianfang and the other 2 were able to control the situation by killing the possessed disciples. However, as more and more disciples went crazy, they became terrified, because the strength of those crazy disciples had increased several times compared to before. Jianfang killed its Sangming Palace disciple with 1 palm strike, then flashed to the front of Shenshuan behind him and killed all the disciples who tried to approach him. Shenshuan glanced at him coldly, "Get out of here." As he said that, he slapped Jianfang and sent him flying. Jianfang's face flushed red as he gritted his teeth in anger. "I'm afraid you'll get hurt." Shenshuan sneered, "You should worry about yourself." Jianfang was stunned for a moment, then saw that all the crazy disciples bypassed Shenshuan and rushed towards him instead, which made him confused. These crazy disciples did not attack Shenshuan, as if there was something about Shenshuan that frightened them. Shenshuan frowned slightly. She also felt a little strange at first, but then she sensed the spiritual energy emanating from the purple hairpin on her head, so she took it off, her pretty face slightly dazed. "This is the hairpin Lin Xiao gave her. It was the spiritual energy of this hairpin that prevented those frantic disciples from approaching." Thinking of this, Shenshuan's heart suddenly sweetened. That guy was always like this. Even if he wasn't by her side, he would still protect her in this way. He said he didn't care about her, but he was a hypocrite. Jianfang's face was gloomy. Looking at his fiancée's sweet expression, which he had never shown in front of him before, he felt that his head was getting greener and greener. Boom, after slapping a disciple to death with 1 palm, Jianfang looked at the black-robed man in midair with murderous intent. "You bastard, what the hell do you want to do?" The man in black robe was playing with the bone banner lazily. After hearing the words, he glanced at Jianfang with his dark pupils indifferently. When Jianfang met the gaze of the man in black robe, for some reason, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. The dark and emotionless vertical pupils looked at him as if he were looking at a dead person. This made Jianfang's heart tremble. The next second, he saw the black-robed man waving the bone flag in his hand, and he suddenly felt cold all over. Without even thinking, he suddenly retreated, but it's still too late. A dark spiritual power passed by silently, without even causing any ripples in space, and just blasted towards him. Jianfang's breath was choked as if he was instantly shrouded in the shadow of death. Under the attack of spiritual power, all his means of escape were useless. As long as he was hit, he would surely die. Jianfang felt cold all over and his mind was trembling, but at this moment a cold snort suddenly came from the sky, and then a vast aura swept down, carrying with it an incomparable sense of oppression. Under this aura, space seemed to be frozen, and the black-robed man's attack stopped the moment it was about to reach Jianfang, then collapsed inch by inch. Jianfang escaped death and his face was full of fear. "Star God, soul-binding barrier." Then a cold female voice was heard. Buzz, as the voice fell, spiritual chains fell from the sky and bound all the crazy disciples. In the air, as the spiritual clouds dispersed, a burly middle-aged man in green clothes, accompanied by Xiao Zhiliuo and Li Chouan, and several strange figures wearing fairy palace costumes and surrounded by a vast aura, slowly appeared. "It's over." Mu Qing's cold and indifferent voice spread out, and his deep black eyes swept over the black-robed man below. Last time, this guy was allowed to escape from Shensha sect. This time, 3 spirit lords came to catch him. Let's see how he escapes again. Chapter 21. What you said is as ridiculous as you are. Swish. At this time, the figures of Shensha sect's disciples and elders also swooped down from the sky. The great elder Mingyuan glared at Yi Zisu and angrily pointed at him, cursing, "You murdered your fellow disciples and yet you were so willing to fall into evil. You are simply hopeless." He was really angry, putting aside Yi Zisu's identity as a disciple of Ching Ming Valley. She is Lin Xiao's fiancé. Lin Xiao is also the leader of their Jianfang peak. Once the things Yi Zisu did today get out, even if the 2 of them don't get married, who knows how many people will curse Lin Xiao behind his back. As a result, their Shensha sect will be implicated. This woman, it's fine if she's causing trouble for Ching Ming Valley, but please don't bring trouble to the Shensha sect. Looking at the corpses of the Ching Ming Valley disciples scattered all over the ground below, Jiang Yingxue and other disciples of the first peak felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. Jiang Yingxue gritted her teeth. As expected, anyone who had anything to do with Lin Xiao was not a good person. The leaders of various forces hurriedly saluted respectfully towards those people from Yunshu Immortal Palace, and some leaders of small forces who survived even knelt down hurriedly. The spirit lord of the Immortal Palace, some of them may only be able to see him once in their lifetime. Silence returned to the air.
Facing the condemnation from everyone in Xianshao sect, Yizisu just found it funny. You just want to take my life? I want your lives, but in your eyes I am a devil? This Xianshao sect is not a good thing either. She sneered at Jiang Yingshue's pretty face flushed red. You were the one who wanted to become a demon, and you killed so many people. You're also the fiancé of my uncle Lin Xiao. You deserve it. Lin Xiao, upon hearing this name, Yi Zisu's beautiful eyes became a little dazed. Ever since the sect destroyed her face, she had been alienated and despised by everyone in Ching Ming Valley, and her personality had long since become cold. In the past few years, perhaps only the incident of Xianshao sect could move her emotions. Although he had never met Lin Xiao, that person still agreed to marry her even though he knew she was disfigured. Senior sister Yi, don't fall into depravity anymore. You are just being used by the evil demon. It's not too late to turn back now. The immortal palace will save you, and our Xianshao sect will also save you. A male disciple of the Xianshao sect spoke sincerely, and as he spoke, he glanced at the black-robed man in the air with great resentment. It's all that guy's fault. Not only did he destroy most of the Xianshao sect today, but now he's using senior sister Yi to massacre the disciples of the Ching Ming Valley. He's simply an unforgivable devil. But after he finished speaking, he found that senior sister Yi ignored him completely and didn't even look at him. The male disciple's face flushed. Xiao Juliuo slowly lowered his body, and when he saw Yi Zisu at this moment, there was inevitably some surprise in his eyes. If I remember correctly, this woman from Ching Ming Valley seemed to be the sacrifice chosen by an old spiritual master in the immortal palace temple, and the life curse on her was cast by that spiritual master. Originally, when the time was right, the spiritual master would capture her and bring her back to the immortal palace to be used as a sacrifice for cultivation. He can't escape anymore. Seeing Izisu's beautiful eyes fixed on the air, Xiao Juliuo shook his head and smiled. In fact, there have been many sinners like him in this world before, but you should be very clear about the fate of those people. Miss Yi, it's time to turn back. He then said, I can help you. Sinner? Yi Zisu muttered to herself. The next second, a charming and dangerous smile appeared on her pretty face. She slowly raised her finger and shot out a spiritual sword. The tip of the sword hovered in front of Xiao Juliuo's eyebrows. I want your life. Will you give it to me? I'm afraid that won't work. Xiao Juliuo shook his head. Then what you said is as ridiculous as you are. The next second, the spiritual sword shot out violently. Xiao Juliuo was not careful and was blown away. His face darkened slightly. This woman really didn't know what was good for her. It would be better if she didn't fall into his hands. And now in midair, the silver-robed spiritual master on Mu Qing's right shook his head and stared at the black-robed man. You have deceived my righteous disciples into slaughtering their master, and you have committed a crime against the immortal palace. No matter who you are, you cannot leave this place today. The other middle-aged man in a white robe on the left stroked his beard and stared at the bone banner in the black-robed man's hand. It can influence the mind of spiritual practitioners and release demonic nature. This magic banner should be a magic treasure. It's a bit of a waste on you. He stretched out his hand and said, why not, leave it to me. The black-robed man glanced at the three people, shook his head with some regret, and muttered, only 3 spiritual lords came. Mu Qing laughed angrily. What do you mean only 3 came? 100 years ago, even that demon lord of ghost caves died at the hands of the 3 of us spirit lords. Do you think you can still be alive today? Oh, hearing this, the black-robed man stared at Mu Qing with interest. You remind me now. 100 years ago, there was a pregnant woman in the ghost cave clan. It seems that one of you 3 toyed with her until she died, and she was eventually refined into a human puppet furnace. Mu Qing and the middle-aged man in white robes immediately turned to look at the silver-robed spirit master. Mu Qing's face darkened and he whispered, didn't I remind you to deal with that woman? How did this news leak out? Even many people in the immortal palace don't know this secret. The silver-robed spiritual venerable's expression changed. He suddenly stared at the black-robed man with alarm and asked in a cold voice, were you also present when we wiped out the ghost clan 100 years ago? The pregnant woman whom he had refined into a human puppet to play with was the wife of the ghostly demon lord. He had taken action because he saw that the woman had a special physique and was extremely beautiful, and she was only one step away from a breakthrough. TSK. The black-robed man slowly shook his head and ignored him. Then he frowned slightly and looked at the demon city shrouded in black air behind him. I don't know that pregnant woman, but, the next second he suddenly turned around and looked at the silver-robed spiritual master. I know another person. The silver-robed spiritual master's eyes changed. Boom, as a terrifying purple thunder like a python fell from the sky, the whole world suddenly darkened. The void behind the black-robed man suddenly twisted and shattered like a mirror, and the clouds within a radius of hundreds of miles were instantly dyed dark scarlet. Then, the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart by a terrifying hand with white joints and bulging blue veins, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to become chaotic. Behind the torn clouds, a corpse wrapped in demonic energy shot down from the scarlet spiritual power. The anger that has been suppressed for 100 years burns the heaven and earth. The middle-aged man in silver robe was shocked. but the speed of the corpse was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Boom, a shadow loomed, and an unimaginable force struck the silver-robed middle-aged man on the head. Next second. Boom, the vision is spinning, the body of the silver-robed spiritual master fell into the barren mountain below like a cannonball. With a deafening bang, a huge deep pit was smashed into the barren mountain. Wait until the smoke clears. The silver-robed spirit master's head was being stepped on by a foot. His hair was disheveled and covered in blood, and his whole body was trembling slightly. Chapter 22. After you die, I will treat your wife and children well. The demon lord of ghostly caverns? Looking at the tall demonic figure that appeared by stepping on the head of the silver-robed spirit master, everyone's pupils contracted violently and their faces changed drastically. Even if the people here did not participate in the tragic battle between the Ghost Clan and the Immortal Palace 100 years ago, they must have heard about it to some extent. The Guehu clan was once the top force in the central region, but the Guehu demon lord was a bloodthirsty and tyrannical person. According to the intelligence from the Immortal Palace, he was able to advance to the Spirit Lord by practicing the way of killing. His hands were stained with the blood of countless people. He was an unforgivable demon who made people shudder at the mention of him and was hated by everyone. Therefore, in order to eradicate the cancer of the Ghost Clan, the Immortal Palace did not hesitate to mobilize 3 Spirit Lords and hundreds of Spirit Emperors, and spent 3 days and 3 nights to completely wipe out the Ghost Clan. When the Demon Lord fell, his body fell into the ghostly demon city, plunging the entire demon city into eternal night for 100 years. The former demon Lord of Ghost Caves fought alone against the 3 great spirit lords of the Immortal Palaces. That devastating battle ended with his demise, but no one knows how he fell. This is impossible. Mu Qing's eyelids twitched wildly. He had personally participated in the battle to conquer the Guehu clan, and he also saw with his own eyes that the Guehu demon king committed suicide in front of him. How could someone who had been dead for over 100 years suddenly come back to life? Even if that black-robed man had extraordinary abilities, this was absolutely impossible. Mu Qing's face looked grim. In fact, back then, the 3 spiritual masters were not able to suppress the ghost demon lord as the intelligence said. Instead, the 3 of them were almost suppressed by the latter and even lost to him. The reason why he was able to win in the end was that the silver-robed spirit master used some means to capture the pregnant wife of the ghost cave demon lord and threatened him with his wife and the child in her belly. For the sake of his wife and child, the ghost cave demon lord finally had to give up resistance. The condition of the Immortal Palace was that he committed suicide over the demon city, and the Immortal Palace would spare his wife and children, leaving the last bloodline to the Ghost Clan. However, after he committed suicide, the silver-robed spiritual venerable did not abide by the rules. Instead, he captured his wife, refined her into a human puppet furnace, and toyed with her at will. Such things that damage the reputation of the Immortal Palace will naturally not be made public, and there are very few people who know about it. Mu Qing really couldn't figure out how that black-robed man knew. Seeing Mu Qing's shocked expression, the black-robed man in the air smiled playfully. He cast his gaze towards the demon shadow below, met the demon shadow's empty eyes, and then felt the fear and disgust in the eyes of the people around him as they looked at the demon shadow. But he gently raised the bone banner in his hand and waved it. Swish! Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color. The originally gloomy sky grew even darker, yet the black clouds gradually began to become transparent. Then, within the transparent clouds, a sky curtain emerged. As the dark light surged, pictures began to emerge. I am merciful and invite you to watch a good show. The hoarse voice of the man in black robes echoed in the ears of everyone below. Hearing this, and seeing the familiar scenes beginning to emerge in the mist, the white-robed middle-aged man and Mu Qing's expressions changed drastically. They both shouted anxiously, "Stop!" His body turned into a long rainbow and shot towards the man in black robe. "Don't be anxious." The man in black robe smiled slightly, his body turned into black mist, and reappeared on the top of a distant mountain. Mu Qing and the other man came up empty-handed and became anxious at Buzz. However, at this moment, the scene within the sky curtain slowly froze. The first image was quickly recognized as the demon city from 100 years ago, because at that time, the ghostly city was still full of purple ghostly flowers. In the picture, a man in black sat on a cliff covered in purple demonic flowers. His face was gentle, and in his arms he held a petite and gentle figure. His gentle gaze fixed on the woman in his arms, his fingertips lightly brushing against her bulging belly. The woman rested her head on his knees, smiling softly and sweetly. She gently took the man's hand and pressed it on her lower abdomen. "Ahu, your son kicked me." The man smiled slightly, and with his fingertips he smoothed a strand of hair off her forehead. He said with a smile, "It's up to you." The woman frowned beautifully, then suddenly stood up with a soft hum, sitting in the man's arms, her face full of grievance. "Are you mean to me?" The man was at a loss for words and could only lower his head and kiss her. The woman looked up at him, her bright, clear eyes reflecting the stars. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at the night sky outside the demon city. Her eyes dimmed, and she lay back in the man's arms, hugging him tightly, muttering, "Those people made you do things you didn't want to do. I feel sorry for you. You've never killed anyone, so why do people outside call you a big devil? If they want to speak, let them speak. How can you stop them from speaking?" The woman hit him lightly. "Those people in the Immortal Palace have no good intentions at all. They even asked you to send 200 young children from your tribe to use as cauldrons. If you do, those people will definitely hate you in the future." The man didn't answer, but hugged her tighter. However, where the woman couldn't see, the expression in his eyes was full of complexity. The first picture freezes here, however. The news revealed in the picture made everyone below look at each other in confusion. Then, all eyes simultaneously turned towards Xiao Zhuluo and other immortal palace disciples in midair. Of course, they recognized the man in black. He was the ghostly demon lord who had just taken control of the ghostly clan 100 years ago, but this was different from what they knew. Wasn't it said that the ghostly demon lord was a cold-blooded, murderous demon? In order to obtain resources from the Celestial Palace, he even offered young members of his clan to the Celestial Palace disciples to use as furnaces. Just when everyone was confused, the sky changed and the second picture appeared. This time it was on a tragic battlefield. The battlefield had obviously experienced a shocking battle. The man in black was covered in blood. Opposite him were Mu Qing and the other two from 100 years ago. They were also in a particularly miserable state at the moment. Mu Qing in the image gritted his teeth and said, "It's just a mere 200 clansmen. When your father was in charge of the Ghost Cave clan, he was much more obedient than you. For the sake of 200 of your people, you rebelled against the rule of the Asgard. I have to say, you are a real fool." The man's face was calm. He took a deep breath and said nothing. He just raised his hand and the spiritual power behind him surged. A great battle, extremely brutal. However, the Immortal Palace crushed the Ghost Clan, slaughtering countless members. The battle between the black-clothed man and Mu Qing and the other two lasted for a day and a night. But at the very end, the silver-robed spiritual venerable seized the opportunity to rush into the demon city and capture a woman. The scene changed. The silver-robed spiritual venerable looked at the blood-soaked man across from him with a carefree smile. "Don't worry. After you die, your wife and children will be spared by the Celestial Palace, and I will treat them well." Amid the woman's frantic screams of pain and sorrow, the man eventually died in the demon city. The picture changed again, this time, in a dark room. The silver-robed spiritual venerable pinched the woman's chin, looked at her bulging belly and grinned. "This evil creature will be a disaster if he stays here. Once I have absorbed all the yin energy in your body, I will send him on his way." The woman suddenly smiled, a miserable smile, tears mixed with blood streaming down her face. She stared at the silver-robed spiritual master with eyes full of resentment. "I curse you, from now on someone will refine you into a blood pill, and you will live forever and ever, with no chance of reincarnation." Bang! The silver-robed spirit master slapped the woman in the face and said, "I have tried many furnaces, but this is the first time I have used a furnace that is pregnant with a seed." However, just as he was about to take the next step, a blood-stained hairpin suddenly appeared in the woman's hand, and the next second, it fiercely pierced her heart. It was too late for the silver-robed spiritual venerable to stop her. He rushed forward in anger and pulled out the blood hairpin, but the woman was already dead, and the child in her belly had also died with her mother's death. "You're such a jerk. Your whole family is a jerk." The silver-robed spiritual venerable cursed furiously, kicking the woman's corpse away in disgust. "You want to die, huh? Even if you die, I'll still turn you into a human puppet." The picture ends here. The clouds in the sky also began to slowly dissipate, but the whole world seemed to have fallen silent at this moment. Boom. However, in the next moment, a terrifying demonic energy suddenly erupted from somewhere like a volcano, dyeing half of the sky their dark blood red. Everyone looked at him with moved expressions. The corpse of the demon lord had raised its head, and tears of blood were slowly flowing in its empty eyes. Chapter 23:9 Hell's God Clan, Burning Heaven Cauldron. No one present could have imagined that the infamous ghostly devil lord and his clan, who had been cursed 100 years ago, would be wiped out by the Immortal Palace in this way. The scene of him fighting against the Celestial Palace alone for his people and the three great spiritual lords of the Celestial Palace seemed to be vivid in his mind. In the end, for the sake of his wife and children, he suppressed his monstrous demonic energy and shattered his heart veins under the gaze of the people of the demon city. But before his body was even cold, the Immortal Palace spirit master betrayed him, slaughtered the entire ghost clan, and abducted his pregnant wife to play with her. Below, many leaders of forces stared blankly at the corpse of the demon lord in the distance. They asked themselves if their forces also encountered the day shown in the picture. Many leaders of forces might choose to send their people to the Immortal Palace in order to survive, but what's the difference between that and being a slave? At this moment, many people couldn't help but feel a complicated respect for the corpse of the demon lord in front of them. He dared to resist the rule of the Immortal Palace on his own, and even forced the Immortal Palace spirit lord to threaten him with his wife, children, and clansmen. That if he had no worries, the demon king of Ghost Cave might have died 100 years ago, but Mu Qing and the other two would never have been able to escape from the demon king of Ghost Cave City. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards Mu Qing and the other two and changed. Mu Qing and the white-robed spirit master beside him had ashen expressions on their faces. They stared coldly at the black-robed man in midair, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "You truly deserve to die." The black-robed man glanced at the two of them calmly, then glanced at the corpse of the demon lord below and smiled slightly. "I'm looking forward to it." "You." The two were furious. This bastard was really infuriating. At this moment, a cold sneer could be heard from the side. "So the so-called Immortal Palace is also so filthy. What's the difference between it and those low-class forces?" Yi Zissa looked at the corpse of the demon lord below with a complicated expression. Ever since she saw those scenes from 100 years ago, a sense of sadness would always unconsciously flash through her heart.
Perhaps it was because of some similar fate. Now that she has slaughtered hundreds of disciples and elders of her sect, she can no longer return to the right path. This is no different from rebelling against the immortal palace. However, her only remaining connection with the righteous forces was probably the engagement with the Shensha sect. Mu Qing gritted his teeth, scanning everyone below with his icy eyes. He then suddenly sneered at the black-robed man. Thanks to you, no one from the other forces here will be able to walk out alive today. Hearing this, the black-robed man shrugged and smiled. What does the life and death of these people have to do with me? He smiled at the people below and said, as you please. Mu Qing was completely furious. Where on earth did this bastard come from? The next second, the black-robed man suddenly raised his hand, and as he waved the bone banner in his hand, a scarlet crack slowly appeared in the sky above the ghostly demon city behind him. Buzz, in the scarlet crack, a huge magic cauldron that was completely dark and covered the sky, and the sun was burning with blazing magic flames and slowly descended, and below, the corpse of the demon lord slowly raised his head and looked towards the huge demon cauldron. The magic cauldron burned with purple flames, and the temperature inside seemed to be able to burn everything. 9 hells burning heaven cauldron? Mu Qing widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock that magic cauldron is clearly the ultimate treasure of the 9 hells god clan. How could it appear in a place like the central region? Then he glared at the black-robed man and asked with gritted teeth, are you from the 9 hells god clan? The black-robed man smiled without saying anything, only looking at the corpse of the demon lord below. This demon cauldron is enough to refine a full-level spirit lord. You should know what to do next. After saying that, he waved the bone banner in his hand, and 2 black auras swept past, directly sucking him and Yi Zisu's figures into space and disappearing. Asshole, don't run. Mu Qing wanted to rush up and catch him, but when he was halfway there, he was forced to stop by a fierce aura that he looked down with shock in his eyes. I in the black fog there, the corpse of the demon lord slowly raised his bony hand, holding the bloody head of the silver-robed spirit lord in his palm. His body flashed and appeared above the demon cauldron the next second, accompanied by the silver-robed spirit master's painful screams. His skull was crushed alive. Then the demon lord loosened his grip and threw his dying body into the magic cauldron. Buzz, the demonic flames surged and burned fiercely. The silver-robed spiritual venerable struggled frantically within the demonic cauldron, but his flesh and blood melted bit by bit under the burning of the demonic flames. The intense pain made his face contort. No. You can't kill me. I haven't achieved sainthood yet. I can't die. His struggles became increasingly painful, until he was completely drowned in the flames of the demon cauldron. Mu Qing and the other middle-aged man in white robes shuddered in their hearts. Faced with such a desperate and painful death, even if they were spiritual masters, they were no different from ordinary people. The 2 men looked at each other and saw the intention of retreat in each other's eyes. 100 years ago, they had fought against the ghostly demon lord and naturally knew how terrifying this guy was. But at this moment, the aura of the demon lord's corpse was even several times stronger than 100 years ago. The next moment, the demon lord in midair gently raised his hand, and his pale and dry palm slowly touched the body of the cauldron. The spiritual power in his body began to burn, and then the vast spiritual power was directly poured into the magic cauldron. Boom, the purple flames that burned the heaven and earth suddenly rose up, and the terrifying temperature that made people's hearts palpitate, and even the spiritual power between heaven and earth became more and more manic. Mu Qing and the other man looked at each other, and their bodies tore through space and retreated almost at the same time. However, at the same time as they retreated violently, 2 pillars of red fire also spurted out from the magic cauldron. Under the horrified gaze of Mu Qing and the other man, they hit their bodies fiercely. The 2 of them were immediately hit hard, and their bodies shot directly from the void into the mountain below. Mu Qing climbed out from the cliff, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He managed to steady himself in a somewhat awkward manner, but when he looked up, he saw a shadow covering the sky and the sun looming over them. Under that shadow, the 2 had nowhere to hide, and were sucked into the huge magic cauldron in the next second. At the same time, a terrifying wave spread out from the body of the magic cauldron. Feeling this fluctuation, Mu Qing and the other man were horrified. That was a terrifying spiritual power that was enough to burn them both. Tsk. The violent and fiery fluctuations swept over madly, and the shock on the 2 men's faces became stronger and stronger, because that kind of violent spiritual power fluctuations could actually invade their bodies and even their souls, and directly ignite all the spiritual power in their bodies in the next second. The 2 were even more horrified, and hurriedly exerted all their spiritual power, using almost all the trump cards they could to resist the erosion of the violent spiritual power, but it's completely useless. The spiritual power in the body is still burning wildly. Then, from within the demonic cauldron, 2 people's shrill screams were heard. Their flesh, blood, and bones were melting bit by bit in the flames, but at this moment, the space of the entire world seemed to suddenly freeze. Presumptuous. Then, an extremely cold voice penetrated the clouds and spread across the sky. Billions of stars in the sky then gathered together frantically. Then someone saw a brilliant starlight pouring down from the sky, and countless spiritual star sands fell like rain, and then slowly condensed into a cool and extraordinary projection there. The projection was wearing a silver dress, with silver hair falling to her waist. Her skin shone brightly under the starlight, so white that it was almost transparent. Her eyes seemed to contain the entire starry sky, but one could not feel any warmth at all of the moment she appeared. She just raised her hand indifferently, and then a star-like spiritual power penetrated the sky and earth, directly blasting the flames in the magic cauldron below into 8 parts. The magic cauldron shook violently. Mu Qing and the other person who were being burned and refined inside the cauldron seemed to be grabbing the last straw and banged against the cauldron wall frantically like they didn't care about their lives, making a deafening roar. Chapter 24, The Great God of Destiny in the Immortal Palace. Fuck her. Is it the projection of the Great God of Destiny? The Great God of Destiny has come to save us, let's break the cauldron quickly. Mu Qing and the other man had bloodshot eyes, and despite their flesh and blood about to melt, they banged against the cauldron wall like crazy, risking their lives. At this time, Xiao Zhiliuo, Li Qiuwan, and others below were also looking at the starlight projection with surprise. Li Qiuwan knew her master's character best. She didn't expect that her master would personally take action in such a matter today. Although it was just a projection of her master, it was enough to surprise her. They originally thought that today, at most, it would be the people from the temple who would take action. Li Qiuwan hurriedly saluted her master in midair. Master. Xiao Zhiliuo followed suit and quickly clasped his fists and said, Xiao Zhiliuo, I greet the great Sima. Midair, the great Sima Ming ignored them and just looked up at the burning heaven cauldron. The spiritual power of the star god condensed into stars in front of her. Each star contained the power to destroy the world. It was obvious that it wanted to wipe out the demon cauldron and the ghostly demon lord below, and at the same time, far away inside the Shensha sect's sword peak, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and then slowly said, as expected, he took action. Although it was just a projection, the cultivation level of the great god of destiny in the immortal palace was far beyond his ability to catch up with his current evil value. Lin Xiao did this today, of course not to confront the immortal palace. Immediately. The evil value he currently has can only allow him to have the ability to crush the spirit lord at most, but once he faces someone above the spirit lord, that is, stepping into the holy realm, the evil value he needs to consume will be extremely terrifying. To put it simply, all his evil points added up are only enough to exchange for a saint puppet's chance to take action once, so his evil points are still too little. Therefore, you can easily deal with the immortal palace spirit lord, but once those old monsters in the Saint Realm or even above the Saint Realm take action, you need to be careful. Therefore, Lin Xiao still needs to develop now, and doing these things today is of course also for the purpose of development. The 9 hells burning heaven cauldron was not exchanged for nothing. By using this cauldron to refine a powerful spiritual master, one can obtain the lifelong cultivation and spiritual power of this spiritual master. If this spiritual master is from the so-called righteous forces, one can also get a feedback of 20,000 evil points. Just by refining Mu Qing and the other two today, Lin Xiao's cultivation level would skyrocket to a terrifying level. In addition, the 3 of them were all Immortal Palace spiritual masters, and he could also obtain 60,000 evil deeds value feedback. So when Mu Qing and the other two showed up, Lin Xiao felt a pity that only 3 spirit lords had come. If there had been more spirit lords, he could have improved his cultivation a bit more and earned tens of thousands more deeds points. Moreover, the Immortal Palace couldn't find anything on him about what happened today. The one who refined Mu Qing and the other two was the ghostly demon lord who had a deep hatred for them. What does that have to do with me? Lin Xiao, however, now that the great god of destiny in the Immortal Palace has taken action, perhaps those old monsters in the Immortal Palace have begun to pay attention to this place. Next, it's time to wrap up. The scene changed, returning to the sky above the demon city, facing the countless terrifying stars condensed by the projection of the great god of destiny in the Immortal Palace. Lin Xiao truly felt the gap between the spirit master and the saint realm. Such a gap can be said to be like an insurmountable chasm. There is a reason why the Yunshu Immortal Palace has been able to stand for 10,000 years, but it won't be long before even the powerful saints will kneel at his feet. Controlling the corpse of the ghostly demon lord, Lin Xiao slowly raised his hand and looked at the withered, pale arm. He sighed softly. Even though he had been dead for 100 years, he could still feel the pain and sorrow that had been suppressed in the demon lord's mind for 100 years as he controlled his corpse. To be honest, his wife was a good woman, but in the end, she did die a miserable death. Since I've used your body today, let me control it and do one last thing for you. This will also fulfill your last long-cherished wish. Lin Xiao slowly raised his head, his empty and dark eyes fixed on the projection of dissiming in midair. Then, under the gazes of countless people around him, he controlled the corpse of the demon lord and slowly formed seals with his hands. Next second, ancient magic patterns emerged from the demon lord's corpse, and dark flames burned in his meridians. Then the meridians collapsed inch by inch, and a violent and uncontrollable spiritual energy emanated from deep within his body. This is an ancient forbidden technique that burns the entire body's spiritual energy and soul in exchange for a temporary power that surpasses one's own realm. However, this body's soul will be shattered. Under the circumstances today, the body of the ghostly demon lord is definitely unable to leave here, and the Immortal Palace will not let his corpse leave safely. Instead, it gives Lin Xiao a chance to test the forbidden technique. Ever since he practiced those ancient forbidden techniques, Lin Xiao didn't dare to try them easily in his original form, but now he doesn't have so many concerns. He looked up and stared at the cold woman in the air, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Fuck her. What does he want to do? At this moment, the eyelids of the leaders of the surrounding forces twitched wildly. Seeing the ghostly demon lord's appearance, it seemed that he was ready to fight to the death with the Immortal Palace's great Sima. The next second seemed to verify their guess. They saw that the dry skin, muscles and bones on the demon lord's body began to melt away bit by bit, only the pair of empty and dark eyes were still staring at the sky. Everyone could feel that the ghostly demon lord's lifelong cultivation was burning madly. From his dantian to his fingertips, every wisp of spiritual power turned into the source of support for his final action. Even after 100 years of death, he still resists the Asgard. Everyone's face was moved. At the same time, high in the sky, the projection of Siming raised her hand, and countless stars condensed under her palm. Then her palm print that covered the sky and the sun slowly fell down, and the stars in her palm turned into meteors that destroyed the world. Wherever the meteors passed, the space was crushed into powder. This palm, imbued with supreme majesty, seemed to declare to everyone below that anyone who dared to resist the rulers of the Asgard would be turned to dust. Boom! The demon lord's body, burned to the point of only a skeleton, showed no hesitation at this moment. Carrying a monstrous demonic energy, he soared up and violently collided with the starlight in the sky. At the moment when spiritual power and starlight collided, the entire world fell into a dead silence. Everyone held their breath. Everyone saw that the body that kept breaking and melting in the collision actually managed to withstand those earth-shattering stars. Not only that, it also shot towards the cold projection of the woman in the sky with an even more unstoppable momentum. There was an imperceptible fluctuation in the eyes of the projection of Siming, and a hint of surprise flashed in his starry eyes. A dark spiritual energy shot up into the sky, piercing through the heavens and earth with unparalleled violence, piercing through the great god of destiny's projection. Ultimately, the spiritual energy transformed into wisps of demonic souls, slowly dissipating in the starlight. When the world gradually calmed down, Ching and the other two in the magic cauldron had already been refined into powder, leaving no trace of their bodies. The burning heaven cauldron slowly rose into the air, then with a whoosh, it vanished into the ripped scarlet space. There was still deathly silence below. Every living being who witnessed that scene knew that, at this very moment, the blood, bones, and soul of a demon king were still being shed throughout this world. 100 years ago, he had risked his life to resist the celestial palace. 100 years later, this world still bore the mark of his rebellion. Above the 9 heavens, the shadow of the great god of destiny stood quietly, her starry eyes filled with an indescribable complexity for the first time. A breeze blew by, and her shadow, which had exhausted all her spiritual power, turned into a point of light and was blown away by the wind. Chapter 25. Your fiancé is very good. The silence of heaven and earth did not last long. The death of 3 spiritual masters is such a major event that will definitely cause the wrath of the immortal palace. Furthermore, the demon lord of ghost caves is already dead. It's foreseeable that the celestial palace will have to turn the entire Yunzhou upside down in order to find the black-robed man, because everything that happened today was almost all caused by that mysterious man in black robe. Release the ancient corpse fox in Shensha sect. The evil woman bewitched the criminals of Ching Ming Valley and murdered her master. Finally, he used the burning heaven cauldron to help the ghostly demon lord refine the spirit lord. Everything is related to him. With the fall of the ghostly demon lord, the ghostly demon city below, which had been plunged into eternal night, began to be bathed in sunlight, and the darkness was dispelled by the light. However, in the center of the mottled and shattered city, everyone saw that the magic flowers, flowing with dark purple spiritual energy, were gradually withering. The ancient and dark city walls also began to crumble bit by bit. Li Qiuan took a deep breath, and her beautiful cold eyes glanced at the demon city below with some complexity, and then looked at the disciples from various forces. All the surviving disciples of the faction, upon meeting her gaze, unconsciously looked away, not daring to look into her eyes. A few seconds passed like this. Li Qiuan withdrew her gaze calmly, turned around first, and waved to Xiao Zhiluo and the others. Let's go. Xiao Zhiluo frowned. Senior sister? The people below know what happened to the ghost clan 100 years ago. If we let them go back like this, who knows how they will spread the news. Moreover, his task of assessing the Son of God has not been completed yet because of the disruption caused by the man in black robe. Li Qiuan shook her head. This is Master's order. We should return to the immortal palace first. Uncle Cheng has passed away, and the martial palace needs to elect a new palace master. Uncle Cheng's disciples will definitely not let this matter go. As for the black-robed man, he's most likely a member of the 9 Hells divine clan. Now that he's escaped into space, finding him in a short period of time is impossible. Master and the others will conduct a search. There's no need to stay here any longer. Also, the Grand Elder of the Holy Temple sent a letter saying that your Shao family of the Ancient Clan has agreed to the Holy Temple's request and will hold a wedding in the Ancient Clan in the near future. This is a major event for the Holy Temple, and we must be there. The Ancient Clan agreed? Xiao Zhiluo was surprised. Those old stubborn people actually agreed. Li Qiuan was also unclear and simply shook her head, saying, before coming to the central region, I went to the ancient clan to meet Sister Qingling, but judging by her appearance, she didn't seem to have agreed to marry Saint Heartflame. Sheng Xinyan, the nephew of the Grand Elder of the Temple and one of the 12 elders of the Temple today, is a narcissistic old man who has lived for more than 3,000 years. He actually wants to marry the most beautiful woman in the ancient clan of the upper domain, her sister Qingling. Li Qiuan snorted in her heart. How could that guy be worthy of her gentle and ethereal sister Qingling? According to their seniority, that guy could be Sister Qingling's uncle. Xiao Zhiluo's face darkened slightly, and he suddenly felt a little blocked in his heart. That Sister Qingling was the white moonlight in his heart when he was young. Senior sister, you should go back first. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Zhiluo exhaled softly and said,
The assessment task has not been completed yet. Besides, I have some things to deal with in the central region.
I will rush back after I finish dealing with them.
Li Chuan frowned and glanced over, reminding him, the man in black robes may appear at any time.
Xiao Zhuliuo shook his head. Don't worry, he definitely won't dare show up during this period. Besides, I still have the Xiao family's spirit puppets here. No one in the central region dares to attack me.
Li Chuan nodded slightly. Since Xiao Zhuliuo insisted on staying, she didn't bother to ask more questions. Wait until Li Chuan and the others leave. Xiao Zhuliuo narrowed his eyes and looked down. At this time, the disciples of countless forces below were obviously relieved, and many of them even had expressions of surviving a disaster on their faces. The people in the three main halls and the leaders of various forces immediately turned their attention to the demon city ahead. After all, it is an ancient demon city from 100 years ago. The fact that the demon lord of Ghost Cave was able to advance to the spirit lord 100 years ago means that there must be ancient spirit lord treasures hidden in this ancient city. They have not forgotten why they came here today. Isn't it just for that ancient treasure of the spiritual master? Even without the Lingzuan ancient treasure, the Guishu clan was considered one of the top clans in the central region 100 years ago. After the death of those elders and disciples, perhaps their lifelong inheritance was left in this demon city. As the people from the immortal palace left, the disciples from countless forces below were silent for a long time. No one knew who took the lead, but they turned into streams of light and rushed into the demon city. Then the crowd swept towards the demon city like locusts in the sky. As long as we find the ancient treasure of Lingzuan, the disciples who sacrificed today will be nothing. The surging crowd rushed into the ancient city, instantly turning the entire ancient city into chaos. Disciples from various forces almost searched the entire ancient city, and everyone had anger in their eyes, as if they were determined to obtain the ancient treasure of Lingzuan. There were also disciples from countless forces fighting over the right to search a place, resulting in countless casualties. This time, people from the three main halls joined in, especially the masters of the three main halls also rushed into the ancient city. Tsangning Palace Master Jianfang, regardless of his status, even fought against the younger disciples of countless forces, killing a disciple of a small faction with a single palm strike, and then frantically searched the ancient city tower area. In midair, only Shen from Tsangning Palace did not move. She remained in the same place, glancing at Zhao Fan below, who was acting like a madman with her beautiful eyes. Her expression was calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. Xiao Zhuliuo looked up at Shen and smiled at her from afar. So many people want to grab the Lingzuan ancient treasure first, but you don't seem to be very interested? Upon hearing this, Shen glanced at Xiao Zhuliuo, then withdrew her gaze indifferently. She did not say anything, obviously not intending to pay any attention to the holy son of the immortal palace. Xiao Zhuliuo's eyes suddenly darkened. It was the first time that he was ignored by a woman in the central region. This woman is somewhat ungrateful. As if sensing something, Xiao Zhuliuo raised his eyebrows and glanced indifferently towards a dilapidated ancient building not far below. Inside the building, a man with a broken arm was reaching out to take out one of the yellowed ancient scrolls. It was Zhao Fan, the master of Tsangning Palace. Xiao Zhuliuo frowned, and golden spiritual power suddenly rose from his body. With a flash of his body, he appeared in the ancient building. A spiritual power shockwave followed and hit Zhao Fan in front of him, knocking him back 2 steps. Then Xiao Zhuliuo slowly walked forward, picked up the ancient scroll on the ground, and looked up at Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan shuddered, staring at Xiao Zhuliuo with bloodshot eyes. Xingzi Xiao, I found it first. Xiao Zhuliuo glanced at him indifferently, weighed the ancient scroll in his hand, and glanced sideways. It turned out to be just a quasi-god level martial arts technique of the Ghost Cave clan, not an ancient collection of the Spirit Lord. Such spiritual techniques may be very precious in the central region, but there are many of them in the immortal palace. Want this? Xiao Zhuliuo raised the ancient scroll in his hand and suddenly smiled at him. I can give it to you, but there's one condition. What conditions? Zhao Fan asked cautiously. Xiao Zhuliuo glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman with a cold and enchanting face in the air in the distance and asked with a smile, that woman, is she your fiancé? Zhao Fan's eyes widened. What do you want to do? Your fiancé is quite good. Xiao Zhuliuo said with a smile, it just so happens that I need a furnace from the lower realm to break through my realm. I think she is a perfect fit. Zhao Fan's heart trembled violently, and when he looked up, he saw Xiao Zhuliuo's indifferent gaze sweeping over. Then he waved his hand, a green light flashed, and a green bottle appeared in Zhao Fan's hand. Inside the bottle was a round green-veined elixir. Find a way to get her to eat this pill. Then I, the Holy Sun, will have a way to take her down. If you refuse, then no one in Tsangning Palace, including you, will survive. Zhao Fan's breathing quickened as he watched Xiao Zhuliuo slowly walk away with a smile on his face. The veins on his only remaining hand bulged. Chapter 26, Green-Robed Witch. Was it Lin Xiao who asked you to come? Xiao Zhuliuo stood on a high building, looking at the chaotic scene below. Disciples from countless forces were fighting each other, and there were actually many quasi-god level skills similar to the one Zhao Fan had just found hidden in the entire demon city. This made the disciples of those small forces even more eager to compete with each other. A quasi-divine level martial arts technique could be the treasure of any small sect that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Who wouldn't be jealous? This chaotic scene lasted for a long time, until the center of the ancient city, a dark light shot up from the bottom of the dry and mottled pool, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the ancient city. Countless people looked up in surprised eye. In the center of the dry pond, a dark lotus flower that could be held in one hand rose into the sky with a faint light. It was emitting faint light and slowly floating in the sky. The lotus flower seemed to carry the aura of time. As it exhaled and drew in spiritual energy, the ancient spiritual patterns engraved on the bud became clearly visible. It's a ghostly flower that blooms only once every 100 years. It must be the legacy of the spiritual lord. Suddenly, someone shouted first, and the crowd that had just calmed down instantly exploded again. Countless black shadows turned into streams of light and broke through the crowd and rushed up. Xiao Juliuo looked indifferent. With a flash of his body, he appeared in the air first, and then released a powerful pressure from his body, directly knocking the figures in the front into the ground below. Then he turned and looked at the blue lotus floating in the sky. Without looking back, he waved his hand, and a beam of spiritual energy streaked across the sky. He said lightly, "This is the boundary. Anyone who crosses the boundary will become an enemy of my immortal palace." At this moment everyone was stunned at being enemies with Asgard. Do they dare? Of course they don't. The demon lord had just died in front of them. I'm afraid no one here would dare to be an enemy of the celestial palace, unless they want to be exterminated. The disciples and elders of the three main halls were also stunned. They were just about to take action. Sir Xiao, such ancient treasures belong to those who are destined to possess them. Someone objected. As a result, Xiao Juliuo gave the man a cold look and slapped him away with his backhand. Everyone was suddenly silent. Jianfang gnashed his teeth. Seeing that no one dared to cross the line to compete for Qinglian, Xiao Juliuo smiled with satisfaction, turned around and stared at Qinglian. He heaved a sigh of relief until the green lotus completely stopped in midair and did not emit any threatening aura when it breathed in and out of its body. If this thing is really the ancient treasure of Lingzuan, then it is related to his task of assessment as the son of God. Then he swept his body and raised his hand to pick the blue lotus. However, his fingers had already stretched out, and just when his fingertips were about to touch the blue lotus, swish, an extremely strange green figure suddenly emerged from the darkness below. The figure was extremely petite and her speed was astonishingly fast. It was unknown what kind of body movement she used, but she managed to grab the green lotus in her hands before Xiao Juliuo could even react. Then, the petite figure, holding Qinglian, didn't even look back and rushed off into the distance at an even faster speed. The crowd was stunned. No one could clearly see when that person appeared. All they could see was a petite figure wearing a green robe. The hood of the robe covered most of her face, but from the faint glimpse of her slender, snow-white jaw, it seemed that she was a young girl. Xiao Juliuo's fingertips were suspended in the air, looking at the green-robed figure who was running away without looking back. His eyes gradually became gloomy, and murderous intent appeared in them. In the distance, the figure in green robe had not yet run far, but a terrifying spiritual power fluctuation suddenly rose behind him. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared right above her, gathering golden spiritual power at his fingertips. A huge golden sword phantom condensed in the air, and then slammed down at her without mercy. Boom! The golden sword hit her body hard. Ching Ming seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and her petite body fell down like a kite with a broken string. A mouthful of blood spurted out from under her hood, instantly staining the front of her shirt red. Her body was shaky, and the collision had caused her hood to slip off, revealing a beautiful, pale, and particularly tender face. She was a girl who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, with a face that was surprisingly young. Jiang Yingshua's pupils shrank when she saw the green figure from a distance. Then she said in disbelief, "It's you? Isn't this woman the little witch that Lin Xiaoxin brought into the sect? Why is she here?" Jiang Yingxue reacted immediately and shouted coldly, "I know, it must be Lin Xiao who asked you to come, right? He was the one who asked you to rob the Lingzuan ancient treasure. That uncle-in-law didn't dare to snatch the ancient treasure from Xiao Xingzi and the others, but instead sent such a little witch to do such a sneaky thing. It's so disgusting." Everyone in Xianshao sect also looked at the girl with disgust. Xiao Juliuo stared at the girl with a gloomy expression. He had indeed seen this girl today at the Sword Peak of Xianshao sect. She seemed to be the disciple of the master of the Sword Peak. Could it be that Lin Xiao really sent her here? Jiang Yingxue stared at the girl and frowned. "Hand over the things if you don't want to die." However, as soon as the words fell, the little demon girl covered her chest with one hand and coughed up blood. She raised her eyes stubbornly, and her other hand tightly grasped the sleeve where the green lotus was hidden, refusing to let go. "You are really looking for death. My master let you go once when we were in the sect. Do you think we are still in the sect here? Even if Lin Xiao came today, he couldn't save you." Jiang Yingxue said coldly. Xiao Juliuo exhaled lightly and slowly opened his palm towards the girl. "Give me the thing." The girl gave him a cold look, blood veins already forming on her body. She wouldn't give this thing to anyone else. If she couldn't take it with her, Lin Qingyi wouldn't allow her to stay with her master. If she couldn't be with her master, she might as well die. Xiao Juliuo had lost his patience. Although this little demon girl was also a good cauldron, compared with his holy son assessment task, the latter was more important. Thinking of this, he gathered spiritual power in his palms, and a spiritual power barrier trapped the girl, intending to kill her directly. However, just as he was about to make a move, a clear sword sound suddenly rang out from the sky above the ancient city. Immediately afterwards, an ancient long sword, carrying a restrained and cold aura, flew across the sky at an astonishing speed. Not only did it penetrate the spiritual energy barrier he had condensed, but the tip of the sword also deeply penetrated the ground in front of the little demon girl. The exposed half of the sword trembled softly. Looking at the long sword, Jiang Yingshua's eyes widened slightly. Is that the Changshao sword? The Changshao sword is the personal sword given to Lin Xiao by the old sect master, and it is also Lin Xiao's natal spiritual sword. Since the sword is here, Lin Xiao must have come too. Sure enough, the next second everyone looked up and saw a young man appear behind the long sword. The man was dressed in black clothes, with an ancient sword badge hanging on his waist. He had a handsome face. His slender 5 fingers slowly grasped the long sword in front of him and gently pulled it out, and saw this man. Jianfang's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Lin Xiao, the hatred for a broken arm and the hatred for having one's wife taken away are irreconcilable. Chapter 27. Lin Xiao, what did you call me just now? Seeing this man in black clothes suddenly appearing, the rest of the crowd were in an uproar. Many people have heard of Lin Xiao, the infamous leader of Shensha sect's sword peak. It's said that he also has close ties with the young masters of the demon and devil clans. It was said that over a year ago, the young masters of the demon and monster tribes had sent people to give him gifts. Although it was just a rumor, such news would definitely not be spread casually. People didn't believe it at first. After all, the demons and monsters were the common enemies of the human race, and the Shensha sect was a righteous sect. But now that they saw Lin Xiao standing up for the little demon girl, they had to believe it even if they didn't want to. They all accepted demons as their apprentices. Xiao Jiuyuo looked at Lin Xiao calmly, then glanced at the girl behind Lin Xiao. He laughed out of anger. Is this little witch your apprentice? Not to mention this little witch, even if that old man Shensha was resurrected, he probably wouldn't dare to rush up and snatch things from him like this, right? Lin Xiao's fingertips gently slid across the sword's spine. His gaze swept calmly over Xiao Jiuyuo, then returned to the girl behind him. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips. Consider me half a disciple. Upon hearing this, everyone around took a deep breath. Lin Xiao lived up to his reputation and was really brave. How could he really dare to admit it? At this time, Jiang Yingshui came out, pointing the long sword in her hand at the girl behind Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, if you can't discipline your apprentice, let us discipline her for you and let her know what she shouldn't take. Lin Xiao suddenly looked up at Jiang Yingshui and asked curiously, what did you call me just now? Jiang Yingshui gritted her teeth, why bother with me calling you that? You should take care of that little demon apprentice of yours first. Hearing this, Lin Xiao gently released the long sword with his fingers, but at the moment he released it, a green light flashed at his fingertips, and the long sword suddenly turned into a green shadow and shot out. With a crisp clang sound, a terrifying sword energy like thunder swept past, and the spiritual sword in Jiang Yingshui's hand was suddenly shaken away. Her eyes changed suddenly, the blood in her body surged, and she was shocked and flew backwards, hitting the stone wall. Heavily, before she could recover from her shock, the azure longsword swooped down again, its tip hovering above her jade neck. The sharp sword energy had even cut several bloody marks on her snow-white skin, and drops of blood slowly slid down her jade neck. Jiang Yingshui's eyes trembled as she felt a stinging cold pain on her neck. Her delicate body trembled violently, because if the long sword took one more step, her neck would be pierced immediately. This was the first time she had directly experienced the drastic measures of Senior Master Lin Xiao. At this time, Lin Xiao's voice came, if you don't know how to talk to your elders, I can teach you. It's just that there might be a small price to pay. Jiang Yingshui's breathing was rapid, and her chest was heaving violently as he severely injured her with a single sword strike. Is that a small price to pay? She looked at the uncle who suddenly became a little strange in front of her, and her heart suddenly became extremely flustered. She wanted to say that you, Lin Xiao, are not an elder. You bully men and women in the sect and do all kinds of evil things. You even tease her, your niece. But when she met Lin Xiao's eyes, she swallowed the words. No one in Xianshao sect dared to speak, even great elder Ming Yuan just sighed. After all, with Lin Xiao's personality, even the old sect master couldn't control him when he was around, let alone now that the old sect master has passed away. His senior sister Lin Qingyi is even less able to control him. Only then did Lin Xiao slowly turn around and, in the bright eyes of his little disciple, stretched out his hand towards her. Fengyu puffed out her lips, took out the dark green lotus from her arms, and placed it in her master's hand. Lin Xiao took Qinglian and knocked her on the head. Master, it hurts. Xiao Fengyu felt pain, covering her head and looking at him pitifully. Lin Xiao glanced at her. Fengyu knew that she had done something wrong and quickly lowered her head. This little girl still knows how to admit her mistakes. Lin Xiao was both angry and amused at the same time. While countless people around were shocked by Lin Xiao's terrifying swordsmanship, the next second their gazes were all greedily cast towards the dark lotus in Lin Xiao's hand. In the entire demon city, only the aura emitted by the dark lotus is the most powerful, and it even causes strange phenomena in heaven and earth. Who here would believe that it is not the treasure of the ghost clan? Xiao Jiuyuo gritted his teeth slightly and stared at Lin Xiao with a gloomy expression. What do you mean? Lin Xiao played with the azure lotus in his hand and asked, is this thing considered a magic treasure? When did your immortal palace become so interested in trash? Xiao Jiuyuo, everyone, Ming Yuan's face darkened in the distance. What kind of words did you hear? How could you say that in front of the Son of Heaven? He stayed here just for this. Everyone was speechless. If you think it is trash, then just throw it away and let us grab it. Lin Xiao, don't talk nonsense. An elder from the Shensha sect's chief peak scolded with a dark face. Lin Xiao smiled and looked at the elder. So elderly also thinks this is a good thing. Well, didn't I take the Millennium Cold Pill from your chauffeur last time? Since elderly likes this, I'll give it to you as compensation. So that elderly won't always be obsessed with Lin. Upon hearing this, Li Duyuan's old face suddenly turned red, and he quickly glanced at Xiao Zhuliuo. Lin Xiao, don't talk nonsense, this thing. Before he could finish his words, he saw Lin Xiao throw the dark lotus casually towards him. Did you really throw it over? Li Duyuan was stunned for a moment, but instinctively stretched out his hands to take the green lotus. Swish, however, someone was faster than him. Xiao Zhuliuo flashed and was about to catch the green lotus first, but at the same time a purple spiritual power was faster than him. The purple spiritual power swept past, and the green lotus was swept away by the spiritual power and fell into the hands of another person. Once again, the item was missed, and Xiao Zhuliuo suddenly became angry. This time, he was really angry. The people around were also in an uproar. There is actually someone who dares to snatch things from Xiao Zhuliuo. Wait until they look up. Everyone's eyes jumped and their gazes suddenly became dull, because the one who stole Qing Lian this time was actually a breathtakingly beautiful woman in purple. The air instantly fell into deathly silence. The woman toyed with the blue lotus with her fingertips, her toes 3 feet off the ground. Her silver-purple hair was loosely tied, a few strands dangling by her cheeks. Her deep silver eyes exuded a bewitching charm as she quietly gazed at the blue lotus in her hands. This look was so captivating that one could only take one look and be unable to look away. Xiao Zhuliuo was also stunned for a moment. The woman's face was so beautiful that it made him lose his mind. Her figure was even more exquisite. He had seen countless beauties, but he had never seen a woman who could combine the two temperaments of coldness and enchantment to be so breathtaking. If the immortal palace's great god of destiny was a cold and aloof fairy from the 9 heavens, then this woman was like a seductive queen from the abyss. She seemed brimming with danger, yet one could not help but want to approach her. Many people around seemed so quiet that they could hear their own heartbeats. However, in this situation, the faces of Zhao Fan and others in the 3 main halls gradually turned pale and terrified from their initial astonishment. Chapter 28. Lu Yueli, this emperor has taken a fancy to you. Long silver purple hair, silver demonic eyes. Zhao Fan and the others recognized him. This stunning woman is none other than the Ling Yue, who now rules the demon clan and is also the new queen of the demon clan, Demon Lord Lu Yueli. Several people took a sharp breath, suddenly remembering the demon queen's path to power. Her hands were stained with blood. She was a truly cruel and ruthless cold-blooded female devil. She had stepped on the corpses of countless demons and humans to reach her current position. She was a terrifying figure throughout the central region. It was said that even the celestial palace was wary of her, sending dozens of spiritual lords and thousands of holy temple dragon riders to encircle and suppress the demon realm, but they failed to capture it and instead suffered heavy casualties. This woman, even though she looks so beautiful, she is absolutely ruthless when it comes to killing people mid-air. The woman's fingertips gently twisted the green lotus. She suddenly tilted her head slightly, her eyes swept over Xiao Zhuliuo, whose face was a little pale, and then looked at Lin Xiao. A smile appeared at the corner of her lips, and a charming ripple was rippling in her eyes, as if it could captivate people's souls. I'm also quite interested in this thing. Why don't you give it to me? Lin Xiao, he turned his head and looked at the somewhat bewildered Li Duyuan. Elderly, do you have any objections? Li Duyuan, before he could speak, Xiao Zhuliuo suddenly gritted his teeth and stared at him. No. Li Duyuan glanced at this Xiao Xingzi, his face full of bitterness. He thought to himself, Xiao Xingzi, do I have the final say on this? If I did, I wouldn't give it to anyone. Xiao Zhuliuo looked up at the woman and said, you can take everything else in the entire demon city, but you can't take this. Hearing this, Lu Yueli didn't even look at Xiao Zhuliuo, but just lowered her eyes lightly, and opened her red lips slightly. I will take whatever I want from the entire demon city. Boom. The next second, as she raised her eyes slightly and her gaze fell on Xiao Zhuliuo, a cold and powerful terrifying aura as if coming from the underworld suddenly crushed towards the latter. Facing the overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy, Xiao Zhuliuo felt as if he had been struck hard. Without the slightest resistance, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Most of his meridians were broken, and his spiritual energy seemed to surge wildly out of control at this moment. His eyes widened. Someone from the demon tribe? Everyone was speechless after hearing this. Isn't it obvious? That woman is full of demonic energy. If she's not a demon, then she must be human. The next second, Xiao Zhuliuo felt the cold murderous intent coming from him, and his face was filled with horror. This woman actually wanted to kill him. The demon clan and the immortal palace were already hostile to each other. If this woman wanted to kill him, no one here could save him. Then, without thinking, he directly summoned his life-saving spirit puppet. As soon as the spirit puppet was sacrificed, it turned into a dragon-armored puppet dozens of feet tall, with ancient runes flowing around its body, and it stood in front of Xiao Zhuliuo. Bang! The cold murderous intent condensed into a dark spiritual power, which instantly fell on the chest of the dragon armor puppet. There was a sharp roar, and then the dragon armor puppet exploded directly. Countless fragments mixed with the violent spiritual power flew out. This life-saving spiritual puppet that was enough to withstand the full-strength attack of a strong man in the spiritual venerable realm was directly smashed into powder. Xiao Zhuliuo's face was filled with shock, but just as the spirit puppet blocked the fatal blow, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly formed seals with his hands: blood sacrifice, space escape.
A circle of twisted space ripples appeared under his feet, and his entire figure became blurred in an instant. When the dark spiritual power swept over, there was no one there. At the same time, deep in the dense forest hundreds of miles away, the space suddenly fluctuated. Xiao Zhuluo staggered and fell out. As soon as he stood firm, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and half of his body was dyed red. He didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He turned his head to look at the faint horror coming from the distant sky, with a look of fear in his eyes. If it weren't for that spirit puppet, he would probably be dead now. He never expected that the woman would be so cruel and kill people without any reason. Her methods were so terrifying. At this moment, I suddenly remembered that the temple had organized a demon suppression operation some time ago. As a result, that demon suppression operation not only failed to severely damage the demon realm, but also caused heavy losses to the temple. I heard that it was because the demon tribe had a cruel and ruthless new queen. Could it be this woman? Thinking of this, Xiao Zhuluo gritted his teeth, forced himself to support the broken meridians, and forcibly circulated the remaining spiritual power in his body to quickly repair his injuries. At this moment, in the air on the other side, the light spots of the broken puppet were slowly dissipating. Lu Yueli looked at the direction where Xiao Zhuluo fled, but she did not chase him. She just slowly gathered her spiritual power, and then looked at Lin Xiao and others with her cold and charming eyes. When Ming Yuan and the others met her gaze, their bodies trembled slightly. Then, thinking that even Xiao Zhuluo, the holy son of the immortal palace, almost died at the hands of this woman, they dared not move even more. Li Duyuan glanced at Lin Xiao, gritted his teeth, and said to Lu Yueli with a firm face, "My lady, I, Li Duyuan, am definitely not the kind of person who is greedy. The things belong to Peak Master Lin Xiao. If he is willing to give them to you, I have no objection." "Just kidding." Xiao Zhuluo, who has a complaint, doesn't know whether he is dead or alive now. Hearing this, Lin Xiao wanted to laugh. This old guy really tried to clear himself of the responsibility. When everyone heard Li Duyuan's words, they nodded in agreement. Lu Yueli lazily played with the green lotus in her hand, then slowly raised her eyes. When she swept her gaze over the crowd, there was no warmth in her eyes, but the allure flowing in her eyes caused countless people to have a subtle daze in their eyes. Although they knew it was dangerous, the enchanting beauty of this woman's every move still made many people's hearts skip a beat. However, the next second, the woman's cold and lazy voice came, making everyone feel as if they were falling into an ice cave. "If I say, today all of you, no one can survive," as soon as the words fell, everyone's faces changed drastically. What does this mean? This woman wants to kill them? The few people closest to him suddenly took a half step back, the blood draining from their faces. They said in a trembling voice, "This is our human territory. You commit crimes here, aren't you afraid that our human clan will hunt you down?" After saying this, he looked at the expressionless face of the woman. His companion beside him had already turned pale with fright, with fine beads of cold sweat oozing from his forehead. His eyes were scanning the surroundings in panic, constantly thinking about the escape route. "If I don't run, I might really die." Jianfang and the others were equally uneasy, their eyes fixed on the woman. At this moment, Lu Yueli's gaze suddenly passed over the crowd and fell accurately on the man in black clothes not far away. There seemed to be a spell in her eyes that could captivate the soul, but also a hint of inexplicable amusement. Then, she moved lightly with lotus steps, and walked step by step to Lin Xiao in the fearful gazes of everyone. Everyone looked surprised. Lu Yueli slowly raised her eyes, slightly raised the corners of her eyes, looked at the man in front of her, and asked lazily, "Your name is Lin Xiao, right?" "Lin Xiao, you don't even know my name, but now you know everything about me. What are you trying to do? She's quite pretty." As she spoke, her cold fingertips gently touched Lin Xiao's chest. Then she shook the green lotus in her hand, looked at him with a smile, and said in an intoxicating tone, "You said you wanted to give me something, do you like me?" Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. What is going on? Without waiting for Lin Xiao to answer, Lu Yueli withdrew her hand. "It's easy for me to let these people go." Her eyes lingered on Lin Xiao's handsome face for a moment, then Lu Yueli moved closer to him, gently stroking his face with her fingers, and said in a sweet voice, "This emperor has taken a liking to you. As long as you follow me back to the demon realm, I will not kill any of these people." As soon as the words fell, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Xiao. Chapter 29. You dare to tease the female devil, Master Lin Feng, you are so brave. The expressions of Shensha sect's chief elders and disciples were even more exciting, especially Ming Yuan and other elders of the first peak. Whenever they mentioned Lin Xiao, they were all heartbroken and accused him of corrupting the morals of the righteous path and being a disgrace to the Shensha sect and even the entire spiritual world. But now, this shame has become their only chance of survival. Zhang Yingxue was also stunned. She could never have imagined that the almighty and enchanting demon queen would actually take a liking to her, senior uncle Lin Xiao, at first sight, but Jiang Yingxue couldn't find any other advantages in this senior master Lin Xiao besides his face. Being noticed by the demon realm queen might not be a good thing, but everyone here knew that if Lin Xiao didn't agree, it would not be a good thing for them. After the initial shock, Zhao Fan turned around and glanced at his fiancée. Seeing Shenshuan's delicate and expressionless face, he felt a little relieved for the first time. As long as Lin Xiao agreed, there would be no place for him on the righteous path. As for the demon realm,
Based on his understanding of the Demon Queen's personality, if Lin Xiao went to the demon realm, he would probably be imprisoned in the Demon Emperor's palace forever. It's just a pity that such a charming and beautiful woman like the Demon Queen fell into the hands of a guy like Lin Xiao. However, not everyone can enjoy this kind of bargain. That woman is cold-blooded and cruel, and has killed countless people. She might suddenly change her personality one day and suddenly become dissatisfied with Lin Xiao in bed and slap him to death. Hiss, when they thought of that scene, everyone gasped and shuddered. No one would not be tempted by such a top-notch woman, but they cherished their own lives more. But if Lin Xiao refused, he would probably anger this female devil. Thinking of this result, everyone's eyes were all glued to Lin Xiao, each of them full of hope. Although Lin Xiao had a bad reputation, he was now their life-saving straw. As long as Lin Xiao yielded to this female devil, these righteous forces would definitely remember the great kindness of the Shensha sect's peak master in the future. At this time, another white-bearded elder of Shensha sect had trembling lips. He wanted to denounce this immoral and outrageous behavior. After all, Lin Xiao was the peak master of their Shensha sect. If he agreed to that female devil, wouldn't it be equivalent to insulting their Shensha sect? But the next second, he felt the cold pressure from the female devil, and the words on his lips turned into dry persuasion. Lin Fengzhu. This matter is of great importance, why don't you think twice? The urgency in his tone was not to persuade Lin Xiao to think twice, but it was clearly because he was afraid that Lin Xiao would refuse outright. My master won't go with you. However, a cold and delicate shout suddenly rang out the next second, which made everyone's heart jump. Everyone looked over with grim expressions. It turned out to be the little witch who had just snatched Qinglian. And the others were even more distraught. Your master hasn't even spoken yet, and you little devil are coming out to butt in? Fengyu opened her arms to block in front of her master, and her charming and tender little face was full of vigilance at the moment. Lueli glanced at her indifferently, then looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of danger in her eyes. Lin Xiao coughed lightly, raised his hand to recall the green sword hanging in front of Jiang Yingxue, and introduced in a calm voice, my apprentice. Seeing this, Xiao Fengyu thought her master was going to fight this evil woman. She no longer suppressed the demonic nature in her heart, and her eyes gradually turned into a strange purple demon pupil. Any woman who wants to steal her master is a bad woman. Lu Yueli's enchanting eyes swept over, just a disciple? Looking at the fierce expression of this little vixen, those who don't know would think that she is trying to steal the man from her. Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, Lin Xiao smiled faintly and changed the subject, saying, I still have some respect in the righteous ways of the central region. If I were to return to the demonic region with a young lady like this, I'm afraid I would be ridiculed. Why not give me some face? Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped and thought to themselves, Master Lin Feng, you are so bold. Do you know who she is? How dare you speak to this female devil like that? Give me some face. Don't you know what you did in Shensha sect? You even stole the fiancé of Songming Palace Master. How dare you talk about your face? Can't you just agree to her obediently? The worst that can happen is that you'll be taken back by this female devil and imprisoned for decades. It's better than letting everyone get killed. Then everyone didn't even dare to breathe, for fear that a single breath would anger the female devil. The air was silent. Lu Yueli glanced at Lin Xiao dimly. Everyone was silent. Lin Xiao raised the corner of his lips, glanced at Lu Yueli's face full of enchanting temptation, and then smiled and said, actually, if the young lady comes to my Shensha sect, it's not impossible to be with her under the flowers and moon. Hiss. Everyone was stunned again, and then they couldn't help but feel a little scared. Even such a female devil dared to tease you. Master Lin Feng, you are truly brave. We are willing to call you the #1 warrior in the central region, the vanguard against demons. The faces of Ming Yuan and the others from Shensha sect were as black as ash, but what shocked everyone even more was that after hearing Lin Xiao's words, the female devil was not angry at all. Not only was he not angry, but he was staring at Lin Xiao with interest. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, swallowing their saliva. Could it be that this female devil had really taken a fancy to him? Besides being a bit good-looking and having a top-tier cultivation base in the central region, what else was there to be interested in? I am becoming more and more interested in you. Lu Yueli gave Lin Xiao a deep look, then she turned away indifferently, glanced at the crowd around her, and curled her lips. I'll give you this favor today. I will go to Shensha sect to look for you. Next time, it won't be so easy. Everyone from Shensha sect, the words fell. Purple spiritual power surged from her body, and her body gradually merged into the space and disappeared. Everyone suddenly felt relieved, and hurriedly reached out to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. Looking at the place where the female devil left with fear on their faces, the Shensha sect disciples were silent. Facing the strange looks from the crowd around them, they all turned their gazes to their uncle Master Lin Xiao. Ming Yuan's face darkened, and he said in a bad mood, Lin Xiao, you are fine, why did you mention Shensha sect? Lin Xiao sneered and looked over, you old man are really confused. Am I not from Shensha sect? You? Ming Yuan's old face suddenly turned red. In the entire Shensha sect, only Lin Xiao dared to call him old thing. At this time, the white-bearded elder lightly rebuked, then there is no need for you to bring up the Shensha sect. What if that female devil really goes to our Shensha sect? Lin Xiao glanced at him. This old fellow didn't use the same tone when he advised him just now. He shrugged and smiled, you're going to find me anyway. What does it have to do with you, an old man? But if she really does go, you old guys shouldn't think too much about it. Just wash your necks and wait for death.
The white-bearded elder was choked by Lin Xiao's words, and his old face also turned red. Lin Xiao is still the same Lin Xiao, he hasn't changed at all. They were just afraid. What if that female devil suddenly became displeased with Shensha's sect after going there and really massacred the entire sect? The thousands of sects she personally slaughtered in the demon realm were the best evidence of her bloodshed. After all, the words of this kind of female devil were the most unbelievable. Chapter 30 Jianfang, the old palace master's last words. Do you think I would lie to you, knight? The matter of Ghost Cave Demon City has come to an end, and the entire demon city has been divided up by countless forces. However, the news of the Ghost Cave Demon Lord has caused many forces in the central region to sigh. Sangming Palace Jianfang has looked very unhappy since he came back, because on his way back to Sangming Palace, Xiao Juluo, who was seriously injured and fled after being beaten by the female devil, actually found him secretly. Of course, he didn't forget why Xiao Juluo wanted to ask him to do something, but the holy son of the immortal palace was seriously injured and dying. Instead of returning to the immortal palace to recuperate, he was still thinking about his fiancée. To this, Xiao Juluo just reminded him coldly, this saint's son cultivates a special technique. Whether it's to break through realms or to heal injuries and gather spirits, it requires the use of a spiritual cultivation furnace. Your fiancé is a natural-born alien with a special physique, which is just right to help me recover from my injuries. When you return tonight, give her the pill. You don't have to worry about the rest. Just stand guard outside the room for me until dawn, otherwise, you know the consequences. Boom, Jianfang smashed the chair in front of him with a slap. This is too much. The Xiao Juluo simply treated him like a dog. The immortal palace thinks you're so great, but you, the spiritual lord of the immortal palace, still had 3 of your men killed by the ghostly demon lord today. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He looked up outside the hall and asked, what is madam doing? The guards outside the main hall hurriedly said, report to the palace master. Madam is in Jiaxing Tower. Jianfang had issued an order today that from now on, everyone in Sangming Palace must address Shen Shuan as Madam Palace Master. Jianfang frowned. Jiaxing Tower is the tallest building in Sangming Palace. Usually, Shen Shuan would only go there when she was in a bad mood. Ever since she came back from the demon city today, her fiancé seemed to be unhappy all the time. Of course, he could not forget the gloomy look Shen Shuan gave that bastard Lin Xiao when she left. Moreover, due to today's incident, all the major sects and forces owe Lin Xiao a favor. Jianfang gritted his teeth and walked out of the hall. Jiaxing Tower, on the top floor, in the quiet attic. Jianfang hesitated for a long time outside the attic, holding the bottle containing the Qingwen elixir in his hand. Finally, thinking of Shen Shuan's completely different attitude towards him and Lin Xiao during this period, he finally made up his mind and pushed the door open. In the attic, Shen Shuan was sitting by the window not far away. She was not wearing any makeup and was only wearing the simplest white dress. She was sitting there lazily and absent-mindedly with her knees hugged. Her charming appearance still made Jianfang stunned. Noticing the movement, Shen Shuan turned around and glanced at him, frowning slightly. Jianfang spoke first, you don't have to chase me away. After what happened today, I've figured out a lot of things. He sighed softly. Shen Shuan, you have never liked me, right? Shen Shuan frowned tightly. What on earth do you want to say? Jianfang shook his head. You never considered me your fiancé. The reason you agreed to marry me was just to repay the old palace master for raising you. I don't want to tell you this. Shen Shuan answered him coldly, pointing to the door, get out. Jianfang smiled bitterly. Do you really hate me that much? I've given you the entire Sangming Palace. No matter what you want, I'll do everything I can to get it for you. However, everything I've done is no match for what Lin Xiao said to you. Shen Shuan was silent. Jianfang felt a pang in his heart as he looked up at his fiancée. I know you look down on me, Jianfang. In terms of background, my Sangming Palace cannot compare to the Shensha sect, and in terms of cultivation, I cannot compare to that Lin Xiao. But I have liked you for a full 10 years. Where is Lin Xiao? Jianfang turned his head and looked at his broken arm. This arm was cut off by Lin Xiao's sword. You heard me right. I couldn't even take his sword strike. Shen Shuan gritted her teeth slightly. Jianfang laughed at himself. Isn't it ridiculous? There is no one in the entire central region who knows Lin Xiao's strength better than me. He deliberately didn't kill me, just to laugh at me. You guessed right. I did contact the Flame Demon clan and asked them to help me get rid of Lin Xiao. But you saw the result. That damn Demon Realm clan couldn't even defeat Lin Xiao. I even secretly sent many of our young female disciples to the Celestial Palace to be used as furnaces without telling you. Those missing female disciples were all caused by me. Speaking of this, Jianfang took a deep breath, then slowly took out the bottle containing the green vein elixir. Shen Shuan, after today, go to Shensha sect to find Lin Xiao. I don't want to force you to stay in Sangming Palace. He then looked at the medicine bottle in his hand, his eyes slightly red as he said, this is the pulling spirit pill that the old palace master left for you when he passed away. He asked me to keep it for you until the day you and I get married. Only then can I give it to you and personally watch you eat it. It's probably impossible to get married now. I'll return the old palace master's things to you. As for whether you still listen to the old palace master or not, it's up to you. Hearing this, Shen Shuan was finally moved. She gritted her teeth and asked, did the master really say this in his last words?
Zhao Fan shook the pill in his hand and said, "How could the soul-breaking pill be fake? If I hadn't wanted to fulfill the old palace master's last wish, I would have eaten it myself long ago." He snapped his fingers, and the medicine bottle flew out. "I even told you about colluding with the Flame Demon clan. Do you think I would lie to you again?" Colluding with the demons to assassinate the righteous genius is a capital crime in the central region. Shenshuan reached out to take it, and it felt cold to the touch. Jianfang made her feel a little strange today, but what Jianfang said just now seemed to be his true words. He even talked about colluding with the Flame Demon clan to assassinate Lin Xiao. Once this matter gets out, Sangming Palace will have no place to stand in the central region, so, given his personality, he probably wouldn't dare to say anything careless. He gently opened the bottle cap and poured out the green-veined elixir inside. There were a total of 7 spiritual patterns on it, and the aura was indeed that of a 7th grade spirit-breaking elixir. On the other side, Zhao Fan was delighted when he saw this. He had seen the pill before, and it was indeed a 7th grade soul-breaking pill. However, Xiao Jiluo had added something to it, and no one could detect it unless they were a 9th grade alchemist. Zhao Fan felt anxious and a little overwhelmed, but he had no choice but to sacrifice Shenshuan and saved Sangming Palace. He is not a demon prodigy like the Ghost Cave Demon Lord. Moreover, even if he is a demon prodigy like the Ghost Cave Demon Lord, in the end his entire clan will die tragically at the hands of the Immortal Palace. He cannot afford to offend the Yunshu Immortal Palace. Zhao Fan really likes his fiancée Shenshuan, however, he cherishes his own life more. Chapter 31 Lin Xiao, your fiancé and I have something important to discuss tonight. Seeing that Shenshuan was still hesitating, Zhao Fan almost couldn't help but urge her to eat it quickly. However, at the most critical step, she suddenly put the pill back into the bottle. Zhao Fan's heart skipped a beat. Discovered? At this time, Shenshuan looked up and said, "You talked to me so much today, but it's not like you at all. Aren't you afraid that the things you did will be exposed and known to outsiders?" The dignified lord of Sangming Palace, the role model of righteousness in the central region, has done so many filthy things behind people's backs. Zhao Fan smiled awkwardly. "I'm doing this all for Sangming Palace," Shenshuan scoffed. "You're doing this for yourself." Zhao Fan, putting the medicine bottle on the windowsill, Shenshuan reached out to gather her hair and said coldly, "I know what the master said. Please go out." But the master's last words were. Zhao Fan became anxious. Shenshuan immediately narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhao Fan with cold eyes. Zhao Fan gritted his teeth. It seemed that soft tactics didn't work, so he had to resort to hard tactics. Anyway, Xiao Jiluo was also in Sangming Palace now. No matter how strong Shenshuan's cultivation was, could she still be a match for the two of them? With a subtle movement of his fingers, a dark red blood mark slowly emerged from under his feet. "Shenshuan, you're forcing me." Buzz, however, before he could finish his words, a terrifying sword energy with a buzzing and vibrating sound suddenly descended from the air. In an instant, the sword energy enveloped the entire Sangming Palace. Zhao Fan's voice suddenly stopped, his face changed drastically, and he looked out the window in a hurry. In the dark night sky, a tall and handsome figure was quietly floating outside the Zhaixing Tower, and all the protective spiritual formations and spiritual guards of his Sangming Palace had been completely defeated and retreated before that figure. Immediately following, a clear and magnetic male voice came. The Sangming Forbidden Formation, known as the ceiling of the central region, doesn't seem to be that great. How come you can't even block my sword?" Zhao Fan's pupils shrank as he stared at the figure that appeared in midair. The next second, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot and he gritted his teeth. "Lin Xiao, Palace Master Zhao, long time no see." Lin Xiao smiled at him. "Zhao Fan, long time no see, what the hell, I just saw you today. It was you, Lin Xiao, who ignored me. What do you want to do in my Sangming Palace?" Zhao Fan pointed at Lin Xiao and asked coldly. Lin Xiao glanced at him, then his gaze turned to the cool and charming, yet somewhat amorous beauty beside him. His sight lingered on Shenshuan's slightly dazed face, and Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile, "Lin is with Elder Shen from your Sangming Palace. I have something important to discuss tonight." Zhao Fan couldn't stand it anymore and cursed, "Lin Xiao, you are going too far. You know that Shenshuan is my fiancé, Zhao Fan, and you still." Lin Xiao nodded to interrupt him and changed the subject. "In that case, then Lin has something important to discuss with Palace Master Zhao's fiancé." "Palace Master Zhao, you can leave first, so as not to disturb my conversation with your fiancé." "That would be bad. Asshole, you're looking for death." Zhao Fan was furious, spiritual power surged all over his body, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, all the anger instantly deflated like a ball when he looked up and met Lin Xiao's indifferent and ruthless eyes. The shadow of this man in his heart had long been lingering. Countless nights, Zhao Fan would even think of his shadow in that sword. It can be said that Lin Xiao has become Zhao Fan's inner demon. At the same time, seeing this man who suddenly appeared, Shenshuan snorted in her heart. Although her heartbeat accelerated a little and her mood improved after seeing him, she still pretended to be cold and said lightly, "What are you doing here?" Lin Xiao didn't say anything, but his eyes looked straight at her, with a hint of meaning. Shenshuan's pretty face turned red. This guy just stared at her without saying anything. Combined with what she had just asked, wouldn't that mean, thinking of this, her cheeks turned red again. When this guy gets mean, he is worse than anyone else. Seeing the two of them flirting with each other, Zhao Fan was furious and instantly flew into a rage. "Lin Xiao, you really think I'm just a decoration, don't you?" Buzz, the spiritual power in his body surged. Zhao Fan could no longer bear it, and directly sacrificed his own natal spiritual weapon. Choke, a blood-red long sword broke through the air.
It was the treasure of Songming Palace, the Songming Sword, a top-grade spiritual weapon of the heavenly rank, spiritual weapon levels, mysterious, earth, heaven, immortal, saint, god. Each level is divided into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Jianfang had used this sword to kill countless demon kings. The bloody aura on the sword could even cause the space to tremble slightly. Shameless brat, today I will teach you how to respect your elders. Songming Blood Dragon Sword, Sunhai Dragon Roar. Half a quarter of an hour later, Jianfang was weak and covered with wounds. He was kneeling outside the attic of Jiaxing Tower, staring blankly ahead. Next to him, there was the broken Songming sword. At this time, the disciples of Songming Palace came over and were shocked when they saw this scene. Master, Palace Master? Jianfang supported himself on the ground with his only remaining hand, his palm still bleeding and trembling slightly. He then looked up at the tightly closed door in front of him. He knew that if anyone dared to push open that door and walk in tonight, then tomorrow, Songming Palace would probably be left with only a pile of corpses. Lin Xiao, that man, absolutely does what he says. He's even more evil than an evil cultivator, and he acts more recklessly than anyone else. He's even more evil than all the evil cultivators out there. He's a complete beast and a bastard. Jianfang roared in his heart. Didn't Xiao Zhiluo have his eyes on his fiancée? Why didn't he come out now that Lin Xiao was here? However, Jianfang never expected this. Before Lin Xiao came, Xiao Zhiluo, the holy son of the immortal palace, was no longer in Songming Palace. Originally, Xiao Zhiluo was recuperating on a rooftop next to Jiaxing Tower and keeping an eye on the situation in Jiaxing Tower. As a result, an old man with disheveled hair and surging blood suddenly appeared and chased him. Xiao Zhiluo happened to recognize that old man. He was the Grand Elder from Ching Ming Valley who had broken into the ghostly demon city alone. But what Xiao Zhiluo couldn't understand was that not only was this old fellow's cultivation much stronger, but he also seemed to have gone mad. After seeing him, he chased him madly and desperately, even trying to overthrow him. Xiao Zhiluo was already injured, and was further annoyed by this old madman. He almost died at the hands of the latter after several attacks, and finally had to use the space escape technique to leave again. As a result, he was injured and couldn't escape far, so the old madman came after him again. Xiao Zhiluo could only continue to flee, with the old madman desperately chasing him. Without the order of this palace master, no one is allowed to enter tonight. On the side of Songming Palace, Jianfang coldly ordered the guarding disciples to leave. Then he pulled out the Songming sword with a trembling hand, turned around and sat down sadly on the steps. The shameful scene that might be happening in the attic kept appearing in his mind. His fiancée was being raped by another man. Thinking of this, his heart ached and his back teeth almost broke. However, as time went by, Jianfang didn't know why, but under the influence of some unknown emotion in his heart, he suddenly had an idea. But as soon as this thought came to mind, Jianfang angrily slapped himself. How could he have such an idea? How could he go? His fiancée is inside. Chapter 32, Isn't it time for you to get married? In the attic, in the inner room, Shen Shuan pouted slightly and glanced at Lin Xiao. Master Lin Feng, barging into my Songming Palace in the middle of the night and even coming to my boudoir is a bit impolite, isn't it? Lin Xiao took a look at the layout of the inner room. It didn't look like the style of a mature woman, but rather like that of a girl of 17 or 18 years old. If I remember correctly, Shen Shuan seemed to be more than 10 years older than him, so strictly speaking, he was the one who was eaten. You were already a grown-up, but you still act like a little girl. Lin Xiao sat down beside him and poured himself a cup of tea. Unexpectedly, what came out of the teapot was the fragrant milk of a spirit beast. He swirled the milk in the cup and took a sip. It tastes good. Shen Shuan narrowed her eyes and stared at him, her eyes somewhat dangerous. Tell me clearly, what do you mean by how old you are? Women have an inexplicable obsession with their age, especially in front of the person they like. They just hope that they are as young as possible. Lin Xiao put down his teacup, looked up at the edge of her white skirt, and saw a pair of white and beautiful legs. Then he said seriously, you should know that I like mature women. Shen Shuan sneered, do you still like those married women, other people's wives? Cough. Lin Xiao almost spit out a mouthful of animal milk. Is it okay to say such a thing? Shen Shuan rolled her eyes at him and said, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? She didn't believe that this guy would come to her for no reason and beat Jianfang up for no reason. Lin Xiao gestured to the seat in front of him and said, I do have something serious to discuss. Come over and sit down. No. Shen Shuan snorted coldly, you clearly saw me today, but you treated me like air and didn't even say a word to me. I don't want to sit next to you now. You saw what happened today. Lin Xiao was about to say something, but when he saw Shen Shuan's eyes turning cold, he exhaled and said, okay, what do you want me to do? Shen Shuan thought for a moment, her two white and tender feet gently dangling on the edge of the windowsill. Then she looked up at Lin Xiao and opened her arms, come and hug me, carry me over. Lin Xiao, he stood up and walked over, leaning over slightly to pick the ladder up from the edge of the windowsill. As the warm and soft jade falls into my arms, a familiar and refreshing fragrance fills my nose. The peaks are so numerous that one hand cannot hold them all. Shen Shuan put her arms around Lin Xiao's neck and stared at him lovingly with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xiao hugged her and picked up the bottle of pills on the windowsill. Spirit-breaking pill? Lin Xiao looked at her with a frown after taking a look at the pill bottle. Shen Shuan nodded gently, is there a problem? Lin Xiao shook his head, carried her over and placed her on a chair, then sat down himself.
The quality is not good. I'll make you a 9th grade soul-breaking pill another day. Shin Shuan held her chin with both hands, staring at him without blinking, and said with a joking smile, "Oh, I almost forgot, Master Lin Feng is a 9th grade alchemist, and the alchemists of our Central Region alchemy sect are only 7th grade. It should be said that he is the only 9th grade alchemist in the entire Central Region." Shin Shuan only found out about this by chance, and Lin Xiao didn't even tell her about it. "I've always been a very low-key person." Lin Xiao casually put the bottle of pill away. "Zhao Fan has the nerve to give you something of this shabby quality?" Tisk. Shin Shuan rolled her eyes again. "This guy is so low-key. There are no high-profile people in the Central Region." She curled her lips and said, "I'm not stupid. Zhao Fan obviously has bad intentions. There must be something wrong with this pill. You still accepted it even though you knew there was a problem?" Lin Xiao wanted to laugh. "Are you worried about me?" Shin Shuan looked at him with a smile. "Why else would I come here tonight?" Lin Xiao blurted out, "Did I come here specifically to beat up Zhao Fan? I don't have any grudge against him." "Shin Shuan, do you have the nerve to say this? You stole someone's fiancée and you still say you have no grudge against her." However, after hearing Lin Xiao say this, she couldn't help but feel a hint of sweetness in her heart. The feeling of being cared for by this man made her heart seem to be filled with joy. Thinking of this, Shin Shuan smiled, held her chin with both hands, and stared at Lin Xiao's face with her bright and beautiful eyes full of affection, as if she could never see enough. "Is there something on my face?" Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. Shin Shuan shook her head, a smile on her lips, a bright and charming smile. "Master Lin Feng is not young anymore. Maybe, is it time to marry a wife, yeah?" Lin Xiao said casually, "I'm only 18 years old, still young, no need to rush." Shin Shuan suddenly wanted to punch him. This unromantic bastard, what 18 years old? Do you think I don't know your age? Then she glared at him fiercely and said, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Speaking of business, Lin Xiao stared at her pretty face for a while before saying, "I heard you say last time that the primitive bloodline in your body came from an ancient alien race, right? Why are you talking about this?" Shin Shuan curled her lips. The alien races of the past, like the demon races of today, were all hated by many people in the Central Region, so not many people actually knew about her alien identity. "Of course I want to know more about you." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Before you came to the human race, you must have lived among the alien races for a period of time. I wonder if your alien race has any records of the former primitive alien ancestor. Where did he fall?" In his previous life, Lin Xiao had only heard of the name of the ancient alien ancestor. He didn't know much about the exact information about that alien ancestor, nor did he know where he died. After all, when he died in his previous life, the gods of the upper realm had only just begun to show their power. He had earned more than 60,000 evil points today. In the system, 50,000 evil points could be exchanged for the corpse of the primordial alien ancestor, but there was a condition. Unlike when exchanging for the corpse of the demon emperor, this time he needed to find the corpse of the alien ancestor himself, because the alien ancestor was a peak powerhouse from an era even more ancient than the demon emperor. If one could get it, it would be a trump card more terrifying than the demon emperor. Shin Shuan's pretty face was surprised. "Are you sure you want to understand me?" Lin Xiao nodded without changing his expression. "To understand you, of course I need to go deeper and understand you more comprehensively." Shin Shuan, she didn't believe this guy's nonsense. Lin Xiao suddenly mentioned that they were a different race, so there must be something he didn't tell her. However, seeing that Lin Xiao didn't want to talk, she didn't ask any more questions, but just recalled, "I often heard my grandfather say that the alien ancestor once led the tribe to resist the rule of the ancient tribe. After the final defeat, he was suppressed by an ancient clan within their territory. Tens of thousands of years have passed since then, and I'm afraid the remains of that ancestor have long since decayed, suppressed in the ancient clan's territory." Lin Xiao frowned slightly. The ancient clans generally lived in the upper domain. Each ancient clan was a branch of the gods in ancient times. There was no shortage of powerful saints in the clan, and there might even be emperors. "Do you know which specific ancient tribe it is?" Hearing this, Shin Shuan raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Xiao. "That's just a story I've heard since I was a child, but if you want to hear," as she spoke, she deliberately lifted one of her beautiful legs, and slowly placed her delicate white toes on Lin Xiao's thigh. She looked at Lin Xiao with charming eyes. "Didn't you just say that you wanted to get to know me better?" Lin Xiao, the next second, he reached out and grasped the soft and white toes, then hugged the delicate body and placed it on his legs. The moment their skin touched, Shin Shuan's pretty face flushed, but she still panted slightly and said, "I don't know exactly what ancient tribe it is. I was too young at that time. I only remember my grandfather mentioning it. That ancient clan seems to have the surname Xiao." Chapter 33. Didn't you just say today that you wanted me to take you away? It was an hour later when Lin Xiao came out of the room, looking at Zhao Fan, who had been guarding outside the attic for a whole hour with a numb and dazed face. Lin Xiao began to admire this guy in his heart. Take Zhao Fan, for example. In his previous life, he killed many disciples of Songming Palace for his own sake. Even Shin Shuan was killed by him personally. It can be said that everything he has now is his own fault. "Palace Master Zhao, thank you for your hard work."
Lin Xiao smiled slightly. At Xingming Palace is considered an affiliated force of the Immortal Palace. This old guy won't live for a few more days. Lin Xiao is not worried about Shen Shuan. With the spirit puppet he left behind, even if he doesn't come tonight, Shen Shuan will be fine. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao stroked his old waist, feeling that he had been a little too unrestrained recently. Beauty can harm people. Starting today, I must quit. Jianfang came back to his senses little by little after hearing the voice, and then he saw Lin Xiao holding his old waist. His eyes gradually became brighter, but after hearing what Lin Xiao said clearly, he vomited blood in anger. Next second, seeing Lin Xiao transform into a long rainbow and leave Xingming Palace, Jianfang turned around and ran into the attic without thinking. Boom, as a result, a stream of spiritual power blasted him out directly, and then the bottle of pills that Xiao Juliuo gave him was blasted out along with the spiritual power and smashed heavily beside him. Then a cold and murderous voice came from the room, making Zhao Fan's heart tremble. Mr. Zhao, don't force me to kill you tonight. Zhao Fan's face turned pale instantly. Looking at the broken pill bottle beside him, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Shen Shuan really knew. On the other side, after leaving Xingming Palace, Lin Xiao sensed the direction of Ching Ming Valley, and the figure of another woman in purple appeared in his mind. Tonight, there is another female villain, Ching Ming Mountains, Ching Ming Valley. Ching Ming Valley is brightly lit at night, but Ching Ming Valley is destined to be uneasy tonight. The Grand Elder has not been seen since then, and hundreds of elite disciples and elders who went to the ghostly demon city to rescue, including the Valley Master, have all died tragically outside the demon city in broad daylight. The remaining disciples in the valley were heartbroken. It could be said that Ching Ming Valley, once one of the 9 major sects in Yunzhou, had now become a third-rate force overnight. At this moment, in front of the Ching Ming Palace below, suddenly, bursts of heart-wrenching screams rang through the night sky. Yi Zisu, you traitor! If you dare to kill me, Yunzhou Immortal Palace will not let you go. Yi Zisu, I admit that I was the one who destroyed your spiritual sword. I will compensate you. Please don't kill me. Ah, you who betrayed our clan and murdered our ancestors, you still have the nerve to come back. The smell of blood filled the air along with screams. In front of the main hall. A woman in purple slowly walked out from the night, her body still stained with wet blood. A few strands of her long hair were blown up by the wind, sticking to her cold and indifferent face. Yi Zisu. Suddenly, another roaring voice broke through the night sky. You dare to come back? Before he finished speaking, a male disciple drew his sword with red eyes. The sword energy was so sharp that it seemed to split the air. However, Yi Zisu just slightly turned sideways, and the male disciple's sword, filled with overwhelming hatred, brushed past the corner of her clothes and slashed on the stone wall behind her, splashing a piece of gravel. Then, without even moving her eyes, she saw a flash of purple sword light in the next second. The male disciple holding the sword fell down with a face full of horror, holding his throat. Blood gushed out from between his fingers, instantly staining the bluestone floor red. Dead silence. The entire night sky fell into a dead silence. The disciples in front of the hall froze in place. The grief and anger in their hearts were all shocked by the sudden killing before them, and their eyes began to become filled with fear. Yi Zisu, you're crazy. An elderly elder shouted angrily in a trembling voice, this is Ching Ming Valley, where you've been cultivating since childhood. Do you really want to kill us all? Yi Zisu raised her eyes, her gaze locked onto the elder. The next moment, she appeared like a ghost, and a cold purple light flashed by. Then there was another muffled sound, and the elder fell in a pool of blood. Yi Zisu looked down at the elder's corpse from a high position, his eyes tinged with paranoid madness. Compared to the filthiness of you people, my little madness is nothing. Half an hour later, the entire Ching Ming Valley fell completely silent. A gentle breeze blew, and only the smell of blood filled the night sky. Yi Zisu stood in the center of the corpses of countless elders and disciples. He slowly raised his hand and looked at the blood dripping from the sword blade, but his fingertips suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Next second, she spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't because of the injury, but because of the sudden severe pain in the chest, and the life curse in the body began to erupt. At this time, there was already a life curse placed on her body, and now she used a large amount of spiritual power in a short period of time, which unexpectedly caused the life curse to explode prematurely. Her pretty face turned slightly pale. Just as she was about to mobilize her spiritual power to suppress the life curse, her vision went dark and she fainted from the pain. But before he fainted, a strange figure seemed to appear in his blurry vision. It was unknown how long it took before Yi Zisu suddenly opened her eyes in pain. The dazzling firelight made her frown subconsciously, and her nose was filled with a strong smell of blood. Besides that, there seemed to be a hint of the aroma of barbecue. He quickly supported himself on the ground and sat up. Dozens of corpses of Ching Ming Valley disciples were lying on the ground beside him. Next to those corpses, a raging fire was burning, and the flames made crackling sounds. A strange man was sitting by the fire, his profile a little blurred in the firelight. He was holding a sharpened stick in his hand, with a piece of shiny meat skewered on it, roasting it over the fire. The fat dripped, causing the flames to crackle. Woke up? At this moment, the man suddenly turned his head, glanced at her with his deep black eyes, and a nonchalant arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he handed over the roasted meat skewers and said, freshly roasted meat, want to try it? Yi Zisu's beautiful eyes gradually widened, her whole body shook, and the purple sword was instantly unsheathed. With the cold light pointing directly at the man's throat, her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with undisguised murderous intent and vigilance. Who are you? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows, turned his wrist slightly, and easily deflected the sword. Strictly speaking, I am your savior.
Savior? Yi Zisa sneered. You are a disciple of a nearby faction, right? Seeing me kill so many people, aren't you afraid? Don't scare me.
Lin Xiao looked at her with a smile. I'm timid.
Yi Zisu, are you a coward?
How dare you eat barbecue next to so many corpses? Wait, barbecue? Yi Zisa suddenly stared at the skewers in Lin Xiao's hand, then glanced at the corpses around him. Something seemed to come to mind, and a trace of disgust suddenly appeared in his eyes. He said in shock, you can't be. Even though she had killed so many people, she had never thought about eating Lin Xiao. Then he said with a smile, my taste is not that strong.
This is monster meat, but if you want to eat it, I can. Bah, you're the one who wants to eat it.
Yi Zisu immediately spat at him, then her eyes remained cold and alert. Tell me clearly, who are you? Hearing this, Lin Xiao looked into her eyes quietly.
After a long while, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said mysteriously, didn't you just say today that you wanted me to take you away?
Chapter 34, Demon Realm, Demon King of the Demon Clan. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yi Zisu's pupils suddenly shrank, and she stared at the man in front of her in disbelief.
After a long while, she managed to squeeze out a sentence. What did you say? She really didn't dare to associate the mysterious black-robed man who dared to offend the Immortal Palace and even helped the Ghost Demon Lord to refine the Immortal Palace's Spirit Lord with the young man in front of her. How is this possible? Lin Xiao looked at her slowly. Yi Zisu's purple clothes were stained with blood, and the magic flower on her pretty face looked particularly mysterious and charming under the firelight. Her figure is even more perfect, with a tall body, long legs and a towering chest, which makes her clothes look exquisite and prominent. A white ribbon is tied around her slender waist, outlining her slender waist that can be held in one hand, making her figure even more plump. Lin Xiao's eyes slid from her upright chest to her straight and slender snow-white thighs, and he recalled the past in his heart. In her previous life, after Yi Zisa became the Demon Emperor, she was a true queen of the highest caliber. Even the evil geniuses of the Demon God Clan had spared no effort in pursuing her. However, as the female villain, and because of the influence of Ching Ming Valley, she became withdrawn and paranoid, and refused to accept anyone's pursuit. Although she was Lin Xiao's nominal fiancée in her previous life, Yi Zisu had not had much contact with him since Lin Qingyi helped Lin Xiao break off the engagement. Not only that, Lin Xiao had met her twice after the broken engagement in the previous life, and he could vaguely feel that Yi Zisu had a slight aversion to him. Maybe she misunderstood the broken engagement and thought that Lin Xiao broke off the engagement because he disliked her appearance, so she asked Lin Qingyi to propose a broken engagement to Ching Ming Valley. Because of the broken engagement, she was ridiculed and humiliated by countless people in the central region, and her personality became even more gloomy and paranoid. In fact, in his previous life, Lin Xiao only learned about this news after Lin Qingyi helped him break off the engagement. But it was too late to explain, and Yi Zisu already hated him. The last time I saw Yi Zisu in my previous life was when she led the Demon Clan and broke with the Yunshu Immortal Palace. At that time, her name as the Demon Emperor intimidated all clans. Lin Xiao, the man she once loathed, was only given a cold glance before she slapped him away. Lin Xiao is still curious about this. Who can finally defeat a villain like Yi Zisu, who has suffered a huge psychological trauma and has a cold and paranoid personality? I hadn't seen this in my previous life, but because of Lin Xiao's breaking off the engagement, Yi Zisu completely hated men as a group. She would kill every man she saw. Coming back to his senses, Lin Xiao glanced at Yi Zisu for a second, then glanced at the corpses of Ching Ming Valley disciples scattered all around him. He asked her curiously, do all these people from Ching Ming Valley have a grudge against you? Why did you kill them all? Although the devil did affect her mind, killing Chen Mu and his men was not enough. She actually ran back to slaughter the Ching Ming Valley. This shows that she is now probably completely controlled by the devil in her body. Yi Zisu was silent, her beautiful eyes staring deeply at Lin Xiao, still full of vigilance. Lin Xiao didn't say much when he saw this. He just raised his hand and offered an ancient life plate. The plate was still flowing with the spiritual patterns unique to Ching Ming Valley. Is this thing familiar? Yi Zisu looked at the life plate, her eyes slightly dull. That was the life plate of their Ching Ming Valley Supreme Elder, which was snatched away by that black-robed man today. Most of the doubts in his heart disappeared, replaced by deeper shock. Yi Zisu opened his mouth, but didn't know what to ask. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, so the person who helped me today was you? I guess so. Lin Xiao put away the life card, then stood up, his expression calm and unperturbed. I'll take you somewhere. Where? Yi Zisu frowned and looked at him. Lin Xiao smiled mysteriously. A good place. Before he finished speaking, seeing the latter's surprised expression, he suddenly reached out and put his arm around Yi Zisu's waist, touched the ground with his toes, and his body turned into a long rainbow and flew out. The wind whistled in his ears, but in just a few breaths, the spiritual energy around him had completely changed. A strong demonic aura rushed towards him, towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, and in the distance, the low roar of demonic beasts could be heard faintly. After a brief moment of daze, Yi Zisu's pretty face inevitably blushed when she felt herself being held in the man's arms and smelled the refreshing and pleasant masculine scent on him. She whispered in Lin Xiao's arms, You let me go, I can do it myself. The wind whistled, and Lin Xiao looked at her playfully, Are you sure? Then I'll let you go? Yi Zisu nodded slightly, but just as Lin Xiao was about to let go, she wanted to mobilize her spiritual power, but she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her body, which made her face turn pale in an instant. She subconsciously hugged Lin Xiao's neck with both hands and hugged him tightly. Lin Xiao looked down and saw Yi Zisu with a shy face, her head buried tightly in his chest, not daring to look up at him. But isn't she hugging him very tightly? Women, it turns out they are all the same, saying one thing and thinking another. Yi Zisu pursed her lips, not knowing whether she was embarrassed or annoyed, and her face was flushed. However, what surprised her was that she didn't feel disgusted at all in this man's arms. A few more minutes passed like this. Yi Zisu suddenly discovered that they had come to the depths of the demon realm. This is the territory of the demon race, a place no human dares to set foot in. She was puzzled when Lin Xiao had already descended. What comes into view below are ancient buildings entrenched in the depths of the demon realm. All the buildings are filled with extremely rich demonic aura, forming ancient cities of the demon clan. At this time, a huge spirit snake covered with strange scales was slowly emerging from the demon city at the bottom, and then transformed into a woman in a white spirit robe. After her, even the blood dragon eagle, the ancient demon scale, the bone-eating dragon and other demon kings that were feared by the outside world appeared together, including that spirit snake. There are 12 demon kings in total. All the demon kings carried a ferocious and terrifying aura. Regardless of their form, upon seeing Lin Xiao descend, they all bowed respectfully and saluted. "Greetings, sir." The deafening sound made Yi Zisu's heart tremble violently. What surprised her even more was that a young man with purple hair and silver robes and dragon patterns suddenly stepped out from the demon group. He had an extremely powerful aura and a bit of arrogance between his eyebrows and eyes, but he restrained himself completely in front of Lin Xiao. He bowed to Lin Xiao and said, "Sir, my father said that from now on, all of us in the demon realm Dragon Bat clan will obey your orders." Yi Zisu's eyes widened slightly. She had seen the Dragon and Bat clan in the ancient books in Ching Ming Valley. It was a branch of the ancient Dragon clan and the true overlord of the demon domain today. Each of these demon kings in front of him is powerful enough to dominate the demon realm, but they were all suppressed here by the immortal palace thousands of years ago and can never leave the demon realm forever. From ancient times till now, the demon race has always hated humans, but these demon kings before them all obeyed the man in front of them. Yi Zisu couldn't help but look towards Lin Xiao with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xiao also turned his head to look at her, then smiled faintly and said, "You should know that after today, you will be wanted by the immortal palace and hunted by the righteous forces throughout the central region. For the time being, you will stay here." Yi Zisu is the future empress of the demon clan, so of course she must be used well. Chapter 35. What uncle? He is just a pervert. Shensha sect, the first peak. Lin Xiao is truly lawless. Not only did he allow his demonic female disciple to rob things at will, but he also protected her and tarnished the reputation of our sect. He is truly unworthy of being the Sword Peak Master. The sect clearly has a rule that Lin Xiao cannot leave Jianfang during this period. However, he ignored the sect master's order and ran to the ghostly demon city. Does he still have any regard for our sect? She protected the demon girl and destroyed the relationship between our Shensha sect and the immortal palace. This matter must be severely punished. Master Nisingxue had tried to persuade him kindly, but he not only refused to listen, he even injured Nisingxue and showed no remorse at all. This person is hopeless and a disgrace to our sect. His crimes are too numerous to list. If he is not severely punished, the immortal palace will surely punish my Xianshao sect. In the main hall, the voices of condemnation from several elders of the first peak, including Li Duyuan, were heard. Many elders gathered together and accused Lin Xiao of his evil deeds in front of Lin Qingyi. "Master, please forgive me for being blunt, but what Lin Xiao did is tantamount to offending the immortal palace. If you don't let him hand over that evil female disciple for punishment, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public, and it will be difficult to explain to the immortal palace." The white-bearded elder Lu Tianxian said with a cold face. Hearing this, another black-robed elder took over and said, "Don't forget about the Ching Ming Valley incident. Yi Zisu from the Ching Ming Valley betrayed the righteous path and murdered her fellow disciples. The central region will definitely not tolerate her. However, you should all be aware of the relationship between her and Lin Xiao." Yi Zisu, when they heard the black-robed elder mention this name, everyone's faces turned obviously cold. That woman brutally murdered her fellow disciples, and even Chen Mu, the master of Ching Ming Valley, died at her hands. Her crimes were heinous and her crimes were simply outrageous. By now, this matter has spread throughout the central region. Countless righteous forces, even the central region's top righteous Buddhist sect, have issued a hunt for her. The 9 major sects, including the Shensha sect, have put Yi Zisu on the wanted list. Now, Yi Zisu is at the top of the Yunzhou Xuanma wanted list. Anyone who can find and kill her can go to the 9 major sects to claim the reward. This is an invisible tacit understanding among all the righteous forces. As long as a person who has fallen into demons and betrayed the sect appears in one of the forces, the other righteous forces have the right to punish him together. Yi Zisu has been rejected by the righteous path of the central region, and Lin Xiao is her fiancé. Although the two have not yet married, some people with ulterior motives will use this matter to slander the Xianshao sect. After all, everyone knew Lin Xiao's reputation. To say that he colluded with the demons and harmed his fellow disciples was a light charge. Lin Qingyi, who was sitting in the first seat, had a cold and pretty face like a fairy, and her beautiful eyes were filled with frost. She had never expected that Ji Zhisu would dare to do such a heinous thing. Just one day later, she helped Lin Xiao to cancel the engagement. Facts have proved that she was right to help Lin Xiao break off the engagement. If Lin Xiao marries that evil woman who has killed countless people and committed countless evil deeds, she will be a disaster. But even if they proposed to cancel the engagement now, in the eyes of those who were interested, they would only think that their Shensha sect wanted to use the cancellation of the engagement to sever the relationship between Lin Xiao and that woman. But is it okay not to cancel the engagement? Definitely not. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyi tightened her fingertips slightly. She knew very well what the elders in front of her were thinking. All the elders of the first peak had almost no good impression of Lin Xiao. Now that they knew that what happened to Lin Xiao might affect the reputation of the sect, they would certainly not let it go easily. Ming Yuan, who had been sitting nearby and remained silent, stroked his beard and said, "Why not first confine Lin Xiao and make his relationship with the woman from Ching Ming Valley clear to the public? This will also help to stop those outside from making unwarranted assumptions." Can this be explained clearly? Li Duyuan shook his head. I won't talk about all the things Lin Xiao has done in the past few years. Let's just talk about how he allowed the demon girl to offend the son of the immortal palace in front of the ghostly demon city today, and even injured his fellow apprentice. Do you think house arrest can solve this problem? Many elders looked up at Lin Qingyi. Many elders who usually had a bad relationship with Lin Xiao had a hint of gloating in their eyes, because the trouble Lin Xiao had caused this time had even offended the holy son of the immortal palace. Even if Lin Qingyi continued to protect him, he would be severely punished once the immortal palace intervened. Lin Xiao has repeatedly damaged the reputation of our sect in the past few years. If the old sect leader were still alive, he would definitely not tolerate him like this. An elder said meaningfully. Lin Qingyi took a deep breath, her voice suddenly becoming stern. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. If Lin Xiao is really intentionally damaging the sect's reputation as you all claim, I will definitely punish him severely on behalf of Master. Speaking of this, Lin Qingyi frowned secretly again, feeling a little headache. After Jiang Yingxue returned to the sect today, she checked the injuries on her body and found that she was indeed injured by Lin Zhao's Changshao sword. This made her really angry. Jiang Yingxue is her most proud disciple. When she first entered the sect, she was teased by Lin Xiao, which caused some psychological impact. After a few years, she finally managed to fade away those negative effects, but today she was hurt by Lin Xiao again. Lin Qingyi even began to reflect on whether she had been too indulgent towards Lin Xiao over the past few years, which had led to his unscrupulous character. Hofeng, where Jiang Yingxue lives, after a night of recuperation, Jiang Yingxue's injuries had healed a lot, but at this moment her face still showed a strong expression of disgust. She had really never seen anyone as shameless as Lin Xiao. If it weren't for her master's kindness to her, and for the sake of Shensha sect's reputation, when she was injured by Lin Xiao today, she would have forcibly released the imperial meridians in her body and risked damaging her foundation to beat up that bastard uncle. What uncle, master? He's just a bastard and a pervert. Jiang Yingxue cursed angrily, still feeling unsatisfied. In fact, she had something hidden in her heart that she hadn't told anyone, not even Lin Qingyi. That was the third year since she joined Shensha sect. One night, after finishing her practice, she returned to her residence and found that several pieces of her underwear were inexplicably missing. She searched the entire room but couldn't find them. Only then did she realize that her underwear had been stolen. If filled with shame and anger, she happened to hear a female disciple say that she saw senior uncle Lin Xiao from Jianfang come to Hofeng during the day. She immediately connected the two things and felt ashamed and angry. She had never seen such a disgusting person before because it involved privacy. Jiang Yingxue didn't tell anyone about this matter, but from that day on, she completely hated and despised this uncle-in-law. As the daughter of the Jiang family, when had she ever suffered such humiliation since she was a child? Jiang Yingxue even felt like vomiting when she thought about Lin Xiao stealing her underwear, and who knows what he would do with it. What kind of uncle or elder is he to this kind of person? He deserves to be stabbed to death. It took a long time before Jiang Yingxue forced herself to calm down, but just as she was immersed in her mind and preparing to practice, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart, and her face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 36 Heart Demon Goo. The pain from her heart even caused the spiritual energy circulating in her body to become disordered. Jiang Yingshue's face turned pale, and she subconsciously thought that her injuries had not healed yet, but this idea was quickly dismissed, because the injury she received today was not to her heart. Although Lin Xiao had a bad temper, he would not do anything to her secretly, otherwise her master would definitely not let Lin Xiao go. But if it wasn't Lin Xiao, then what was going on with her body right now? Even when she had experienced backlash from her Emperor Meridian cultivation before, she had never experienced the sudden heartache. The pain continued to intensify. After just a moment, she gritted her teeth in agony and clutched her heart with her hands, but it didn't bring any relief. Jiang Yingxue felt cold all over. When she lowered her head, she suddenly saw wisps of black air seeping out from the area where her heart was. The black air was extremely strange, and it seemed as if it had life and was hovering near her heart. Magic goo. Jiang Yingxue was stunned. The black energy that looked alive was obviously a strange and extremely poisonous insect.
But when did she get such a thing? Subconsciously, Jiang Yingxue thought of Lin Xiao again. Could it be that Lin Xiao had secretly planted a poison in her before? She hurriedly shook her head. The severe pain in her heart left Jiang Yingxue no time to think. She could only quickly circulate the spiritual power in her body to eliminate the poison. However, the spiritual power in the body also became chaotic, and the imperial vein that had been dormant before began to show signs of backlash. His face was pale without a trace of blood. Just when Jiang Yingxue gritted her teeth and prepared to fully activate the imperial meridian in her body and give it a try buzz, suddenly, the imperial vein in her body burst out with a dazzling spiritual light, and a white spiritual power shot up into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the space around him was frozen by the white spiritual power. Even my body seemed to be frozen, and it was extremely difficult to move a finger. Jiang Yingxue stared at the scene in confusion, her head in a mess. That her imperial vein, the next second, the dazzling white light faded away, and the ball of white spiritual power rushed into her head with a whoosh. Boom, white light exploded, and Jiang Yingshue's consciousness went dark. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yingxue suddenly heard someone talking, and the voice was particularly familiar. Master Xiao, Yingxue has been weak since she was a child, and this time she insisted on practicing those messed up techniques. I told her so many times, but she wouldn't listen. Alas, she deserved the backlash of her spiritual energy this time. But what father in this world doesn't love his daughter? Please help, immortal Xiao. My Jiang family will be grateful and will never let her get involved in those evil ways again. The voice was calm and familiar, and Jiang Yingxue certainly couldn't fail to recognize that her father's voice. But father, why is he in Shensha sect? Thinking of this, Jiang Yingxue opened her eyes with difficulty, but what came into her sight was not the familiar exhibits of Shensha sect, but a room that was a little unfamiliar but familiar to her. At this moment, she was lying on the soft big bed in the room. She wanted to control her body, but found that she could not move at all. As a result, she turned her head and saw herself on the bed in the bronze mirror not far away. A little girl with a bun on her head, about 5 or 6 years old, was sleeping with her eyes tightly closed and breathing weakly. Is this me when I was younger? Jiang Yingshue's face was full of disbelief. At this moment, her consciousness was attached to this young body. Although she could see everything around her, she could not control her body at all and could not make any sound. At this moment the conversation outside stopped, the door opened and a middle-aged man in green clothes with an immortal look walked in. After the middle-aged man came in, he said a few words to the outside, locked the door, then came to the bed and stared at the little girl on the bed meaningfully. He counted on his fingers, then nodded with satisfaction, muttering, "It is indeed the Jiang family's imperial bloodline. Who would have thought that the Jiang family, which was almost wiped out by me, could actually give birth to such a female emperor's bloodline? Excellent. My Xiao clan has inherited the destiny, and Luor will lead the celestial palace to overthrow the destiny of the God clan. Such an imperial bloodline should be a help to Luor. If sacrificing her can help Julio grow, then my immortal palace will be back in the God clan in no time." After the man finished speaking, he sat cross-legged in the air, forming seals with his hands. Suddenly, dark spiritual energy spread out, transforming into wisps of strange black air, which penetrated into the girl's body. Hearing what the middle-aged man said and seeing his actions at this moment, Jiang Yingxue was completely stunned. Is this a scene from my childhood? She still had some recollection of what happened that day. Because she was too playful to practice a forbidden spell from the Jiang family's library, her body was poisoned by the backlash. In desperation, her father invited an immortal from the upper domain immortal palace to detoxify her, but she had never even seen that person at that time. When she woke up the next day, she only heard her father say that the person had left, and their Jiang family even gave him a treasure as a reward. And now looking at the scene in front of her, that person not only planted an unknown magic poison in her body, but also consumed a lot of spiritual power to suppress the imperial vein in her body. Boom, Jiang Yingshue's eyes instantly turned extremely cold. She wanted to mobilize her spiritual power to resist, but no matter what she did, she could not control this body at all. She could only watch helplessly as the young girl was planted with a magic poison in the heart by that person. The emperor meridian in her body also kept resisting, but was quickly suppressed, so that's how the magic poison in her body came from. Jiang Yingshue's eyes suddenly revealed cold murderous intent, and she stared at the man with gritted teeth. This person planted the magic poison in her, and actually wanted to use her as a sacrifice for the holy son of the immortal palace to practice. He deserves to die. Buzz. Before Jiang Yingxue could even begin to clear her mind of murderous intent, the white light suddenly exploded again the next second. This time, she could clearly feel the emperor vein in her body guiding her consciously. Then, everything went dark again. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in Xianxiao sect's residence. Chapter 37. So this is the real him, but something was still not right, because although this was indeed her residence, it seemed a little different, because at this time she still could not control her body. She could only watch what was happening around her body through her consciousness. The she sitting cross-legged on the bed was wearing clothes that were completely different from what she was wearing today, as if she was from another time and space. At this moment, a strange black air was swirling around her body, and the black air kept seeping out from her heart, making her feel frightened at the sight of it. The next second, she suddenly trembled all over on the bed. As the black energy penetrated into her internal organs, the intense pain made her body begin to tremble. Jiang Yingxue certainly understood this kind of pain very well. It was as if her heart was suddenly being crushed alive, making her want to commit suicide to end this pain. But at this moment, a scene that made Jiang Yingxue frown appeared. Just when she was almost fainting from the pain, the door was suddenly opened and a man with an anxious look on his face walked in. This person is Lin Xiao. When Jiang Yingxue suddenly saw Lin Xiao, her eyes were filled with disgust. However, she soon discovered something was wrong. The uncle in her memory always looked at her with evil and wanton eyes, but the Lin Xiao in front of her not only had a pair of extremely clean eyes, but also was full of concern for her. After entering, Lin Xiao first used his spiritual power to steady her body, then frowned and muttered, "Why would the heart demon Gu erupt at this time? Could it be that that bastard is planning to attack Jiang Yingxue?" There was a hint of worry and hesitation in his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue on the bed glared at him in pain. "Lin Xiao, it was you who poisoned me, wasn't it?" "I'm going to tell master." Lin Xiao was about to open his mouth to explain, but Jiang Yingxue fainted from the pain. Jiang Yingxue on the bed fainted, but Jiang Yingxue who was attached to her body knew that the heart demon Gu was not planted by Lin Xiao at all. Then she could see clearly again. After she fainted, Lin Xiao hesitated for a long time, and finally he sighed deeply, sat down cross-legged behind her, and used all his spiritual power to activate the Dan fire to burn the black air on her body. However, the black air was extremely terrifying and strange. Not only was it not burned, but it became more violent and even backfired on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's face changed. He tried dozens of methods but still couldn't expel the black energy. Finally, he gritted his teeth and used a secret technique to directly draw more than 90% of the black energy into his body. Jiang Yingxue's eyes suddenly became dull. She knew better than anyone how horrible that unbearable pain was, and yet, this Lin Xiao had actually absorbed over 90% of the black energy into her body. 3 full hours passed, and Jiang Yingxue's condition improved considerably, but Lin Xiao was still suffering from the excruciating pain of the demonic insect. At one point, he nearly fainted from the pain. His entire body was twitching, his spiritual energy nearly exhausted, and his spiritual veins were nearly shattered by the backlash of the demonic insect. However, he finally gritted his teeth and channeled the remaining 10% of black energy from Jiang Yingxue into his body. Until I saw this scene, Jiang Yingxue was completely stunned. She looked at the man in front of her in a trance, her eyes slightly red. This person is not Uncle Lin Xiao at all. In her memory, Uncle Lin Xiao only knew how to toy with others and would never risk his own life to save hers. Thinking of this, Jiang Yingxue muttered to herself with red eyes, if he really is Uncle Lin Xiao, how wonderful it would be. If she had met Uncle Lin Xiao like this from the beginning, she would probably be more willing than anyone else to go to Jianfang to practice. Several more hours passed, and when Jiang Yingxue on the bed opened her eyes and saw the man behind her, she didn't think twice and slapped the seriously injured and dying Lin Xiao with her palm. Lin Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His body, already critically ill from the backlash of the heart demon Gu, was shattered by Jiang Yingxue's palm strike, shattering several of his spiritual veins. He looked over with a dark face. "Are you crazy?" At this moment, the door to the room suddenly opened again, and Xiao Zhuluo, the holy son of the immortal palace, walked in with a gloomy face. He stared at Lin Xiao with murderous eyes. He scolded him bitterly, "You actually poisoned your own junior nephew, and you still want to do such a dirty thing? You simply don't take the righteousness of my immortal palace seriously." Jiang Yingxue's face was instantly filled with shame and anger, and she glared at Lin Xiao with cold murderous intent in her eyes. "Shameless wretch! You are unworthy of being my uncle master. Today, I will have my master kill you." Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue's breath was caught in her throat. She wanted to tell the self outside of her consciousness that Lin Xiao was the one who saved her, and that the immortal palace and the immortal palace saint were the ones who really wanted to harm her, but this consciousness couldn't make any sound at all. She could only watch Jiang Yingxue outside and report Lin Xiao to the Shofeng, to her master Lin Qingyi. Then, as expected, Lin Xiao's spiritual roots were all destroyed and he was despised by all the disciples in the sect. Even his disciples at Jianfang despised him as the peak master because of this incident. They were too embarrassed to stay at Jianfang and abandon the peak. In the end, Lin Qingyi personally abolished most of his cultivation, damaging his foundation and forcing him to start from the most basic realm. He was a dignified sword peak master, but in the end, his cultivation level was even lower than that of his disciples, attracting countless ridicules from the outside world. Jiang Yingxue originally thought that this was the end. She couldn't tell whether everything in front of her was real or fake. But the next second, the white light came to her mind again. This time she came to an unknown place. The numerous whispers coming from all around let her know Lin Xiao has become a well-known devil in the central region at this time. He betrayed his master and is now being hunted down by his master Lin Qingyi and countless righteous strongmen to the GD Palace. He is suppressed by the Zhuxian Cauldron under the GD Palace and is at the end of his road. He and others are on their way to the GD Palace. However, before Jiang Yingxue arrived at the GD Palace, she was stopped by someone. Before arriving at GD Palace, Xiao Zhuluo, the holy son of the immortal palace, stopped her and said that he had something important to discuss with her. Out of trust in Xiao Zhuluo and the immortal palace, Jiang Yingxue did not doubt it, but the next moment, Xiao Zhuluo suddenly attacked cruelly, attacking her from behind and severely injuring her, then stared at her with a playful look on his face. "If you don't give me your emperor vein, wouldn't it be such a waste? If that bastard Lin Xiao hadn't ruined my plans and used his own spiritual vein to save you, once the heart demon Gu erupted and suppressed the essence of your emperor vein would have long been mine." Every imperial vein has its own imperial vein origin, and as long as the imperial vein origin is still there,
This imperial vein will not be easily plundered by others. The outbreak of the heart demon Gu is to completely suppress Jiang Yingshua's imperial vein origin, so that Xiao Zhuliuo can take the opportunity to seize the imperial vein. Unfortunately, it was too late to know the truth now. After Jiang Yingxue understood everything, she suddenly laughed miserably, thinking that it was because of her that Uncle Lin Xiao had ended up being despised and hated by everyone today. Before Xiao Zhuliuo could plunder the Emperor's vein, her eyes were filled with madness, and she was the first to detonate the Emperor's vein's essence within her body. The moment the Emperor vein's origin exploded, she reached out to cover her chest, regret on her pretty face, and murmured to herself, "If there is a next life, could you help me? With Uncle Lin Xiao, say sorry." Boom! Before he could even utter the last sentence, the whole world was filled with only white light. Everything came to a sudden stop. When all the white light in her eyes faded away, Jiang Yingxue finally came back to her senses and found that she was still in the room. The strange black air that was lingering around her had dissipated a lot at this moment. The imperial meridian in her body was humming and trembling, emitting a brilliant white light that helped her suppress the black energy bit by bit. Jiang Yingxue stared at her body blankly, especially when she felt the resonance with the Emperor's meridian in her body. Her mind trembled violently. So everything that just happened was true? Chapter 38. Jiang Yingxue, Master, do you believe in retribution? It was already late at night and quiet in the room, but Jiang Yingxue couldn't calm down at all. Although the imperial meridian in her body erupted, temporarily suppressing her inner demon Gu, her mind was clearly not on that. Enduring the constant pain in her heart, she staggered out of bed, walked to the window and pushed it open. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at the dark peak in the distance that looked like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. The experience just now was still vivid in her mind. She had already understood that it was the imperial vein in her body that made her relive the events of her previous life. Jiang Yingxue originally suspected that those things just now might be illusions created specifically for her by someone with ulterior motives, but the resonance with the imperial meridian in the body is something that others cannot possibly perceive, so that wasn't an illusion. It was her imperial vein telling her the truth. Her eyes reddened slightly, her mind filled with self-blame and guilt. It turned out that the reason why senior Uncle Lin Xiao became so evil was all because of her. He was originally a very good uncle, treating all disciples with gentleness and humility, and treating himself as a truly beloved junior. However, because he and that immortal palace saint's son slandered him, all the disciples in the sect hated and loathed him. It was me who pushed him to this point. Jiang Yingxue had a dazed look on her face, her eyes staring blankly into the distance. Before today, she had always thought that the holy son of Asgard was so good, but it turned out that he was a sinister, shameless, despicable villain, a disgusting thing. Jiang Yingxue, will kill him in this life, just as a cold murderous intent flashed in her eyes. The pain in her body made her frown suddenly. Then she realized that she had not yet completely eliminated the inner demon poison in her body, but the outbreak of the Emperor's meridian had temporarily suppressed it for her to die in her previous life. It was Uncle Lin Xiao who cured her of the inner demon poison and could even be said to have saved her life with his own life, yet she had also deeply broken his heart. What about this life, Uncle Lin Xiao? Will he come tonight? Jiang Yingxue didn't know why. Although she knew this idea was wrong, she still felt a faint sense of hope in her heart. Before today, she had hated Lin Xiao to the core, but now, she was looking forward to meeting this uncle master. Unfortunately, as time went by, her expectations were gradually dashed. Jiang Yingxue smiled bitterly. That's right. In her previous life, she treated her uncle like that. Lin Xiao probably hated her to the core. It was good enough that he didn't hope for her to die soon. How could he come looking for her again? This is all her own fault. He sat cross-legged back on the bed and began to cooperate with the Emperor's meridian to suppress the inner demon poison in his body. It wasn't until dawn that the inner demon Gu was finally suppressed temporarily, but Jiang Yingshue's heart was not at peace all night. She didn't see Uncle Lin Xiao until dawn, so she inevitably felt a little disappointed. The fact that Master Lin Xiao didn't come only meant that he had completely treated her as an insignificant outsider. Next second, Jiang Yingxue looked up at the mountain in the distance. She gritted her teeth and thought, if Uncle Lin Xiao didn't come, she would go to Jianfang by herself today. She didn't expect her uncle to save her like he did in her previous life. She only hoped that in this life, her Uncle Lin Xiao wouldn't misunderstand her again. I took my sword and just walked out of the room when a cold jade hand gently patted my shoulder. A faint sigh was heard, and Master Lin Xingyi appeared behind her. Master! Jiang Yingxue gritted her teeth and looked over. Are you going to Jianfang? Lin Xingyi asked with a frown. Jiang Yingxue nodded. Ah. Lin Xingyi sighed upon seeing this, and said softly, I know you were injured by your uncle master yesterday, and you must be angry, even resentful of him. But I've heard from Elder Ming Yuan and the others about the situation yesterday. He probably didn't want to be humiliated by the younger generation in public. You know, that's just his personality. Jiang Yingxue was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then she looked up and said in a slightly cold voice, Master, do you think that I'm going to seek revenge for the sword strike from yesterday? Lin Xingyi was stunned and asked her, did the teacher say something wrong? If she wasn't going for revenge, why would she go to Jianfang? Lin Xingyi knew her eldest disciple's character better than anyone else. She grew up in the Zhangli Jiang family. Because she was born with the imperial bloodline, she was the Jiang family's little princess, held in the palm of their hand. When had she ever suffered the humiliation she suffered yesterday? Lin Xingyi was even afraid that she would return to the Jiang family in anger to complain.
and let their Jiang family ancestor come to find Lin Xiao to vent her anger, Jiang Yingxue remained silent. Even though she was wrong in her previous life, it was the master in front of her who actually caused Lin Xiao to betray the sect, join the demon sect, and finally be suppressed and killed by the Zhuxian cauldron. Master, do you believe in karma from past lives? Jiang Yingxue suddenly looked up and said, hearing these inexplicable words. Lin Qingyi frowned and stared at her. If you feel uneasy these 2 days, I can let you go back to the Jiang family for a while. No need, master. Jiang Yingxue shook her head and refused. I'm going to Sword Peak to find senior sister Lin Xiao. I just have a sword technique I want her to teach me. Master, don't worry. Hearing this, Lin Qingyi was stunned again. I wouldn't be worried if you didn't say it, but how can I feel at ease after you say this? As a disciple, she has hated Lin Xiao since the day she joined the sect. She has seen it all. Now he suddenly says that he wants to find Lin Xiao to teach her swordsmanship. How can she not be worried? Although Lin Xiao's swordsmanship is indeed the best in the entire sect, hasn't Jiang Yingxue always looked down on her uncle? The next second, Jiang Yingxue turned and left without saying a word to Lin Qingyi was slightly startled as she looked at her back. From the time she joined the sect until today, when had her disciple ever been as rude as she was now? It wasn't until Jiang Yingxue left that Lin Qingyi let out a long sigh. She guessed that it might be because she didn't punish Lin Xiao for what happened yesterday, which made Jiang Yingxue feel unbalanced, and that's why she got angry. But it was she who asked the little witch to go to the demon city yesterday, not Lin Xiao. Even Lin Xiao himself didn't know about it, and she couldn't tell Jiang Yingxue about this. I'm afraid that after Lin Xiao knows the truth, he will blame her as his senior sister. But she did this all for Lin Xiao. Jianfang, the residence of the Peak Master. In a quiet room, the sound is so loud that you can hear a pin drop. Lin Xiao sat at the tea table, making himself a cup of spiritual tea while casually glancing at the girl kneeling not far from him. Yifeng face was pale, she lowered her head, and her body was trembling slightly. At this moment, she could even smell the clear breath of her master. The breath was obviously not very harsh, but it made her delicate body tremble uncontrollably, because from Master's calm expression, she could tell that this time Master was really angry with her. Tell me, who allowed you to go yesterday? Lin Xiao took a sip of tea slowly, and then his gaze slowly fell on the rather large and delicate body of his little disciple. This little girl, I have to say, has developed very well. In a few years, even that enchantress Lu Yueli may not be able to surpass her. Chapter 39. Don't think I won't punish you if you act pitiful. After a long time, Fengyu was still kneeling on the ground, neither looking up nor speaking. Lin Xiao just stared at her. This little girl is really stubborn when she gets stubborn, but even if she didn't say it, Lin Xiao could guess who asked her to go. Who else could it be except my own senior sister? Raise your head and look at me. Lin Xiao suddenly said coldly. Upon hearing this, Fengyu's body suddenly stiffened, as if she was frightened by Lin Xiao's voice. After a long while, she raised her head tremblingly. Glancing at her, Lin Xiao said slowly, since you've made a mistake, you should know the consequences. I know. Fengyu said in a trembling voice, Master once said that if Fengyu disobeys, he will destroy your cultivation and expel you from the sect. I remember it quite clearly. Lin Xiao still had a cold face, but the next second, the girl on the ground was frightened, her eyes turned red instantly, and crystal tears kept rolling in them. The red corners of her eyes and slightly trembling eyelashes made her look particularly aggrieved. Seeing her like this, Lin Xiao felt inexplicably amused. He kept a straight face and said without much emotion in his voice, Do you know you're wrong? Fengyu bit her lip and nodded her head hurriedly. Tears welled up in her red eyes. Disciple knows I was wrong. Master, please don't chase me away. Even if you know you're wrong, you still have to be punished. Lin Xiao deliberately dragged out his tone. If he didn't teach her a lesson, this little girl would definitely cause trouble in the future. However, Lin Xiao has not yet realized that one day in the future, he will also be locked up in a small dark room by his own little disciple. Fengyu raised her head with tears in her eyes filled with fear and terror. She had been wandering among the demon tribe since she was a child, and it was her master who gave her the only warmth in the world. If her master didn't want her, thinking of this, more tears gathered in her eyes, and her red eyes made her look like she was being bullied. Lin Xiao glanced at her and thought of the peerless empress in his previous life who almost overthrew the entire god clan. When had she ever shown such a soft and vulnerable look in front of others? It turned out that cultivation and training must start from childhood. There were more tears in Fengyu's eyes. She was not afraid of anything except that her master would not want her. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, then sighed, staring at her and said calmly, This won't happen again. Fengyu held her breath for a moment. She blinked, tears still hanging on her eyelashes. She was stunned for a while before she realized that her master didn't want to chase her away. Then she sniffed and asked in a sobbing voice, Master, are you not going to chase me away? Lin Xiao wanted to laugh in his heart. This little disciple would be his powerful weapon in the future. How could he drive her away? Then he glanced at her sideways, his tone still cold. Why? Do you really want me to drive you out? No. Fengyu immediately shook his head, shaking it like a rattle. Disciple just wants to stay by master's side forever. Looking at her like this, Lin Xiao thought for a moment, stretched out his fingers and gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks. His movements were rarely gentle. Don't think I won't punish you just because you act pitiful. Fengyu's tears instantly turned into laughter. She blinked her eyes filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. She hurriedly wiped her face with her sleeves, and ended up wiping it like a tabby cat.
As long as master doesn't drive me away, you can punish me in any way you want. Lin Xiao almost laughed out loud. Any punishment is fine?
Fengyu nodded firmly, but the next second she seemed to think of something and her cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Xiao waved his hands and said that she looked like a little cat and was very ugly, so he asked her to wash her face quickly. Hearing this, Fengyu instantly became like a little rabbit that had been pardoned.
She quickly stood up and ran towards Jianfang's kitchen.
Her red knees did not affect her brisk steps, as if she was afraid that her master would suddenly go back on his word. As soon as I ran out, a little head suddenly popped in from outside the door. Fengyu held onto the door with her small hands, tilted her head, and looked at Lin Xiao with sparkling eyes. Master, are you hungry?
Lin Xiao, he glanced over and said calmly, I want to eat people now.
Fengyu, she quickly retracted her head and ran out in fear. Master is so angry that he wants to eat people. He must still be mad at her. When Master calms down, she will come to find him again. Listening to the brisk footsteps fading away, Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled. After spending so much time with this little girl, it was inevitable that he would become soft-hearted. However, no matter how soft-hearted she is, she still has to do what she should do. Otherwise, if she doesn't grow into the empress in her previous life, it would be a waste of such good resources. But to allow her to truly grow up, perhaps I should consider the path of darkness. At the same time, at the gate of Jianfang Peak, a stream of light turned into a long rainbow and fell outside the gate. The light faded away, and it turned out to be a young girl. The sudden appearance of the girl made the pupils of the two disciples guarding the gate of Jianfang Mountain shrink. The girl was wearing a cloud-green dress, with her long hair tied up casually. Her beautiful face was expressionless and her pretty face was as cold as frost. She gathered her spiritual power and slowly walked into Jianfang. Her pair of slender legs set off her graceful figure. As she approached, the eyes of the two Jianfang disciples gradually widened.
Jian, senior sister Jiang?
A disciple on the left was the first to react and spoke in surprise. The other disciple also had a strange look on his face. It's no wonder the two of them had such expressions. If we were to say who in the entire sect hated their peak master the most and who looked down upon the people of Jian Peak the most, it would probably be senior sister Jiang, the eldest disciple of the first peak. The two looked at each other. Although Jianfang is also within the sect, Zhang Yingxue has never set foot on Jianfang in the past few years. Even when Jianfang is mentioned, her face is full of disgust and aversion, let alone coming here on her own initiative. Moreover, whenever the sect has any trials or competitions, if they face the disciples of Jianfang, they will be seriously injured by her. Some disciples may not be able to recover even after several months of recuperation, which has caused many disciples of Jianfang to have psychological trauma caused by her. But what was going on today?
Why had Zhang Yingxue come to Jianfang alone? Did the sun rise from the west?
Or was there something wrong with her? The two of them just stared blankly at Zhang Yingxue. They knew, of course, that senior sister Jiang treated all the disciples of Jianfang with the attitude of keeping strangers away. The cold aura around her made the two of them have no courage to approach her at all. Although she is very beautiful, with her slender legs and graceful figure, which are very attractive, she is too cold. The two of them complained silently in their hearts, wondering if he suddenly wanted to come to Jianfang and beat them up. Upon hearing the voice of the Sword Peak disciple, Zhang Yingxue paused for a moment. Then she stopped, slowly raised her head and stared at the highest point of the Peak Master Pavilion in front of her. The expression on her pretty face also softened a lot. The next second, her somewhat uneasy voice came, "My uncle, is he at Jianfang?"
Chapter 40 Lin Xiao, wonderful, really wonderful. Lin Xiaofeng is not at Jianfang, so isn't that a violation of the sect's orders?
If you disobey the sect's orders, you will be judged by the punishment peak and your cultivation will be abolished. Before the two Jianfang disciples could reply, a somewhat teasing voice sounded. Looking in the direction of the sound, two more figures descended from the air.
They were two middle-aged men wearing the uniforms of elders from the punishment peak.
After they landed, they looked at Zhang Yingxue curiously. The elder on the far left who had just spoken was dressed in a dark blue robe and had a sword scar on his face. He looked at Zhang Yingxue with a smile and asked, "Junior brother Yingxue, why are you here at Sword Peak instead of training at Shou Peak?" The elder in a grey-white robe nearby glanced at the two disciples from Jianfang and said coldly, "You two go back and tell Lin Xiao to come out immediately. The Shoufeng Elders Council has already decided that we, the punishment peak, will be responsible for the punishment. Today, we will take that demonic female disciple of his back and punish her."
Lin Xingyi didn't care that the little demon girl dared to offend the fairy palace, but they, the elders, couldn't ignore it.
If they didn't punish her, they wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility once the fairy palace blamed them. Upon hearing this, the two Jianfang disciples looked at each other. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they still decided to go back and report the news. After the two disciples walked away, Zhang Yingxue glanced back at the two elders of Punishment Peak. When she saw their faces clearly, her eyes suddenly turned cold. The two elders of the Punishment Peak, the one with the sword scar on his face is called Shensha, and the one wearing a grey and white robe is called Fenghe. Both of them are the law enforcement elders of the Punishment Peak this term, and they claim to be the role models of righteousness, but in fact they are the running dogs of the immortal palace. They hate Lin Xiao, the scum of the sect who only does evil things and ruins the reputation of the sect, the most, no matter in the previous life or this life. The two of them have slandered Lin Xiao a lot. No matter what valuable things are lost in the sect, or what personal belongings are lost by any female disciple or female elder, as long as the two of them are responsible, all the blame will be put on Lin Xiao. It can be said that half of Lin Xiao's bad reputation comes from the hands of these two people. Thinking of this, Jiang Yingxue looked at the two elders and sneered. As a disciple of the Shensha sect, the master of Jianfang is my uncle, and this place belongs to the Shensha sect. Why can't I come? They both. Are you really angry? Why are you speaking so harshly? Sheng glanced at Jiang Yingxue in surprise. Thinking of what happened yesterday, he said kindly, Jiang, nephew, I have some knowledge of what happened in Ghost City yesterday. It is said that Lin Xiao injured you without any reason. You can come with me to the punishment peak and expose this matter in person. Even if the sect master protects him, the punishment peak will stand up for you and give you justice. After all, Jiang Yingxue is from the Tsangli Jiang family. The current ancestor of the Jiang family was once a powerful man from the same era as their Xianshao sect's old leader. The Jiang family is still very powerful in the mortal world. After saying this, Shensha and the others thought that Jiang Yingxue would gratefully agree, and then say something to thank the two elders and slander Lin Xiao. However, not only did the latter not do so, but she also directly ignored them. Jiang Yingxue turned indifferently and looked towards the Peak Master Pavilion in front of her. She said softly, what happened yesterday was my fault. Not only did I contradict Uncle Lin Xiao, but I also failed to behave politely as a junior. I came here today to apologize to Uncle Lin Xiao. Upon hearing this, Xianqing and Feng his eyes widened. They stared at their niece, who had suddenly become so unfamiliar, and they both wanted to yell, are you crazy? That's Lin Xiao, the scum of the sect. Did you apologize to him? Is this a joke? Xianqing couldn't help but snort coldly. Junior niece, Lin Xiao injured his sect disciple. This matter has been clearly proven by Elder Ming Yuan and others. You don't need to explain for him. If you have nothing to do today, please return to Shoufeng. After the words fell, neither of them noticed that the expression on Jiang Yingshue's pretty face turned as cold as frost again. Feng He continued to talk to himself. What Elder Xiancheng said is right. The atmosphere here at Jianfang is not good. If junior brother Jiang stays here for too long, he might be affected. It's better to return to Shoufeng as soon as possible. Hearing this, Jiang Yingxue smiled, but the smile on her fair face did not contain much warmth, but instead carried a hint of murderous intent. You're really good elders of the sect for speaking ill of my uncle in front of me. When she said the word good, Jiang Yingxue deliberately gritted her teeth and emphasized her tone. Next second, the spiritual veins in her body trembled, and an extremely cold spiritual power surged out. Then she spread out her palms, and the spiritual power condensed into a sharp sword in her hands. Xianqing and the other two were stunned for a moment, then their expressions darkened, and Xianqing coldly shouted, Jiang Yingxue, are you crazy? How dare you think of attacking the elders of our punishment peak? Feng He even shook his head. How can a disciple attack an elder without any manners? Both of them were still surprised. They really couldn't understand. Just before today, Jiang Yingxue was extremely disgusted with Lin Xiao, even hated him to the core. But after just one night, her attitude changed drastically. Were you beaten silly by Lin Xiao yesterday? Elders? Jiang Yingxue sneered, are you worthy enough to be elders? They were just two lackeys of the immortal palace. Jiang Yingxue felt disgusted when she called them elders. However, the next second, just as she was about to take action, a rather playful laugh suddenly came from not far away. Wow, wonderful, really wonderful. Are you planning to have a dog-eat-dog show in front of my Jianfang mountain gate? How about I call all my disciples over here and let them be your audience? Jiang Yingshue's body trembled slightly when she suddenly heard this familiar voice and tone. She hurriedly raised her head and looked forward. Sure enough, a familiar male figure appeared in her eyes. He was still as evil and wanton as before, but he made her feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy. She looked dazed, staring at the man blankly. The man's eyes also swept over her, and he said in a mysterious and playful tone, my niece, you actually still have the heart to come to my sword peak today. Aren't you afraid that you might suddenly die on the way? Let me tell you first, if you suddenly die, don't come to my sword peak to blackmail me. Upon hearing this, Xianqing and the others' faces turned dark. Who would curse their fellow junior disciples with such words? Only a scum like Lin Xiao would do such a thing. The two thought Jiang Yingxue would be angry the next second. As they stared in shock, Jiang Yingxue dropped her sword and knelt down in front of the man in front of her with a thud, performing a standard junior disciple salute. Disciple Jiang Yingxue, greetings, Uncle Master. Silence. Xianqing and Feng He suddenly widened their eyes and fell silent. Chapter 41 Girls' Thoughts. Crazy? Really crazy? Xianqing and the other man looked as if they had seen a ghost. The entire Xianshao sect knew that Jiang Yingxue was teased by Lin Xiao on the first day she joined the sect. She had never regarded Lin Xiao as her elder, let alone perform such a disciple etiquette. Under the two men's astonished gazes, Jiang Yingshue's face was filled with guilt as she softly said, yesterday, it was my fault that I offended my uncle. Yingxue has come here specifically to apologize to my uncle. See the scene. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, then sneered, since you've come to apologize, why don't you come to my sword peak and serve as my peak master's servant for a few days? Jiang Yingxue was slightly stunned when these words came out. Xianqing and Feng He's faces turned pale, and they cursed in their hearts, shameless.
Asking his junior niece to be his servant, wouldn't that make her a maid? Even with his eyes closed, he could imagine what kind of dirty things Lin Xiao wanted to do to Jiang Yingxue. Only a shameless person like Lin Xiao could say such a thing. It's so shameless, however, to their surprise, after Jiang Yingxue was stunned for the first time, she blinked her big eyes and actually smiled at Lin Xiao, nodding gently, "Yingxue obeys your command." Her smile was so charming and beautiful that it seemed as if everything in the world behind her was eclipsed. "Jiang Yingxue, are you crazy?" Shensheng and the others were shocked. Lin Xiao was also silent for a moment. In the past, no matter how I teased Jiang Yingxue, I would gain villain evil points. Why is it that I didn't gain any evil points when I teased her today? Lin Xiao reflected on whether the efforts were not strong enough. Jiang Yingxue's reaction was also somewhat unexpected. In the past, she always wanted to stab him to death with a sword, but the first thing she did when she saw him today was to throw away the sword. Phone. He also reacted and angrily said to Jiang Yingxue, "Jiang, you are the sect master's most proud disciple and the chief disciple of Shofeng. How can you go to Jianfang to do?" He couldn't bring himself to utter the shameful words that followed. His expression changed immediately, and he pointed at Lin Xiao and cursed, "Lin Xiao, this elder has come to your sword peak today to hold you accountable on behalf of the Elder Council. Yesterday, you allowed your disciples to offend the Immortal Palace, violated the sect's ban, ran out of the sect without permission, and even disregarded your status and injured a junior. What do you have to say?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao glanced over and said with a smile, "Hasn't that all you have to say?" Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Shensheng was also furious. "You can still laugh. Do you know how serious a sin it is to offend the Immortal Palace? Do you think Lin Qingyi can protect you this time?" Lin Xiao scratched his ears and glanced at him. "You two old fellows are working so hard. If someone didn't know you, they would think you were two dogs of Yunshu Immortal Palace. You are quite barking." Phew, hearing this, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing, and then her two big watery eyes stared straight at her uncle, Shensheng, and the other man's faces instantly darkened. It would be fine if they were scolded by others, but they couldn't stand being scolded by Lin Xiao, the scum of the sect, and Jiang Yingxue heard it all. "Lin Xiao, do you really think my punishment peak is just a decoration?" Choke. After that, two sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and two sharp swords that had slaughtered many masters of magic were unsheathed. The long sword turned into a stream of light, tearing through space and shooting towards Lin Xiao from the left and right. Both of them have reached the Spirit Emperor realm, and are at the upper middle level in the Spirit Emperor realm. Although they have not reached the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm, they can still be ranked in the top 20 among all the elders of Shensha sect. Facing the fierce attack from the two, Lin Xiao didn't even raise his eyelids, but when the two long swords were only half an inch away from him, he slowly raised his hands. His fingers seemed to point casually in the air, his left hand precisely clamped the long sword on the left, and his right hand casually grasped the right sword body. The two sharp swords that had shed countless demonic blood were now held firmly in his hands, without even the slightest tremor. "Is this all that punishment peak can do?" Lin Xiao's lips curled up in sarcasm, and he suddenly exerted a little force with his hands. Crack. Two crisp sounds rang out almost at the same time, and the two spiritual swords broke into pieces between his fingers. In the next second, Shensheng and Feng He's expressions changed suddenly. They could clearly feel that they had lost control of the spirit sword in an instant, and a terrifying backlash of spirit power surged over them, making their throats feel sweet. What made them even more embarrassed was Lin Xiao's nonchalant attitude, as if their all-out attacks were not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of the other party. "You?" Shensheng was shocked and angry, his cheeks instantly turned the color of liver. He finally realized at this time that although Lin Xiao was a scum of the sect, he was one of the top fighters in Xianshao sect. It was just that the two of them had been in seclusion recently and rarely saw Lin Xiao actually take action, causing him and others to forget how powerful he was. Lin Xiao didn't give them a chance to say more. With a flick of his finger, the blade of the broken sword shot back like a meteor, hitting Shensheng and Feng He's chests. The two men groaned as they were fiercely shot away. By the time they staggered back to steady themselves, their shirts were already soaked with blood. Honestly, the Shenshao sect might as well keep two guard dogs instead of useless people like you. Lin Xiao took a step forward, his eyes sweeping over the two men's flushed faces. "At least dogs know the word loyalty, don't you agree, elders?" These words were very hurtful. Shensheng and the other man were ashamed and angry, with veins bulging on their flushed faces. Which of these things they did was not for the Shenshao sect? Shensheng gnashed his teeth and said, "Lin Xiao, you dare to attack the elders of Punishment Peak, you." Before he could finish his words, Lin Xiao frowned. Next second, snap. Snap, two crisp sounds echoed in the mountain gate. Shensheng and the other person were hit by Lin Xiao's spiritual power through the air and spun half a circle on the spot. A clear blood-red palm print appeared on each side of their face. Their spiritual energy seemed to be frozen, and they could only look at Lin Xiao stupidly as he stood with his hands behind his back, looking at them with a look as if he was looking at trash. "Two elders, the atmosphere in my Jianfang is not good, so this peak master will not see you off." Lin Xiao spoke, his tone indifferent but with an unquestionable majesty. It was the first time for Shensheng and the others to face Lin Xiao head-on, but this fight seemed to make them get to know the sword peak master all over again. Then the two of them were filled with shame and anger. Their faces turned red, half blue and half purple. Under Jiang Yingxue's gaze, they couldn't even lift their heads.
They could only cover their cheeks and leave here as quickly as possible. However, both of them secretly sighed. They couldn't understand why Lin Qingyi would continue to protect this scum of the sect. Sooner or later, Lin Qingyi would definitely see through Lin Zhao's despicable character. Then, it would depend on whether she could destroy Lin Zhao's cultivation and drive the scum out of the sect. When the two of them left Jianfang, covered in dust, Jiang Yingxue blinked and saw Lin Zhao turning around and leaving without even looking at her. She suddenly became anxious and said hurriedly, "Uncle Master." Hearing the voice, Lin Zhao stopped, glanced back at her, and then said thoughtfully, "I almost forgot about you." Jiang Yingshue's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, Lin Zhao frowned slightly and waved his hand at her. "You get out too." Jiang Yingxue gnashed her teeth lightly. "Master, you just said that you would let me go to Jianfang to be your. She was too embarrassed to even utter the word servant. Finally, with a blush on her face, she said, "Master, as an elder, how can you go back on your word to a disciple?" Chapter 42. Lin Qingyi, you like to play, right? Lin Xiao recalled Shenqing and the others' comments on Jiang Yingxue. Madman, he now wondered if Jiang Yingxue had some problems after being beaten by him yesterday. I just taught her a lesson yesterday, and her attitude changed drastically today. Could it be that she has a masochistic tendency? How come I didn't know that she was a masochist in her previous life? Moreover, according to the time, her inner demon insect should have broken out last night. Lin Xiao was waiting to see the show, but today she acted like nothing happened. Which link went wrong? Lin Xiao touched his chin and thought for a while, then his eyes swept over the delicate and graceful body of his niece. Although she was not very old, her breasts were particularly mature and firm, and her figure was also impeccable. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao smiled playfully. Jianfang, on the way back to the Peak Master's Pavilion. Along the way, Jiang Yingxue said nothing. Lin Xiao glanced back at her and said, "Do you know what it takes to be a servant at Jianfang?" Jiang Yingxue looked up and suddenly smiled. "Disciples listen to Uncle Master. I will do whatever Uncle Master tells me to do." This sweet smile made Lin Xiao almost think that Jiang Yingxue had been possessed by someone else. Otherwise, why would she be like a lunatic today and speak like a completely different person? Just do whatever you are told to do. When you have something to do, you are asked to do it. When you have nothing to do, you just do it. Are you sure you can do something? Lin Xiao squinted his eyes and looked at her, his gaze sweeping up and down like a big bad wolf staring at a little white rabbit. "The weather is a bit hot. Why don't you take off your outer clothes and let your uncle take a look?" Jiang Yingxue hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and finally said with a blush on her pretty face, "Right here, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Lin Xiao smiled evilly. "No one comes here, so I'll check your body. I think it's fine. The wild is pretty good." Jiang Yingxue looked down at the ground, her ears feeling a little hot. Just when Lin Xiao thought she would curse him for being shameless, the next scene made Lin Xiao stunned. Jiang Yingxue blushed as she looked up at him shyly. Then she slowly reached out to unbutton her outer clothes, the sound of them slipping off piece by piece. In the end, she was left with only a tight-fitting white dress, revealing her alluring white skin, delicate collarbone, and voluptuous figure. Lin Xiao, when did Jiang Yingxue start to listen to him so much? If I ask her to take off her clothes, will she really do it? Before Lin Xiao could think about it, Jiang Yingxue looked up at him crisply, her cheeks filled with an intoxicating blush. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to speak, she took the initiative to step forward and quickly got into Lin Xiao's arms. Her slender hands tightly embraced Lin Zhao's waist, her head resting on Lin Zhao's chest, and she spoke in a weak voice, "Uncle Master, should we get closer so that I can examine your body?" Lin Zhao hadn't felt the warmth and softness in his arms yet, but he suddenly frowned and stared at Jiang Yingxue. Only after touching her body did he realize that the spiritual power in her body had long become disordered, and there was a risk of backlash at any time. Most of the spiritual power was used by her to suppress the black energy in her heart. Unfortunately, this suppression cannot last long. At most, after 1 or 2 days, the inner demon poison will still erupt. At this moment, although she pretended to be fine on her pretty face, it was obvious that she was suffering from the heart-wrenching pain of the inner demon poisoned eye. In this situation, Lin Xiao was a little confused about what Jiang Yingxue was trying to do. He just lowered his head and stared at her silently. Jiang Yingxue also looked up and met his gaze, smiling sweetly, and pressed her body even closer to him. How could she not have noticed before that senior uncle Lin Xiao was so handsome? Lin Xiao in this life is not a gentleman. Facing a woman like Jiang Yingxue, Lin Xiao was often misunderstood and framed by her in his previous life. At that time, he just wanted to stay away from her as much as possible. Now he can play with her for a while. Anyway, he will not be responsible. Lin Xiao stared at her calmly, his hand reaching in. Jiang Yingxue's cheeks flushed and instantly reddened all the way to her ears. Then she groaned and frowned in pain. Lin Xiao didn't care about her and his hand was about to move away. The result happened at this moment. A cold shout that almost froze the air suddenly came. "Lin Xiao, do you know what you are doing?" Before the voice fell, the icy spiritual power filled with anger blasted towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao frowned, raised his hand to deflect the spiritual power, and looked up with some displeasure. Lin Qingyi appeared in front of the two of them at some point. Her usually gentle eyes were now cold and icy. She stared at Lin Xiao intently, and her eyes no longer had the usual coldness and calmness. Instead, there was only icy disappointment and anger. Lin Xiao smiled, his lips raised. "Senior sister, it's just a joke. There's no need to be so angry, right?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyi's aura suddenly became fierce, as if a terrifying invisible pressure was spreading out, causing the air around her to solidify. She didn't look at Jiang Yingxue, who was nestled against Lin Zhao's side, her cheeks flushed with panic. All her attention was locked on Lin Xiao.
Her voice was as cold as if it came from the underworld. How did I teach you every day? I taught you to do such shameless things? You are her uncle, her elder? Lin Xiao shrugged, glanced at Jiang Yingshui, whose face looked a little flustered, and chuckled, nothing has happened yet. Besides, isn't senior sister meddling too much in my affairs? Lin Xingyi was almost pissed off and laughed. Her beautiful face was as cold as frost. She turned to look at Jiang Yingshui, seeing her eldest disciple looking so shameful in only a piece of underwear. Her eyes were filled with shame and anger. Put on your clothes and get back to Shofeng. Jiang Yingshui looked a little panicked, but she still gritted her teeth and calmed down. Master, just as she was about to speak, Lin Xingyi didn't even give her a chance to speak. I'm only saying this once, put on your clothes and get back to Shofeng. Otherwise, don't recognize me as your master in the future, and you are not a disciple of my Shensha sect. Jiang Yingshui's pretty face turned pale, knowing that her master was really angry and would really kick her out of Shensha sect. If that happened, she might never see Uncle Lin Xiao again. Jiang Yingshui bit her lips lightly, silently picking up the clothes on the ground, turned back to look at Lin Xiao, and said in a muffled voice, Uncle Master, anyway, you have to keep your promise to me. After she finished speaking, she put on her clothes, turned around and transformed into a long green rainbow, leaving without looking back. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky with some regret. The warm touch of Jiang Yingshui's body was still lingering on his palm. His senior sister came at a very inappropriate time. The fierce aura around them did not dissipate, but the anger directed at Lin Xiao and Lin Xingyi was somehow mixed with something else. At this moment, when she looked at Lin Xiao, besides anger, there seemed to be some inexplicable emotions surging in her eyes. What did you do to her? Lin Xingyi questioned. She didn't believe that her disciple would be such a shameless person. Besides, she saw Jiang Yingshui's disgust for Lin Xiao, and it was impossible for such a situation to happen today. Lin Xiao shrugged. I didn't do anything to her. Lin Xingyi was silent. When she looked up again, her eyes were extremely deep. She said, you like playing, don't you? Lin Xiao nodded. It's just SOSO, a scorer. Hearing this, Lin Xingyi stared deeply into his eyes. After a long while, she said word by word, okay, I'll play with you. Lin Xiao. Chapter 43, Yandera's senior sister, Peak Master Pavilion, Lin Xiao's residence. The atmosphere in the room was subtle. Lin Xiao looked at the woman in front of him speechlessly. The table was filled with wine, and the aroma of wine filled the air. Looking at Lin Xingyi, whose pretty face was already red from drinking, and who was even pouring wine continuously, Lin Xiao frowned. Have you had enough? This is all my Jianfang's wine. If you like it, go back and drink it yourself. She drank nearly a dozen bottles of liquor by herself. It seems that what Lin Xingyi said just now about playing with him means drinking with him. Hearing Lin Xiao's somewhat impatient words, Lin Xingyi ignored him completely and drank another bottle of liquor. Then she raised her phoenix eyes and stared at Lin Xiao with her beautiful eyes lazily and blurred. Lin Xiao looked at her carefully at this time and couldn't help asking, are you drunk? Lin Xingyi grasped the empty wine bottle with her fingertips and shook it lightly. A few drops of remaining wine slid down the corners of her lips and stained her delicate and smooth skin. She leaned slightly to one side, the soft lines of her shoulders faintly visible under the white collar. The collar on the side of her body further outlined the full and attractive contours of her chest, making her cool temperament even more seductive. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted slightly downwards. I saw my senior sister's flowing skirt, and a pair of plump, charming, and slender legs, gracefully raised. Jiang Yingshui could be considered a peerless beauty, but compared to Lin Xingyi, she lacked a lot of charm, both in age and experience. This senior sister is a goddess-like figure who cannot be desecrated in the eyes of countless disciples of the righteous forces in the central region. She is the #1 female swordsman in the central region and has countless suitors. Putting down the wine bottle, Lin Xingyi's face flushed and her eyes were blurred. She looked at Lin Xiao infatuatedly with a pair of sexy red lips, and muttered to herself, I'm not drunk. Lin Xiao. I just want to ask you. In your eyes, who is prettier, me or Jiang Yingshui? Lin Xiao, isn't Jiang Yingshui your apprentice? Are you sure you're not drunk to ask such a question? At this moment, Lin Xingyi's extremely beautiful face, in a slightly drunk state, looked even more charming. Suddenly, she stretched out a snow-white hand and grabbed Lin Xiao's collar. Then she pulled Lin Xiao over and leaned forward, as if she wanted to rub her body into Lin Xiao's. When Lin Xingyi approached, an indescribable warm fragrance suddenly filled his nose, and the next second, Lin Xiao felt a cool, soft and warm touch on his lips. Immediately following, hiss, Lin Xiao felt a pain on his lips and his face darkened slightly. Are you sick? Lin Xingyi narrowed her eyes and stared at him. Her charming and misty eyes were filled with danger. Then she bit him fiercely, even biting Lin Xiao's lips a little red before slowly letting him go. Why? I taught you swordsmanship since you were a child and raised you to this age, and now I can't bite you? Indeed, ever since Elder Shensha brought Lin Xiao back to the sect, he had barely taken care of him, always leaving him to be taken care of by Lin Xingyi. Lin Xingyi had taught him how to read and practice swordsmanship since he was little, and could almost be considered Lin Xiao's half-mentor. It was also because of this that Lin Xiao knew what kind of personality his senior sister had beneath her cold appearance. Simply put, she had a strong desire to control him and did not allow him to have contact with other women.
However, she suppressed that desire for control most of the time and only showed it on very rare occasions. In other words, this senior sister of mine is an absolute yandere. Once you get involved with her, her yandere attributes will soon be activated. In his previous life, Lin Xiao had no idea how badly he was tortured by her, and he even died at the hands of his own senior sister in the end. There is no need to say more about how terrible yandere is. Otherwise, if Lin Xiao has decided to be a villain in this life, why is he avoiding her everywhere? Lin Qingyi's beauty is a beauty hidden in extreme danger. Once you get together with her, you will be entangled with this yandere for the rest of your life. That feeling would probably suffocate most people. Cherish life and stay away from being a yandere. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao frowned and pushed her away. He wiped his mouth with some disgust and said with a slightly cold face, "It's getting late, you should go back." A long time ago, Lin Xiao deliberately became evil and dissolute in front of Lin Qingyi, just to avoid repeating the mistakes of his previous life. As a result, he didn't know when it started, but he found that the way his senior sister looked at him was almost the same as in his previous life. Does it mean that a yandere will only love one person in her life? Or the kind that will be completely destroyed if you can't get it? Lin Qingyi became a little more sober after being suddenly pushed away by Lin Xiao. The charming smile on her face gradually disappeared, especially when she saw Lin Xiao's somewhat disgusted look. For some reason, her heart ached, and her eyes slowly turned cold. "Lin Xiao, let me ask you a question." She gently stroked Lin Xiao's face with her fingertips, but her expression became more serious than ever before. "Have you been deliberately distancing yourself from me since the day of your coming-of-age ceremony? It was also from that day that your personality became increasingly awful, causing everyone in the sect to dislike you. I don't know why you became like this, but I want an explanation from you." After hearing this, Lin Xiao was silent for a long time, and then he smiled and said, "Senior sister, if a person's personality could be easily changed, then there probably wouldn't be so many bad people in this world. You're drunk, you should go back." Lin Qingyi gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. "You clearly don't like Jiang Yingxue, so why do you deliberately tease her? Are you deliberately trying to piss me off just because she's my apprentice?" Lin Xiao slowly poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, raised the cup and took a sip, then looked at his senior sister with a playful look. "How do you know I don't like her?" He really didn't like Jiang Yingxue, but if it was free, it wouldn't be bad to play with it, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be unworthy of his reputation as a villain? Lin Xiao. Lin Qingyi suddenly raised her voice, her beautiful eyes reddening as she stared at Lin Xiao. "Jiang Yingxue is from the Jiang family and also from Yunshu Immortal Palace. I won't allow you to touch her. Do you hear me?" Lin Xiao clicked his tongue and shook his head. "She came to my sword peak on her own today. Senior sister, even if you are the sect master, you can't arbitrarily restrict the freedom of the sect's disciples, right?" Lin Qingyi stopped talking. Her head suddenly hurt a little, and then her body softened and she collapsed in Lin Xiao's arms. She hugged Lin Xiao tightly with her two delicate hands, closed her eyes, and leaned her cold and pretty face on his chest with some satisfaction. This time, the alcohol was taking effect. She had just drunk so much liquor that she didn't even use her spiritual power to get rid of the alcohol. It would be strange if she didn't get drunk. Lin Xiao's expression was strange. "You don't want to sleep here with me, do you?" Lin Qingyi raised her head in his arms, glanced at him with drunken eyes, then her eyes turned red, and she murmured to herself, "Sleep. I want to sleep with you, Lin Xiao, you better sleep here with me." Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt a chill in his chest. He looked down and saw Lin Qingyi with red eyes, silently shedding tears in his arms. "I didn't even touch you, why are you crying?" Lin Xiao didn't know what to say. He picked her up by the waist, turned around and prepared to throw her onto his bed. As a result, Lin Qingyi clung to him and refused to let go. Even when Lin Xiao was about to put her down, she stretched out her arms and hugged Lin Xiao's neck tightly. She came over and bit him and said, "I won't let you go." Chapter 44. Young Master of the Upper Domain. On the other side, Shensha and Fenghao returned to the punishment peak covered in dust and dirt. Their miserable appearance attracted the attention of all the disciples of the punishment peak. Countless disciples looked at them with strange expressions. The two men's old faces flushed red, they flicked their sleeves, snorted coldly and walked straight into the peak master's pavilion. Inside the main hall, a woman in black was kneeling in front of the spirit array disc. Her long hair was tied up, and light golden spiritual power lingered on her fingertips, outlining complex array patterns on the spirit array disc. Hearing the footsteps, the woman didn't even raise her head, but just said softly, "Where did you two elders come from?" Shen Chang's face flushed red from holding back his anger. He bowed to the woman and said, "Peak Master, Feng He and I were originally going to carry out the orders of the Elders Council, but that Lin Xiao from Jian Peak is simply lawless. Relying on the sect master's protection, he actually attacked people from our punishment peak." Feng He nodded beside him. "We originally tried to persuade him to come back to punishment peak with us. After we have thoroughly investigated what happened yesterday, at most we would have him and his apprentice stay at prison peak for a few months. He was so good, he directly attacked and injured both of us, and even spoke rudely to you, Peak Master." Hearing this, the black-clothed woman tapped the array plate with her fingertips and glanced at the bloodstains on the two men's clothes. "What did he say about me?"
Shensheng looked at Feng. He gritted his teeth and said, "She said that Peak Master, you are a widow who killed her husband on her wedding night, and if you stay in Xianshao sect, you will be a disaster, an ominous person." As soon as the words fell, the air became dead silent. Shensheng widened his eyes slightly and looked at Feng. I thought to myself, old man, you're so bold. You didn't even discuss this with me. How can you say such a thing? Although their Peak Master, Su Yunshan, did lose her husband on their wedding night not long ago, this kind of thing is taboo. Moreover, the Peak Master and her husband were married through a family alliance, so no one knows how her husband died. Sure enough, the next second, feeling the icy breath in the air, Shensheng looked at Feng He with some admiration. Laugh. In the array plate in front of the woman, as her fingertips passed across, the light golden array pattern suddenly transformed into a golden snake with cold eyes. The snake spit out blood-red snake tongue, and its snake eyes locked on Feng He. A deathly aura enveloped him, and Feng He's face changed drastically. He said hurriedly, "Peak Master, I didn't say that." Lin Xiao said that. Bang! The next second, his body was blasted out of the hall by a golden spiritual power spit out by the snake, and a huge bloody hole was blasted out on his left shoulder, with blood flowing out. Shensheng couldn't bear to look at it. He bowed his head and said, "Peak Master." Before she finished speaking, the woman in black glanced at him. No emotion could be seen in her pale golden pupils. "Take him to Jianfang to get the medicine. Tell him that it was the prescription written by the Peak Master." "Shensheng, as you command." After saying that, he left quickly, fearing that a hole would be blasted in his body in the next second. After Shensheng left the hall, the woman in black slowly gathered her spiritual energy. The pattern snake that had transformed into the array before her floated freely on her fingertips. Her face remained calm as she pinched her fingertips, and the pattern snake instantly disintegrated into a point of light. First peak, because Yi Zissou has been listed on the Central Region Xuanma wanted list and is officially wanted by the righteous forces in the Central Region, the elders held a meeting and decided not to seek Lin Xiao's opinion and unilaterally cancel his engagement with Ching Ming Valley. Of course, they were not thinking about Lin Xiao, but to maintain the reputation of the sect. Otherwise, how could it be disgraceful for Lin Xiao, the master of the sword peak of the Xianshao sect, to be engaged to such a demonic witch who killed her master and ancestors? How would outsiders view their sect? The damage to Lin Xiao's reputation is a minor matter, as he doesn't have a good reputation outside to begin with. However, the damage to Xianshao sect's reputation is a big deal. If we step in to help him cancel his engagement, it will be too easy for him. An elder from the first peak snorted coldly. In my opinion, Lin Xiao and that Yi Zissou were simply a perfect match. One killed his master and destroyed his ancestors, and the other had no respect for superiors or inferiors. I feel sorry for them not being together. Another elder of the first peak said sarcastically. The elder who was speaking was named Ma Qian. Although he was the chief elder of Xianshao sect, he used to be a worshipper of Ching Ming Valley. Later, he came to Xianshao sect for some reasons. However, his two children are now practicing in Ching Ming Valley, so in the entire Xianshao sect, he is the only one who has a close relationship with Ching Ming Valley. After he finished speaking, Ma Qian continued to mock. Lin Xiao should come to Shoufeng and kneel down to thank us. Otherwise, for what he did outside, the Buddhist sect is even ready to put him and Yi Zissou on the Xuanma ranking. How could such a thing happen to my dignified and upright sect? The other elders of the first peak echoed the sentiment. Ming Yuan and Li Duyuan did not say anything, but there was a look of regret in their eyes. After all, they were the elders who had followed Elder Xianshao for the longest time, and it could be said that they had watched Lin Xiao grow up. Even though Lin Xiao was naughty in the past, he would never be like this today. At this time, Ma Qian frowned again and looked at a disciple outside the hall. What's going on over at Punishment Peak? They asked them to call Lin Xiao and that little demon girl over for questioning. Can't they even handle such a small matter? The disciple quickly reported back. Elders Shensheng and Fengha have already gone to Jianfang. Ma Qian nodded. Ming Yuan, who was sitting next to him, pondered and said, Peak Master Su Yunshan of Punishment Peak, I believe everyone is familiar with her story. Her husband was the young master of the Shao family in the upper domain, but he died mysteriously in my Xianshao sect on their wedding night. Now, the Shao family in the upper domain will probably send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly. Li Duyuan stroked his white beard and said, What's there to investigate? The young master of the Shao family is just as bad as Lin Xiao. His death is retribution. You can't say that. Another elder from the first peak beside Li Duyuan spoke up. Although the Shao family isn't a powerful family in the upper domain, their foundation is after all deeper than our Xianshao sect. They definitely won't let Xiao Shaolin die in the Xianshao sect. I'm afraid, he paused here, but many elders understood what he meant. If the Shao family wants to take revenge, the Xianshao sect will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. At the beginning, Xiao Shaolin, the young master of the Shao family, came to Xianshao sect to marry Su Yunshan. This was Su Yunshan's request. Originally, it was a great thing for Xianshao sect to marry the Shao family of the upper domain. Who knew that such a situation would occur in the end? Not only did Xiao Shaolin die, but all the people he brought with him also disappeared mysteriously. It seemed that among the people he brought, there were two powerful men who were half a step away from becoming a spiritual lord, but they all disappeared without a trace. A half-step spiritual master is the top existence at the ceiling in the entire central region, and the one who can make two half-step spiritual masters disappear silently must at least be a true spiritual master. When I think of this, everyone gasped, and some elders even linked the mysterious black-robed man who appeared in Shensha sect not long ago to this incident. If it was really that black-robed man who did it, then was there some grudge between him and the Shao family of the upper domain? Or was there some relationship between him and Su Yunshan? The origins of Su Yunshan, the head of the punishment peak, are somewhat mysterious, but the elders didn't have time to think about it. Elder Ma, a disciple, carrying a long sword and looking anxious, arrived in the hall. He immediately declared, something happened in Ching Ming Valley. All the disciples and elders were massacred overnight. Your son, daughter, and two granddaughters all died tragically. Wow. Upon hearing this, the elders were instantly in an uproar. When Ma Qian heard this, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turned black, and he almost fainted. When he came to his senses, his eyes were bloodshot as if he wanted to eat someone. Who did it? Chapter 45, Punishing the Peak Master and His Stunning Young Wife. The massacre in Ching Ming Valley was finally investigated by the disciples of the Buddhist sect, who found out that the murderer was none other than the witch Yi Zisu, who was currently at the top of the Xuanma wanted list. Because there were traces of spiritual power left by the Zisu sword used by Yi Zisu on the corpses of those disciples in Ching Ming Valley. Moreover, after several elders of the Buddha sect investigated the forces surrounding Ching Ming Valley, they received a piece of information from a disciple of a small sect. On the night when Ching Ming Valley was massacred, the disciples of this small sect happened to be practicing outside. They happened to see a man in black clothes hugging a woman in purple clothes flying away from Ching Ming Valley at an extremely fast speed. However, because the speed was too fast, the disciples of this small sect could not see clearly, but they were sure that they saw a man and a woman. This news shocked all the disciples of Shensha sect. The woman in purple was undoubtedly Yi Zisu, but where did that man in black come from? Wasn't Yi Zisu taken away by the man in black robe when he was in the ghostly demon city? Speaking of the man who likes to wear black clothes and has a relationship with Yi Zisu, everyone's mind suddenly popped up a name: the master of Jianfang Peak, Lin Xiao. After all, he is Yi Zisu's fiancé. This idea made many disciples of Shensha sect look horrified. Lin Xiao usually likes to wear black clothes, although he would change occasionally, but he was wearing black clothes yesterday, and he also went to the ghost demon city yesterday. No one knows when he returned to the sect last night, although they knew that this idea was outrageous and dangerous. After hearing the news from the Buddha sect, almost all the disciples subconsciously thought of Lin Xiao. When the news came, the entire sect was talking about it. All the disciples in the sect immediately avoided Lin Xiao and his Jianfang as much as possible, and many even turned pale at the mere mention of him. Soon, a day passed. The residence of the suzerain, the light in the room was dim. On the soft bed, a delicate body lay there, breathing shallowly. The arc of the bed perfectly outlined her soft and charming lines. Her long hair was scattered casually, with a few strands wrapped around the fullness of her chest, rising and falling gently with her breathing. She lazily turned over, and the seductive silk nightgown slipped off her shoulders, revealing a small piece of skin as delicate as jade. Beneath that snow-white skin, there were some delicate pink marks. A long time passed. Lin Qingyi gradually woke up. She opened her eyes, looking a little dazed. After the trance, she suddenly recalled the scene before she got drunk yesterday. After she got drunk, Lin Xiao wanted to throw her on the bed, but she refused and hugged her junior brother very tightly, and even bit Lin Xiao. Finally, Lin Xiao seemed angry, throwing her onto the bed viciously. Lin Qingyi immediately scratched her hair in annoyance, her cheeks flushed. The situation was like that yesterday, and it was only the last step, so how could she pass out drunk? It was all Lin Xiao's fault. He could actually endure that situation. Looking down at the reddish-pink marks on the skin, such marks on the fair and smooth skin are very eye-catching. Of course, Lin Qingyi knew that it was all caused by Lin Xiao's anger. Who would have thought that at the most critical moment, that bastard Lin Xiao pushed her away again? That is, she had no strength left at that time. Otherwise, thinking of this, Lin Qingyi felt a little angry and a little disappointed. Could it be that in Lin Xiao's eyes, she is still not as good as Jiang Yingxue? At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the door. A female disciple's voice rang out: "Master, Elder Ming Yuan and the others seem to have something to ask you." Lin Qingyi rubbed her brows, then took off her pajamas and said calmly, "Tell them to wait for me in the main hall." "Yes." "Wait, who brought me back yesterday?" The female disciple hesitated for a moment, then said, "It was Uncle Lin Xiao. He brought Master back." Thinking of yesterday's scene, the female disciples were still shocked. In their eyes, the Master, who was as cold and ethereal as an immortal, was actually carried back by that Uncle Lin Xiao yesterday. Moreover, when Senior Uncle Lin Xiao was about to leave, Master held him tightly and refused to let go, even acting like a spoiled child in Senior Uncle Lin Xiao's arms. It was as if she and Senior Uncle Lin Xiao were a loving couple. At that time, the female disciple almost couldn't help but take action to snatch her master back. She knew that Uncle Lin Xiao was not a good person. Hearing the female disciple's words, Lin Qingyi raised the corner of her mouth slightly and asked again, "Then who changed my clothes?" "Master, don't worry. I changed it for you personally," the female disciple said hurriedly, fearing that the master would misunderstand. Lin Qingyi was silent for a while, then she nodded and said, "Okay, you can go down." "Yes." The female disciple wondered in her heart, why does Master look so unhappy? That's right, it must have been that Uncle Lin Xiao who did something to Master yesterday that made Master unhappy.
From now on, they will stay away from that Uncle Lin Xiao, Shofeng Hall. After hearing the discussions about Lin Xiao and the sect that day, Lin Qingyi's pretty face looked a little unhappy. To put it bluntly, this matter is just a rumor. No one actually saw that the man in Ching Ming Valley that night was Lin Xiao. Others may not know, but Lin Qingyi is very clear that Lin Xiao and Yi Zisa from Ching Ming Valley do not know each other at all. Although they are in a marriage relationship, she has never allowed them to meet. So these speculations are all nonsense. Moreover, even though Lin Xiao had been behaving unruly and recklessly during this period, she absolutely did not believe that Lin Xiao would be one of the murderers who massacred the Ching Ming Valley, but Ma Qian didn't think so. Overnight, his son, daughter and granddaughter were all killed. He also heard that this incident might be related to Lin Xiao, whom he had always hated. He immediately had a preconceived idea in his mind that this incident must be related to Lin Xiao. Master, I request that Lin Xiao be sent to the prison peak and interrogated strictly. Ma Qian said, gritting his teeth in the hall. Hearing this, the rugged middle-aged man with a dragon tattoo in the distance, who had been quietly watching the show, was speechless when he heard Ma Qian's words. Shouldn't interrogating Peak Master Lin Xiao be the responsibility of Punishment Peak? What does it have to do with Prisoner Peak? He doesn't want to offend Lin Xiao, Ming Yuan said. This matter is of great importance. I suggest summoning Lin Xiao first and questioning him in person. At this time, Lin Qingyi discovered that the peak masters of several peaks had arrived, except for the peak masters of Punishment Peak, Su Yunchen and Lin Xiao. She frowned and looked down. Where is Peak Master Su? Go and call her over. The disciples outside the hall received the order and transformed into streams of light, rapidly flying towards the Punishment Peak. But when he arrived at the Punishment Peak and just walked into the Peak Master's pavilion, before he could even open his mouth, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. In the hall, Peak Master Lin Xiao, who had been the subject of much discussion among the disciples in the past 2 days, was now sitting in the highest seat, holding a copy of Spiritual Array Solutions in his hand and examining it carefully. Beside him, the woman in black with her long hair tied up was kneeling quietly, refilling his tea from time to time. The disciples who saw the scene. Chapter 46, Spiritual Master? It's just a sacrifice for my alchemy, Uncle Lin. Master Lin. The disciple from Shofeng spoke with some trembling, looking at the woman in black kneeling beside him, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Lin Xiao looked up and motioned for him to speak if he had anything to say. The disciple stated his purpose. Suspect me? Lin Xiao smiled and looked at the disciple. You also suspect this Peak Master? This. How is it possible? The disciple was shocked. Even if he really suspected that it was Lin Xiao, he didn't dare to say it out loud now. Thinking of this, he changed the subject. Master Uncle is usually tolerant and kind to his disciples. I have always had nothing but admiration for him and absolutely no doubt that the massacre in Ching Ming Valley must have been done by those demons in the demon realm. Lin Xiao blinked and said, Go on, disciple. He almost cried. He said so many lies in one breath. He was really afraid of being struck by lightning. Master, the sect master has also arrived at the summit. She originally said that Master's uncle's affairs were malicious rumors, but Elder Ma Qian disagreed and insisted that it was Master who killed his entire family that night. Elder Ma, I am doing this to protect myself, please don't blame me. Lin Xiao never expected that this boy was actually a talented person. Since you admire this Peak Master so much, why don't you just switch to Sword Peak? This time, the disciple really cried. Going to Jianfang is no different from entering a devil's cave. Master, my parents are both at the summit now. They can't leave me, unless I send them away. Lin Xiao, you are really a filial son. Not it this time. The black-clothed woman next to him looked over and waved her hand lightly. Alright, you can go back and tell the sect leader that I have important matters to attend to today and cannot go to the first peak. The disciple wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling as if he had been pardoned. This time, Lin Xiao called him back, smiling warmly. After returning, please tell Elder Ma for me that it is rare for him to trust me so much. I have prepared a great gift for him. The disciple nodded hurriedly. Remember, tell him in private. If others find out, you know what will happen. Lin Xiao looked at the disciple with a smile. However, in the eyes of the disciples, this smile was as evil as it could be. I understand. The disciple crawled away. Wait until the disciples leave. The woman in black stretched out her white hands and helped Lin Xiao straighten the books in front of him. She looked up and asked him, Are you still reading? Lin Xiao drank his tea, looked back at her, and said with a smile, Reading a book is not as good as looking at you. The woman next to him had 3,000 strands of black hair tied up in a bun, and a teardrop mole on her right eyelid. Her beautiful face had the alluring charm of a married woman, especially as she knelt beside him at this moment. She was simply stunningly beautiful. Hearing this, the woman rolled her eyes at him and said, Can you be more serious? Lin Xiao grabbed her white hand, feeling a soft and delicate touch. He played with her hand and asked, Am I not serious? Su Yunchen, she wanted to pull her hand out, but she wasn't as strong as Lin Xiao. Then she thought, now it's just playing with her hand. On her wedding night, this guy forced her, even using photo stones. Thinking of this, her pretty face flushed, and she stared at Lin Xiao with her beautiful eyes, cursing, Scoundrel. Lin Xiao played with his jade hands, then asked curiously, Has the news of the Xiao family's young master's death here been reported back to the upper realm? What do you think? Lin Xiao's palm suddenly reached out. Su Yunchen frowned in pain and couldn't help but glare at him, gentle. Lin Xiao smiled, I think you said the same thing that night. Su Yunchen, anyway, the Xiao family must have received the news. Xiao Shaolin is the only bloodline of the Xiao family patriarch. He died in Xianshao sect. The Xiao family will definitely send a powerful spiritual master to investigate. This guy, who wiped out the young master of the upper domain and snatched the bride on the young master's wedding night, there's simply nothing he can't do. Lin Xiao reached out and gently touched her rosy cheek, his eyes filled with a hint of mystery. Actually, I've always been very upright. I'm not as bad as you think. Su Yunchen seemed to have heard a joke. Are you still upright? Lin Xiao grabbed her hand and put it under the table. He asked her, isn't it honest? Su Yunchen's pretty face instantly turned red. You, Lin Xiao chuckled, suddenly let go of her hand, and slowly looked up at the sky outside the hall. He had a premonition that the Xiao family's spiritual master would be here soon. The Xiao family has a total of 2 spiritual lords, who should be able to provide him with 40,000 evil points. Moreover, he recently exchanged for a book of ancient forbidden alchemy, which uses the living body of a spiritual lord to refine the 9th grade Heavenly Lord pill. A 9th grade Tianzuan pill can allow a strong man at the peak of half-step spiritual master to directly advance to spiritual master. It is a veritable spiritual master-made artifact. However, the refining conditions are very harsh. First of all, the body of a living spiritual master is needed. Only when the flesh, blood, and spiritual power of a spiritual master are perfectly refined can a 9th grade Tianzuan pill be refined. In the central region, it is difficult to find a half-step spiritual lord, let alone a powerful spiritual lord. Moreover, it is useless to refine a half-step spiritual lord. So Lin Xiao had thought about this problem a long time ago. There are no powerful spiritual lords in the central domain, but there are in the upper domain. However, there are also powerful people in the Saint realm or even the Emperor realm in the upper domain. It is impossible for him to go directly to the upper domain to refine other people's spiritual lords. He can only let the spiritual lords in the upper domain come to the central domain, and never come back. The Xiao family in the upper domain was Lin Xiao's chosen target, because there is a woman named Su Yunchen who can be used. Now Xiao Shaolin's body is still with him. After refining the Xiao family's spiritual master, it will be 2 9th grade Tianzuan pills, which can create 2 obedient spiritual masters again. He could even use Xiao Shaolin's identity as the young master of the Xiao family to do something in the upper domain. By then, the murder and arson will be committed by Xiao Shaolin. What does it have to do with me, Lin Xiao? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and prepared to get up and leave. Su Yunchen watched him stand up, blinked, and whispered, "Are you leaving?" This guy teased her and then wanted to leave like this. What a bastard. Hearing this, Lin Xiao looked down from above. It wouldn't have mattered if I hadn't seen it, but now, from this angle, I can see almost everything, especially Su Yunchen's unique attributes as a wife, and her incredibly beautiful and charming appearance. How many men can control themselves? Lin Xiao endured it for a moment. 3 seconds later, I can't bear it anymore. I almost had a breakdown from holding it in with Lin Qingyi yesterday, and now I can still hold it in. I am not really a man. After thinking for a moment, he reached out his hand. Su Yunchen's face flushed instantly. She raised her head and glared at Lin Xiao, her pretty face showing some resistance. Unfortunately, she didn't know that this was the feeling of resistance that Lin Xiao wanted. Chapter 47. Lin Xiao, I heard there's a good show here. The first peak, the mountainside, the elder's residence. After finishing a morning sect meeting, Ma Qian returned to his residence somewhat tired. Lin Qingyi didn't intend to punish Lin Xiao without evidence. He had been arguing with her all morning, and although he didn't make any sense, he felt relieved. He didn't know why, but he just didn't like Lin Xiao. He felt that people like Lin Xiao should have their cultivation crippled and be kicked out of the sect. As he thought about it, Ma Qian gritted his teeth. Even though the tragedy in Ching Ming Valley had nothing to do with Lin Xiao, before finding the real culprit, he was certain that it was done by Lin Xiao and Yi Zisu. They are both birds of a feather. Lin Xiao is a scourge to the sect, a cancer. If he doesn't die, he will definitely bring disaster to the sect. Even if the sect master and the others misunderstand me, this elder will fight for his rights and get rid of Lin Xiao. Thinking of this, Ma Qian returned to his residence to take a rest and get enough energy to continue working hard in the afternoon. Outside the residence, a young disciple who was dozing off immediately perked up upon hearing the noise and hurriedly stood up to greet him. "Master, you're back." Ma Qian nodded. "Practice well and don't slack off." The young disciple quickly agreed. Ma Qian raised his sleeves and pushed the door open, but the next second when he saw the scene in the room clearly, he suddenly stood still as if struck by lightning, and the blood in his body seemed to be frozen instantly. Inside the room, the tables and chairs were still arranged in the familiar way, but beside the wooden table, there were 3 figures sitting. It was these 3 figures that made Ma Qian's pupils shrink violently. Those were his slaughtered sons, daughters, and granddaughters. The 3 of them sat facing the door, their postures stiff as if they were puppets, their eyes empty and blank, staring straight at the table. The moment they heard the door open, they all looked up at Ma Qian. "Dad, Grandpa." The 3 people's voices were hoarse and dry, with an indescribable weirdness in them. Suddenly, the 3 of them grinned at the same time, revealing an extremely unnatural smile, with the corners of their mouths almost stretched to their ears, but there was no warmth in their eyes. "You're back?" Ma Qian's throat tightened. He stared blankly at the scene, wanting to say something but unable to utter a single sound. Next second, Mhn was immediately horrified. The three men stretched out their 5 fingers to hold the top of their heads, and then twisted and pulled violently, and the head was taken off. Of the 3 heads suddenly became extremely ferocious and shot towards him. The strange smiles on their faces did not fade at all, and their eyes were filled with thick mockery. Ah! Outside the room, a sudden scream startled the young disciple. His face turned pale and he rushed into the room. Master, what happened? But then, he saw a scene that he would never forget. Ma Qian, who was inside the room, had red eyes and was as crazy as a demon. In front of him were his 3 most beloved disciples, but at this moment, he had already crushed the heads of those 3 disciples alive. The young disciple froze in place for a moment. However, the next second, Ma Qian turned his head, staring at the young disciple with his red, bloodshot eyes, and then he laughed wildly. Damn it, boom. He struck out with his palm, and the young disciple, still in a daze, was instantly blasted into a bloody mist. Elder Ma has gone crazy. Elder Ma has gone crazy. For a time, the news that Ma Qian had gone mad and possessed, and ran to the disciples' training hall to brutally kill his own disciples spread throughout the Shofeng. Every time he killed someone, he would smash their head. He was truly a skull-crushing fiend. Such a bloody and cruel scene made all the disciples of the Shofeng feel insecure. The entire Shofeng training hall was in chaos. Many disciples fled in panic, their faces terrified, and they kept shouting, Elder Ma is crazy. At this moment, the entire training hall was in shambles. Countless disciples with their heads shattered lay twisted and bloody on the ground. Among them were even the bodies of several elders. Master, I'm Inger, don't kill me, Master. Suddenly, a trembling sob of fear could be heard. In a corner of the training hall, a female disciple covered in blood was kneeling on the ground, shaking. In her large, terrified, tearful eyes, she reflected a figure with disheveled hair and a face full of a maniacal, strange grin. Master, please don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. The female disciple trembled all over and cried for mercy. Hee, you deserve to die. Ma Qian's crazy laughter came, and he grabbed the female disciple's head with a slap. Boom, but just when he was about to smash the skull with one palm, Ming Yuan, Li Duyuan, and other elders of the first peak arrived and blasted Ma Qian out. Then many elders' eyelids twitched wildly, and they were trembling in their hearts when they saw the corpses on the ground. Ma Qian, you are crazy. Many elders shouted angrily. Ma Qian grinned, got up from the ground, then his eyes turned bloodshot and rushed directly towards Ming Yuan and the others. Boom, there was a powerful explosion of spiritual power. Ming Yuan and several other elders joined forces, but they were almost defeated by Ma Qian alone. They were even beaten by Ma Qian alone. The elders became more and more surprised as the fight went on. Ma Qian, who was only at the late stage of spiritual cultivation, seemed to have taken drugs at this moment. Not only was his spiritual power much stronger, but he even fought desperately every time, beating several elders to retreat step by step. Li Duyuan's face turned pale. This bastard has lost his mind. Swish, at this time, many top fighters from other peaks of Shensha sect also came to the first peak, and they felt their scalps tingling when they saw this. The leader of Prison Peak rushed in and knocked Ma Qian away with a punch. He turned to look at Ming Yuan and the others. What's wrong with this old guy? Wasn't he fine this morning? As soon as he uttered the words, a bloody shadow flashed over and blasted him into the ground with an even more terrifying force, knocking him unconscious. Ming Yuan, now you know what motivated him. The leader of Prison Peak had a dark face. He got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fuck you, boom. He rushed out violently and next second, bang. With just one contact, the burly body flew backwards like a cannonball at an even faster speed, knocking down a large section of buildings. The other peak masters' faces turned dark when they saw this. This Ma Qian is just like a mad dog, biting everyone he catches. When Lin Xiao arrived at the training hall, Li Duyuan and several other elders of the first peak were almost all injured. Although the other peak masters also took action, they could not do anything to the crazy Ma Qian and were instead injured by Ma Qian. Ming Yuan was discussing with the elders whether they should activate the sect's formation before Lin Xingyi arrived and use it to suppress Ma Qian. At this moment, the spiritual array barrier they used to trap Ma Qian was about to be blown up by the ladder. As a result, at this time, Lin Xiao came. He came with swords in both hands behind his back, and in his right hand he seemed to be playing with a black silk ribbon that belonged to an unknown woman. He looked at the miserable appearance of everyone present with an expression as if he was watching a show. Hey, all the old guys are here. I heard there's a good show to watch here at the first peak. I hope this peak master is not too late. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the elders, although they didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that many elders felt relieved when they saw Lin Xiao appear. Chapter 48. If I take action, someone will die. Boom. Boom. Ma Qian's desperate bombardment made the spiritual barrier set up by several elders shaken to the point of collapse. The elders were suffering terribly in the spiritual barrier and it seemed that they were about to collapse. When Li Duyuan saw Lin Xiao, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, Peak Master Lin Xiao, quickly take action to suppress Ma Qian. Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, the disciples from the first peak surrounding the training hall quickly followed the sound and saw that the uncle from Jianfang had also arrived. As the sect's top fighter, although Lin Xiao has a bad reputation and is disliked by many female disciples in the sect, no disciple dares to doubt his strength. In midair, Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled, saying calmly, Don't worry.
Li Duyuan's face darkened, and he hurriedly said, Master Lin Feng, we are in a hurry.
Lin Xiao smiled slightly, put the black ribbon in his hand into the storage ring, and then controlled the spirit sword to slowly descend. There's no point in rushing for things like this. Li Duyuan, if they don't hurry up, they will all die once the spiritual formation barrier is broken. No one knows what kind of medicine Ma Qian took. It's even more potent than a 7th grade tonic pill. The elders and peak masters in the spiritual formation barrier also spoke out. Seeing that Ma Qian was becoming more and more powerful, the barrier was about to collapse. Lin Xiao raised his finger, and the Changshao sword slowly floated to his side. He shrugged and said with a smile, Elder Ma is the elder of the first peak. It would be impolite for a peak master like me to attack him.
As everyone knows, I am the most polite person.
How dare you say that? Not only did many elders have gloomy faces, even the disciples from the first peak nearby couldn't bear to watch it anymore. They took a deep breath, and then, without knowing who took the lead, they knelt on one knee in front of Lin Xiao. Then all the disciples of Shofeng knelt down in unison. Uncle Master, please help. The sound resounded through the air. Lin Xiao raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a wicked smile, if I take action, people will die. Disciples, they looked at Ma Qian, who was becoming more and more crazy in the spiritual formation barrier. All the disciples had red eyes. This elder Ma did something that was abhorrent to both humans and gods. He even smashed the heads of countless disciples with his own hands. Even if he died, he deserved it. Uncle Master, please help us. The disciples' voices rang out again. Lin Xiao glanced forward, under the gaze of many disciples. He took a step forward and slowly raised a finger. Buzz. The next second, a sword energy so powerful that it made everyone's face change drastically rose into the sky. The sword energy seemed to be extremely sharp. In an instant, the spiritual power of heaven and earth from all directions behind Lin Xiao began to gather madly. In the shocked eyes of all the disciples, the madly gathered spiritual power turned into spiritual swords flashing with cold light. The spiritual swords were suspended in the air, and the dense sword shadows covered the sky and the sun. The sound of swords was endless, and instantly filled the entire air behind Lin Xiao. This scene caused almost all the disciples to suddenly open their eyes wide, and the next second they hurriedly held their breath, staring intently at this shocking scene. Lin Xiao stood there with a calm expression, raised his finger and pointed it forward lightly. Next second, tens of thousands of spirit swords seemed to be guided, and with terrifying sword roars that tore through the air, they all shot towards Ma Qian and the spirit formation barrier. The dense swarm of sword shadows and the terrifying sword energy that seemed to be able to tear the heavens and earth apart made all the elders and disciples, including Ming Yuan, feel their scalps tingling and their hearts tremble with fear. What kind of sword move is this? Several sword cultivator elders on the first peak were so shocked that they trembled violently in their hearts, because they were sword cultivators, and they knew better than anyone else the terrifying power carried by those dense sword shadows in the air. It is no exaggeration to say that any one of those tens of thousands of sword shadows is probably equivalent to a full-strength attack from a half-step spiritual venerable. What's more, there are tens of thousands of them. Then everyone looked at Ma Qian in the spiritual formation barrier. His face twitched slightly. Peak Master Lin Xiao, how much do you think highly of Elder Ma? In the spiritual formation, Ma Qian had gone completely crazy. Seeing thousands of swords coming at him, he mobilized his spiritual power to resist. However, even in his madness, facing those tens of thousands of spiritual sword shadows, he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With a continuous puffing sound, the spiritual swords pierced through his body without any hindrance, instantly turning him into a sieve. In the end, only a few hundred long swords pierced through his body, cutting all of Ma Qian's flesh and blood into a bloody mist. He evaporated into thin air, leaving only a pool of blood in his place. When the sword energy dissipated, clarity gradually returned to the world. The entire show peak was silent at this moment. Lin Xiao retracted his fingers, and the spiritual swords that filled the air turned into points of spiritual light and slowly dissipated into the air. Then he frowned, looked at the pool of blood in front of him, shook his head and said, "What a pity. I wanted to leave the body intact, but I didn't control the strength well." Everyone, listen. Do you think this is human language? Didn't you control the strength? You have no control at all. It's obvious that 100 sword energies can kill Ma Qian, but you ended up producing 10,000 of them, as if your spiritual power is free, right? At this moment, many of the female disciples from the surrounding first peaks had blood on their pretty faces, their beautiful eyes slightly dazed. They stared at Lin Xiao's tall and straight back, their minds filled with the unparalleled grace of their uncle who had just casually killed Ma Qian. This graceful demeanor was like a brand etched into the hearts of all the female disciples, causing their gazes towards Lin Xiao to unconsciously change somewhat. How great it would be if this uncle-in-law wasn't such a jerk. The male disciples' eyes were filled with shock and envy. They looked at Lin Xiao's figure, and a trace of longing unconsciously emerged in their eyes. This legendary and epic sword technique was even more astonishing than the strongest sword technique currently used by their Shensha sect. Yet, Uncle Lin could actually perform it so easily and calmly. He controlled thousands of swords with his fingers. That is the ultimate fantasy of many male disciples when they dream. Many people clenched their fists, their hearts beating with excitement. If Uncle Lin could reach such a level, does it mean that they will also have a chance in the future? There was a brief silence at the scene. The elders removed the spiritual formation barrier. One elder gave Lin Xiao a strange look and raised an objection. Ma Qian is considered a sect elder, but he suddenly went crazy. We don't know if it was the work of the demonic sect.
If we leave his body, we can investigate further. The implication was that Lin Xiao had used too much force, leaving the other person with no trace, and also making it impossible to investigate Ma Qian's madness. The head of Prison Peak looked at Lin Xiao approvingly and said in a deep voice, "The spiritual energy that old bastard just used had a demonic aura." He might have been secretly practicing demonic skills for a long time, and was driven mad by the backlash of the demonic skills. In my huge Shensha sect, is there still a demon who dares to come in and harm people? This, the elders had nothing to say. After all, Ma Qian was in that state, and there was no way to investigate. Chapter 49, Xiao Zhuluo, this saint's son has taken a fancy to that little witch. Ma Qian's death could not be traced because his body was not found. Although the elders still had many doubts in their hearts, they could only let it go. Master Uncle is so handsome. At this moment, a delicate voice suddenly came from the crowd of disciples. Everyone was stunned and then looked in the direction of the sound. At the back of the crowd, a pretty girl with a slightly red face was staring at Lin Xiao with her big watery eyes. Jiang Yingshu. Many disciples looked dazed, and then looked as if they had seen a ghost. If I remember correctly, senior sister Jiang from the Shoufeng seems to be one of the people in the entire sect who hates Lin Xiao the most. Not just annoying, but extremely disgusting. But now, not only did she not show any disgust, but she even looked like a little fangirl. You know, she is the niece of Peak Master Lin Xiao, and is Lin Xiao's junior. Although it is normal for younger generations to admire their elders, it seems that her behavior is more than just admiration. The disciples looked at each other in bewilderment. Could it be that after Elder Ma, Jiang Yingshu will be the next crazy person? No nonsense. Jiang Yingshu's voice had just fallen when a majestic and cold shout was heard from midair. The sect leader is here. Seeing Lin Qingyi appear in midair at this time, the disciples hurriedly saluted. Jiang Yingshu curled her lips, seeing her own disciple become like this, as if Lin Xiao had drugged her. Lin Qingyi felt quite troubled. Ma Qian wantonly slaughtered the sect's disciples, and his methods were cruel. Lin Xiao intervened and stopped them, which was a great service to the sect. Lin Qingyi glanced at Lin Xiao, then swept her phoenix eyes across the crowd. From today on, anyone who presumptuously discusses the affairs of Ching Ming Valley will not be forgiven by this sect master. Peak Master Lin Xiao has made great contributions to the sect and will be rewarded with a 7th grade Shenling pill. The matter of Ma Qian was thus concluded, and no one dared to connect the matter of Ching Ming Valley with Lin Xiao anymore, although the Shensha sect did not dare to mention it. With the spread of the Buddha sect in the outside world, Yi Zisu's evil notoriety was almost known to everyone. The news that Lin Xiao was Yi Zisu's fiancé spread like wildfire. Even though he was only Yi Zisu's fiancé and the two hadn't gotten married yet, he couldn't avoid being criticized by the outside world. As the model of righteousness in the central region, the Buddha sect, after comprehensive consideration, decided to report the matter to the Immortal Palace and sent people to the Shensha sect to investigate Lin Xiao. At the same time, they also joined forces with the righteous forces in the central region to hunt down Yi Zisu. A few days passed like this. When the person from the Buddha sect who was responsible for investigating Lin Xiao was about to arrive at Shensha sect, but he happened to meet Xiao Zhuluo, who was being chased by an old man with disheveled hair. The old man kept laughing strangely while chasing people, and his smile was extremely creepy. The Buddha sect recognized the old man as the Grand Elder of Ching Ming Valley, and immediately prepared to gather everyone's strength to capture the old man. However, the old man saw that they were outnumbered and turned around and ran away before the fight even started. How could he look like a crazy old man without any desire to fight? But what made them embarrassed was that the old man did not run far away, but followed everyone from a distance. Whenever everyone wanted to deal with him, he would run away. Once you leave him alone, he will follow you from a distance. Laughing strangely, this creepy appearance confused everyone in the Buddhist sect. In this way, Xiao Zhuluo and the people from the Buddhist sect returned to Shensha sect together. The crazy old man was also outside the mountain gate of Shensha sect, watching from afar. In the end, the elders of Shensha sect took action and used the sect's formation to blast the old man away. The people from the Buddha sect finally couldn't help it and asked Xiao Zhuluo, "Xiao Xingzi, are you and that old man having something?" They wanted to ask if Xiao Zhuluo had any special relationship with the old man, otherwise why did he always laugh strangely at him and kept following him and couldn't be driven away? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuluo's face darkened and he cursed, "This saint's son doesn't even know that lunatic." The Buddha sect members sweat dropped, glanced at each other, and said collectively, "We understand. We all understand. After all, he's the son of the Celestial Palace, so he's different from those people from the Central Territory. It's understandable that he has some peculiar habits." The first thing the Buddhist sect did when they arrived at Shensha sect was to investigate Lin Xiao. However, this incident made Lin Qingyi a little unhappy, so she only gave them half a day to investigate. If they couldn't find anything, the matter would be dropped. As the leader of Shensha sect and the #1 female swordsman in the central region, Lin Qingyi's prestige among the leaders of many forces is unquestionable. Even the Buddha sect has to give her face. Several old Buddhas investigated in Shensha sect for a long time. Apart from digging up all the things that Lin Xiao had done, such as molesting female elders, bullying female disciples, etc., they didn't find anything else. Finally, he went to Jianfang to ask Lin Xiao for routine inquiries. As a result, when they went to Jianfang, Lin Xiao was teaching his little disciple Fengyu how to carve spiritual patterns and had no time to pay attention to them. Seeing this scene, several old Buddhas from the Buddha gate were completely furious. As the judges of the righteous path in the central region, when have they ever been ignored like this? This Lin Xiao is so arrogant. Several old Buddhas immediately prepared to teach Lin Xiao a lesson. However, the final outcome surprised all the disciples of Shensha sect.
Lin Xiao did not take action, but his little demon girl apprentice took action on his behalf. Even the several old Buddhas of the Buddha sect combined were no match for the little demon girl. They were tricked by her and fell into the spiritual array barrier she set up. Finally, they left Jianfang in a mess. This incident made many disciples laugh, but they were also shocked and worried. After all, only a few days have passed, and that little demon girl has grown to this level. Although the people sent by the Buddha sect this time are just ordinary executive Buddhas, and their cultivation is not very high, even so, they are also spirit emperors. How old is that little witch? I don't even know if she's an adult yet. While this incident became a topic of conversation for many Shensha sect disciples while they were practicing, Feng Yu's amazing talent and cultivation also attracted the attention of many people, especially Xiao Jiluo, who returned to Shensha sect. He clearly remembered that the last time he saw the little demon girl was in the demon city a few days ago. The little demon girl tried to snatch the green lotus from him, but was injured by him. That time, the little demon girl had only reached the nirvana realm at most, and had not even reached the divine pill realm. But in just a few days, she was able to defeat an ordinary spirit emperor. It seems that she also has heavenly spiritual roots. This kind of talent would make him one of the top monsters in the upper domain. Thinking of this, Xiao Jiluo suddenly had an idea. That little demon girl was pretty. Despite her young age, she was more beautiful than many women he had ever seen. If she grew up a little more mature, she would probably be even more charming than a top beauty like Li Chuan. It just so happened that after he joined the Fairy Palace Temple, he needed a maid to take care of his daily life and warm his bed besides practicing. The appearance of this little witch met his expectations. This time, I will return to the Asgard and take her with me. As for Lin Xiao, Xiao Jiluo didn't think that Lin Xiao would reject him. First of all, Feng Yu was favored by him, which meant that she was favored by the immortal palace. How could Lin Xiao dare to compete with him for something favored by the immortal palace? Secondly, Lin Xiao had offended him when they were in the ghost city. If he blamed him, the entire Shensha sect would be in trouble. I believe Lin Xiao would be a smart man to use a little witch to calm his anger. Chapter 50 The Xiao family in the upper domain, the Kangwu divine body. On this day, Xiao Jiluo recovered from his injuries in Xianshao sect. Suddenly, a teleportation spirit formation from the upper realm appeared in the sky. The light of the spiritual formation illuminates the entire Xianshao sect. The pervasive pressure caused countless people's faces to change drastically. Two powerful spirit lords, accompanied by dozens of top spirit emperors, descended from the upper realm to Xianshao sect. Xiao Jiluo happened to know those two spiritual masters. They were the supreme ancestor and the patriarch of the Xiao family in the upper domain. Xiao Kangwu, the supreme ancestor of the Xiao family, is known as the Kangwu ancestor by the people in the upper domain. He has reached the peak of the late stage of the spiritual lord and has the Kangwu divine body. He is extremely famous among the spiritual lords in the upper domain. Xiao Moshuan, the head of the Xiao family, has the cultivation level of a mid-stage spiritual lord and is one of the only two spiritual lords in the Xiao family. Although his reputation in the upper realm is not as great as Xiao Kangwu, he has the advantage of being young and is only over 800 years old. The Xiao family from the upper realm descended upon Xianshao sect. Immediately, disciples from the entire sect came out to watch. Seeing the graceful movements of the powerful spiritual venerable in midair, they were filled with envy and yearning. Not long after, the elder of Xianshao sect's first peak, the masters and elders of each peak all showed up. Lin Xingyi also came. She certainly knew the purpose of the Xiao family's visit. She turned her head to look around, but did not see Su Yinshan from the punishment peak. Lin Xingyi frowned. The Xiao family came this time to investigate the cause of death of Xiao Shaolin, the young master of the Xiao family. The person in Xianshao sect who has the closest relationship with Xiao Shaolin is Su Yinshan. The reason why Xiao Shaolin came to Xianshao sect was also for her. Now that Xiao Shaolin died inexplicably, the first person the Xiao family came to investigate must be Su Yinshan. Where is your master Su Feng? Lin Xingyi asked with a frown. The many elders and disciples of Punishment Peak looked at each other, and then said that they didn't know. Xiao Kangwa's pair of cloudy old eyes were bright and sharp as he glanced at everyone below indifferently. Any disciple who was swept by his eyes trembled all over and almost couldn't help but kneel down. Finally, his gaze stopped at Xiao Jiluo, with an inexplicable surprise in his eyes. Sage Xiao is also in Xianshao sect? Xiao Jiluo's body floated up and he smiled faintly at Xiao Kangwu and the others. I didn't expect that someone of Kangwa's status would come to the central region in person. Xiao Moshuan, the head of the Xiao family, responded, we came here to investigate Shaolin's death. His mysterious death in the Xianshao sect should have come to Xiao Xingzi's attention, right? I've heard a little bit. Xiao Jiluo nodded. If you need anything, this saint's son wouldn't mind helping. Xiao Jiluo had indeed heard about the death of the young master of the Xiao family in the central region, but he was not very familiar with Xiao Shaolin. He only knew that the guy seemed to have come to the central region for a woman, and in the end even lost his life, which made him want to laugh. A guy who leaves his life in a woman's hands is just a fool even if he is still alive. Xiao Kangwu smiled slightly and nodded towards Xiao Jiluo. Thank you very much for your kindness, Xiao Xingzi. In the upper domain, the Yunqiu immortal palace is the dominant force, and families like the Xiao family, although they also have powerful spiritual masters, cannot be compared with the immortal palace at all. Therefore, the Xiao family still gives face to Xiao Jiluo, the holy son of the immortal palace. Xiao Jiluo smiled calmly and said, you guys continue.
Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Kangwu in midair waved his hand, and immediately the dozens of peak spirit emperors and even half-step spirit lords behind him all shot out. Dozens of people formed ancient formations in their hands, each one in a certain direction, blocking all directions of Shensha sect in 360 degrees without any blind spots.
From now on, no one is allowed to take a single step out of here. Xiao Kangwu's indifferent voice was heard. The invisible and powerful pressure frightened the countless disciples of Xianshao sect below, and everyone had a bad premonition in their hearts. Many elders also looked unhappy. Li Duyuan and Ming Yuan looked at each other and finally had to grit their teeth and agree. Who says he is a powerful spiritual master? Just one word can decide the survival of their central region forces. An elder from the first peak hurriedly bowed and said, "Young Master Zhao's matter has absolutely nothing to do with my Xianshao sect." Then Xiao Kangwu looked at him indifferently, just a glance. The elder's imposing aura suddenly increased, his face flushed red, and before he could finish his words, he was forced to his knees on the ground, trembling all over. Whether it matters or not is up to you to decide. Xiao Kangwu looked up indifferently at the punishment peak not far away. Where is that woman? The latter sentence was asked to everyone in Xianshao sect. Ming Yuan and the others blushed, but they didn't dare not answer, so they could only stammer. "We didn't see Master Su Feng today." Upon hearing this, Xiao Moxuan, the head of the Xiao family, frowned suddenly, then exhaled and asked, "Where is my son's body?" This. Ming Yuan and others were shocked. Xiao Shaolin's body was clearly there on the night he died. They had checked it and put it on the first peak because they couldn't find anything. But the body disappeared inexplicably the next day. They sent people to look for it for a long time but couldn't find it. Now that the Xiao family was questioning them, Ming Yuan and the others had no choice but to answer truthfully. Xiao Moxuan glared and slapped all the Ming Yuan elders into the mountain below. He laughed in anger. The body disappeared inexplicably? I think your Xianshao sect will also be inexplicably expelled from the central region today. Seeing this, Lin Xingyi couldn't help herself. She snorted softly, "My Xianshao sect knows nothing about your Xiao family's affairs. How can the Xiao family of the upper realm be so unreasonable? Speak of reason?" Xiao Moxuan laughed angrily. At this moment, Xiao Juliu suddenly stepped forward and helped Lin Xingyi, saying, "Since the person is dead, it is indeed suspicious that the body has not been found. However, I still understand the character of sect Master Qingyi. Whether this matter is related to the Xianshao sect, I am afraid we need to investigate before we can know." Seeing Xiao Juliu speaking for Lin Xingyi, how could Xiao Kangwu, who was already old, not see Xiao Juliu's thoughts? This young master of the immortal palace was probably interested in Lin Xingyi. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and said, "Okay, I will give Xiao Xingzi this favor, but before my Xiao family thoroughly investigates this matter, no one is allowed to leave Xianshao sect." Ming Yuan and others below immediately breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at Xiao Juliu with gratitude. Whether their Xianshao sect could overcome this difficulty would probably depend on whether this holy son was willing to help them. If Xiao Juliu stood on the side of Xianshao sect, even the Xiao family would not dare to touch Xianshao sect easily. At this moment, Xiao Moxuan suddenly snorted coldly, and the spiritual power in the space in front of him surged, and then his body merged into the space. When he reappeared, he was already on the top of the punishment peak. He frowned and looked towards the hall below. When he saw the black-clothed woman kneeling quietly in the hall, the anger on his face could no longer be suppressed. How did my son die? The sound was like thunder, carrying an extremely strong and terrifying murderous intent, shocking countless people. The next second, he crushed the space with one palm, and the powerful spiritual power directly pinched Su Yunshin's neck through the air. The terrifying force pinched the latter's pretty face so hard that it was painful. Su Yunshin groaned, gritted his teeth and said nothing. Xiao Moxuan was furious. If it weren't for this woman, how could his son have gotten into trouble? But just as he was about to capture the woman from the hall alive, his pupils shrank slightly, because only then did he realize that, in front of the table where the woman was kneeling, in the shadows, a man in black clothes had suddenly appeared. He was also sitting there quietly, leisurely stroking a teacup in his hand. P.S. Cool down. Chapter 51, Tianyan Divine Clan, Tianyan Ancestor. At the same time, the spiritual power he used to imprison Su Yunshin began to burn strangely. The flames emitted a chilling aura that even at his current state of mind, made him feel a little nervous. What kind of flame is this? It's so strange. Even the knowledgeable Xiao Moxuan saw this kind of flame for the first time. When his spiritual power was completely burned and melted by the flames, Xiao Moxuan was almost attacked. He then squinted at the man in black clothes and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Xiao looked up at the air and smiled slightly. "A good man. With your cultivation level of just Spirit Emperor, I really don't know where you get the courage from." Xiao Moxuan sneered, then clenched his palm again. Boom, the spatial spiritual power around Lin Xiao instantly crushed towards him, and the extremely terrifying pressure seemed to want to crush him to death. However, the next second, the strange flame rose again, burning his spiritual power. This time Xiao Moxuan saw it clearly. It was a dark white flame that seemed to have no temperature at all, or without any temperature, it could burn and melt his spiritual power at the spiritual master level. This kind of flame definitely does not belong to the central region. At this time, Xiao Kangwu in midair also tore through the space and came. He saw the cold white flame and was shocked. He blurted out, "Heavenly spirit flame?" Xiao Moxuan was also stunned for a moment. Could it be the heavenly spirit divine flame of the Heavenly Flame Clan? Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. This is impossible.
How could a mere central region force possess the divine flame of the gods? Hearing this, Lin Xiao slowly stood up and took out a white token engraved with an ancient divine flame seal. Who said this thing belongs to my central region? The next second, he gently crushed the token, smiled faintly at the air and said, Master Yan, I have done everything I promised you. What? Xiao Kangwu and the other man widened their eyes. Boom, the two men turned around abruptly, but the sky behind them suddenly burned with an extremely strange flame. The flame was extremely cold and had no temperature, but it could burn the spiritual power of the entire sky. Then, in the burning flames, an old figure in a dark white robe emerged. He pinched his two palms in the air, and Xiao Kangwu and Xiao Moshuan were directly pinched in midair by his condensed flaming hands. The oppressive feeling of having no power to resist made the two men's faces turn pale in an instant, and they looked at the old shadow in shock. Xiao Kangwu didn't even have time to activate his Kangwu divine body before his whole body was burned by the dark white flames, and the spiritual power in his body was completely out of his control. Senior, may I ask if you are from the Sky Flame Divine Clan? The two men asked in shock. Below, Lin Xiao raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. He was indeed a member of the Sky Flame clan, but he had resurrected the body of the Sky Flame ancestor who had died thousands of years ago by exchanging his evil deeds points. Now he is also controlling Patriarch Tianyan, and he said that on purpose just now. After all, certain forces in the upper domain might investigate the matter of destroying the upper domain family and even refining the Xiao family. Spirit Master, but now, in front of everyone, the people who refined Xiao Kangwu and the other two were from the Tianyan Divine Clan. What does it have to do with him, Lin Xiao? If you want to investigate, go find the Sky Flame clan. However, as far as Lin Xiao knows, those guys from the Sky Flame Divine clan seem to have bad tempers, and by that time, Lin Xiao would probably have already controlled the Tianyan ancestor and taken control of the entire Tianyan clan. At this time, everyone in Shensha sect also reacted and looked at Lin Xiao in amazement. How could they not know that their uncle master was related to this powerful being from the upper realm? No wonder. If you think about it this way, everything seems to make sense. If some of them also have strong connections like Lin Xiao, maybe they are even more arrogant than Lin Xiao, and can do whatever they want. Lin Qingyi frowned and looked at Lin Xiao. After all, from what Lin Xiao said just now, it seemed as if the powerful god asked Lin Xiao to do something. Facing the countless gazes directed at him, Lin Xiao shrugged. I've already said I'm a good person. I'm only responsible for releasing people from the token. What happened today is the grudge between him and the Xiao family. Everyone, are you sure you are a good person? Xiao Juliu's face turned pale, and he pointed at Lin Xiao and asked, how come I didn't know that the Xiao family and the Tianyan Divine Clan had a grudge? Hearing this, Lin Xiao glanced at him and pointed to the air. Well, go ask yourself. Xiao Juliu followed his gaze and looked at the old shadow in the air, and a drop of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. At this moment, the spiritual power of Xiao Kangwu and the other man was dissipating. They struggled violently in the huge flaming hand, but as they struggled, more and more pain appeared on their faces. The dozens of powerful spiritual emperors from the Xiao family who had sealed off the Shensha sect had already been completely melted away in the azure flames with grim expressions on their faces. Judging from the appearance, it seems that he really has a grudge against the Xiao family? But Xiao Juliuo has been in the immortal palace for so many years, and he has never heard of any deep hatred between the Xiao family and the Tianyan Divine Clan. Besides, that old shadow is probably an ancestor-level existence in the Skyflame Divine Clan. Such an existence would never act rashly. Could it be that the Xiao family really offended the Tianyan Divine Clan? Thinking of this, Xiao Juliuo hurriedly bowed and said, Senior, he wanted to use his identity as the Holy Son of the Immortal Palace to plead for mercy for Xiao Kangwu and the others. After all, Xiao Kangwu and the others had just complimented him as the Holy Son, who knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, a strange flame suddenly burned around his body, scaring him so much that he shut up immediately. At this moment, an extremely desolate voice was heard from midair. Are you from Yunshu Immortal Palace? Hearing this, Xiao Juliuo hurriedly nodded. I am Xiao Juliuo, a disciple of the Holy Temple of Yunshu Immortal Palace, and the 38th generation of the Xiao family's bloodline. The Xiao family? Descendants of Xiao Tianyan? The voice came again. Xiao Juliuo's face lit up with joy. Senior, do you know the ancestor of my Xiao family? No? Xiao Juliuo's eyes were filled with joy. Since he knows the ancestor of the Xiao family, maybe he is an old friend of the ancestor. In this case, wouldn't this plea be a sure thing? Since Senior knows the ancestor of my Xiao family, then. He was just about to ask about Xiao Kangwu and the other one, but suddenly everything went dark in front of him. A huge flaming hand tore through the space in front of him without warning, and slapped him hard and sent him flying. Everyone who saw this scene, originally, they thought that since Xiao Juliuo, the Holy Son, could talk to that powerful god, he might be able to speak for the two spiritual masters of the Xiao family. Result, Holy Son of the Asgard, that's it. He just said that he knew your Xiao family's ancestor, but he didn't say that he was very familiar with your Xiao family's ancestor. Faced with the extremely strange gazes of the crowd, especially the weird expressions of Lin Qingyi and the female disciples of Shensha sect, Xiao Juliuo felt a burning pain on his face. However, he now knew that the ancient Xiao family's background was useless in front of that old fellow from the Skyflame Divine Clan. This old guy doesn't give me any face at all, and when you think about it this way, Xiao Shaolin's death and the mysterious disappearance of his guards were probably done by this person. He faced with an ancient race like the Tianyan Divine Clan, even the Yunshu Immortal Palace had to think carefully. The Shao family was completely finished. If they were in the upper domain, perhaps there would be strong people from other races who would help the Shao family, such as some races that are on good terms with the Shao family, but this is the central domain, and no one can save the Shao family. Laugh, the flames in the sky continued to burn. At this time, the struggles of Shao Kangwu and the other man had become weaker and weaker. The spiritual energy meridians in their bodies were all burned out by the strange flames, and their faces were twisted and melted by the burning, as arrogant and domineering as they were when they appeared just now, as miserable as they are now, and no one dared to question why the old shadow attacked the Shao family, because this kind of thing was no longer something they were qualified to know. Even Xiao Zhuliuo had shut up obediently. This time, everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao. Again. Perhaps the only one who really knew the inside story here was Uncle Lin Xiao. After all, it was he who released that old phantom. Although he may have been forced, he definitely knew more. Just like that, a few minutes passed, Shao Kangwu and his son had turned into two balls of blood-red spiritual power in the flames. Then the old man waved his hand, and the two balls of spiritual power fell into his palm. Everyone gasped. This is like refining two living spirit masters? The last time he refined the spirit master, it was ghostly demon lord who used the black-robed man's burning heaven cauldron, but this time, he refined it with his bare hands. Chapter 52. Su Yunshan, are you doing all this for me? The whole world was eerily quiet. The oppressive feeling that the old shadow brought to everyone was like a 1,000-foot-high mountain. Coupled with his method of refining the spirit lord with his bare hands, countless people looked horrified. Even the spirit master can refine it at will, so if you want to deal with them, it is just a matter of thought. At this time, the strange flames that burned the entire sky began to slowly dissipate. Mid-air, the old shadow's cloudy eyes glanced down, his gaze as indifferent as if it came from ancient times. Then he looked at Xiao Zhuliuo and spoke lightly. The Shao family colluded with the evil clan, and I took action to eliminate them in order to maintain the orthodoxy of the upper domain. Evil clan? Xiao Zhuliuo looked bewildered. He quickly wiped the blood off his face and said, Senior, weren't the ancient evil clans suppressed and killed long ago? The old shadow didn't speak. There was silence for a while. He looked up at the sky. If I'm not mistaken, 3 spiritual lords from your immortal palace have already died in that person's burning heaven cauldron. Ah? Xiao Zhuliuo was truly shocked this time. The strange black-robed man with vertical pupils suddenly came to his mind, and he blurted out, Senior, do you know that black-robed man? The black-robed man's methods are extremely mysterious. I'm afraid the Immortal Palace has not yet found out any information about him, otherwise they would have sent people to the central region to take action. The old shadow sighed. Of course I know the evil clan that once caused a dark and turbulent era. The person you saw is the evil king of the abandoned heaven evil clan. Finally learning the identity of the black-robed man, Xiao Zhuliuo was shocked and asked quickly, what exactly do they want to do? He released the ancient corpse fox and resurrected the corpse of the ghostly demon lord. We don't even know what he will do next to wreak havoc on the world and endanger the ruling status of the Immortal Palace. This time, the old shadow turned his head and looked towards the distant demon realm. In ancient times, an evil emperor was suppressed deep in the demon realm. Now, the various tribes in the demon realm are ready to make trouble, and the demon kings of all parties are not obeying the orders of the upper domain. This must be the evil tribes who are interfering. You should report this matter back to Yunshu Immortal Palace. Xiao Zhuliuo nodded sullenly upon hearing this. Junior understands. This matter concerns the ruling status of the upper domain over the demon domain. After all, the demon domain has been a slave of the upper domain for thousands of years, continuously providing cultivation resources to various races in the upper domain. If the demon realm rebels, the impact will be immeasurable. It seems that it is not unreasonable for this senior to appear in the central region. Could it be that the Shao family is really colluding with the evil clan in secret? Xiao Zhuliuo wanted to ask something else, wanting to see if he could learn more about the man in black robe, but the old shadow had already turned around and looked at Lin Xiao below. Xiao Zhuliuo suddenly gritted his teeth. He really didn't know what kind of luck Lin Xiao had. The divine flame token he had just used must be some kind of treasure left behind by the Sky Flame Divine Clan, and he just happened to be lucky enough to have picked it up. In Xiao Zhuliuo's mind, Lin Xiao must have just been lucky and picked up the token of the Sky Flame Divine Clan from somewhere. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how a person from the central region could have a connection with the Sky Flame Divine Clan. This time, the old shadow raised his other hand and waved it gently, and another ancient token with divine flames printed on it flew towards Lin Xiao. This matter has nothing to do with your Shensha sect. If any force from the upper realm causes you trouble, just use this divine fire order from my Sky Flame Divine Clan. I will come to you when the time comes. Lin Xiao reached out and took the token. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Doesn't that mean that Lin Xiao now has a life-saving method that can summon the Sky Flame ancestor at any time? No matter what happens, as long as he wants, he can immediately summon the ancestor of the Sky Flame Divine Clan. Countless people looked at each other in bewilderment. Originally, Lin Xiao's cultivation level was at the ceiling level in the central region, otherwise he would not be so reckless in doing anything. Now that he had this kind of trump card, who knew how arrogant he would be? Moreover, at this moment, not to mention the central region, I am afraid that many forces in the upper region will be wary of the divine fire order in his hand. Among the crowd, Xiao Zhuliuo was the most surprised. As a person from the upper domain, he understood the value of the divine fire order better than anyone else here. That is not an ordinary thing. With this thing, Lin Xiao can invite a top-level strongman from the upper domain of the gods at any time, and behind this strongman stands the entire gods. Even if Yunqiu Immortal Palace wanted to take action against Lin Xiao, they would have to consider the divine fire order in his hand. Xiao Zhuliuo gritted his teeth because he suddenly thought of something. The Yunqiu Immortal Palace has never allowed the central domain forces to give birth to powerful spirit lords. But now Lin Xiao has the Tianyan divine clan behind him. What if he is preparing to break through to the spirit lord level at this time? No, he must not be allowed to break the rules of the Immortal Palace. Didn't that old ancestor Tianyan say that he would only show up when Lin Xiao uses the divine fire order? What if we could snatch the divine fire order before Lin Xiao uses it, or find a way to destroy it? In this way, Lin Xiao might not have a second chance to contact the Skyflame divine clan in his lifetime. Xiao Zhuliuo sneered in his heart, and an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Su Yunqian in the hall below. Otherwise, he would use or force this woman to get close to Lin Xiao and steal the divine fire token from him. If that didn't work, he could wait until he had completely controlled Lin Qingyi and then have her trick her into giving him the divine fire order. However, at this moment, Xiao Zhuliuo probably couldn't figure out even if he racked his brains. This Tianyan ancestor of the Tianyan divine clan was just a puppet created by Lin Xiao to set a trap for him and the Yunqiu Immortal Palace. With Lin Xiao's appetite, how could just 2 Tianzuan pills be enough? Lin Xiao naturally knew Xiao Zhuliuo's character very well. Seeing Xiao Zhuliuo's expression at this moment, he knew what the latter was planning without even thinking about it. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, he looked up and raised the token in his hand. Then I won't be polite. Ancestor Tianyan waved his hand, and then his body slowly merged into the space and disappeared in the blink of an eye, until he left for a long time. Countless people below were still silent. There is really too much information. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, Lin Xiao walked straight to the woman in black who was full of the charm of a married woman, and slowly picked her up from the ground while the latter had a somewhat dazed expression. Everyone? What are you doing? Su Yunqian also reacted, her pretty face flushed, and she reached out to push him. Lin Xiao glanced down at her and said calmly, "You're injured, don't move." Su Yunqian was stunned for a moment, looking at the deep gaze of Lin Xiao. Her body, which had been somewhat resistant, finally softened a little bit. She actually knew very well what was going on with the Xiao family that night. Xiao Shaolin, the young master of the Xiao family, was killed by the man in front of him, and that old ancestor Tianyan was definitely just a helper invited by Lin Xiao. Moreover, the engagement between Xiao Shaolin and her was not her own will. Instead, Xiao Shaolin used her sister, the only relative who survived in the upper domain, to threaten her. In fact, when Lin Xiao killed Xiao Shaolin, she was grateful to this man in her heart, but later Lin Xiao forced her to do that kind of thing, so she became somewhat resistant to Lin Xiao, because at that time, in her eyes, although Lin Xiao's cultivation was mysterious, he liked to play with women's feelings. It was rumored that many female elders and female disciples in the sect had been toyed with by him. Su Yunqian had a preconceived notion and naturally did not have a good impression of him, but as she got to know him over this period of time, she gradually realized that many of the things Lin Xiao showed on the outside were not real. If she wanted to understand the real him, she had to get close to him without reservation. Thinking of this, Su Yunqian asked him softly, "Are you doing all this for me?" In order to kill Xiao Shaolin for her, he even asked the ancestor Tianyan to help her destroy the Xiao family, and the reason is so legitimate that even if Yunqiu Immortal Palace steps in, they won't be able to find any flaws. She originally thought that Lin Xiao simply had a grudge against the Xiao family and wanted to take revenge on them. It was not until this time, when she saw Lin Xiao's somewhat gentle eyes, that she finally dared to ask. Indeed, perhaps this man had never concealed his interest in her from the beginning, although perhaps more of an interest was simply in her body. But at this moment, a soft spot in Su Yunqian's heart was inevitably touched. Seeing this, Lin Xiao smiled slightly. What else? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Yunqian's last bit of resistance towards this man vanished at this moment. She blinked her eyes, suddenly leaned forward, and in front of everyone, very boldly kissed Lin Xiao on the corner of his lips. Everyone from Shensha sect. Chapter 53 Izisu. Even if we need to cancel the engagement, I will be the one to do it. Su Yunqian's bold kiss was so loud that one could hear a pin drop in the entire hall. The disciples of Shensha sect were stunned, and even several elders couldn't help but look at each other with strange expressions in their eyes. The head of the punishment peak, who had a mysterious origin, was originally summoned into the sect by Elder Xianshao. In the eyes of everyone, not only was her identity mysterious, but she was also extremely aloof towards people and things. There are even many disciples who have joined the punishment peak for several years and have never seen their peak master smile once to eye in front of everyone. She has always been a cold and mysterious ice beauty. This scene now made many of the punishment peak disciples open their mouths wide. The next second, they felt extremely uncomfortable. Didn't the peak master know who Uncle Lin Xiao was? How could she be with Uncle Lin Xiao? Many disciples felt heartbroken. Only Lin Qingyi was still standing quietly in midair, dressed in a white dress as white as snow. Her cold eyes fell on Lin Xiao and Su Yunqian, and there seemed to be no fluctuation in her eyes, but if you look closely, you will find that her fingers gripping the hilt of the sword are slightly tightened, and her fingertips are so strong that her knuckles are turning a little white. It was not until Lin Xiao carried Su Yunqian into the punishment peak hall that Lin Qingyi slowly raised her eyes and looked in the direction he disappeared, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Then she turned around abruptly and directed the elders of each peak to clean up the aftermath of the war. Xiao Zhuliuo flew over and was about to speak to Lin Qingyi, but the latter didn't even look at him and flew out with a whoosh. Sir Xiao. Several elders from the first peak came over.
A lot of big things have happened in Xianxiao sect these past 2 days, and the sect master is under a lot of pressure.
Where is the teleportation array of your Xianxiao sect? Xiao Zhuliuo's face was dark.
Could it be that just because he was under pressure, he could ignore him, the holy son of the immortal palace? If he hadn't wanted to stay in the central region to gain some experience, he wouldn't have endured this, especially that old madman who was chasing him for no reason. He would never let that guy go. Seeing Xiao Zhuliuo asking about the teleportation spirit formation, the elders looked at each other in confusion.
Sage Xiao is planning to return to the immortal palace? No.
Xiao Zhuliuo waved his hand. The information that the Skyflame Divine Clan elder just revealed is extremely important. This saint's son will use the teleportation spirit formation to transmit the information back to the immortal palace. Also, I have a vague feeling that something is amiss in the demon realm, especially these past 2 days. The demonic energy there has been extremely unusual, as if some ancient demon is about to emerge. This is something that Yunshu Immortal Palace will never allow. An ancient demon is at least at the peak of the spirit lord level, and may even reach the saint realm. Once a strong being of this level disobeys the orders of the immortal palace, the cost of killing it will be extremely huge. By the way, prepare the elixir for this saint's son.
I need to take a bath and rest first.
Just send a beautiful female disciple to deliver the prepared elixir to this saint's son's room.
You old fellows, please don't come.
Xiao Zhuliuo thought about it and decided that it would be best if Jiang Yingxue and Lin Qingyi, the beautiful master and disciple, could deliver the medicine to him.
What elixir does Xiao Xingzi need? Just take some 9th grade, superior healing elixirs. After all, Xianxiao sect is not an alchemy sect and cannot be compared with Dango Tower in the upper domain.
Xiao Zhuliuo was considerate of them by not asking them for the holy elixir. The elders, Xiao Xingzi, you really think highly of my Xianxiao sect.
A 9th grade, superior healing elixir, something many of these old men have never seen in their entire lives, and you're asking for it?
I'm afraid there isn't even a 9th grade alchemist in the entire central region, so where can he find a 9th grade elixir for him? How about you, Xiao Xingzi, sell us old guys out and see how much 9th grade elixirs we can get in exchange.
What's with that look on your face?
Xiao Zhuliuo scolded, stop whispering there.
If you have any questions, speak up. The elders bowed and asked in confusion, Holy Son, what is a 9th grade elixir? Xiao Zhuliuo, in the main hall of Punishment Peak, Xiancheng and Fenghe, 2 elders of the Punishment Peak, were kneeling below, trembling. Master Peak Master, we went to Jianfang some time ago. It was actually the old guys from Mingyuan who ordered us to do so.
It had nothing to do with us. Now the 2 of them were deeply regretful. If they had known this would happen, they would never have dared to provoke Lin Xiao. Even if they had the guts, Su Yunchen looked up at Lin Xiao beside him. You guys go down first. Lin Xiao said calmly. The 2 men bowed and hurriedly retreated to it. Turns out that this Lin Xiaofeng master also has a very good temper. After the 2 of them left, Lin Xiao smiled mysteriously at Su Yunchen and said, I'll give you something. He spread out his palms. A magic pill engraved with blood patterns appeared in the palm of his hand. However, the aura emanating from the elixir was exceptionally powerful. This is the Tianzuan pill refined by the 2 spiritual masters of the Xiao family.
It is also the first time for Lin Xiao to refine it. He is not sure whether the pill will backfire after it would be a good idea to try the medicine on this woman. Even if the elixir backfires, he's here so nothing serious will happen. What is this? Su Yunchen asked puzzledly. Don't ask, just eat it. Su Yunchen rolled her eyes at him and gently opened her rosy little mouth. Night, Demon Realm, the demonic city of southern wilderness. In a room that is simple and elegant, full of the style of the Demon Realm. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and a large cauldron with divine patterns suddenly appeared in front of him. The cauldron is filled with spiritual liquids of various scents. Then he took out the other Tianzuan pill. As the Tianzuan pill was thrown into the water, the spiritual liquid in the cauldron instantly boiled, and terrifying blood and energy condensed in it, surging continuously. In just a moment, the spiritual liquid in the entire cauldron was dyed blood red, accompanied by a faint strange fragrance. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Ever since he tested the pill on Su Yunchen, he has finally found the correct way to use the Tianzuan pill. Although taking it directly can elevate your realm to that of spiritual venerable, it will affect your cultivation foundation. He was going to give the other Tianzuan pill to Yizisu. Yizisu is currently his powerful weapon to deal with the immortal palace, so his cultivation foundation naturally cannot be affected, although her spiritual power has increased a lot after fusing with the fox demon. Her cultivation is still stuck at the peak of the spirit emperor. Tonight, let her break through to the spirit lord. The door opened. A woman in purple clothes with an extremely charming face walked in. What's this? Looking at the big cauldron in the room, Yi Zisu was a little surprised. Lin Xiao touched his chin and thought for a while, then turned his head and stared at her, looking her up and down. Take off your clothes and get inside the cauldron. Yi Zisu, her face turned red. What did you say? Lin Xiao pondered to himself. Tianzuan Dan plus Bailing Xiao and Joshua Ginseng. This will allow the spiritual power to better integrate into the meridians. However, if the effect of the medicine is too strong, it may cause the spiritual power to flow backwards in the meridians. After pondering for a while, Lin Xiao raised his head and saw Yi Zisu, who was still fully clothed. He immediately frowned. Why haven't you taken off your clothes yet? Do you want me to help you? Yi Zisu blushed and gnashed her teeth. She glanced at Lin Xiao and said hesitantly, Can you please go out for a while? Lin Xiao suddenly understood. He turned around and said while thinking, Don't worry, I have always been a very upright person. You can take off your clothes. I won't look at you. Seeing Lin Xiao turning his back to her, Yi Zisu hesitated for several seconds. Finally, she took off her shoes, revealing a pair of crystal-clear white feet, and then took off her outer clothes. When all the outer clothes were taken off, leaving only the bulging underwear inside, Yi Zisu looked at Lin Xiao's back again. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and took off all her clothes. When Lin Xiao looked back, Yi Zisu was already lying in the spiritual liquid. She grasped the edge of the cauldron with her bare hands. The powerful spiritual power boiling in the spiritual liquid made her unable to help but let out a somewhat suppressed groan. Uncomfortable? Lin Xiao frowned again and stepped forward to test the water temperature. Yi Zisu hurriedly shook his head, no. This time she let out a soft moan that sounded somewhat comfortable. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and looked over, bathed in the spiritual liquid. At this moment, Yi Zisu's skin seemed to be more delicate and white, and the spiritual liquid around her body flowed like moonlight. She tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes shyly looking at Lin Xiao, the lines of her neck as graceful as a swan's, her spiritual fluid flowing over her shoulders, outlining her rounded shoulders. As she began to practice the internal skills to absorb the energy of the spiritual liquid, large areas of her skin were soaked in the spiritual liquid and became translucent, as if the finest white jade was wrapped in a layer of hazy water vapor, and every inch of it exuded a warm luster like jade. Time passes, most of the energy of the spiritual liquid was absorbed by Yi Zisu. At this moment, she seemed to have some sense. She looked down at her body, and the next second her heart suddenly beat. A vast and powerful demonic power began to gradually emanate from her body. That kind of aura has obviously surpassed the level of the Spirit Emperor. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, his eyes fixed on her delicate face. It seems that my method is still very effective. Yi Zisu couldn't help but complain in his heart, You just said you didn't watch, but now my eyes are fixed on her. Not honest at all. At this moment, Lin Xiao's expression turned slightly more serious, and he said softly, Next, you will take those 12 demon kings and slaughter all the human clans near the demon domain that have submitted to the immortal palace. And announce to the public that the demon emperor has revived and is about to launch a massive attack on the human territory. By then, the entire central territory will be wiped out. Yi Zisu blinked. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Yi Zisu thought about it and nodded slightly. Lin Xiao gestured for her to speak. I'm in the human realm, and I have a grudge against someone. I want to capture him first, is that all? Lin Xiao thought she was going to say something. It was just catching one person, not a big deal. Let alone one person, even the ancestors of the 9 major sects would be no problem. You can catch whatever you want. Lin Xiao nodded. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind and I couldn't help but ask, What's the name of the person you're talking about? Yi Zisu's eyes turned cold. His name is Lin Xiao, and he's from the Shensha sect. Lin Xiao, no, do you have a grudge against him? He's my fiancé. Although I haven't met him, he broke off the engagement with me without my consent, so I want to bring him back. Even if we need to cancel the engagement, I'll be the one to do it. Only then did Lin Xiao remember that he was using a pseudonym in the demon realm, and it seemed that he had not yet told Yi Zisu his name. Chapter 54, Immortal Palace's Reaction. 9th Rank Spiritual Master, Knight, Xianshao Sect. Xiao Juliuo used the teleportation array to contact the Shangyu Immortal Palace and Xiao Simingli Chouan. Looking at the cold and unparalleled woman with furrowed brows behind the spiritual power veil, he suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart and said seriously, Senior sister. That senior from the Skyflame Divine Clan said that the man in black robes is now hiding in the demon realm. Li Qiuan nodded slightly. The elders of the Holy Temple are aware of this matter. Since it is news from the Skyflame Divine Clan, it should be true. The elders are discussing the next step. What are your plans? I'm not going to endure it anymore. Li Qiuan glanced at him and asked, What do you mean? Actually, there's one thing I haven't told you, senior sister. I could have been promoted to Spirit Master a long time ago, but I've held back until now for a reason. Li Qiuan guessed, Are you trying to reach the 9th rank spiritual venerable? Generally speaking, according to the level of spiritual power talent, the promotion to spiritual master is also divided into grades. The higher the talent and the stronger the spiritual power, the higher the grade of promotion. Ordinary people in the upper realm can only be promoted to the 1st to 3rd grade when they are promoted to Spirit Master. The top disciples of the major races and sects can be promoted to the 4th to 7th grade when they are promoted to Spirit Master. The geniuses of the God Clan can reach the 8th to 9th grade. At the same level, the difference between grades represents the difference in talent and spiritual power. To put it simply, a spiritual master of the early 2nd rank can easily crush any spiritual master of the early 1st rank, and so on. The Immortal Palace once tested Xiao Juliuo's talent. As expected, this holy son of the Immortal Palace could directly reach the 8th rank.
This was a talent that was rarely seen in the upper realm for 100 years, but Xiao Zhuliuo was still not satisfied. He wants to become a 9th grade spiritual master, or even the legendary holy grade spiritual master. Nowadays in the upper domain, any powerful saint grade spiritual lord is a rare existence, because that represents their unparalleled talent and strength, and means that they can enter the holy realm more easily than any other spiritual lord. As for the divine grade spiritual master above the holy grade, Xiao Zhuliuo could only think about it. It was an existence only recorded in ancient books of legend. Apart from the immortal god emperor in ancient times who had achieved it, there had been no news of a divine grade spiritual master appearing in the world since then. His senior sister, have you advanced to spirit master? After a brief intuition, Xiao Zhuliuo discovered that his senior sister's aura was countless times stronger than when she came to the central region. What rank is it? Li Qiuwan said calmly, 9th rank. Xiao Zhuliuo, as the young Sima of the immortal palace, Li Qiuwan's talent could not be worse than his, or even be a little stronger than his, as she was favored by the great Sima, the master of their martial hall. Uncle Chang, who was refined by the ghostly demon lord, was only a 7th grade spirit master when he was promoted. As for the Xiao family's 2 men, Xiao Kangwu and his son, one is of the 6th rank and the other is of the 5th rank. Xiao Zhuliuo also thought that Li Qiuwan was at least between the 8th and 9th rank, but he didn't expect that she was not only a 9th rank spirit master, but could also be promoted so quickly. Elder Shang Yuan said that you should not return to the immortal palace for the time being. You also need to participate in the affairs of the demon realm. Take advantage of this time to advance to the spirit master level. The people from the temple should be heading to the demon realm soon. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuliuo gritted his teeth. He had wanted to wait a little longer to see if he could break through to the saint grade spiritual venerable level, but now he had no time, and becoming a saint grade spiritual venerable was indeed very difficult. The demon realm is not like the central realm. The demon kings of every major clan there almost have strength comparable to that of a spirit lord, which is what they often call a demon lord in the demon world. In addition to these demon kings, there is also the black-robed man from the evil clan. That is the guy that the immortal palace fears the most. This time, he must be completely wiped out. Senior sister, are you going to the demon realm too? Li Qiuwan shook her head. Master won't let me participate in the affairs of the demon realm. The God Clan conference is approaching soon, and I need to prepare for the conference. The Skyflame God Clan you just mentioned will also be participating this time. Also, after the God Clan conference, your Xiao family's marriage with the Holy Temple will take place. You need to return as soon as possible. Xiao Zhuliuo nodded, his face suddenly full of vigor and spirit. He raised his eyebrows and smiled, Senior sister, next time we meet, I won't let you overpower me again. On the contrary, he had long wanted to suppress his senior sister, even though Li Qiuwan had always only considered him a junior brother. Li Qiuwan stared at him without saying anything. With a wave of her jade hand, the mysterious spiritual energy curtain and the teleportation array in front of her slowly dissipated. Xiao Zhuliuo twisted his neck and looked at the several elders of the first peak who were grinning at him. He waved his hand casually and said, hurry up and prepare for what this saint's son just said. Several elders hesitated and asked, Holy Son, you just said that you wanted Fengyu, the disciple of Peak Master Lin Xiao, to deliver the elixir to you. Can you please change someone else? Xiao Zhuliuo sneered. Why, is there a problem? Big problem. That's Lin Xiao's apprentice. Several elders glared at him, but they didn't dare to say this out loud. They just laughed and said, Saint Sun, you don't know that Fengyu is a demon girl, so filthy. How could she give the elixir to Saint Sun? Wouldn't that be defiled by Saint Sun? Xiao Zhuliuo frowned. After thinking about it, he settled for the next best option. Then let's change someone else and let Jiang Yingxue come. The elders, but Jiang Yingxue is their sect leader Lin Qingyi's subordinate, and Jiang Yingxue has been acting a little strangely lately. The elders are not fools. Even though Xiao Zhuliuo only said that he was sending elixirs, they understood his intentions better than anyone else. Otherwise, why didn't they ask these old guys to deliver the elixir? Although they are old, they are still strong and vigorous. Why did they have to ask young and beautiful female disciples to deliver it? Xiao Zhuliuo laughed angrily, pointing at the elders and saying, Go find Lin Qingyi and tell them that this is the order of this saint's son. Seeing this, the elders could only nod awkwardly. After these old guys leave, Xiao Zhuliuo did not return to his residence, but instead came to Punishment Peak. When he saw that woman Su Yunshan today, he felt quite itchy. After all, the charm of this kind of top-notch wife is probably hard to resist, no matter if you are 8,000 years old or 8 years old. Furthermore, Su Yunshan was first Xiao Shaolin's fiancée, and now she seems to be Lin Zhao's woman, so she can be used. In the upper domain, he didn't dare to act recklessly because of the reputation of the immortal palace, but in a place like the central domain, who could control him? Thinking of this, Xiao Zhuliuo narrowed his eyes slightly, hoping that Su Yunshan, this woman, could be more obedient. However, he had just landed in the main pavilion of Punishment Peak. Just as Xiao Zhuliuo was about to enter the cabinet, an extremely strange spiritual formation appeared under his feet. The spiritual formation was not very lethal, but it was extremely difficult to deal with. He mobilized his spiritual power and was about to lift his foot to leave, but suddenly several white silk threads shot out from the spiritual formation under his feet.
The silk threads wrapped around his ankles like spirit snakes and pulled him back violently. Xiao Zhuliuo was caught off guard and was dragged so hard that he staggered and knelt on the ground, his face darkened. I was more shocked in my heart. What kind of spiritual formation is this? The spiritual formation that could trap him must be at least a master-level spiritual formation. However, this kind of spiritual formation cannot be controlled by anyone below the level of a spiritual lord. The strangest thing was that the spiritual formation seemed to be able to sense the flow of his spiritual power. Every time he concentrated his spiritual power and tried to break free, he would feel a tearing pain in his body. The pain would spread through his meridians and spread throughout his body, causing his spiritual power to dissipate instantly, and then he would be dragged to his knees on the ground. This went on several times, and Xiao Zhuliuo's face turned red with anger, because at this time, several female disciples on duty outside the Peak Master's pavilion ran out. They watched from afar with strange expressions on their faces. Although they didn't dare to laugh out loud, they couldn't help but smile in their eyes. Chapter 55, Dragon Locking Monument, the Ancient Demonic Dragon Emperor. In the end, Xiao Zhuliuo was released by Su Yunchen. He looked from afar at the Holy Son of the Immortal Palace, who was kneeling on the ground in a rather embarrassed state. Su Yunchen frowned and said coldly, "The inner hall of our Peak Master Pavilion generally does not allow outsiders to enter. This involves the secrets of our peak. If Xiao Xingzi has anything to say, he can go to the meeting hall." The alienation and coldness in the words made Xiao Zhuliuo grit his teeth slightly. "Lin Xiao can enter your inner room, but this holy son cannot. This woman is somewhat ungrateful." He stared at Su Yunchen's charming and seductive figure, looked him up and down, and finally snorted coldly, turned around and left without saying anything. Several female disciples from the punishment peak hesitated and asked, "Peak Master, isn't it a bad idea for us to offend Xiao Xingzi like this? After all, he is the holy son of the Immortal Palace. He came to the central region just to gain experience. Sooner or later, he will have to return to the upper region. What if he takes revenge on us after he returns?" Su Yunchen glanced at the female disciples and said, "Mind your own business first." Several female disciples hurriedly lowered their heads and said, "Yes." After Lin Xiao left the demon realm, he did not return to Shensha sect first. Instead, he controlled the body of ancestor Tianyan and came to the border between the demon realm and the Black God Abyss Forbidden Land. This is one of the famous forbidden areas in the entire continent. The Black God Abyss, located at the junction of the middle domain and the upper domain. It is rumored that even powerful spiritual masters cannot fly across the sea and can only pass through the space spiritual array. The vast sea ahead is as dark as the abyss, and countless dark mountains are like pillars supporting the sky, reaching into the clouds. Lin Xiao was not flying fast, controlling old ancestor Tianyan to fly slowly over the sea. Not long in the center of the sea ahead, a huge black stone tablet hundreds of feet in size came into view. The stone tablet is covered with moss because it has been soaked in the water of the Black God Abyss for many years. In the center of the stone tablet, 3 ancient characters were printed: Dragon Locking Tablet. Beside the handwriting, there are countless dragon claw cracks. At just one glance, one can feel the overwhelming murderous intent, as if facing the ferocious roar of a top-level demon. Although countless years have passed, the cracks on the writing still exude a murderous aura. Normally, no one would dare to come to such a place. Even some of the top masters in the upper domain are very secretive about this place and are extremely wary of it. Lin Xiao lowered his body and slowly walked to the front of the stone tablet, and his old and dry palm slowly approached the stone tablet. Just then, beneath the huge stone tablet, something seemed to have sensed something deep down, and a terrifying and ferocious aura seemed to tremble for an instant. Then the entire stone tablet began to tremble, as if some powerful taboo had awakened from within it. An exceptionally deep and distant gaze penetrated the space from under the stone tablet and fell on Lin Xiao. Boom. At this time, from the distant Black God Abyss, the sound of water explosions suddenly came. And then a group of evil dragons covered with black scales rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Who dares to trespass into the forbidden area of Black God Abyss? Dozens of evil dragons flew over, their ferocious eyes coldly locked onto Lin Xiao. However, when they saw the Skyflame ancestor clearly, the pupils of several demon dragons suddenly shrank, and then they quickly landed on the sea surface, lowering their heads. "We didn't know it was the immortal of the Skyflame divine clan who arrived. I just don't know why the immortal came to this forbidden place. This is where the gods once suppressed the ancient demon dragon emperor." When the demon dragon emperor wreaked havoc in the upper realm, countless ancestors of the gods joined forces to suppress him. He has been imprisoned for nearly 10,000 years now. They didn't know how many batches of demon dragons they had been in charge of guarding. If they remembered correctly, they were the 102nd batch of demon dragons in charge of guarding. This group of demon dragons had almost never seen the legendary demon dragon emperor. They had been guarding him for nearly 100 years, and no one dared to come here. Ancestor Tianyan was the first person they had seen breaking into the forbidden area in nearly 100 years. Lin Xiao suddenly turned around, looked at the demon dragons, and said indifferently, "I came here to visit an old friend." "It has nothing to do with you." Visiting old friends? Could it be the one under the dragon locking monument? Several demon dragons looked at each other in shock, then all understood and prepared to turn around and leave. Since he is the immortal leader of the Tianyan divine clan, they naturally don't have to worry about anything. But just as they turned and left, ancestor Tianyan gently waved his right hand. The eyes of several demon dragons suddenly widened, and they couldn't even make a sound of pain.
They were directly wiped out and thrown into the abyss.at this time. An extremely ferocious voice came from under the dragon locking monument. These guys from the dragon clan have been guarding this emperor for nearly 100 years.
You killed him just because you say so. Aren't you giving this emperor no face?
Black fog gathered above the dragon locking steel. A little girl dressed in black, about 7 or 8 years old, sat on the edge of the steel, looking at the Tianyan patriarch with a playful expression. However, although it looks like a child, its eyes do not have the innocence of a child. Instead, they are fierce and experienced, and its voice is particularly hoarse and mature. Why is it a child?
Old ancestor Tianyan frowned. You're the kid.
The demonic dragon emperor curled his lips.
It's not like you haven't seen me before. Tell me, what do you want from me? Only someone of the level of ancestor Tianyan is worthy of her appearing in person.
Otherwise, even if an ordinary patriarch of the gods came, she would not give him face.as for maintaining the current child's appearance. It is to save spiritual energy.
Do you think that you don't need to consume spiritual energy every day when you are suppressed in this sea abyss? Her cultivation, originally at the Emperor realm, has now faded to the Sate realm. Patriarch Tianyan slowly floated up and came to the opposite side of her. He put his hands behind his back, looked down at her, frowned and said, "Your cultivation has declined so much?"
The demonic dragon emperor almost laughed out of anger, pointing at him and cursing, "This dragon steel was made by you, the god clan.
Do you want to try it?" Patriarch Tianyan shook his head and continued, "Please help me with something."
Hearing this, the demon dragon emperor tilted his head and jokingly said, "You gods will also come to trade with me."
Did I hear it wrong? Stop talking nonsense. Patriarch Tianyan raised his palm, and the entire dragon tablet began to tremble violently. Are you going to do it or not? What if I don't do it?
Then I will pull out your dragon tendons, remove your bones and skin, and lock you up for another 10,000 years.
As he said this, the ancestor Tianyan was about to take action. Fuck you, the demon dragon emperor cursed. You call me a villain, and yet you ask me to do things for you?
I think you, the hypocritical gods, are the villains.
Fuck you. Ancestor Tianyan looked at him strangely. Aren't you a female?
Why, a bitch can't talk about me, a bitch can't fuck. No wonder the demon dragon emperor is so resentful. There was once an ancient prophecy among the gods, which said that the immortal gods would be destroyed by the demons. At that time, the demon dragon emperor was the most talented person in the entire demon clan. Although it had not done anything harmful to the world, the ancestors of the gods forged evidence of its killing of living beings in order to avoid crisis. The demon dragon emperor tried to expose the truth about the gods, but was naturally suppressed by the gods in the name of eliminating the root of evil. After being suppressed, all positive records about it were erased, and it became a world-destroying monster feared by everyone for thousands of years. If Lin Xiao remembered correctly, this demon dragon emperor seemed to be very young when he was suppressed. He was suppressed alone under this dragon monument for nearly 10,000 years. I'm afraid anyone else would have gone crazy long ago.
Chapter 56 Lin Qingyi. I don't allow it. Half a day passed when Lin Xiao returned to Shensha sect. His young disciple Feng Yu had just completed today's training task. I came to his room and reported to him with my arm around his. Now she is becoming more and more attached to Lin Xiao. Sometimes, with Lin Xiao's tacit consent, she even comes to practice with her master. Of course, this incident in the demon realm was the beginning of Lin Xiao's plan to turn her evil. Lin Xiao could even imagine what kind of ferocious appearance his now gentle little disciple would become after turning evil. Stupid, people with poor talent naturally find it difficult. Hearing the little girl talking about advancing to the spirit master level, Lin Xiao unseen his hand from her soft embrace and glanced at her. You've only been practicing for a few days, your hair hasn't even fully grown, and you're already aiming too high, right? The power of the immortal palace has not been weakened much now. If she were to advance to the Spirit Lord at this time, she would be the first to be sanctioned by the Immortal Palace, unless he waits until this Demon Realm incident is over, and uses the Demon Realm to weaken most of the power of the Immortal Palace, by which time the old monsters in the Immortal Palace will be unable to take care of themselves, then he can look for an opportunity to break through. Feeling the hint of indifference in Lin Zhao's tone, Feng Yu suddenly felt a little aggrieved. She had done nothing wrong today, so why was her master so mean to her? Moreover, it was her master who told her in person that it would be difficult for her to advance to the Spirit Master level. Now he is calling her stupid. Could it be that her master herself has very poor talent? It's obviously master's fault that he forgot what he said to her. She lowered her head and fell silent, gritted her teeth stubbornly, and said nothing more. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, "You go out first. I want to be alone for a while." Hearing this, Feng Yu became anxious because her master had never kicked her out before. "Master, did I do something wrong?" she said aggrievedly. Lin Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, "Do you want me to repeat what I said?" Disciple dare not. Feng Yu knew his master's character very well. Although he was gentle and charming when he was gentle, he was also extremely strict when he was strict. Feeling lost, she left Lin Zhao's room and returned to her own residence feeling somewhat aggrieved. After returning to my residence, I wanted to practice but my mind couldn't calm down for a long time.
Every time I started practicing, the figure of my master would appear in my mind unconsciously, reaching out and patting her face. Fengyu didn't know yet that all these feelings of loss were actually hidden deep in her heart, and her possessiveness towards her own master was at work. She was young, and the dark experiences she had as a child made her completely unaware of love affairs. However, her possessiveness towards Lin Xiao grew stronger and stronger as Lin Xiao loved her. Fengyu herself didn't know that her possessiveness towards her master had unknowingly reached a very pathological level. She is so pathological that she cannot accept it if Lin Xiao is just a little cold towards her or gets closer to other women. On the other side, several elders from Shofeng found Lin Qingyi and told her about Xiao Zhuluo's request. As a result, several elders were scolded out of the first peak by Lin Qingyi. Lidun was even pointed at and scolded. No one is allowed to go today, only you go to deliver medicine to Xiao Zhuluo. Li Duyuan was confused, however. After scolding him, Lin Qingyi turned around and left, leaving him no room to speak. The other elders tooted their tongues and glanced at him. Elderly, take care of yourself. Li Duyuan was anxious. No, you guys come with this elder, there's nothing we can do to help. All the elders ran away. Lin Qingyi returned to her residence. She thought for a long time before finally taking out a blood-red long sword. She stared at the layers of spiritual seals on the sword, and a hint of determination seemed to flash in her phoenix eyes. This blood-red sword, named the Divine Phoenix Sword, was accidentally found in a seal in an ancient ruin when she was young. She had never taken it out before, and no one had ever known about it. The first time she saw the Divine Phoenix Sword, the sword recognized her as its master. Because of the immortal phoenix bloodline in her body, she is the only host in the world that is compatible with the Phoenix Sword. But what Lin Qingyi didn't know was that this sword was once the exclusive war sword of the ancient Divine Phoenix Empress. If she was not the reincarnation of the Divine Phoenix Empress, how could she have gotten the sword to recognize her as its master? The jade hand touched the long sword. Suddenly, an extremely obscure memory came to my mind, and these memories eventually formed a few large words: immortal phoenix body. It turns out that her special physique is called the immortal phoenix body. At the beginning, Elder Xianshao said that her physique was special and had the signs of the immortal phoenix causing trouble in the world, so she was not allowed to reveal it at will, which is why she has been hiding it until now. But now Lin Zhao's cultivation is getting stronger and stronger, and he is even connected with certain forces in the upper domain. If she doesn't awaken her physique, I'm afraid she really won't be able to take care of Lin Xiao. Moreover, Lin Xiao was talking to that Su Yunqian right in front of her. When she thought of this, a terrifying red phoenix fire suddenly rose from Lin Qingyi's body. The flame seemed to have life, burning around her as the center. At the same time, the 3,000 strands of black hair on her head were flying all over the sky in the burning flames, and finally slowly turned into a light red color. A phantom mark of a divine phoenix condensed between her eyebrows, making her look as majestic as an empress at this moment. The immortal phoenix body awakens. At the same time, Xiao Zhuluo, who was practicing in the room, suddenly widened his eyes and quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the Shensha sect's main peak, and cried out in shock, "Ancient divine body?" Even with his personality, he was so shocked that his mouth opened wide, and his heart seemed to be in turmoil. Someone in this tiny Shensha sect actually awakened an ancient divine body? What is the concept of ancient divine body? It is a terrifying existence that does not require cultivation. As long as the physique is awakened, one can step into the realm of holy spiritual master. Every ancient divine body, in the distant ancient times, had a cultivation level of at least the emperor realm, that is, a true great emperor. In other words, the owners of ancient divine bodies are generally the reincarnations of powerful emperors. The Xianshao sect actually has a reincarnated emperor. Xiao Zhuluo instantly lost the desire to practice. This reincarnation of the great emperor must lure her into the Yunshu immortal palace before she could recover her imperial cultivation from her previous life. She could only be a member of the Yunshu immortal palace, a punishment peak. When the many disciples saw the sect master descending with phoenix fire all over his body and a face full of majesty, they were all stunned. Then they reacted and hurriedly bowed, saying respectfully, "Greetings, sect master." Lin Qingyi ignored these disciples and walked straight into Su Yunqian's bedroom. The sect master rarely comes to my punishment peak. In the bedroom, Su Yunqian was wearing a black silk pajamas, with her long hair draped over her shoulders. She had obviously just finished a bath, and her charming and full figure was clearly visible. She knelt lazily beside the tea table, making tea while looking up at Lin Qingyi, who walked in. Just because he rarely comes doesn't mean he never comes. Lin Qingyi looked at her calmly with her phoenix eyes, then slowly walked to the tea table and sat down. "Master Su Feng, how many years has it been since he came to my Xianshao sect?" Su Yunqian stretched out her delicate hand and poured her a cup of tea. "I can't remember exactly, but it should have been 7 or 8 years. What did Lin Xiao look like 7 or 8 years ago?" Lin Qingyi asked. Su Yunqian shook his head. "I don't know. When she first came to Xianshao sect, Lin Xiao was not yet the head of Jianfang peak, and she and Lin Xiao did not know each other." At this moment, Lin Qingyi's phoenix eyes, which were calm yet majestic, stared at her calmly and asked in a low voice, "Do you know him?" Su Yunqian frowned. "The sect master came to my punishment peak late at night just to ask these boring questions." Lin Qingyi narrowed her eyes. "Are you bored?" "What else?" Su Yunqian asked back. "Although you are the sect master, what happened between this peak master and Lin Xiao did not violate the sect rules, right?" "It's true that I didn't violate the sect's rules." Lin Qingyi nodded calmly. The next second, a wisp of phoenix fire slowly burned in her phoenix eyes. She stared into Su Yunshan's eyes and said word by word, "But I won't allow it." Chapter 57, Xianin Body, the Tower of Babel in the Divine Realm. Hearing this, Su Yunshan did not argue with Lin Qingyi, he just gently handed the teacup in front of him to Lin Qingyi. "Master, try the tea I brewed." Lin Qingyi didn't move, looking at Su Yunshan with a calm look in her eyes. "You are indeed the smartest woman I have ever met. Are you praising me, sect master?" Su Yunshan raised the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Lin Qingyi shook her head. "Do you know what my master told me when you first came to Xianshao sect?" Lifting the teacup, Lin Qingyi also took a sip lightly. "She said you were a criminal from the upper realm who had escaped to the central region. Because you were from the Su family, he concealed your identity and allowed you to join the Xianshao sect." Su Yunshan was silent for a moment. Lin Qingyi continued, "The Su family in the upper realm was once a semi-immortal force. As a descendant of the Su family, you bear a deep blood feud. You approached Lin Xiao just to use him, right?" Hearing this, Su Yunshan looked over in surprise. "What are you talking about, sect master? Why don't I understand?" "You don't need to pretend with me." Lin Qingyi put down the teacup. "Lin Xiao was born with 9 spiritual roots. You know very well how much help this talent will be to you in the future. Furthermore, in the entire Xianshao sect, besides me, my master has only mentioned his true background to you, a person from the upper realm. So I have to say, you are indeed very scheming." "Master, not everyone is as you think. Besides, the affairs of the upper realm have nothing to do with me anymore." Su Yunshan replied calmly. "Then leave him. Unless he abandons me first. Do you think Lin Xiao would like a woman who wants to take advantage of him? He can make his own decisions about his own affairs. Sect leader, don't forget, you are just his senior sister." That night, no one knew what Lin Qingyi and Su Yunshan talked about. They only knew that Lin Qingyi stayed at the punishment peak for a long time before leaving. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao opened his eyes from his practice and frowned slightly, because at this time, as the 9 profound demonic arts in his body were activated, in addition to the 9 kinds of spiritual energy flowing through his limbs and bones, deep within his body, a powerful wisp of Xianin energy actually appeared. "The power of Xianin," Lin Xiao muttered to himself, and suddenly thought of something. This kind of pure Xianin power, unless it is a Xianin body, could it be that Su Yunshan is a Xianin body? In his previous life, Lin Xiao and Su Yunshan had almost no connection. During the time when he saved Jiang Yingxue but was framed by Jiang Yingxue and most of his cultivation was destroyed, Su Yunshan had already been captured by the Xiao family and taken back to the upper domain. Because there was no Lin Xiao in her previous life, Su Yunshan killed Xiao Shaoqi herself. When the Xiao family's spiritual master descended, no one in the Xianshao sect dared to help her. On the way to being captured and taken back to the upper domain, she died at the hands of the Xiao family's spiritual master, paying for Xiao Shaolin's life. No wonder Xiao Shaolin fell in love with Su Yunshan. The Xianin Chadi is the world's top dual cultivation divine body. A wisp of Xianin power, after being integrated with the spiritual power in the body, can greatly improve the quality and strength of the spiritual power, which is equivalent to enhancing the talent for cultivation in disguise. Lin Xiao is a villain, and his 9 spiritual roots talent is originally a holy talent, which means that when he is promoted to a spiritual master, he can directly become a holy spiritual master. Now, if he were to add the amplification of the Xianin power, when he was promoted to the spirit master, he might even be able to directly upgrade his talent to the divine level, that is the real divine spiritual master. Even in the divine realm, it is unique, but since Su Yunshan is a Xianin body, why didn't he feel any Xianin power during the interaction that night? At this time, Lin Xiao thought of Su Yunshan's changes yesterday. Since yesterday, Su Yunshan's attitude towards him has obviously changed a lot, especially after she took a Tianzuan pill at the end. She, who had always resisted, became proactive in front of Lin Xiao for the first time. Does it mean that if Su Yunshan wants to absorb the power of Xianin, he must do so voluntarily, or on his own initiative? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with joy. I didn't expect to find a treasure this time. He had been planning to advance to the spirit master level in the near future, and had thought of many ways to try to improve his talent to the divine level. After all, although there is only a one-word difference between holy products and divine products, the real gap is simply unimaginable. A person with holy talent will appear in the upper domain or the divine domain every few hundred years. But there has only been one person with divine talent in this fantasy world from ancient times to the present. Moreover, the reason why the Xianin Cha body is called the dual cultivation divine body is because it not only allows the man to obtain the power of Xianin, but also the Xianin Cha body will also obtain the man's physique and talent to a certain extent. This kind of acquisition is not about seizing, but about copying the talents and insights from the repeated collisions and fusions between spiritual powers during the process of cultivation and interaction. In other words, after practicing in this way, the talents of both of them can be improved. Lin Xiao really didn't expect that Su Yunshan could give him such a surprise. Originally, he was indeed attracted by her body. After all, no man could withstand the test of such a top-notch beauty who has the attributes of a wife and a pure body. Only discovered it after the interaction. This woman is like a treasure. However, the Xianin power in the body is still very weak, only a faint trace This level is obviously not enough to upgrade the holy talent to the divine level. She closed her eyes slightly, and her mind suddenly recalled Su Yunshan's alluring appearance, wearing black stockings, with her long hair tied up, kneeling in front of her. Lin Xiao reached out and rubbed his waist. It seems that I can't quit for the time being. At this time, a Jianfang deacon's announcement came from outside the room. Peak Master, someone from the first peak has sent a message saying, envoys from the other 8 major sects are arriving today. They seem to be in a hurry, as if something big is about to happen. The sect master wants you to come over and discuss this matter with him. Tell the people at Shofeng that I will be there soon. Yes, Peak Master. After the deacon left, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. People from the 8 major sects hurried to Shensha sect. It seemed that news had come from the demon realm. This time, while Lin Xiao ordered the demon realm to attack and slaughter the human clan, according to the timeline of his previous life, the divine realm tower at the border of the demon realm was about to appear. It was a treasure from heaven left behind when the gods suppressed the demons in ancient times. A legend about it has been circulating in the central region to this day. Legend has it that the Tower of Babel has appeared in the world. No matter whether you are a strong man from the human race or the demon race, as long as you can climb to the top of the tower, you can gain supreme power. If a strong human climbs to the top of the tower and obtains the recognition of the Tower of Babel, he will be able to obtain supreme power, take control of the Tower of Babel, and suppress the demon race forever, forcing the demon race to submit. If a powerful demon clan member climbs to the top of the tower, the demon clan will rule the central region from now on, and all humans will become slaves of the demon clan. Although it's just a legend, but for the human race and the demon race, it is tantamount to a game concerning their own status, and it is also a game between the talented disciples of the human race and the demon race. The demon realm has been suppressed for thousands of years, and resentment is overwhelming. There are endless geniuses and evildoers in the clan. On the other hand, the top geniuses of the human race are almost all won over by the upper realm, and various sects are constantly fighting for resources. In the previous life, even though the upper domain sent countless top geniuses to help, they were almost all killed under the Tower of Babel. In the end, it was Xiao Zhiluo, who possessed the aura of the protagonist, who took action and narrowly defeated the demon clan. But this time, the man surnamed Xiao might be buried under the Tower of Babel. In the previous life's battle of the Tower of Babel, Lin Xiao, as the leader of the Shensha sect, naturally participated on behalf of the human race. However, at that time, he was not yet the villain he later became. After severely injuring a demon king-level opponent, he was replaced by a genius from the upper realm for unfounded reasons. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao's mouth corners slightly raised. He calmly stood up and walked out of the room. Punishment Peak, the Peak Master's Pavilion and Sleeping Palace. In the Misty Spirit Pool. Su Yunshan had just received a notification from his disciples that the sect leader had summoned him to the first peak for a meeting. He frowned, took off his clothes, slowly walked into the pool, and practiced his internal skills to absorb spiritual energy. This is the practice she must do every morning. Because of her special physique, the effective practice is best at this time, so she has never missed it. Even if she was summoned by the first peak at this moment, she had to practice for a while first. Standing in the pool, her long wet hair fell over her round and tight buttocks. After practicing for a while, she reached out and gently gathered her hair, preparing to turn around. Her slender body was suddenly embraced by someone. She was so ashamed and angry that she turned her head and saw a broad chest and a handsome face with clear contours. "You're going to die." Su Yunshan couldn't help but punch him. "You scared me to death, you know." Lin Xiao grabbed her hand and slid his other hand across her delicate, fair skin. "I've set up a barrier around this place. Who else can come here besides me? Next time you come, can't you let me know first?" Su Yunshan rolled his eyes at him. "Also, your senior sister just sent someone to inform me to go to the Summit Council." Before she could finish her words, Lin Xiao came forward and said, "Don't worry about her, do my thing first. He is in dire need of Xianin power right now." "You, woo-woo, wait a minute, your senior sister will lose her temper again. Don't worry, I'll go with you later." Chapter 58. The border of the human race, Kunlun sect. The border between the central region and the demon region in the north is called Kunlun Mountain. This place is the headquarters of Kunlun sect, one of the 9 major immortal sects. As a sect of the human race in the central region that once suppressed the demon realm, the Kunlun sect is backed by the Yunshu Immortal Palace and has a long-standing grudge with the demon realm. It even has a demon-slaying monument at the highest point of Kunlun Mountain. As long as you kill a powerful demon, you can be on the list. People on the list can also receive generous training rewards from the sect every month. However, at this moment, in front of the huge demon-slaying monument, the scarlet blood dyed the entire snow red, and thousands of corpses wearing snow-white Taoist robes were piled up in a mess. The white hair of several supreme elders was stuck to their broken necks with blood, and the head of the Kunlun sect leader was even nailed to the broken demon-slaying monument. The Kunlun Immortal Palace, which used to be suspended in the sea of clouds and snow-capped mountains, has now been half collapsed, and the entire sect has been slaughtered. Only in midair, a slender white figure was being protected by 3 wounded sect deacons. They used up their remaining spiritual energy to escort the Kunlun saintess as she hurriedly flew towards the human realm. High in the sky, Yi Zisu's figure slowly descended. She stepped barefoot across the void, and the purple demonic power surrounding her body automatically dispelled the blood mist in the sky. Her black hair moved without wind, and the demonic pattern between her eyebrows glowed with a cold purple light. Then she slowly raised her eyes and looked at the figures that were gradually moving away. A hint of mockery appeared in her phoenix eyes. She waved her jade hand, and the demon kings behind her who were about to attack immediately stopped. The palms of several demon kings were still dripping with the blood of the supreme elders of Kunlun sect. The white snake demon king spat out scarlet tongue and looked quietly at Yizissa's cold and arrogant back that exuded intimidating pressure. At this moment, the aura emanating from Yizissa seemed to exude a fatal sense of oppression to these demon kings. They had only felt this aura from that adult before. Moreover, the scene of Yizissa single-handedly defeating the Kunlun immortal sect's protective formation was still vivid in her mind. Coupled with the order from that adult, she seemed to be the controller standing at the top of the demon clan at this moment. Even the demon kings dared not disobey her orders. Yizissa withdrew his gaze and casually brushed the bloodstain on his sleeve with his fingertips. The bloodstain instantly turned into purple smoke and dissipated. Her voice was cold, yet contained a hint of unquestionable calmness. Next sect. All the demon kings bowed in unison, yes. Not long after they left, the spiritual energy in the sky above the deadly Kunlun palace began to fluctuate slowly, and then two figures emerged. They were two men dressed in black, exuding the aura of a demon, staring at the place where Yizissa had just stood. One of the men sighed, "What a pity. This woman has the potential to be an empress. When did our demon race produce such a figure? Judging from her spiritual power, it seems she has the bloodline of the corpse demon clan. This woman's future achievements are limitless. Ha, do you have any thoughts about her? With such qualifications, you don't have any thoughts about her? Thinking back thousands of years ago, we feared the might of the immortal palace. To preserve the demon realm, we even allowed the entire demon race to become slaves of the upper realm sections. Isn't she the same as we were back then? We once abandoned the demon race and joined the celestial palace just to survive. Now that the demon race is rebelling against the celestial palace again, it's really difficult to make a choice. No matter what, this woman has good qualifications. Since those guys from the Asgard sent us here, why not secretly capture her first? If she is willing to work for us, that would be the best. That's good. The two nodded and smiled, but the next second, before the smiles faded, their bodies suddenly stiffened, their hair stood on end, and they both turned their heads away suddenly with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. On the broken demon-slaying monument at the back, a petite girl of 7 or 8 years old was sitting leisurely, chewing a spiritual fruit in one hand, and looking at them teasingly with her demon eyes. The pupils of both of them contracted violently the next second, without thinking, he turned and ran. Laugh, however, before their bodies could merge into the space, a ferocious and huge dragon claw tore through the space and pulled the bodies of the two people out alive from the void. Their faces turned pale. Impossible. Aren't you under the dragon locking steel? Apart from the ancestors of the god clan, no one knows how to unlock the seal of the dragon locking steel. The girl took another bite of the spiritual fruit. The dragon claws in the void directly pinched the two people and brought them in front of itself. You betrayed the demon race, joined the immortal palace, and turned the entire demon race into slaves of the upper realm. You caused countless demon descendants to be toyed with by the powerful in the upper realm, and even lived in endless humiliation. You two demon kings have truly brought shame upon our demon race. It was clearly the body of a little girl, but the words that came out of this body were exceptionally cold and hoarse. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. We're waiting to protect the demon race. These two demon kings were the ones who betrayed the demon realm when the demon realm was at war with the upper realm thousands of years ago. Because of their betrayal, the demon realm collapsed rapidly and was finally suppressed by the strong men from the upper realm. From then on, the demon clan became slaves of the upper realm, and countless descendants of the demon clan and talented disciples became the furnaces for the strong men from the upper realm to practice and play with. The little girl raised her eyebrows, and the huge dragon claws crushed the bodies of the two people alive. In the pain, the demon souls left their bodies. A demon she and a demon she, two scums of the demon race. The next second, when the two demon souls wanted to escape, they were precisely locked by an extremely terrifying pressure. Then, a pitch-black dragon shadow emerged from behind the little girl. The dragon opened its mouth and the two people's demon souls were directly sucked in. The Dragon Emperor's great command, "We are all here for the demon race, please spare our lives." The two people's voices stopped abruptly. The little girl smacked her lips and burped, then looked up at the cloudless sky. These two demon kings were merely sacrifices sent by the immortal palace to test the demon clan. In the Great War thousands of years ago, the demon clan ended in failure, and the price they paid was that the entire demon clan became slaves of the people in the upper realm, and this time, she wants to make the demon clan completely turn over. Not long after that, the border between the demon realm and the human realm was completely transformed into a hell on earth in just half a day. Countless demon kings passed through with monstrous ferocity, slaughtering all the sects along the way. The tragic scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the news simultaneously swept across the central region, instantly shattering the peace of all forces. For a time, people in the central region were in a panic, and all the sects, big and small, were in a state of panic where everyone was in danger. Under the command of the Buddha sect, the other 6 major sects, including the 3 major halls in the central region and several major dynasties, chose to make prompt decisions and quickly sent envoys to gather at the Shensha sect to discuss the major issue of fighting against. The demon realm, the reason why they all sent people to Shensha sect was because the holy son of the immortal palace, Xiao Jiluo, was staying in Shensha sect, and the only holy girl who escaped from Kunlun sect had also arrived in Shensha sect.
Chapter 59 Kunlun Saint, Demon Realm Rebellion.
Ching Ming Valley was destroyed by Yi Zissou. The entire sect was a sea of blood and corpses overnight. Now, this evil woman surnamed Ji has led her men to slaughter the Kunlun sect.
Her crime is simply unforgivable. Yi Zissou willingly fell into the devil's way and now joins the demon realm.
Her hands are stained with the blood of our powerful human race members.
If we don't punish her, my Luyun sect will be the first to disagree. The demon realm has made a comeback. Yi Zissou's betrayal of the human race is a heinous crime.
We must report this to the upper realm and have the immortal palace intervene and issue a judgment order against her.
Now, countless sects along the border have been slaughtered by the powerful demons.
Yi Zissou is the biggest traitor to our human race. It is not too much to kill her entire clan.
I heard that she had a fiancé when she was in Ching Ming Valley?
Hush, her fiancé is Lin Xiao, but the Xianshao sect has already announced that they have unilaterally cancelled the engagement for Lin Xiao. Don't mention this matter again. Inside the main hall of Shensha sect's main peak, a chill filled the air, with all sorts of noises rising and falling. The envoys from several major sects were at the front, their eyes filled with anger as they talked to each other. Those who came were elders who held real power in various sections.
The iconic costumes of each sect and faction were clearly recognizable.
They were all the top sects of the human race in the central region: Buddhist sect, Luyun sect, Liwa sect, Jiao Palace, Wolyang Pavilion, Shenzhen Palace. Down below, the four great dynasties of the human race in the central region also sent envoys. The envoy from the Great Yan dynasty was a red-haired woman wearing a red python pattern court robe, while the envoy from the Shenbei dynasty was dressed in all black armor.
There were also envoys and guards from the Nanming dynasty and the Shihuan dynasty.
All of them had tense expressions, and were obviously a little nervous about the current situation. The several great dynasties are responsible for managing the secular affairs of the human domain, and are also responsible for supplying talents to various sects in the spiritual world. They have the most connections with the 9 major sects and are the secular representatives of the 9 major sections. On the far right were people from the 3 main halls. The masters of the 3 main halls and the supreme elders in the halls had all been summoned. At this moment, these people had no trace of their usual composure on their faces, and their eyes frequently looked at the seat on the far left next to the main seat of the hall. Xiao Jiluo was sitting calmly in this seat, listening to the conversation of these people without saying a word. The reason why people from various sects gathered here was naturally because the holy son of the immortal palace, Xiao Jiluo, was here. The Kunlun sect is the second of my major sects to suffer such a tragic fate. The demon realm is becoming more and more reckless, and the demon woman surnamed Ji is becoming more and more unfathomable in her cultivation. If this continues, I'm afraid the Kunlun sect will become a lesson for us. At this time, a deacon elder of the Buddha Gate spoke, and while speaking he looked towards a certain direction below the hall. There are many sects in the human realm who are scheming against each other for cultivation resources.
Even among the major sects, there are often frictions.
They cannot be compared with the forces in the demon realm. Otherwise, why did all the surrounding sects choose to stand by and watch when the Kunlun sect was slaughtered? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the elder from the Buddha Gate. I in the corner of the hall, Zhang Ruoyan, the holy maiden of Kunlun immortal sect, was standing beside the hall pillar with her eyes lowered. Her jade fingers were tightly grasping the hem of her skirt. Her plain white fairy dress was stained with a little blood, her hair was slightly disheveled, and she no longer had the cold and elegant temperament of the past. At this moment, her eyes seemed to be filled with cold hatred. Feeling everyone's gazes, she slowly raised her head, and her gaze finally fell on the figure in white clothes beside the main seat. Xiao Jiluo also looked up and saw Zhang Ruoyan's cold face, which was slightly stained with blood. He narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped his fingers on the edge of the jade table, and said lightly, "The saint's son already knows about the Kunlun sect's affairs." Although he appeared calm, he was actually a little unsure. The immortal palace sent him a message saying that they had sent 2 people to Kunlun sect and the demon realm to gather information. Those were the 2 demon kings who had rebelled against the demon clan in the past, and now the 2 demon kings were under his command, but until now, the 2 demon kings seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. He was still waiting for the 2 demon kings to show up to report the situation and instruct the 2 of them to show off. As Xiao Jiluo's voice fell, the noise in the hall gradually subsided. The red-haired woman, the envoy of the Great Yan dynasty, took the lead and stepped forward. She bowed and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, the demons have slaughtered dozens of defense lines along the border of our Great Yan dynasty.
Millions of lives are in imminent danger.
Even several princes and princesses have joined the battle to resist the demons.
I beg you to help me."
Among the several great dynasties, only the Great Yan dynasty is closest to the demon realm, so if the demon realm wants to sweep across the human realm, the dynasty that will bear the brunt will be their Great Yan dynasty. Xiao Jiluo stared at the pretty face of the red-haired envoy for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "The immortal palace had long anticipated the demon realm's rebellion, but this matter cannot be rushed for the time being. Moreover, this saint's son came to the central region with a mission from the immortal palace. Now is the critical period for my advancement to the spiritual venerable." As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent. A grand elder from Tsangming Hall couldn't help but step forward. Your Highness, Holy Son, then you. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Zhuliuo raised his hand to interrupt him. I've already sent a message to the Immortal Palace to report this matter. Having said this, he swept his gaze over everyone in the hall, finally landing on Lin Qingyi, who had remained silent. But to fight against the demon realm, we need all the forces in your central region to integrate your sect disciples. Because of the news sent to the Saint's son by the upper realm, the demon realm has rebelled and the Tower of Babel will be reopened. This was indeed the news that the Immortal Palace sent to Xiao Zhuliuo, and Xiao Zhuliuo did not intend to hide it from these people. When they heard the three words Tower of Babel, everyone's eyes suddenly widened and they looked at Xiao Zhuliuo intently. Is it the legendary Tower of Babel in the divine realm? Legend has it that it is a treasure from heaven that the powerful ones in the god realm use to suppress the demon realm. Anyone who climbs the Tower of Babel can obtain the supreme inheritance of the god realm and gain supreme power. If the strong men of the human race could climb up the Tower of Babel, the chaos of the demon race could be put out in a snap. On the contrary, if the powerful demon clan ascends the Tower of Babel first, the entire human race in the central region will fall apart in the future, and all the sects and forces will become prisoners of the demon clan. But legends are just legends after all. And none of them have ever seen it. Moreover, not everyone can climb up the Tower of Babel. It is a heavenly treasure belonging to the divine realm. It is probably as difficult as ascending to heaven to obtain the inheritance therein. Unless one is a monstrous person with top talent, there is a high probability that he will fail to reach the summit. However, as long as one can climb the Tower of Babel, the opportunities gained will be limitless. For many powerful people from various forces in the central region, this opportunity is a chance for them to soar to the sky. According to legend, there are restrictions on the number of people who can climb the Tower of Babel. Now, for a spot, I am afraid that the major sects will fight to the death. The demons sent out this time must be at least powerful demon kings. Only someone like Lin Qingyi, a top expert who was famous in the central region and the number one female swordsman in the central region, may be able to fight against the various demon kings in Yi Zhisu. She will definitely be included in the list. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Xiao Zhuliuo hurriedly with anxious eyes. Who among them wouldn't want this kind of opportunity? Xiao Zhuliuo saw it all. That he squinted his eyes and glanced at the holy maiden Jiang Ruoyan of Kunlun Palace, the elder Shen Shuan who had been lazily standing beside him in Songming Palace, the eldest disciple Jiang Yingshui of Shenshao sect's first peak, and the cold and majestic Lin Qingyi. Finally, he smiled faintly. Aside from this saint's son, you central region forces can also select your sect's most talented disciples to participate in the Battle of the Tower of Babel on behalf of the human race. This is the opportunity given to you by the upper region. Those who participate in the Battle of the Tower of Babel, as long as they survive, can choose to join the Celestial Palace or any other upper realm faction afterwards, and obtain a divine level technique from that upper realm faction. Join the upper realm forces at will? And even obtain a divine level technique? Everyone gasped when they heard this. They practiced so hard. Wasn't it just for the opportunity to go to the upper realm and experience a wider world? Chapter 60 Lin Xiao, let me correct what you just said. At this moment, Xiao Zhuliuo's eyes suddenly stopped at the body of Kunlun Saint Jiang Ruoyan, and said mysteriously, Miss Jian, your Kunlun sect is located in Kunlun Mountain, the border of the human race. You have been dealing with the demon race for many years and have the most understanding of the demon domain. This saint's son needs to know the information about the demon kings of the various tribes in the demon domain. Please come to me later and report to me in private. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoyan pulled her jade hand tightly. She was stunned for a long time, and finally lowered her head, gritted her teeth and nodded. Everyone looked at each other again. Is Xiao Xingzi interested in Jiang Ruoyan? No wonder, as the holy maiden of Kunlun sect, Jiang Ruoyan's beauty is indeed superb. The next second, Xiao Zhuliuo suddenly frowned, turned his head to look at the empty seat on the Shenshao sect's punishment peak, and said to Lin Qingyi in a bad tone, we are here to discuss a matter of great importance to the survival of the central region. Sect Master Qingyi, the people of your Shenshao sect seem quite content, even ignoring the sect master's summons. Lin Qingyi frowned, but she didn't say anything. Many elders of Shenshao sect couldn't help but speak. Su Yunshan from Punishment Peak didn't come, Jianfang Lin Xiao didn't come either. These two are simply outrageous. It's a shame for the sect. It's simply a shame for the sect. Many elders of Shenshao sect blushed. For such a major event, all the peak masters and elders of the entire sect had come, but now they discovered that Su Yunshan and Lin Xiao were missing. The two were also the peak masters of Shenshao sect. How would the people present view their Shenshao sect? Master, I will go and urge them myself. An elder from the first peak rushed out and said, then rushed out in a hurry. He really couldn't afford to lose face with this person. However, as soon as he rushed out of the hall, he was stunned. He saw two familiar figures vaguely appearing in front of him. A man and a woman. The woman's face was slightly red as she stretched out her white jade hand to adjust the collar of her clothes. She glared at the man next to her and said, you were naughty on the road too. You almost tore my clothes. The elder's eyes gradually widened. At this time, the man approached and was a little surprised when he saw him. Isn't this Elder Wang? He actually came out to greet this peak master in person? Su Yunshan also came over. Her pretty face had long since returned to its indifference.
She glanced at the elder indifferently and then walked into the hall on her own. The elder smiled awkwardly. Master Lin, you and Master Su are the only ones missing. The sect master sent me out to ask, isn't it here? Lin Xiao patted the elder's shoulder and suddenly asked him, have you prepared my favorite spiritual tea for this peak master? I don't want any spiritual tea that is not of immortal quality. This. The elder smiled bitterly, hesitating to speak. Why, are you having trouble? The elder shook his head awkwardly. I thought to myself, Master Lin Xiaofeng, you're going to get into big trouble today. Lin Xiao then smiled with satisfaction and slowly walked into the hall in front of the elder. When Lin Xiao sat down in his exclusive seat as the leader of Jianfang Peak, the expressions of many Shensha sect elders were not very good, especially Li Duyuan and others, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. Finally, they sighed helplessly and looked at Lin Qingyi. After all, there were so many elders here, so Lin Xiao should have at least greeted them. But he simply ignored everyone. It turned out that Lin Qingyi didn't care. Everyone looked at Great Elder Ming Yuan again. Ming Yuan coughed lightly and said with a stiff upper lip, Lin Xiao, what we are discussing today is a matter of life and death for the central region. As the head of the Sword Peak of Xianshao sect, you must shoulder your responsibilities. What he actually wanted to say was that as the master of Jianfang Peak, Lin Xiao was well known, and he couldn't refuse the battle with the Tower of Babel and the Demon Realm this time, and he should do his part to help the Xianshao sect. However, there are so many people here, and it's not easy to be too direct, so I'm reminding you indirectly. Hearing this, Lin Xiao glanced at old man Ming Yuan, gently. Picked up the teacup on the jade table with his right hand, and found that the cup was empty. The maid from Xianshao sect behind him was startled, but before she could say anything, Jiang Yingxue suddenly came over and poured tea for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced at her and saw Jiang Yingxue's cute look. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up, and he pointed to the seat next to him, signaling her to kneel down and pour tea. Everyone was stunned. Jiang Yingxue's next move made everyone even more confused. The senior sister of the Shofeng Peak was acting out of character. She obeyed Lin Xiao's eye signals very well, curled her legs slightly, and knelt beside Lin Xiao. Uncle Master, drink this. She even raised the teacup with a smile and handed the 2/3 of the spiritual tea in her hand to Lin Xiao. Niece Jiang, you. Not only were many elders of Xianshao sect silent, even the elders and elders of several other sects who knew Jiang Yingxue were speechless. After all, everyone present knew Lin Xiao's reputation. It's no exaggeration to say that ever since he became the head of Sword Peak, he's been enjoying playing with women. Could it be that even this talented female disciple of the Jiang family is going to fall into this tragic clutches? But she is Lin Xiao's niece, and Lin Xiao's junior, right? Even the younger generation is not spared. Brute. Thinking of this, many elders from forces that were quite familiar with the Jiang family were immediately furious. They glared at Lin Xiao and accused him loudly. Lin Xiao, not only are you late for such an important conference, but your attitude is truly lawless. Are you the one who calls the shots in Xianshao sect now? Niece Jiang, please get up quickly. We elders are here to take charge of the matter for you. And with Xiao Xingzi here, Lin Xiao won't dare to act recklessly. Lin Xiao, even if you are the peak master of Xianshao sect, you still have to abide by the sect's rules and regulations. This is what Elder Xianshao taught you. You have no respect for your elders and you act recklessly towards your juniors. As for the matter between you and Yi Zisu of Ching Ming Valley, don't think that just because Xianshao sect cancelled your engagement with Ching Ming Valley, you can distance yourself from it. Originally, Lin Xiao sneered at what these people said and had no intention of paying attention to it. After all, he had heard too many such words in his previous life, but at this moment, he suddenly heard someone mention Yi Zisu. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the person who spoke. She was a beautiful steward from the Qiao Palace, and she was watching him humiliating Jiang Yingxue with a face full of shame and anger. Under Jiang Yingxue's expectant gaze, Lin Xiao slowly poured the full cup of tea onto the ground in front of her. Seeing her clothes soaked by the tea, he said calmly, the water is cold. I never drink cold water. Jiang Yingxue's eyes dimmed when she met Lin Xiao's cold gaze. She knelt down hurriedly and made tea again in a flustered manner. This scene made everyone even more angry. Such a beautiful woman, who is so well behaved and obedient to pour tea for you, is this how you humiliate her, especially the beautiful steward from the Seven Stars Palace who had just angrily rebuked Jiang Yingxue. As a woman, she couldn't bear to see her like this. Master Lin Feng, enough is enough. Lin Xiao smiled, shrugged, and stared at Jiang Yingxue below him. Did I force you? Jiang Yingxue met his eyes and shook her head weakly. At this moment, not to mention the female elders, even many male elders were gritting their teeth. Lin Qingyi took a deep breath and was about to speak, but suddenly he discovered that Lin Xiao formed a spiritual seal with one hand in front of everyone, and then pressed his palm lightly. Buzz. The next second, a strange azure fire suddenly rose from the body of the beautiful deacon of the Seven Lights Palace. The fire instantly penetrated her body and directly burned all of her spiritual veins. The female deacon was instantly panicked. She found that not only her spiritual veins, but even her clothes were being burned by the strange fire. What do you want to do? She still scolded Lin Xiao angrily. Lin Xiao played with the dancing green flames with his fingertips, raised his head and glanced at her lightly, then rubbed his fingertips lightly. The moment the flames shattered, the beautiful butler suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The next second, she suddenly fell to the ground, trembling all over. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she kept shouting, "No. I was wrong. I was wrong." Everyone in the Seven Stars Palace was shocked at first, then suddenly furious. However, just as the rage rose in their eyes, the strange Dan fire suddenly began to burn around them. Everyone froze in an instant, not daring to move at all. At this time, Xiao Zhuliuo said coldly, "The Dan fire of the Sky Flame Divine Clan, Master Lin Xiaofeng, is really generous." Everyone was even more shocked after hearing this. What Lin Xiao held in his hand was actually the flame of the gods? After hearing Xiao Zhuliuo's words, Zhang Ruoyan, the holy maiden of Kunlun sect, was among the shocked crowd. She stared at Lin Xiao with her beautiful eyes in a dull manner. Then she quietly lowered her head to glance at her neck, a place hidden under her clothes. There, close to the heart and chest, a chill lingers. In fact, Zhang Ruoyan never told anyone that she had been gifted in cultivation since she was young, but because of an accident in her childhood, she was infected with a cold poison while practicing. From then on, she would be affected by the cold poison whenever she practiced. The cold poison has troubled her for more than 10 years. Every attack makes her suffer from unbearable pain, even worse than death. Kunlun sect even secretly sought help from the upper domain immortal palace, but it was unable to completely cure it. But a celestial being from the upper realm once told her that the only way to completely cure the cold poison in her body was with the flame of the divine race. At this time, Lin Zhao's sneer was heard, which made everyone's face turn black. "Who said that I broke off the engagement with that woman from Ching Ming Valley?" "Let me correct what you just said, Yi Zisu, she is still the Peak Master's fiancée." The faces of many elders of Xianshao sect twitched. If such words were to get out, not only would Lin Xiao be finished, but they, the Xianshao sect, would also be finished. Chapter 61. He likes me? Lin Xiao, stop talking nonsense. The elders of Xianshao sect turned pale. They finally managed to spread the news of Lin Xiao's broken engagement with Ching Ming Valley, allowing Lin Xiao to sever ties with Yi Zisu and Ching Ming Valley. Does he know what consequences will come from Lin Xiao's words? Who would have a good ending if they got involved with a witch like Yi Zisu? Li Duyuan pointed at Lin Xiao, his lips trembling for a long time, but he couldn't squeeze out a complete sentence. He was really scared by Lin Xiao's words, and now, everyone in the entire central region is avoiding that evil woman Yi Zisu, but Lin Xiao is actually rushing to get involved with her. It's just nonsense. The people from the Qiao Palace who had angrily scolded Lin Xiao before were now entangled by the green elixir fire. They didn't even dare to breathe, so how could they dare to make a sound? Xiao Zhuliuo stared at Lin Xiao with a cold glint in his eyes, but his signature gentle smile was still on his face. "Peak Master Lin Xiao, please think carefully before you speak. Yi Zisu is now a criminal in the central region. This woman is cruel and has an extremely vicious personality. My immortal palace will not let her go easily. Besides, if your current identity has anything to do with her, Peak Master Lin Xiao will have to explain it to the Skyflame Divine Clan himself. The gods have been on the righteous side since ancient times, and have always been incompatible with evil demons. Now that Lin Xiao has the background of the Tianyan God clan, he should draw a clear line between himself and women like Yi Zisu." Hearing this, Lin Xiao also glanced at Xiao Zhuliuo. He slowly picked up the spiritual tea that Jiang Yingxue had refilled, brought it to his lips and took a sip. Then he ignored Xiao Zhuliuo, but instead looked over the crowd and fell on the Kunlun Saint Zhang Ruoyan. "Junior brother Jiang is here too?" Lin Xiao smiled meaningfully. "The last time we met in Kunlun sect was at junior brother Zhang's coming-of-age ceremony, right?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Only then did he remember that when Zhang Ruoyan came of age and succeeded the position of the Holy Maiden of Kunlun sect, her father invited people from the 8 major sects to attend the ceremony. Lin Xiao was also sent by Elder Xianshao, and was severely reprimanded by Zhang Ruoyan's father, the head of Kunlun sect, because of his unscrupulous attitude at the conference and his teasing remarks towards Zhang Ruoyan. Afterwards, Zhang Ruoyan's father reported the matter to Elder Xianshao, resulting in Lin Xiao being put in solitary confinement for 3 months by Elder Xianshao. This incident happened several years ago. If Lin Xiao hadn't brought it up, many people present wouldn't even remember it. On the other side, after Zhang Ruoyan heard Lin Xiao's words, her fingertips trembled slightly, and the jade hands hanging by her side clenched suddenly, and even her breathing became subconsciously tense. Then, she felt a dull pain in her chest from the cold poison. That familiar biting chill reminded her of the green fire dancing on Lin Xiao's fingertips. If the cold poison in her body is not cured, her cultivation will always stop here. How can she avenge those who died in Kunlun sect in the future? "Uncle Lin." In the end, Zhang Ruoyan saluted Lin Xiao nervously. She also remembered the scene a few years ago. At that time, she was teased by Lin Xiao in front of countless people at the coming-of-age ceremony. Naturally, she had no good feelings towards Lin Xiao as a young girl. "Is my father okay?" Lin Xiao took another sip of tea. Everyone, Zhang Ruoyan's eyes dimmed, and she shook her head with red eyes without saying a word. To protect the Kunlun sect, her father had fought tooth and nail to injure a demon king, only to die in battle on the Kunlun Snow Mountain. Countless people were indignant. Everyone here knows what happened in Kunlun sect. The entire sect was slaughtered by the demon clan, leaving only Zhang Ruoyan and 3 deacons who escaped with serious injuries. But Lin Xiao was so shameless that he kept bringing up all sorts of issues and deliberately poked at other people's sore spots. An elderly elder from the Liwa sect couldn't stand it any longer. He stepped forward and said, "Junior brother Lin Xiao, everyone has witnessed what happened to the Kunlun sect. It's inappropriate to kick someone when they're down just for a minor grudge from a few years ago." "Nephew? You old fellow really knows how to flatter yourself. Lin Xiao retorted sarcastically, you are just a Liuwa sect's honorary elder. At best, you are on the same level as my Jianfang elder. How can you have the nerve to try to establish a relationship with this peak master? You. The elder of the Liuwa sect was speechless for a moment, his face flushed red and he was a little at a loss. Finally, his old face was filled with shame and anger, and he turned around with a cold snort and turned away. At this time, the elder headed by the Seven Stars Palace turned pale and blue. Seeing that his female deacon was about to be engulfed by the Dan fire, he finally couldn't help but step forward and bow to Lin Xiao, saying, Master Lin Feng, my Seven Stars Palace steward was rude. It's my fault for not disciplining her properly. I hope Master Lin Feng will forgive her this time for the sake of the past relationship between the Seven Stars Palace and the Shensha sect. The other elders of the Seven Lights Palace also quickly echoed, their tone somewhat anxious, and even pulled Xiao Zhiliuo out. Yes, Master Lin Feng, now that Xiao Xingzi is here, we can solve any problems in a good way. There is no need to fight, the main thing is that they can't win even if we use force. Although they felt very aggrieved, they had to say this for the sake of face. Lin Zhao's Dan fire had already made them unable to resist. Moreover, everyone here knew that Lin Zhao's most powerful skill was not just Dan fire, but also his terrifying swordsmanship that was not inferior to Lin Qingyi's. Xiao Zhiliuo imitated Lin Xiao, raised his teacup and took a sip. When he put the teacup down, he took a closer look at Jiang Yingxue beside Lin Xiao and Jiang Ruoyan below him, and said calmly, they are all forces from the central region. Now the demon tribe is causing trouble. Peak Master Lin Xiao should put the overall situation first. Upon hearing this, people from other forces quickly followed suit. Lin Xiao smiled nonchalantly and looked down at Jiang Ruoyan below him. What do you think, junior brother Jiang? Jiang Ruoyan was a little confused. She had never expected Lin Xiao to ask her this. Moreover, this was a matter between Lin Xiao and the Seven Stars Palace. The deacon of the Seven Stars Palace had indeed spoken rudely to Lin Xiao first. At this moment, everyone in the hall looked at her strangely. Jiang Ruoyan's heart skipped a beat. Facing everyone's gaze, especially Lin Zhao's somewhat unfathomable eyes, she took a deep breath, gritted her teeth and spoke, Uncle Lin, the Seven Stars Palace was indeed at fault first, but since they've already admitted their mistake to Uncle Lin, and besides, our biggest enemy right now is the demon realm, she was afraid of making Lin Xiao unhappy, so she spoke hesitantly. However, after she finished speaking, she looked up and not only did she not see that Uncle Lin was angry, but she saw him smiling at her. That handsome and gentle smile left Jiang Ruoyan stunned for a long time. This time, Lin Xiao smiled faintly, raised his hand, and flicked his fingertips. The Dan flames that were wrapped around the elders of the Qiao Palace and the beautiful deacon suddenly gathered and disappeared in an instant. Since junior martial brother Jiang has said so, this peak master will not bother with them. Everyone in the Qiao Palace felt as if they had been pardoned. They wiped their foreheads with their hands and found that their palms were full of cold sweat. And the other side. He actually listened to me? Jiang Ruoyan pursed her lower lip, her mind in a mess. Previously, the elders of the Seven Stars Palace begged for mercy so urgently, and the holy son Xiao Zhiliuo even used the overall situation as an excuse, but Lin Xiao did not give in. But with just one word from him, he took the danhuo without any hesitation. Moreover, Lin Xiao's smile just now clearly had a hint of indulgence and gentleness, which was completely different from the unruly, evil, and dissolute Lin Xiao and the rumors. Thinking of this, a ridiculous idea suddenly popped up from the depths of Jiang Ruoyan's mind, making her cheeks instantly hot. Could it be that he likes me?